Yun Xiongwan's heart suddenly sank. Master, it doesn't matter how many years it takes. You can put it in the space to cultivate it first. There are nearly 3 months left, which is enough. The system scanned the Qianyuan root in the box and said to Yun Xiongwan, "Now this is the only way." Yun Xiongwan said and put the Qianyuan root into the space, and then transplanted it into the medicine field without stopping. All this can be done with just her thoughts. So in Bai Jinjin's view, she was just a little dazed for a while. After planting the Qianyuan root, she poured spiritual spring water into it, and then pulled the time flow rate to the highest. After doing all this, Yun Xiongwan's consciousness exited the space, and she didn't forget to take out a bottle of spiritual marrow liquid. "This is spiritual marrow liquid. Put it away." "What?" When Bai Jinjin first heard the 3 words spiritual marrow liquid, her pupils shrank suddenly. When Yun Xiongwan turned and left, she suddenly came to her senses, and then pulled out the cork. It was really spiritual marrow liquid, a full bottle. Is this too expensive? Bai Jinjin thought about it, put the spirit essence liquid away, and hurried to chase Yun Xiongwan. "Uncle Master, wait for me." Yun Xiongwan just took out the sword and wanted to fly on the sword, and heard Bai Jinjin calling her from behind. "Uncle Master, where are you going?" "Take me with you," Bai Jinjin said with a smile. Yun Xiongwan frowned and nodded again. "Okay, I want to go down the mountain, you come with me. But I can't go out like this." About half an hour later, Yun Xiongwan and Bai Jinjin flew out of Tianqian's sect on the sword. On the flying sword, Bai Jinjin stared at Yun Xiongwan like a fool. "Uncle Master, your disguise technique is really superb. You have completely changed into a different person." Disguise is to change into a different person, otherwise it is invalid disguise. Yun Xiongwan smiled. She is now protected by the 4 evil arts and the system's disguise. Not only does her appearance become more masculine, but she also has an Adam's apple. Her voice has also changed. She is completely a different person. But she still uses the appearance of Wan Yi at the beginning. "Little Master, why do you want to change your appearance?" Bai Jinjin expressed her confusion. "Lu Yu is insidious and cunning. He won't evacuate everyone at once. When you go out, be careful," Yun Xiongwan said while spreading his spiritual sense. There were indeed several auras hidden in the forest below. One of them was a Jindan cultivator. "Brother, someone flew out of Tianqian's sect." "I know, but that person is not Yun Xiongwan, nor is it the 4 children. We can't act rashly. It's best to catch one of them at once." "Brother, you are still resourceful." What they didn't know is that their every word and action fell into Yun Xiongwan's eyes. Who could have guessed that a small 5th-level qi condensation cultivator could have a spiritual sense comparable to the peak of the nascent soul? Of course, the 5th stage of qi condensation was Yun Xiongwan's disguise. She is now a serious cultivator of the initial stage of foundation establishment. He still wants to capture her and the children. That old man Lu Yu is really full of bad intentions. "Uncle Master, I also felt it." "Oh, to be precise, it was my gun who felt it." Bai Jinjin restrained her smile, lowered her voice, and patted her spirit beast storage bag. "Don't be nervous, just act like usual, otherwise it will be easy for them to notice the abnormality." Yun Xiongwan asked Bai Jinjin to relax a little, otherwise it would be a case of trying to cover up the truth. "Uncle Master, you are right." Bai Jinjin's face showed a bright smile again. Xianjian sect, Elder Lu, and all those who joined forces to force Tianqian sect. When she cultivates to perfection, she will fight and kill them one by one. After leaving Tianqian sect for more than 10 miles, the feeling of being monitored by the divine consciousness completely disappeared. Uncle Junior Master, Luyang City is ahead. This city is a subsidiary city of my Tianqian sect, and it has to pay tribute to my sect every year. Yun Xiongwan followed Bai Jinjin's line of sight and saw a prosperous city a few kilometers ahead. Outside the city tower, there are villages. A wall separates them, and the further you go, the more ordinary the houses are. The rich and the poor are clear at a glance. Luyang City. Yun Xiongwan whispered these 2 words softly, and then asked, Does Jinjin know where to sell spiritual medicine in the city? Uncle Junior Master, you've asked the right person. In order to upgrade Gun, I've been hanging around in Luyang City for many years. I know which street and which store has good quality and low price, and which store is unscrupulous and rips off customers. Bai Jinjin was also telling Yun Xiongwan everything she knew at this moment. Upgrade Gun? How to upgrade? This sentence reminded Yun Xiongwan of Xiao Jibai. Feed it with demon pills. The higher the level of demon pills, the faster it will advance. Why, Junior Master, don't you know? Bai Jinjin said this, looking at Yun Xiongwan's right wrist in a strange way. Could it be that Junior Master can't control beasts, and the divine beast is just an ordinary beast pet? No, it's impossible. Without a deeper bond, how could the divine beast be willing to succumb to human cultivators? I don't know. This is the first time I've heard of it. Xiao Jibai didn't say how he could advance quickly. But now that I know, it's time to pay attention to the demon pills. Let him transform into a human form as soon as possible so that the children can feel at ease when they see him. Walking into Luyang City, what comes into view is the spacious street. It's really wide, at least 7 or 8 meters, and it looks more luxurious and magnificent than Luyang City. In recent decades, Luyang City has been on a downward trend. If it was in its peak period before, it would be more lively. Bai Jinjin said to Yun Xiongwan with a smile. Yun Xiongwan remembered that Luyang City was also mentioned in the original book. By the way, the city lord is not a good bird. Although he was polite to the people of Tianxian's sect on the surface, he had actually been bought by Xianjian's sect. Later, when Xianjian's sect and Tianxian's sect completely broke off relations, he changed sides and volunteered to become the vanguard of Xianjian's sect to attack Tianxian's sect. However, he ended up with nothing after licking the dog. Only when Tianxian's sect was gone did he know the good of Tianxian's sect. Let's go find spiritual medicine first. If that doesn't work, she can only try her luck at Lingbao Pavilion in this city. Okay, Junior Master, I'll take you there. Bai Jinjin led Yun Xiongwan into a small alley, then turned left and right, and finally came to a slightly wider alley. It was only about 3 meters wide, and it was full of small stalls. In the middle, there was only enough space for 2 or 3 people to pass at the same time. Junior Master, don't think that the people setting up stalls here are all casual cultivators, but if you are lucky, you can find a lot of treasures. Bai Jinjin sent a message to Yun Xiongwan. Uncle Master, what is the name of the spiritual medicine you are looking for? Although I don't know much about spiritual medicine, my Gun is a treasure hunter. Oh, treasure hunter? Yun Xiongwan became interested, thinking, isn't that the same as the system? Master, I obviously have more functions. I can do everything that pig can do, but it can't do what I can do. The system is arrogant. He is the system created by the Taoist ancestor, and it is not comparable to that pig. Of course, our system is the most capable. Yun Xiongwan comforted the system in his heart, and then said to Bai Jinjin, I want to find 1,000-year-old colorful lotus. What? Colorful lotus? Then I have to look carefully. Bai Jinjin soon surpassed Yun Xiongwan and went to the front to look. Yun Xiongwan looked up and saw that this alley was quite long, at least several hundred meters. Although it was relatively narrow, there were quite a few monks walking in it, all of whom wanted to come to Taoba to pick up bargains. But everything in the world is relative. Buyers want to pick up bargains, and sellers want to make a lot of money. So Yun Xiongwan didn't want to take a chance. She wanted to cheat directly. System, it's your turn. Okay, Master, I'll scan the goods on the whole street. After a while, Yun Xiongwan received feedback. Master, go 10 steps forward. There is a treasure in the stall on the left. Yun Xiongwan walked over as she was told, and then looked at the things on the stall calmly. A few spiritual herbs, some low-level talismans, and some low-level magic weapons. If there is anything special among them, it is probably the black stone. Master, that is the 8th-level Beast King Demon Pill. It's just that it has been wandering outside for a long time and is wrapped in a layer of special material. It's black, like a stone. At this time, Yun Xiongwan felt Xiao Jibai on her wrist move. It seems that he also wants the inner pill of the demon beast. But why did he become silent again the next second? Yun Xiongwan couldn't figure out what she was thinking, but she must take the demon pill. So she squatted down. Boss, how much is this spiritual medicine for? The stall owner was a bearded male cultivator, about 30 or 40 years old, at the initial stage of foundation building. Before quoting the price, he looked at Yun Xiongwan calmly. She was holding a folding fan, with a smile on her face and a bit of innocence, just like a young man from a noble family who had just gone out to gain experience and didn't know the treacherous nature of human nature. He smiled warmly. Young master, you have a good eye. This is a 2,000-year-old ice and fire vine. The market price is hundreds of thousands of low-grade spiritual stones. When the stall owner said this, he deliberately observed Yun Xiongwan's expression. Seeing that she kept nodding, she seemed to have believed it, and her smile became even brighter. How about this? Young master and I are destined to be together, so I will give you a discount, just 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. The ice and fire vine, which is less than 200 years old, can be said to be 2,000 years old. This stall owner has a really dirty heart. 15,000 low-grade spirit stones? Yun Xiongwan seemed a little hesitant. Young master, 15,000 low-grade spirit stones are already a good deal. The stall owner smiled flatteringly.
Okay.
Yun Xiongwan nodded. Sure enough, these children of noble families who are raised by the elders of the clan are all idiots. But when he heard Yun Xiongwan's next sentence, his smile froze on his face. This is 150,000 low-grade spirit stones. Pack all the spiritual medicines on your stall for this young master. The stall owner tried to explain and forced a smile. Young master, 150,000 low-grade spirit stones are only enough to buy this ice and fire vine. As for the rest, don't joke with me. It was obviously you who joked with me first. Yun Xiongwan's face changed, and he smiled but didn't smile.
What?
He actually knew everything? It seems like they are all foxes. So, the stall owner stopped pretending. 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, and you can take all the spiritual medicines away. Yun Xiongwan put down the ice and fire vine, turned around, and was about to leave. His attitude was very straightforward, without any hesitation. The stall owner saw it and got anxious. Sir, I'll give it to you, at the price you said. Yun Xiongwan stopped, closed his folding fan and turned around. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. I want all the spiritual medicines, plus that piece of broken stone. Sir, aren't you going too far? The stall owner's smile froze on his face. Since the boss doesn't want to do this business, then this young master can't agree. Yun Xiongwan looked nonchalant, then turned around and continued walking. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The stall owner had no choice but to wave and call Yun Xiongwan. Young master, please come back. Yun Xiongwan turned around and asked slowly. Boss, have you figured it out? The stall owner nodded repeatedly. Young master, let's go with the price you said. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, not a single one less. At a critical moment, the more you can't panic. Are you kidding me? Is it okay if you don't want to figure it out? If he doesn't want to figure it out, he won't be able to earn a single spirit stone. He is the same, after all, the young master comes from a famous family or a big sect. How could he not know the age of the spiritual medicine? As for the broken stone, it is not worth much, so it is reasonable to give it to this young master as a gift. It won't be less. Every word of this young master is worth 1,000 gold, and I will never regret it. After Yun Xiongwan finished speaking, she put 100,000 low-grade spirit stones into a small storage bag and handed it to the stall owner. The stall owner scanned it with his spiritual sense and confirmed that the number was correct. He then transferred the spirit stones to his own storage bag and returned Yun Xiongwan's storage bag to her. Sir, this is the correct number. Here, these are your spirit medicines and stones. In this way, more than a dozen spirit medicines and the stone entered Yun Xiongwan's system space. When she left the stall, the system asked curiously, Master, what if he doesn't cooperate and doesn't sell it? Then won't we miss this demon pill? We won't miss it.
Ah?
Have you forgotten that I specially practiced the art of disguise? This face doesn't work. Let's change our face and our routine, and we can always buy it. Hi, really hi. Yun Xiangwan smiled slightly, and her eyes began to search other stalls again. Anything else? System. Are there any other hidden treasures on the street? Really, there is, but it's at the end of the street. You have to walk forward 100 meters. Okay, I'll walk around slowly. Remind me when I get there. She saw that there were quite a few spiritual medicines on the nearby stalls. Although they were not very old, they were of many varieties. Buy more and put them in the stalls for cultivation, so that it will be very convenient to use them for alchemy in the future. So Yun Xiangwan swept along and put all the spiritual medicines on the stalls into her pocket. After a while, Bai Jinjin came back. Junior Master, I didn't see the 7-colored lotus. She was a little frustrated, but soon cheered up. But don't worry, Junior Master, I will definitely take you to find it. Okay. Yun Xiangwan put away the few spiritual medicines she had just bought, and then continued to move forward. Master, the treasure is hidden in the stall on your left. It's a piece of broken animal skin. Animal skin? Yun Xiangwan's heart moved. Generally, such objects in immortal cultivation literature are related to treasures or secret realms. Oh my god, she is going to get rich. Yun Xiangwan took a deep breath, and after calming down, he slowly walked towards the stall. Young master, please come and have a look. I have quite a few spiritual medicines here. Don't worry, I will definitely give you the most affordable price and will never play tricks. The stall owner had been observing Yun Xiangwan for a long time and saw that most of the spiritual medicines he bought along the way were spiritual medicines. Although he looked otherworldly, he knew the prices and years of spiritual medicines very well. Anyway, no matter how cunning the stall owner was, he could not make an extra spiritual stone from her. So he decided to be sincere. Since the boss is so straightforward, I won't be long-winded. I will give you 120,000 low-grade spiritual stones for all your spiritual medicines. Then I want a reward, that's it. Yun Xiangwan pointed to the irregular brown animal skin on the stall. Yes, master, that's it. Although there is nothing on the animal skin, I still feel that it is unusual. Master, you can keep it, it may be of great use in the future. The system jumped around in her sea of consciousness. Yun Xiangwan's expression did not change, still with the look of you can sell it or not. I'm just buying it for fun. Okay, I'll do as you say. Although the 120,000 low-grade spirit stones did not reach the ideal price, it was still possible to make some money. As for the broken animal skin, it was purely kept to fool the right person. It is also a great thing to help him make a deal now. After buying the animal skin they wanted, this alley was considered to have come to an end. After that, Bai Jinjin took her to a shop specializing in selling spiritual medicines. The shop was decorated in an antique style, and each floor was at least hundreds of square meters. Young master, little fairy, what kind of spiritual medicine do you need? The waiter came up to her with a warm and polite smile on his face. Having just wasted too much time in the alley, Yun Xiangwan said directly that she needed a 1,000-year-old 7-colored lotus. Yes, please wait a moment, young master. The waiter turned around and took out a wooden box facing the right direction. After opening it, he handed it to Yun Xiangwan to look at. Yun Xiangwan scanned it with his spiritual sense and found that it was indeed a 1,000-year-old colorful lotus. Not only did the petals have 7 colors, but even the flower stalks were as beautiful as a rainbow, shining brightly. In the end, Yun Xiangwan bought this 1,000-year-old colorful lotus with 380,000 low-grade spirit stones. Not long after leaving Heroine, Yun Xiangwan found that she and Bai Jinjin were being targeted. She deliberately slowed down her pace and thought about countermeasures. Thinking of those sneaky eyes just now in Heroine, it seems that the reason for being targeted is the colorful lotus, and they want to kill people and steal the treasure. Yun Xiangwan detected with his spiritual sense and found 2 mid-stage foundation building and 1 high-stage foundation building. Bai Jinjin was originally in the initial stage of Jindan, but under the cover of the secret technique, she is currently only in the mid-stage foundation building. This is probably why those people would set their sights on the 2 of them. Junior Master, you felt it too, right? Bai Jinjin sent a voice message to Yun Xiangwan. I felt it. 3 foundation-building cultivators. Yun Xiangwan replied. At the same time, she bought 2 strings of candied haws on the street as if nothing had happened, and handed 1 string to Bai Jinjin. Bai Jinjin took it with some surprise. The junior master was really calm. Lure them out of the city and kill them all. Are you sure? Yun Xiangwan bit off a candied haws, and the sour and sweet taste immediately invaded her taste buds. Of course. She is a Jindan cultivator. Shouldn't it be a piece of cake to deal with those 3 little rascals? Okay, then let's walk slowly. After we make sure there are only these 3 followers, we will leave the city. Yun Xiangwan suggested. So, the 2 of them ate and walked around, looking here and there, and it took them nearly an hour to get to the city gate. The 2 exchanged glances and made sure that only the 3 people at the beginning were following them, and then they swaggered out of the city. Seeing the 2 of them leave the city, the 3 people following behind immediately gathered together. Hurry, let's follow them. Second brother, I see those 2 have extraordinary demeanor. Do you think they could be disciples of the sect who are out for training? If they're from the Tianqian sect, we might get into big trouble if we act rashly. The oldest male cultivator said worriedly. Brother, you are always so timid in doing things. So, what if they are disciples of the Tianqian sect? We will just rob them and run away. Brother, second brother is right. There has been a lot of commotion in Luyang City recently, with everyone talking about how the Tianqian sect was sent a declaration of war by the people from the lower 4 sects, but they didn't dare to say a word. 3 months later, the Tianqian sect is 80% no longer in existence. They are now unable to take care of themselves, so how can they have the energy to hunt us down for 1 or 2 disciples? And these 2 have low cultivation bases, one in the foundation establishment stage and the other in the qi condensation stage. In front of the 3 of us brothers, they are like ants. It is easy for us to kill them. After listening to his younger brother's words, the man called the eldest brother also felt that it made sense and that this was feasible. After all, in this world of cultivation, danger and opportunity go hand in hand. If you don't advance, you will retreat. Brother, after we catch up, you will be responsible for dealing with the pretty boy with the lowest cultivation level, and you must kill him with 1. Then we will hold back the girl who is at the initial stage of foundation building, and after you kill the pretty boy, come back to help us. In this way, kill them 1 by 1, they won't even have time to react. Okay, I'll listen to you. Yun Xiangwan and Bai Jinjin were riding on a flying boat, flying forward slowly. The 3 brothers behind them saw that they were not heading in the direction of Tianqian sect, and their eyes became more ferocious and cruel. That jade-faced young master was in Luyang City today, and he spent millions of low-grade spirit stones without blinking an eye. It seems that he must have more treasures and spirit stones on him. As long as they do this, the 3 brothers will not have to worry about cultivation resources for the time being. After the matter is done, they will find a place to hide and retreat, and come out after their cultivation is successful. By then, who would still think that they killed those 2 ants? The 3 brothers were calculating in their hearts. At this moment, the flying boat came to the sky above a mountain forest. With the natural cover of trees, the 3 brothers immediately increased their stealth speed. Soon, it passed the flying boat overhead. The 2 people on the flying boat were not on guard at all, and even began to flirt and tug at each other. This scene gave the 3 brothers greater confidence, and after detecting with their spiritual senses, they quickly decided on the place to start. It was the mountain in front. The flying boat would pass by the mountain, and they just had to get there in advance, and when they passed by, they would suddenly fly out and kill them by surprise. Junior Master. They flew ahead. They should be preparing to ambush us. Bai Jinjin reminded on the flying boat. Yun Xiangwan hugged Bai Jinjin. Jinjin, Junior Master's safety is in your hands. Don't worry, Junior Master. I will protect you. Just as Bai Jinjin finished speaking, a high mountain appeared in front of the flying boat. Yun Xiangwan's mind moved, and the flying boat changed direction and flew to the right side of the mountain. At the moment the flying boat turned, a sword light suddenly slashed from not far away. Bai Jinjin slashed with her backhand, and the 2 energies collided fiercely in front of the flying boat. The aftermath of the explosion hit Yun Xiongwan head-on and immediately blew her away. Junior Master. Bai Jinjin was startled and turned around to save Yun Xiongwan. But as soon as she moved, she was entangled by two foundation-building monks. Yun Xiongwan fell all the way down, and when she was about to fall on the treetops, she struggled to stabilize the flying boat so that she would not hit the ground with her head. Then, she grabbed the edge of the flying boat and stood up, revealing an expression of surviving a disaster. At this moment, there was a murderous aura behind her. Yun Xiongwan's face changed in shock and she shouted, "Wait!" The eldest brother paused, roared with a sinister smile, and swung his double hammers again. He also secretly ridiculed the naivety of this pretty boy. At this time, would he stop if he shouted wait? Today, he would smash this pretty boy into a meat pie with one hammer. But what he didn't expect was that the next second, his hammer hit a sword.
Zang!
For a moment, sparks flew. The rebounding energy wave made the man's palm numb. He widened his eyes in disbelief. How could a cultivator of the 5th level of qi condensation have such great power? But before he could come to his senses, the sword of weight flashed, and the spiritual power surging in his body suddenly stopped. Yes, it stopped without any warning and could not work.
Ah!
The man screamed in horror and then fell straight down from midair. Yun Xiongwan's mind moved, and weight turned into a rainbow light, passing through the man's chest.
Pucci!
The man's eyes widened instantly, then he fell to the ground and spit out another mouthful of blood. He lay on his back on the ground, staring blankly at the small piece of sky through the treetops that were smashed into a mess by his body. Until this point, he still didn't understand what had just happened. Yun Xiongwan came to him quietly, with a slight smile on her lips. Killing people and taking treasures is a good idea. But who is the hunter and who is the prey? Have you figured it out? She said as she released Tunwu from the space. Go, show me what's going on.
Guji!
The slime-like Tunwu suddenly jumped onto the man's stomach, then stretched out several tentacles, reached into the bloody hole in his chest, his nose and mouth, and then frantically absorbed his vitality and spiritual power.
Ah! Ah!
The man widened his eyes in horror and was into a mummy before he could even scream. Even though Yun Xiongwan had witnessed the cruelty of the immortal world and had killed people, the scene in front of her was too weird and brutal, and her scalp numbed when she looked at it. Burp after Tunwu finished absorbing, it burped. Then it waved its fleshy tentacles, as if expressing its joy to Yun Xiongwan. Master, hold on, I'll come to rescue you soon. Bai Jinjin's cry came from mid-air. Suddenly, Yun Xiongwan didn't care about so much. She couldn't let her see the evil and strange creature like Tunwu. So she waved her hand, and Tunwu disappeared from the spot the next second. But she disappeared, and the man's mummy was still there. Xiao Jibai, hurry up, get up, and do some work. Yun Xiongwan thought of his power of the end, which was simply the best partner for killing people and destroying corpses. Okay. Xiao Jibai moved. He opened his mouth and was about to spit out a mouthful of the power of the end. Wait a minute, I'll lick the bag first. Yun Xiongwan immediately called a stop and stretched out her hand. The man's storage bag immediately flew to her hand. The next second, the power of the end, which was like a black flame, fell on the man's body. The places it touched melted at a speed visible to the eye. In just a moment, there was nothing left. And that small ball of the power of the end flew back in front of Xiao Jibai and drilled into his forehead, gentle and harmless. Yun Xiongwan was shocked. At this moment, there was a loud noise in the air. Then, Bai Jinjin's anxious voice sounded. Get out, kill them for me. I'm going to save my junior uncle. Roar. The pink pig, which originally weighed only a few hundred pounds, grew several times larger in an instant. Its eyes flashed with ferocity. It lowered its head slightly and rushed towards the two brothers who were already being beaten back by Bai Jinjin with a pair of sharp fangs that were more than 1 meter long. The two were immediately scared out of their wits and quickly used various magic weapons to resist. However, The shields or attack methods formed by the magic weapons were all smashed by Gun Gun with the force of thunder, without slowing down. Seeing that Gun Gun was in an absolute advantage, Bai Jinjin no longer hesitated and hurried to find Yun Xiongwan. By then, Yun Xiongwan also stepped on the slow fly and flew out of the forest. At a low altitude, the two met and stared at each other. Bai Jinjin looked at the unharmed Yun Xiongwan, opened and closed her mouth again and again, and was speechless for a moment. Junior Master, are you not injured? Junior Master, are you still alive? Bah. Are these questions allowed? I'm fine, the man couldn't beat me and ran away. Yun Xiongwan took the initiative to explain. He can't beat you? Bai Jinjin suspected that she was hallucinating, but when she thought about the secret technique that Junior Uncle contributed to the sect, she understood everything. Junior Uncle, you are not at the initial stage of foundation building, but a Jindan cultivator, right? She felt that she had discovered the truth, and her eyes lit up. Seeing this, Yun Xiongwan couldn't help but knock her on the head. Hurry up and get rid of them and leave here. Villains die because they talk too much. Now that she is no longer a villain, she must stay away from this pit. Okay, Junior Uncle, wait a minute, I'll go and get rid of them. Without any worries, Bai Jinjin, a Jindan cultivator, plus a level 5 demon beast that awakened the blood of a wild beast, dealt with the remaining two people in a very short time. Bai Jinjin rolled up their storage bags and returned to Yun Xiongwan. Gun Gun followed closely behind, looking like a mountain. Yun Xiongwan had to look up to see its full appearance. Moreover, after it grew bigger, its skin took on a metallic luster like steel, and the fat disappeared. It was made of steel and iron, and its claws and fangs shone with a cold light. It was very deterrent. Junior Master, isn't my Gun Gun handsome? Bai Jinjin patted Gun Gun. Very handsome. It didn't look like a pig at all, but had the fierce aura of an ancient wild beast. Upon hearing this, Bai Jinjin put Gun Gun back into the spirit beast storage bag, then moved closer to Yun Xiongwan and took a look at the black bracelet on her right wrist. Junior Master, when will you let your beast pet out for me to see? Get out of here before you can, said Yun Xiongwan, who summoned a flying boat and carried the two of them to the direction of the Tianqian sect. Seeing that she hadn't gotten any useful breath, Bai Jinjin slumped her shoulders in frustration. Before the sun set, the gate of the Tianqian sect finally appeared in their eyes. Before Yun Xiongwan had time to breathe a sigh of relief, several iron chains sprang out from underneath, tightly binding the flying boat and her and Yun Jinjin. The two exchanged glances, followed the force of the iron chains and fell down, and fell into the mountains and forests with a bang. Although she had spiritual power to protect her body, Yun Xiongwan still grimaced in pain. Brother, I caught you. If you want to live, hand over a wisp of your soul. Du Min looked down at the two people who were like dumplings.
Why?
If we hand over our souls, won't we be at your mercy? Bai Jinjin glared at him angrily. Once a cultivator handed over his soul, his life and death would be controlled by the other party. Yun Xiongwan didn't say anything, but looked around calmly. There were 4 people in total. The one with the highest cultivation was the man called Senior Brother, who had the cultivation of the initial stage of Jindan. The other 3 were all in the foundation building stage. Now that you have fallen into our hands, you only have 2 choices. 1. Hand over a wisp of soul, and let us drive you. 2. I will send you to Hades now.
Du Min sneered.
Don't think about asking the sect for help, and don't try to escape. You are with the immortal binding rope, which even Jindan cultivators can't break free from. Immortal binding rope? What a good thing. Yun Xiongwan's eyes lit up. Master, it's time now. Don't think about the immortal binding rope, but think about how to escape. And that wisp of soul must not be given. If they are in a bad mood and play with it, you, the master, will become an idiot even if you are lucky enough not to die. The system wailed in Yun Xiongwan's mind. What's the hurry? Stay calm. Although Yun Xiongwan said this, he was communicating with Xiao Jibai secretly. It's time for you to save the master. Quietly bite off this bundle of fairy ropes.
Yeah.
After Xiao Jibai agreed, Yun Xiongwan felt much more at ease. Who are you? What do you want to do? I advise you to let us go right now. Otherwise, when my master comes, I will kill you one by one. Bai really didn't understand. Didn't these people say in the morning that they wanted to capture the junior uncle and the junior brothers and sisters? Why did they change their minds now? Did they find out that the junior uncle was dressed as a man? But the look in the junior uncle's eyes just now must have a way to deal with them, right? It seems that you really won't cry until you see the coffin. Du Min finished speaking and winked at the junior brother next to him with a cold face. Yes, senior brother. After receiving the order, the man came to Yin Xiangwan and Bai Jinjin with a long sword in his hand. Swish, the sharp blade was pressed against Yin Xiangwan's neck. Hand over a wisp of soul, or I will kill you now. Little junior brother. Bai Jinjin's heart was suddenly hanging. Don't hurt my junior brother. Come to me if you have anything to say. Oh, this girl is really loyal, and she even knows to change her name. Her mind is quite fast. Yun Xiangwan was relieved, but seeing that the sword that was against her neck was about to fall on Bai Jinjin, she hurriedly begged for mercy. Hey, don't be impulsive, let's talk it out. Isn't it just a wisp of soul? We can give it, but you have to tell us clearly what you want us to do first. Bai Jinjin turned her head and looked at Yin Xiangwan in shock. What was the junior uncle talking about? Du Min narrowed his eyes slightly and warned sternly. Don't try to play tricks in front of me, otherwise you won't know how you died. How can we play tricks in front of you when one of us is at the initial stage of foundation building and the other is at the 5th stage of qi condensation? We just want to make sure whether we should die now or try our best and switch to your sect. Yun Xiangwan said cautiously.
Oh?
What do you mean? Du Min seemed to be a little interested. This man actually wanted to switch to the sect. It seems that the Tianxian sect is not as solid as the master said. It seems that his decision this time is very correct, and it is very likely to make a great contribution. You see, our cultivation is low, and we are usually responsible for logistics support in the sect. If you suddenly let us assassinate Elder Ziying, then we might as well die here and not bear the crime of being traitors to the sect. When Yun Xiangwan said this, she deliberately stretched her neck, indicating that if you really plan to do that, you might as well cut her neck now. Don't worry, I won't let you do such a difficult task. Du Min glanced at Yun Xiangwan with contempt and then took out a portrait from the storage bag. Do you know these people? The first few people were taken back to the sect by your great elder Ziying. Yun Xiangwan blinked, looking at the lifelike portraits. She was very impressed. The paintings were so good, if there was a chance, I really wanted to meet them. Yes, that Yun Xiangwan. She is so beautiful, simply stunning, unforgettable. The children are also very cute. They will come to me to play when they have nothing to do, and I have a good relationship with them. When Yun Xiangwan said these words, her peach blossom eyes were shining, proving that she really liked them. Bai Jinjin on the side suddenly shuddered, shaking off goosebumps. She had learned a lot today. There are people who don't blush or feel nervous when praising themselves. You said you have a good relationship with them? Then go back now and bring them here to see me tomorrow. Can you do it?
Du Min persuaded.
Yes, no problem at all. I can do this task. Yun Xiangwan said quickly. Seeing her serious look, Bai Jinjin almost couldn't hold back her laughter and quickly reached out to cover her face. Give me a wisp of your soul now, and then you can go back. If you don't bring the person before noon tomorrow, don't blame me for being ruthless.
Du Min trickned.
Soul? Yun Xiangwan was a little entangled, and then she lazily lifted her eyelids. But what if I don't want to hand it over? Looking for death. Du Min swung his hand, and a sharp sword energy went straight to Yun Xiangwan's face. But when the sword energy was less than 1 meter away, a sword suddenly stretched out from the side.
Zang!
It was Bai Jinjin. She stood up at this critical moment, blocked the sword energy that was enough to take Yun Xiangwan's life with her own life weapon, and kicked away the foundation-building cultivator who was holding the sword against her.
What?
You actually broke free from the immortal rope. Du Min's pupils trembled, but he did not have time to be shocked. Bai Jinjin had already turned around and attacked him. You have the nerve to call a mere heavenly-grade magic weapon a fairy rope. Should I say that you people from the Xianjian sect are stupid or ridiculous? You actually dared to act wildly at the gate of my Tianxian sect, looking for death. The spiritual power pressure that erupted at this moment was not from the foundation building stage. It was clearly the same Jindan stage as him. I'll hold her back first, and you quickly get rid of that kid. The Tianxian sect's main gate was only a few kilometers away, and they had to make a quick decision. Otherwise, if Ziying was attracted here, none of them would be able to escape. Okay, brother. The Xianjian sect disciple who was kicked back stopped his retreat with difficulty, and then used the sword as a pen, draw a circle in front of him. As the spiritual power surged, countless lightsabers suddenly appeared in the light blue light circle, pointing at Yun Xiangwan at the other end. You dare to play tricks on us? You deserve to die. He shouted fiercely, and when he swung his sword, thousands of swords were fired at the same time. This kid at the 3rd level of Qi condensation was dead. Shwa, shwa, shwa. The sharp sword whistled, the sword energy vibrated, blowing up Yun Xiangwan's robe, and her black hair tied into a high ponytail also danced wildly. Yun Xiangwan stood up without changing her expression, and then shouted, "Wait a minute. Could this man be a reinforcement sent by the monkey, or was he just here to make fun of her?" At such a critical moment, did he think that shouting "wait a minute" would make them stop? Today, he must die. The man's eyes turned cold, and the speed of the flying sword increased again. In a moment, it was in front of Yun Xiangwan. But at this moment, a sword suddenly appeared in front of her. The sword seemed ordinary, but the man just took a look at it, and his breath was choked. Then, his spiritual power went out of control, and the flying sword that was originally in a devastating momentum also stopped a few inches away from Yun Xiangwan's face, and could not move forward at all.
How?
How could this happen? The man was horrified. The spiritual power he had cultivated so hard was not listening to him. This was simply unheard of. I can't tell you this. Yun Xiangwan smiled gently and kindly. Then he uttered a word.
Destroy.
Dozens of flying swords shattered into an instant, and the man's face turned pale, and then blood flowed from his 7 orifices, and his body fell straight back to the ground. It happened so quickly, from the time the man attacked to his death. It was only a short period of more than 10 breaths.
You.
What did you do to your junior brother? The faces of the other 2 men suddenly turned pale. They thought that their junior brother would be able to deal with this 5th-level Qi condensation kid easily, but they never expected that in the blink of an eye, their junior brother was killed by this stinky boy. The method was quite strange. This is not the Tianxian sect's practice at all. Yun Xiangwan took it and waited, gently wiped the sword body, with a speechless face. Why are these questions over and over again? If you want to know what I did to him, why don't you experience it yourself? As soon as the voice fell, the origin of destruction was launched at the same time. The 2 late-stage foundation-building cultivators were shocked, bleeding from their 7 orifices, and then fell to the ground with a bang. In an instant he died. The first person below the Jindan level is not just talking.
Bang. Boom.
Not far away, the spiritual power was surging, rocks were flying, and trees fell in rows, showing how fierce the battle was. They should not have the energy to pay attention to these. Yun Xiangwan thought of this, and quickly released Tunwu. This vitality and spiritual power cannot be wasted, and there are also their storage bags. Killing people without looting the bag. Isn't that a fool? Oh, right. The immortal binding rope that Xiao Jibai melted with the power of the end. Although the heavenly grade magic weapon is not worthy of the name of immortal binding, it is still very useful after it is repaired. Put it into the space. Put it all into the space. Yun Xiangwan cleaned up the battlefield as quickly as possible and then flew to find Bai Jinjin. Looking closer, the 2 were fighting in full swing. When Du Min saw the intact Yun Xiangwan, he was shocked and shouted, "How is this possible? Where are my junior brothers?" After a closer look, where are the junior brothers? They have all disappeared, leaving no trace of their presence. How could this happen? Du Min suddenly felt a chill down his spine, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes when he looked at Yun Xiangwan. That brat, has he been playing dumb? What did you do to my junior brothers? Du Min was furious, And then he slapped his storage bag and took out a bronze mirror. Mind-capturing mirror, go. Don't even think about hurting my junior uncle. Gungun, come out. Bai Jinjin saw Du Min offering up his magic weapon, and she also summoned her contracted beast. As soon as Gungun appeared, his body instantly grew larger, and he roared and pushed towards Du Min. Du Min's pupils constricted, his spiritual power was running to the limit, and he quickly dodged. Yun Xiongwan on the other side was not much better. The heart capture mirror locked onto her, and the green divine light it emitted made Yun Xiongwan's mind unstable and gave rise to illusions. She could only keep dodging. Heart capture realm, right? It will be hers in a moment. Jinjin, attack more fiercely. She gritted her teeth and sent a message to Bai Jinjin. Little master, hold on for a while. I will kill him now. After Bai Jinjin finished speaking, she also attacked with a sword. One man and one beast, Du Min was defeated step by step. He could no longer distract himself to deal with Yun Xiongwan, so he took back the heart capture mirror. Yun Xiongwan glanced at the heart capture mirror that flew away with some reluctance, and then used all her strength to mobilize the original power in her body. Although the foundation is built on the golden core, there is only one major realm. But this realm is a natural barrier that blocks countless people. Golden core cultivators can crush foundation-building cultivators in any aspect. There is already a qualitative difference between them. Therefore, although Yun Xiongwan's original power is strong, she cannot kill Du Min like she killed a foundation-building cultivator. Even if she uses it a little more obviously, Du Min is likely to notice it and cause irreversible damage to herself. Therefore, she must be careful. In mid-air, Du Min took out several magic weapons, but they were all broken by Gun Gun and Bai Jinjin. He and Bai Jinjin were originally cultivators of the same level, and with Bai Gun Gun a level 5 demon beast, he naturally had no power to resist. You forced me to do this. Du Min, who was forced into a desperate situation, suddenly took out a red pill. After taking the pill, his body burst into a huge red light, and as the light flashed, red lines began to appear on his face, looking hideous and terrifying. Yun Xiongwan also clearly felt his aura, which quickly rose from the initial stage of the golden elixir to the middle, high, and peak of the golden elixir. Peak perfection. Half-step yuanying. Uncle Junior, this man has taken the explosion pill, which is a 6th grade pill that can instantly raise one's cultivation. He is now at the level of a half-step yuanying, so you should stay away. Bai Jinjin sent a message to Yun Xiongwan and then led Gun Gun to rush towards him. Isn't it just a cross-level battle? She loves it. Gun Gun, stab him to death. Roar. Yun Xiongwan looked at the master and servant, and her eyelids jumped. Gun Gun awakened the blood of the wild beast, and his combat power at the 5th intermediate level was not much inferior to that of Du Min, who was at the half-step yuanying. But once they fought, they were still suppressed. Yun Xiongwan observed for a while, and after making sure that the two of them would not be defeated in a short time, she sat cross-legged on the spot. She wanted to use her own original power to connect with Du Min's spiritual power and resonate. Even if she could only control him for a second, Bai Jinjin and Gun Gun would be able to win. Yun Xiongwan closed her eyes, and the power of origin immediately turned into 5-color energy, spreading towards Du Min. In her consciousness, the power of origin was like a fine spider web. Due to the characteristics of energy, it can be integrated with any energy or matter, and it is extremely difficult to detect. Not to mention Du Min, who was in a frenzy after taking the elixir to improve his cultivation. It's just that they moved too fast in the battle, and it takes a certain amount of time to lock. Finally, after Yun Xiongwan's efforts, her power of origin successfully invaded Du Min's body. But at this time, the spiritual power in his meridians was like boiling water, and the moment Yun Xiongwan's power of origin entered, it would be submerged. In desperation, she could only increase the output. When the power of origin in Du Min's body reached a certain amount, Yun Xiongwan sent a voice message to Bai Jinjin. Jinjin, pay attention. I will control him for a few seconds later. You seize the opportunity and try to make him lose his ability to move within one move.
What?
Control for a few seconds? Although Bai Jinjin didn't quite understand the word, the junior master would definitely not joke with her, so Du Min would reveal his flaws later. Thinking of this, she took out a top-grade Earth-level talisman from the space, held it in her palm, and silently infused it with spiritual power. Resonance reversal. Yun Xiangwan opened her eyes. At the same time, Du Min's sword attack paused. His breath was unstable, and he widened his eyes in horror.
Go.
Bai Jinjin seized this opportunity and immediately threw the talisman filled with spiritual power in Du Min's face. Earth-shattering star.
Bang.
The explosive power of the top-grade Earth-level talisman directly raised a small mushroom cloud on the spot. The aftermath of the explosion swept Bai Jinjin and Gungun away, and the trees around the explosion point were even broken in half, spreading for several miles. Yun Xiangwan was dumbfounded. Is the talisman so powerful? Fortunately, she was not at the same height as the explosion point. After the smoke dissipated, Yun Xiangwan stood up, patted the dust, and walked over. Du Min was in a big pit. His whole body was blown into a bloody mess, and he had lost consciousness. Uncle Master, how do we deal with this man? At this moment, Bai Jinjin also came over. Yun Xiangwan's folding fan appeared again in her hand, and she gently fanned it with a smile on her face. Take him back to the sect. Maybe we can get some useful information from him. We must learn to recycle waste, understand? Yun Xiangwan and Bai Jinjin took Du Min back to the sect. Uncle Master, I'll tell Master right away. After Bai Jinjin finished speaking, she immediately contacted Ziying with a jade slip and explained the general situation. Yun Xiangwan threw Du Min on the floor and then sat down on the chair. Don't say it, it's really a bit tiring. It's still very difficult to control someone who is one realm higher than herself. If she can break through the middle stage of the origin realm, it may be much easier. No, she has to take some time to practice the Book of Origin. After a while, Bai Jinjin came to Yun Xiangwan with the jade slip. Junior uncle, my master said that my junior brother is facing a critical period of breakthrough. She can't come, so she asked you to handle it yourself.
Ah? Me?
Yun Xiangwan pointed at his nose.
Yeah.
Bai Jinjin nodded and smiled. Master said she believes in you, and you will handle it very well. Yun Xiangwan was very upset when he heard this, and then looked at Du Min, who was lying on the ground with more exhalation than inhalation. Okay, then I'll take him back to the cave. Okay, junior uncle. I also gained a lot of insights in this battle. It's time to practice in seclusion. After waving goodbye to Bai Jinjin, Yun Xiangwan rolled Du Min back to his own cave.
Bang.
After entering the room, she threw him to the ground in the yard. The bluestone slab was cold and hard. Du Min was already seriously injured. The fall seemed to have dislocated all his internal organs, and he woke up in pain.
Puff.
He opened his mouth and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Yun Xiangwan walked up to him and looked down at him. Awake? Du Min opened his eyes and saw the toes of Yun Xiangwan. As one of the direct disciples of Elder Lu of the Xianjian sect, he had never been so embarrassed. But now, he couldn't even look up at that person's eyes and let her see the anger in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and tried to mobilize the spiritual power in his body. But his tendons and veins had been ruptured, and the slightest movement would cause extreme pain. The golden elixir in the spiritual palace had also cracked and was at risk of breaking at any time. How could this be? They were just a cultivator who was building a foundation and a cultivator who was condensing qi. He had made a special plan to ensure that everything would be safe and bring back the one named Xiao Yanling for his master. Unexpectedly, the two of them hid their cultivation from the beginning. They thought they were hunters, but in the blink of an eye they became someone else's prey.
You. Who are you?
This person looked harmless, but in fact he was more dangerous than the one named Bai Jinjin. I guess you are Luyu's disciple? In addition to squatting and waiting for an opportunity to capture Yun Xiangwan and the 4 children, do you have any other purpose? Yun Xiangwan saw that he couldn't raise his head, so he simply squatted down to talk to him. You know my identity. Why don't you let me go? Du Min was extremely angry, and his eyes turned red with anger, like a trapped beast. Boy, Don't you know your current situation? Yun Xiongwan said, and raised his hand to slap Du Min on the back of the head.
Bang!
The force made Du Min's forehead slam into the hard stone slab, making a dull sound. He spit out another mouthful of blood while he was dizzy. The injury was great, and the insult was extremely strong.
You.
It won't be long before your sect will no longer exist. So, I advise you to be nice to me now. Otherwise, I will make you live a life worse than death in the future, Du Min gritted his teeth. Don't worry, if you don't tell the truth, I won't let you live until that time. Yun Xiongwan patted his head with a smile. After suffering several losses in succession, Du Min finally understood. This man did not play by the rules and was cruel and ruthless. His threats had no effect on him. No, he must survive. As long as he found an opportunity and asked his master for help, he would be able to walk out of Tianqian's sect safely. More than 2 months later, he would be able to witness the demise of Tianqian's sect with his own eyes. By then, he would definitely ask his master for this person and inflict on him everything he had suffered today 1,000 times. Du Min exhaled lightly, and after slightly relieving the pain in his body, he spoke with difficulty. What do you want to know? As you thought, my master is indeed Lu Yu, the 7th elder of Xianjian's sect. Well, I guess that. Yun Xiongwan nodded and asked. Then your goal is to bring Yun Xiongwan and her 4 children back. If it doesn't work, it would be fine if we can catch the one named Xiao Yanling. Du Min got a little angry when he said this. I don't know why the master is so obsessed with a child. He obviously already has 7 disciples under him. What's so good about Xiao Yanling? Is that so? So besides these, there are no other tasks? If that old man Lu Yu falls into her hands one day, she will definitely dig out his spine. Although Yun Xiongwan thought so in her heart, her face was still warm, and the interrogation was just like a daily chat between friends. It is also responsible for monitoring the Tianqian sect. If there is any unusual movement, report it to the sect immediately. Du Min became more and more calm as he spoke. Anyway, the Tianqian sect was about to disappear. He just had to save his life during this period, and he would have time to take revenge later. Therefore, he began to persuade Yun Xiongwan instead. With the strength of the Tianqian sect, it is bound to lose in the competition in more than 2 months. Instead of becoming a stray dog at that time, it is better to join our Xianjian sect now. We had no ill intentions, it's just that my master cherishes talents and wants to take in more disciples. Cherish talents? Yun Xiongwan smiled, and then she patted Du Min's head. Give me a wisp of your soul. You will regret it in the future if you treat me like this now.
Du Min fällt so unkomfortable.
He didn't expect that he would turn against Tiangang so soon, and he would be the one forced to hand over his soul. You don't want to hand it over, right? Yun Xiongwan said, and stood up and raised her foot. Stop, I'll hand it over. Du Min reluctantly forced out a wisp of soul, and Yun Xiongwan put it into her sea of consciousness. If he did anything that was not in her favor, she only needed a thought to make his soul fly away. Now, hand over your space ring. Yun Xiongwan stretched out her hand. Although this man was not dead yet, it did not prevent her from wanting his space ring. The direct disciple of the elder of the Xianjian sect, how could he be without that magic weapon? Why do you want my space ring?
Du Min looked defensive.
What do you think? Hurry up, otherwise I can't talk about humanitarianism. I am very good at abusing prisoners, Yun Xiongwan said, and was about to kick again. Du Min widened his eyes in disbelief, and uttered after a long while. Tianqian sect is a famous and upright sect. Why does this person act like a demon cultivator? No moral principles at all. Tianqian sect is, but I am not. Hurry up, and by the way, I will release your consciousness so that I won't cause you secondary damage by being violent. Yun Xiongwan reiterated, and at the same time put pressure on the soul of Du Min in the sea of consciousness. Du Min was shaking with pain. I'll give it. He had no doubt that Yun Xiongwan's means could only be used to surrender. After getting Du Min's space ring, Yun Xiongwan smiled with satisfaction. Then you should heal your wounds. I won't accompany you anymore. After that, she went back to the house. Du Min lay in the yard for a long time before he recovered some strength. He struggled to get up, and then sat cross-legged. However, such a simple action aggravated his injuries. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then his eyes looked towards the room where Yun Xiangwan was, as if poisoned. But what Du Min didn't know was that at this moment, Yun Xiangwan was in space, counting today's spoils of war.
Yo.
Earth-grade magic weapon, 6th-grade elixir, 5,000-year-old spiritual medicine, and more than one. Sure enough, no matter it is a magic weapon or something else, it is fastest to get it by robbing. Finally, Yun Xiangwan opened Du Min's space ring with great anticipation. There are all kinds of magic tools, elixirs, spiritual medicines, talismans, talisman treasures, formations, etc., and the grades are not low. There are even millions of low-grade spirit stones and hundreds of thousands of medium-grade spirit stones, and even thousands of high-grade spirit stones. He is worthy of being the direct disciple of Luyu. His family background is really rich, which makes her a little jealous. Master, come and see. At this moment, the puppy jumped to Yun Xiangwan's feet and rubbed her skirt.
Huh.
What happened? Yun Xiangwan put away all the magic weapons and walked over with the puppy transformed by the system. In the medicine field, the Qianyuan root she had planted before not only survived, but also grew branches. Since it can be cultivated, it proves that she will have endless Qianyuan roots in the future. Oh, right, the 7-colored lotus. Yun Xiangwan thought of this and immediately used her spiritual sense to dig out a pool of water. After injecting spiritual spring water, put the 7-colored lotus in it. Although there is only one flower, it should be able to take root and sprout under the nourishment of spiritual spring water. There are other spiritual medicines, which are also planted in the medicine field. At the same time, Yun Xiangwan also adjusted the time flow rate of the space to the fastest. After doing all this, she came under the world tree and closed her eyes to practice. Before the sect competition, she must break through the middle level of the origin realm. Ordinary spiritual resonance is no longer enough. Initial stage of the origin realm, resonance secret technique. Originally, it was an auxiliary skill, but if it was used in the opposite way, it could also burst out with extremely strong lethality. Origin. What exactly is the origin? Yun Xiangwan pondered, and in her Dantian spiritual sea, the white origin power was like a calm lake. As she thought, the lake's surface gradually began to ripple, spreading outward in circles. Suddenly, images began to appear on the lake's surface. In the silent and deep dark space, a white, nearly transparent energy suddenly jumped out. It has no attributes and no shape. But it can be energy of any attribute, and it can also change into various shapes. Perhaps it was too lonely. It split into many kinds of energy and dissipated between heaven and earth. Then it derived many creatures, flowers, plants, and trees. Everything in this world is closely related to it. When it is happy, everything celebrates. When it is angry, it is the end of the world. Therefore, the power of the origin is the origin of the world. It is invisible and colorless, but it has all the colors of all living things. Monks and spiritual power also originated from it. Therefore, Yun Xiangwan can use her own original power to control the spiritual power of other cultivators. Then, why is her original power white? Is it her subjective consciousness that has shackled the original power? The original power should not have any form of appearance. As soon as this thought came up, the white energy in the Dantian spiritual sea suddenly exploded. They were boiling, sweeping, shaking, and finally, they converged to the center. Gradually, the wind and waves faded, leaving only a transparent energy the size of a soybean in the air. That was the true origin of the world. Therefore, what she used before was incomplete energy. Swish, swish. In the space, the world tree suddenly trembled. Yun Xiangwan, who was sitting below, had black hair that moved without wind, and her whole body exuded a holy white light, spreading out in circles. With each spread, the area of the system space would become wider and wider. However, in just a few breaths, the area of the system space was nearly twice as large as before. The spiritual medicine in the medicine field also rose a lot in an instant, and their branches and leaves swayed rhythmically, as if performing some kind of mysterious ritual. At that time, Yun Xiongwan's cultivation level rose from the initial stage of foundation building to the advanced stage of foundation building, directly skipping the intermediate stage. The technique she practiced, the Book of Origin, also went from the initial stage of the origin realm to the peak of perfection. Only one step away, and I can break through to the evolution realm. Yun Xiongwan opened her eyes with a swish sound, and a halo flickered in her eyes. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth. Various energy colors, until they turned transparent and disappeared. I understand. Only when the power of the origin is condensed and sublimated can the true origin of the world be derived. She stretched out her right hand, and the transparent energy the size of a soybean appeared on the palm of her hand. With Yun Xiongwan's thoughts, it can transform into any form of any 5-element energy. So much power of the origin is condensed to form such a world origin, but with it, it will definitely be easier for me to control the spiritual power of high-level cultivators in the future. As for the effect, she still has to find someone to try it out specifically. No, wait until the life and death decisive battle, and then try it again, but it will be blind. Master, congratulations on breaking through the high-level foundation building, and the space has also been upgraded to the 3rd level. The current speed of time that you can control is 100 times. Hearing the report from the system, Yun Xiongwan's eyes lit up. If it's 100 times, my Qianyuan root can be cultivated in advance. As she spoke, she directly increased the space flow rate to the fastest. It's cool to cheat all the time. Yun Xiongwan felt that she was full of power now, and she left the space with a smile. In the yard, Du Min, who was recuperating from his injuries, heard the sound of the door opening and immediately opened his eyes with a vigilant look. But when he saw another completely different face, still a girl, he widened his eyes in disbelief. No, why does this face look so familiar? Du Min subconsciously wanted to take out the portrait from the space ring, but when he touched his left index finger, he felt that it was bare, and then he realized that his space ring was snatched away by the black-hearted pretty boy.
You.
Are you Yun Xiongwan? The fake daughter of the city lord's mansion from Bayou City? After Du Min asked, he couldn't help but look behind her, and there was no sign of the pretty boy.
His face changed.
Could it be that the ruthless and black-handed pretty boy, who didn't play by the rules, was pretended by this woman? You know it very well. Yun Xiongwan smiled harmlessly again. It was just that her pair of intoxicating peach blossom eyes looked at everyone with a bit of tenderness. Plus the teardrop mole at the end of her eye, it added to her charm. She was beautiful, but Du Min was tense and nervous when she approached her. You are a woman dressed as a man.
No?
Yun Xiongwan crossed her arms across her chest. Du Min choked and didn't answer. He didn't know what Yun Xiongwan was up to. Why did she go in and come out so quickly, without giving him a chance to breathe? Du Min didn't know that Yun Xiongwan had been in the space for at least several days. It's just that the speed of time in the 2 worlds is different. In Du Min's eyes, it was just a short time. Don't be nervous. As long as you are good, I won't beat you. Yun Xiongwan said this, and a jade bottle appeared in her right hand. She held the jade bottle forward. Drink it. Du Min's face was full of rejection. Yun Xiongwan raised her eyebrows and slightly lifted her chin. The meaning was very clear, and the main threat was a threat. The two of them were deadlocked for only a few seconds, and Du Min could not hold on any longer. He had already handed over a wisp of his soul, and his life and death had long been controlled by Yun Xiongwan. Therefore, even if the jade bottle contained a deadly poison, it would make no difference whether he drank it or not. After thinking it through, Du Min did not hesitate. He reached out to take the jade bottle, and then raised his head to drink it all. After drinking it, he returned the jade bottle to Yun Xiongwan and closed his eyes to wait for death. He thought that he could not go back to the Xianjian sect. If he was not eager for quick success and instant benefits, and was not in a hurry to please his master, and patiently waited for the opportunity. Oh no, for a sinister villain like Yun Xiongwan, even if he did not take the initiative to attack, he would likely become her prey. Thinking about it, Du Min was almost depressed. Maybe he shouldn't have competed with his senior brothers and junior brothers to take on this task. Now, he can only hope that his master can avenge him. Yun Xiongwan watched his expression change from time to time, thinking that this man has a lot of psychological activities. Not long after, he opened his eyes in confusion. You didn't poison me? Yun Xiongwan glanced at him speechlessly. Your soul is under my control, and I still poison you? Isn't that a waste of resources? Wasting resources hurts the heart.
Then you.
Du Min hadn't finished his words when he felt a faint warmth and numbness in the broken meridians in his body, which were being repaired by a mysterious force. Even the pain was relieved a lot. Take good care of it. But it's best not to have any crooked ideas, otherwise I won't be polite. Yun Xiongwan warned. Du Min's scalp numbed when he was looked at by her eyes, but he couldn't care so much now and quickly used the unknown elixir he had just drunk to heal his wounds. The latter looked at Du Min meaningfully. 10 days later, as the alchemy furnace trembled and white light flashed frequently, Yun Xiongwan, who was sitting cross-legged opposite, was shaking her hands while casting a spell, and beads of sweat were rolling down her forehead from time to time. The system was anxious, and then it took out a handkerchief from somewhere, jumped onto Yun Xiongwan's shoulder, and held it with its little paws to wipe her sweat. Seeing that the origin fire and mental power were almost exhausted, Yun Xiongwan was doing two things at once, drawing the spiritual spring water and taking a big sip. After swallowing the spiritual spring water, she took 2 more wheeling pills. In this way, the origin fire could barely stabilize the Qianyuan creation pill that was being fused in the furnace. Before this, she had already ruined 2 furnaces. 3 times is the limit, and she must not fail again this time. However, forcibly refining a 5th-grade pill consumes extremely terrifying amounts of origin fire and mental power. Yun Xiongwan stared at the golden liquid that was gradually merging and condensing in the furnace, and continued to output the origin fire. The white flames danced, accelerating the solidification of the pill. But the pill and the furnace were like a water pump, and Yun Xiongwan soon felt her body being emptied again. At this time, the black bracelet on Yun Xiongwan's wrist moved. It flew behind Yun Xiongwan like lightning and turned into a main body about 10 meters long and landed with a bang. Then it opened its snake mouth wide, spitting out a black energy column from it, injecting it into her body. At the same time, the complex and mysterious magic circle appeared under the man and the beast again, and the Taoist patterns in it were still rotating. It was gorgeous and beautiful, and it was dazzling. Yun Xiongwan, who received the energy, was shocked all over and almost couldn't control the output energy, causing the furnace to explode. She gathered her mind and condensed it into a pill in one go. Ding! At the moment the pill was made, colorful rays of light appeared in the middle-grade yellow-grade pill furnace. Seeing that the pill had been refined, Xiao Jibai withdrew his power, turned into a small black snake, and returned to Yun Xiongwan's wrist. Thank you. Otherwise my furnace of elixirs would fail again. Yun Xiongwan breathed a sigh of relief, then stretched out a finger and tapped his little head. This is what I should do. Xiao Jibai's pleasant voice echoed in his ears, making people feel warm. It came in handy at the critical moment. Yun Xiongwan smiled, then turned his head to look at the alchemy furnace 2 meters away. The top cover opened, and then a golden elixir smaller than a quail egg slowly flew out of it. Yun Xiongwan quickly took out a white jade bottle and put it in. The power of this medicine cannot be dissipated in the slightest, so as not to affect the effect. If Ziying does not recover well, Tianxian's sect will be in danger. Then, Yun Xiongwan stood up and patted the non-existent dust on his ace. Du Min should have recovered almost completely, right? It's time to collect some interest on the investment made in him these days. When Yun Xiongwan appeared in front of Du Min again, he was obviously not as nervous as before, but the arrogance on his face was gone, and he was cautious everywhere. You, what do you want from me? Come, attack me. Yun Xiongwan suddenly said something shocking. What did you say? What is this guy planning? Du Min was full of uneasiness. Hurry up, Yun Xiangwan urged. Okay, you asked me to attack, Du Min said, and then he made a fist with his right hand and hit Yun Xiangwan's face fiercely. If possible, he really wanted to smash this face. He wanted to rub his dignity as a child of destiny on the ground. Yun Xiangwan dodged, and as they fought back and forth, she quietly mobilized that drop of origin. In an instant, Du Min's vein map appeared clearly in Yun Xiangwan's sea of consciousness. This map not only showed the spiritual power surging in his meridians, but even the golden elixir could be seen clearly. And the drop of origin aimed at Du Min's golden elixir and drilled into it at once. In an instant, the golden elixir changed color and spread throughout the body at an extremely terrifying speed. And Du Min himself once again tasted the helplessness of being cut off from his own spiritual power. No, this time it was different. He couldn't even feel the existence of his golden elixir. Du Min's pupils shook violently, and he was full of horror. What did this woman do to him? He had been wandering around Shenlin continent for nearly 30 years, and he had never encountered such a strange situation. At this moment, as long as Yun Xiangwan had a thought, Du Min would definitely explode and die. So, how much cultivation could she increase for others? Thinking of this, Yun Xiangwan turned her killing move into a cultivation increase. In an instant, Du Min's golden elixir and spiritual power started to work again. He was emitting golden light all over his body, and his cultivation rose from the early stage of golden elixir to the peak of golden elixir. In this way, if she increased Ziying's cultivation during the sect competition, could Ziying transcend the shackles of the nascent soul and become a cultivator of the god transformation stage? At the same time, she would not be restricted by the rules of heaven and earth like a real cultivator of the god transformation stage. But before Yun Xiangwan had time to be happy, she found that the drop of world origin that she had condensed with great difficulty was gone. It seems that this cheat can't be too outrageous. On this day, Yun Xiangwan received a jade slip message from Ziying. Junior sister, we are out of the secret realm. Come to the sect master hall to gather together. The sect master hall is the bronze hall with the highest altitude, the most magnificent and domineering appearance. When Yun Xiangwan arrived, four children were standing in the front yard of the sect master hall, looking at her eagerly. She put away her hesitation, and when she was only 2 or 3 meters away from the children, she suddenly showed a gentle and bright smile and opened her arms at the same time. Come on, hug me. As soon as these 4 words came out, Xiao Yue was the first to be unable to hold back. Her eyes instantly reddened, and she ran towards Yun Xiangwan in 2 steps, and then plunged into her arms. Xiao Xianling was the same. They were often together before, so she didn't feel it. But after being apart for nearly a month, she was almost drowned by longing. Mom misses you so much. Yun Xiangwan hugged them tightly, and then kissed them on the left and right cheeks. Since she entered the book, it was the first time that she had been separated from the children for such a long time. It was okay when she was busy, but once she stopped, various pictures of the children would unconsciously emerge in her mind. It turns out that missing you has already become a disaster. Mom, we miss you too. Cultivating in the secret realm, with opportunities and dangers, the nerves are always tense. But when they saw their mother, the surroundings became quiet and their bodies and minds relaxed. Her breathing made them feel at ease. Be good, Mom knows everything. Yun Xiangwan put her palms on the back of their heads and gently comforted them. When they calmed down, they automatically stepped away embarrassedly. At this time, Yun Xiangwan looked at the 2 older ones again and raised her eyebrows. Why, don't you miss me? Yes. Xiao Yanqing nodded sincerely. I will miss you reluctantly. Although Xiao Yanling said this, he couldn't help but feel red in the corners of his eyes when he fell into Yun Xiangwan's warm embrace. When he faced life and death tests several times in the secret realm, his heart was never touched. He was not afraid of death, but every time he defeated the monsters in the secret realm, he subconsciously looked for those eyes full of admiration and pride.
You.
Yun Xiongwan couldn't help but pull Xiao Yanling's hair, but her tone was full of doting. Have you had enough? Come in quickly. At this warm moment, a slightly teasing voice came from the hall.
It was Ziying.
When Yun Xiongwan led the children in, she saw her sitting on the main seat, drinking a bottle of milk tea in her hand. Her face was ruddy, and her eyes were shining. She was no longer pale and lonely when she first met. Yes, Ziying seemed unrestrained and uninhibited, but the heavy responsibility on her shoulders and the shattered nascent soul had long made her breathless. But she couldn't fall down, and she didn't dare to fall down. Now that Tianxian's sect has fresh blood injected, her own body is also recovering day by day. In the sect competition 2 months later, she is confident that she will defeat the people from the lower 4 sects. Senior sister. Yun Xiongwan bowed and greeted. Junior sister, there is no need to be polite. Sit down quickly. Ziying waved her hand with a smile on her face. She was already bright, and her light shone even brighter. Children, you can sit down too. There were many chairs in the hall, which could accommodate everyone. Junior sister, your 4 children are really gifted. In just 1 month, they have all made breakthroughs. Looking at these 4 children, Ziying was also very satisfied. The disciples she had accepted before were good, but except for the eldest disciple Zhao Yuqing, they were a bit weird, which sometimes gave her a headache. But these 4 children are all pure geniuses, and they have been taught very well by Yun Xiongwan. They are brave, tenacious, smart, and never drag their feet when it comes to action. As soon as Ziying said this, the 4 children all straightened their chests unconsciously. My children are naturally excellent. Yun Xiongwan also spoke words of praise. Thinking back to when she first came here, although Yun Xiongwan didn't say it, she was a little panicked in her heart. Even after binding with the system and getting the golden finger, she was not as happy as she imagined. When did I start to feel a sense of belonging to this world? It was the children who called them mother, their reliance, and every little bit of their interactions. So, she also slowly gave her heart from using them at the beginning. Yun Xiongwan smiled, and her eyes slowly swept over the children. Suddenly, she paused, with a look of surprise on her face. Xiaoqing, you are at the middle stage of foundation building? Xiaoling, you are also at the middle stage of foundation building? Xiao San'er and Xiao Wei, you are also at the beginning stage of foundation building? Now, what Yun Xiongwan noticed at the first time was not their cultivation, so she missed it. Yes, mother, we will definitely protect you and guard the Tianxian sect. The little bun clenched his little fists, and his big round eyes were full of determination. Although the other 3 children did not speak, they also nodded seriously, like a silent oath. Thank you for your hard work. Yun Xiongwan felt a little distressed. In the past month, it is hard to imagine what they have experienced in the secret realm. It's not hard, mother. We will work harder in the future. But the more sensible the children are, the more Yun Xiongwan cherishes them. You guys go back to the cave first, take a bath, and have a good rest. I'll talk to your master about something, and when I'm done I'll come back and make you something delicious. Hearing this, the children's eyes lit up. Great, mother is going to make delicious food again. Xiao Yue jumped up with joy. For the past month in the secret realm, they have been eating fasting pills. Although they are not hungry, they don't taste good either. They are supported by a belief. After the children left, Yun Xiongwan stood up and saluted Ziying and Mo Daoxian again. Thank you, senior sister and elder Mo, for your careful teaching of the children. Their eyes have changed, hiding their edges and becoming sharp. Only the change of their mentality can allow them to survive better in this cruel world of immortal cultivation. These are very difficult to change around her mother. Junior sister, they are also my disciples. Elder Yun, they are Ziying's disciples, so there is no need to thank me. After listening to the 2 people's words, Yun Xiongwan felt that she was inexplicably fed a mouthful of dog food. She scratched the back of her head and sat back in her original position. Junior sister, your sugar water is not ordinary sugar water, right? Speaking of which, I should thank you, Ziying said, standing up and about to pay her respects to Yun Xiongwan, and Mo Daoxian followed suit. Hey, you can't do that. Yun Xiongwan stood up, and hid. Putting aside the teaching of the children, these two are the leaders of the righteous way in the world of immortal cultivation. As a junior, if she accepted this gift, she would be punished by heaven. Seeing Yun Xiongwan's panic, Ziying and Mo Daoxian did not force to bow. Finally, Ziying waved her hand. Okay, let's not do these empty ceremonies. Don't you have something to say to me? What is it? Say it. Two things. One is about the cultivator named Du Min from the Xianjian sect. He is Lu Yu's close disciple. I cured his injury, and now he lives in my cave. Sister, how do you plan to solve it? One more thing, that is, I have refined a pill that can cure you. As soon as Yun Xiongwan said this, Mo Daoxian stood up suddenly, and then waved his hand to cast a barrier on the room to ensure that no sound could get out. Elder Yun, are you telling the truth? Is there really a pill that can cure Fairy Ziying? His words were full of urgency, no longer the picky and contempt he had when they first met. Since I said so, then of course it is true. This person was confused because of concern. Sister, how do you plan to solve it? One more thing, that is, if you can really cure Ziying, my life will be yours. Mo Daoxian's eyes were burning. Over the years, he had passed through many secret realms to find a glimmer of hope for Ziying. The elixirs and pill recipes he obtained were only temporary solutions, just like the medicinal wine, which could only barely keep Ziying's nascent soul from disintegrating. Ziying had asked him to give up more than once, but she was injured to save him. How could he give up? Yun Xiongwan was in doubt. Can this life be taken so easily? Mo Daoxian, you are overstepping your authority. This is a matter between me and my junior sister. Ziying was unhappy. She did not need Mo Daoxian's dedication out of guilt.
Montag Daoxian soden die Laukit.
Elder Yun, do you know that although there are seniors in the Holy Land, they do not easily act? Therefore, the highest combat power is the Yuanian cultivators like us. So it is very cool to have a Yuanian cultivator. Yun Xiongwan had to admit that he was convinced. Very good, then I will accept Elder Mo's life. If I have something to do in the future, please don't refuse. If Elder Yun can heal Ziying's injury, I, Mo Daoxian, am willing to be your servant for life. I will do everything my master commands. Mo Daoxian immediately raised his hand and made a heart demon oath.
Boom.
There was a thunder outside the window, and soon a blood spot flew into Mo Daoxian's brow. You! Ziying glared at Mo Daoxian fiercely. Why was this guy always so impulsive? But fortunately, the person he swore the devil's oath to was his junior sister. Senior sister, since he did it voluntarily, why did you stop him? In this way, wouldn't Tianxian's sect have one more free nascent soul? How great is that? Junior sister, thank you very much. Ziying was grateful. There is no need to say these things among fellow disciples. Yun Xiongwan said this, and threw a jade bottle in the air. It contains the Qianyuan creation pill. You should take it and try it.
Okay.
Ziying didn't doubt him, poured out the Qianyuan creation pill, and ate it. After taking the pill, she immediately sat down cross-legged and circulated her spiritual power to dissolve the medicinal power. Ziying has a mutant ice spirit root. As soon as she entered the state of cultivation, white cold air came out of her body. The temperature in the hall plummeted in a very short time. Yun Xiongwan felt a little cold and couldn't help but step back. But the next second, Mo Daoxian waved his hand to cover Yun Xiongwan with the barrier. The cold air was instantly isolated, and her breathing became smoother. In front of these two Yuanian masters, her high-level foundation building cultivation is still not good enough. When Yun Xiongwan thought of this, she felt that the road ahead was long and arduous. But now the children have advanced to the foundation building stage, and the feedback they brought to her cultivation is also considerable. I just don't know what's wrong with Xiao Jibai. His entanglement degree is increasing too slowly. At this moment, Ziying, who was in cultivation, suddenly frowned. Mo Daoxian, who was standing by, suddenly became nervous and clenched his hands at his sides into fists. Yun Xiongwan's attention was also drawn to her. Seeing her in some pain, she was a little nervous. System, This Qianyuan creation pill shouldn't have any side effects, right? Master, don't worry. Creation is all about destruction and then reconstruction. Of course, it's painful to break a baby, but it will be fine after a while. The system can now comfort its master with ease. Yun Xiangwan breathed a sigh of relief. She stared at it, and sure enough, the painful expression on Ziying's face became fainter and fainter and finally disappeared. Then, the cold air coming out of her body became more and more biting. Ziying's body began to freeze, and it kept spreading around. Before long, even Mo Daoxian's hair, 5 meters away, was covered with frost. Because Yun Xiangwan had a protective shield on her body, so there was no feeling. Ziying's violent ice spirit power lasted for half an hour before it gradually calmed down. The almost frozen hull gradually thawed, and soon, there was no trace of it. Ziying also opened her eyes at this time. The moment she opened her eyes, she flashed in front of Yun Xiangwan with a look of surprise and haste, and then turned into strong gratitude. But she was too excited and lost her ability to speak for a while. Yun Xiangwan understood what she meant. Don't thank me. 2 months later, defeat the of the lower 4 sects, so that I can lie down in peace in Tianqian's sect. Don't worry, junior sister, I will not fail my mission. Ziying slowly calmed down, and after the dark blue ice mist dissipated, she was full of determination. She was injured before, and she made up her mind that even if she died, she would protect Tianqian's sect. Now, the plan of fighting to the death is no longer useful. She can live, wait for her senior brother and master to come out of retreat, wait for the disciples to grow up, and restore the former glory of the sect. Sister, what should we do with the disciple of Xianjian's sect? Yun Xiangwan thought of this again. I have heard the details from Jinjin. It's up to you to do whatever you want. Ziying waved her hand. She was not good at dealing with this kind of thing. By the way, sister, I asked Yuqing to make the sect tokens for the 5 of you, mother and son. Did he give it to you? Yes, more than a month ago. At that time, Zhao Yuqing even apologized. Uncle Junior, I'm sorry. Since my Tianqian sect lacks disciples in this area, I learned everything and made it on the spot. So it's not very exquisite. Please don't dislike it, Uncle Junior. This matter was also mentioned in the original book. 1 year after Zhao Yuqing entered the sect, he was refining his own disciple token while reading ancient books. The last person in charge of this matter was Ziying's senior brother, who had been in seclusion for many years. That's good, that's good. Speaking of this, Ziying scratched the back of her head embarrassedly. Junior sister, you're going to go back to the cave to make something delicious, right? Well, senior sister and Taoist Mo, come together. Having solved the biggest problem in my heart, it's time to celebrate. After all, being always tense is not good for cultivation, and it is easy to go astray. Wow, it smells so good. When Yun Xiangwan sprinkled all kinds of seasonings on the skewers, the aroma of the beast meat was immediately stimulated, and the whole yard was filled with fragrance. Ziying, who had never smelled such a tempting skewers, was immediately tempted, and then she flashed to the simple grill. Her eyes were frighteningly bright, and there was no longer the mysterious look she had when she first met her. Master, my mother's skill in grilling meat is very good. No, it should be said that any food will become very delicious after being cooked by her. Xiao Yue now found someone to share with. She wanted to show off to her master that she was the best mother in the world.
Yeah.
Ziying nodded hurriedly. She agreed with it. She could tell from the sweet soup that her junior sister was a chef. She had never tasted such delicious sweet soup. That's why she followed with a thick face. Sure enough, her decision was right. Just looking at the shiny and golden roasted meat and smelling the aroma, her saliva was about to flow down. Senior sister, here you go. Yun Xiangwan handed the freshly roasted meat to Ziying. There was too much humming beast meat in her space, so she opened up a separate space to lock in the freshness. It has been put in there for several months, and it is still the same as when it was just killed. It just so happens that there are many people now, so some of the inventory will be solved. Thank you, junior sister. Ziying was so happy that she turned around and gave each of the children a skewer. For the remaining 2 skewers, she found Mo Daoxian, who was leaning against the pillar and pretending to be deep. Do you want to eat it? Yes. Mo Daoxian was not polite. He took the skewer of roasted meat and put it in his mouth, but was stabbed in the mouth by the bamboo stick. Because it was too embarrassing, he didn't dare to say anything. Ziying snorted. Idiot. Who hasn't had a first time? It'll be fine after you eat more. Mo Daoxian opened his mouth and started to talk, but as soon as he bit off a piece of meat, he seemed to think of something and froze in place. He really talked about things that were not related to the topic. Ziying wouldn't be angry again, would she? You swore an oath to your inner demon today and became my junior sisters. But you are the 3rd elder of Gudyuan sect. What are you going to do? Ziying seemed not to have heard what he said before, but changed the subject. Hearing this, Mo Daoxian smiled freely. Go back and tell the sect leader to abdicate and let the wise take over. Abdicate and let the wise take over. Ziying repeated these 4 words, then a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. It's up to you. After saying that, he turned and walked away.
Ziying.
Mo Daoxian wanted to say something, but she left too quickly and there were too many people around, so she finally held back her words. Forget it. After removing the position of the 3rd elder of Gudyuan sect, he will be completely a free man. By then, there will be plenty of time to stay in Tianxian sect. No matter what he wants to say, it will be enough. Although his hands were not idle, he did not delay Yun Xiangwan from eating melons. What kind of abusive love are these 2 doing? The original book can only show that they are fishy, but has never disclosed their entanglement in detail. And for some reason, Yun Xiangwan's memory of the plot of the original book has become more and more vague recently. Many times, she can't tell whether she is Yun Xiangwan of Blue Star or Yun Xiangwan, the vicious stepmother in the book. Or maybe neither. Mom, let me grill it, you take a rest. After Xiao Yanqing finished eating a skewer of barbecue, he took the initiative to offer to take over Yun Xiangwan's position as the barbecue master. Okay, then I'll go make some iced drinks. When eating barbecue, you must have some iced Fat House Happy Water and beer, right? Master, I have updated the things in the canteen for you. We have all the Fat House Happy Water and beer you want. The systems seemed to be infected by the atmosphere in the yard, and the mechanical sound didn't sound as stiff and cold as before. System, you are so good. You are the best system in the world. Yun Xiangwan cheered. She found that the system would meet her various needs except on matters of principle. Master is also the best master in the world. The system responded very sincerely. Yun Xiangwan moved a large table from the house and then waved his hand, and a pile of beer and Fat House Happy Water immediately appeared on the table. They were all packaged in white transparent glass bottles without any labels. The system handled it very cleanly. This made Yun Xiangwan silently give it a good system card in her heart. Junior sister, what is this? Ziying came over with a curious look on her face, eager to try. Sugar water, but it has a different flavor from what you drank before. Yun Xiangwan told these little eyes without blushing or feeling nervous. Sister, use your spiritual power to freeze it. It will taste better. But be careful not to freeze the bottle. Don't worry. After all, you are a nascent soul cultivator. You can control your spiritual power very well. Ziying said as she transformed into a human intelligent refrigerator. That's right. If you can't even do this, it's impossible to become a nascent soul cultivator. Yun Xiangwan handed the job to Ziying without any worries, and then waved to Mo Daoxian, who was not far away. Elder Mo, are you embarrassed to be idle alone? I don't want your life either. Come over and help with the barbecue. My children are too busy. Coming. Mo Daoxian touched his nose somewhat awkwardly. Thinking back to when he first went to Bayou City, he had ridiculed Yun Xiangwan in public. But it had only been more than a month, and their status had been completely reversed. But he did not regret it. So, he began to learn how to cut bamboo sticks and skewer meat with Xiao Yanling. Later, he found it really interesting and started to grill meat. In short, the atmosphere on the scene was quite hot, and laughter was endless. At this moment, Yun Xiangwan felt a prying gaze. It was Du Min. Seeing this, Yun Xiangwan also waved at him. Come here, let's eat together. Ziying had already noticed Du Min's presence, but she only thought he was a coward hiding in the room. And after handing the matter over to Yun Xiangwan, she didn't intend to meddle in other people's business. But why ask him to come and eat barbecue together? What are you hesitating about? After this meal, you can only eat it in the next life. Yun Xiangwan said lightly. Her tone was like inviting an old friend, but what she said made Du Min feel like he was falling into an ice cellar. Sure enough, that woman said something bad as soon as she opened her mouth, and it really was the last meal of execution. He had guessed it from the moment Elder Ziying of Tianxian's sect showed up. He couldn't help but sigh, and then strode over. If you don't eat, you will die, and if you eat, you will die too. Anyway, you will die, so you might as well be a full ghost. Seeing this, Ziying was relieved. She said that her little junior sister was not the kind of pure and innocent little white flower, so how could she be so good to the enemy? It's the last meal of execution, so this little privilege should be given. Come on, eat. Thinking of this, Ziying pushed the large plate of barbecued meat towards Du Min. Du Min had long been attracted by the aroma, and seeing it now, his mouth was drooling even more. He gritted his teeth and thanked Ziying and Yun Xiangwan, then grabbed a handful of barbecued meat and turned his back to eat. The first bite was still able to maintain the demeanor of a disciple of Xianjian's sect, but when the crispy and tender meat activated his taste buds, he no longer cared about his image, and devoured it one bite after another, one string after another, with great pleasure. Junior sister, do you still have the meat of the humming beast? If not, I can go to the other side of the mountain to hunt a few now. The thieves of Xianjian's sect can enjoy this delicious barbecue, so why can't her disciples of Tianxian's sect? Yun Xiangwan guessed Ziying's intention at once. Yes, call them all over. Anyway, there are not many people together. Just treat it as the last team building before the sect competition. Junior sister, you are so kind. Since the old illness was cured, Ziying has become visibly more lively. Her personality is not like that of a mutant ice spiritual root cultivator at all, but more like that of a single fire spiritual root cultivator. Yun Xiangwan also laughed. After a while, Zhao Yuqing came with a group of disciples. In addition to Ziying's 4 direct disciples, there were also some ordinary disciples. Yun Xiangwan discovered when she entered the sect that their qualifications were extremely poor, and they were born weak, and they could not meet the standards of the top 3 sects to accept disciples. Those are the children I brought back when I was traveling. Although they are all mixed spiritual roots, they have good hearts, and usually help deal with the chores in the sect. Ziying took the initiative to explain to Yun Xiangwan. Yun Xiangwan nodded. The fact that Ziying could bring them back and stay in Tianxian's sect for so many years is enough to prove their character. Since you are here, don't be restrained. Everyone eat and drink well. Yun Xiangwan raised his arms and shouted, Long live the master! Long live the junior master uncle! Long live the master and the junior master uncle forever! After the disciples shouted, they swarmed to the table and began to feast on the food. Zhao Yuqing walked to Xiao Yanqing. Junior brother, do you need my help? Xiao Yanqing had just learned how to grill meat with his mind, and was still in the novelty stage. Senior brother, that's not necessary. Just put the grilled meat on the table. But Xiao Yanqing really couldn't feed so many mouths by herself, so Lan, who had the fire spirit root, stood up. She was a mobile human grill. Although the taste of the grilled food was a bit unsatisfactory at the beginning, it gradually got better. When the number of skewers accumulated to a certain level, Yun Xiangwan called everyone over and sat around the table. The skewers, ice beer and ice cola directly conquered everyone's stomach. Although Du Min didn't sit at the table, he also witnessed this joyous feast. In the Xianjian sect, status, position, and cultivation are the most important things for the Xianjian sect. It turns out that disciples of different levels, and even the elders of the sect, can sit together to eat and drink. Those smiling faces and the relaxed and joyful atmosphere made Du Min couldn't help but yearn for it. How great would it be if he was also a disciple of the Tianxian sect? When this idea came up, Du Min was stunned. Snap! Then he slapped himself. He shouldn't be so greedy for life and afraid of death for this momentary warmth, and then betray his sect and beliefs for many years. What happened on Du Min's side fell clearly into Yun Xiangwan's eyes.
He was still a little bit brave.
This feast didn't end until the moon was over the treetops.
I
want to drink more. Drink that sparkling sugar water. Ziying drank a few bottles of beer. Her eyes were blurred. She was staggering, and her whole body was leaning on Mo Daoxian, still yelling for a drink. Ziying, you are drunk. You can't drink anymore. Mo Daoxian grabbed Ziying's outstretched hand, circled her in his arms, and then said to Yun Xiangwan, I'll take her back. Okay, but Elder Mo, don't take advantage of others. Yun Xiangwan looked at him meaningfully. Mo Daoxian was stunned at first, then smiled bitterly.
No.
Yun Xiangwan raised an eyebrow. Then go. If it doesn't work, use your spiritual power to sober up senior sister. No, just let her sleep peacefully for a night. Mo Daoxian looked distressed. Ziying had not had a good rest in these years.
Okay.
Watching Mo Daoxian pick up Ziying and fly away on a sword, Yun Xiangwan couldn't help but hold her chin with one hand, thinking that these two are obviously a pair of lovers. Why are they so awkward? Forget it. She, who has been single since birth, is not worthy of asking. As the disciples of Tianxian's sect left one after another, the yard gradually returned to peace. The family of 5 leaned on the chairs, looking up at the full moon in the sky in the same posture. After a while, Xiao Yue's little head began to nod, and finally fell into Yun Xiangwan's arms and fell asleep. She simply picked her up and held her horizontally in her arms so that she could sleep better. Mother, is that man from the Xianjian sect? Does he want to kill you again? Xiao Yanling looked at Du Min, who was sitting on the ground not far away, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. It's about the same. Although Du Min didn't know the real purpose of Luyu taking them away, there was essentially no big difference between an accomplice and the real murderer. Then I'll go kill him now. Xiao Yanling stood up suddenly, his whole body bursting with arcs of electricity. After breaking through the foundation, his lightning had a qualitative leap, combined with the red thunder art and his natal magic weapon. Even if he was a Jindan cultivator, he had the confidence to fight against it. I know Xiaoling is very powerful now, and he can kill him for my mother. But I want to solve this matter myself. Can you go to bed first? Yun Xiangwan remembered that the Xianjian sect in the original book had a secret technique that was not passed on to others. If Du Min could write out the secret technique formula from memory, she wouldn't mind sparing his life. Okay, good night, mother. Xiao Yanqing took his 2 younger brothers away. After the children left, Yun Xiangwan came to Du Min. He was sitting in the corner with a look of seeing through life and death. He didn't move when he heard Yun Xiangwan's footsteps and even stretched his neck to make it easier for her to do it. Seeing this, Yun Xiangwan chuckled. Don't worry, I won't kill you here, and don't even think about tainting my land with your blood. You. Du Min stared at her in exasperation. What on earth does this person want to do? You Xianjian sect, you have a secret technique called soul stealing, right? Yun Xiangwan crossed his arms and looked down at him. Du Min was startled, and then flatly refused. You want soul stealing? No, I will never give it to you. Don't say it's so early. Maybe you will change your mind one day? After Yun Xiangwan finished speaking, she turned and left. Du Min looked at her from behind, puzzled. But the calmer the performance, the more deadly the danger may be. In addition, this woman was not a good person to begin with. She left without doing anything, which made Du Min feel uneasy. But the strange thing is that Yun Xiangwan was very normal in the next few days. The only abnormal thing might be that the aroma of 3 meals a day in the kitchen was becoming more and more tempting. Gurgle. When his stomach made a hungry cry, Du Min realized Yun Xiangwan's sinister intentions. He doesn't even have a bigu pill now. And what's worse is that the barbecue that day awakened his taste buds that had been dormant for many years. If he had not tasted those things in the beginning, he would not feel so uncomfortable now. Yun Xiangwan. Du Min glared at the busy figure in the kitchen fiercely and then retreated to the edge of the yard. If it were not for the formation restricting him, he would have wanted to escape further, just hoping that the tempting aroma would not tempt his appetite again. In this way, another 2 days passed. Du Min was so hungry that his face was pale and his body was thin. The disciple of the Xianjian sect, who used to have sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes and a proud character, now had a cluster of green light in his eyes from time to time, like a wolf that had been hungry for a long time. During this period, Yun Xiangwan did not take the initiative to communicate with him. In addition to daily practice, he would find ways to make delicious food. And because the system updated the canteen, when the sun was shining, Yun Xiangwan would call the children to have a picnic in the yard. Various snacks, various drinks, and endless laughter. Du Min had no choice but to close his five senses. In fact, after the Jinan stage, even without the big pill, he could go without food for a long time. But Yun Xiangwan could not bear it, and planted the seeds of food in his stomach, and deliberately used the soul he handed over to suppress his cultivation, not allowing him to practice to restore his spiritual power, and tempted him every day, allowing the seed to take root and sprout, and then completely submerge his reason. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. In the space, Xiao Jibai soaked in the spiritual spring pool, curled up into a circle, and in the middle of that circle, there was a demon pill. The light of the demon pill gradually faded, like a candle that was about to go out. Soon, the demon pill completely lost its color and turned gray. Then, the demon pill shattered. Seeing this, Yun Xiangwan thought about it and cleared out the demon pill residue. Xiao Jibai looked up at her, his red vertical pupils flickering. I need to sleep and advance. When I wake up next time, I will recover more memories. After saying that, he closed his eyes. If I advance again, I will be a level 5 demon beast, right? By then, he will be able to restore his human form. Moreover, recovering more memories made Yun Xiangwan look forward to it. It was another beautiful morning. Yun Xiangwan left the space and came to the yard to breathe fresh air and stretch. Thinking that the children had gone to the secret realm to practice with their senior sister a few days ago, and she was the only one at home, she would just make some breakfast. Thinking of this, she looked at Du Min, who was leaning against the wall, weak and as if he had suffered a great torture, and suddenly an idea came to her mind. If you say what smells the best, it must be junk food. Among them, instant noodles are definitely the first to bear the brunt. So, Yun Xiangwan returned to the kitchen, and then turn on the fire, add oil, fry the eggs, and then add hot water. After a while, the soup base turned milky white and began to boil. Yun Xiangwan took out a pack of Bai Moxiang chicken soup instant noodles from the canteen, tore open the package and threw it in, and then added another instant noodle and a few green leaves. In an instant, the fragrance and nutrition were all there. Yun Xiangwan took out a soup bowl and served the noodles. As soon as the chopsticks reached the pot, a hand grabbed the door frame with a snap. The back of the hand was so hard that the veins popped, and then slowly and arduously crawled in from outside. This person was Du Min, who had been struggling with food for a month.
Please
give me a bite.
Do you want to eat?
Yun Xiangwan paused while picking the noodles, then lowered his head and asked amiably. Du Min nodded hurriedly, with a look of desire on his face. Yun Xiangwan looked at him deeply, then put away his smile and spit out 2 words coldly.
No. Du Min, was stund?
After realizing that he was fooled by Yun Xiangwan again, he gritted his teeth and blurted out 2 words.
Which?
Thank you for the compliment. Yun Xiangwan smiled. At this moment, she sensed that the jade slip was moving. She took it out and saw that it was Zhao Yuqing. Junior Master, someone from the Xianjian sect has come. He is shouting outside the sect. The master is not here. Can you come and deal with it?
Of course.
Yun Xiangwan put away the jade slip and walked away. But just as she was about to pass Du Min and walk out the door, she turned back and took the pot of instant noodles away. Du Min was stunned and pounded the ground in anger. Yun Xiangwan, you are a witch. You will be punished by heaven. At the gate of Tianxian sect, Zhao Yuqing stood in the sect's formation and looked at the newcomers. The time for the sect competition has not yet arrived. You should return quickly. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. More than a month ago, my 5th junior brother passed by here, and there has been no news since then. I seriously suspect that you are holding a grudge against my Xianjian sect disciples and attacked them. Li Tianyi, wearing a white robe, stood on a long sword, with one hand behind his back, looking like a Taoist master with an air of immortality. My Tianxian sect has never attacked and killed your Xianjian sect members, so don't lie. Zhao Yuqing glared at Li Tianyi and others angrily. This Xianjian sect is going too far. But he was tongue-tied and could only utter this one sentence with a red face. Whether you are talking nonsense or not, you just open the sect protection formation and let us go into search, and we will know. Li Tianyi was arrogant, relying on the support of the Xianjian sect behind him. Some people look like humans. How can they be used to spitting? At this time, Yun Xiangwan came on a sword. As soon as she arrived, her sarcastic voice reached the ears of Li Tianyi and others.
Who are you?
How dare you be so rude to my Xianjian sect? Li Tianyi waved his right hand, and 6 long swords suddenly appeared behind him. As soon as he thought about it, the 6 long swords turned in the air in unison, and the sharp blades pointed directly at Yun Xiangwan, as if they would pierce her body in the next second. Little master, be careful. Seeing this, Zhao Yuqing stepped forward and blocked in front of Yun Xiangwan. He asked the little master to come because he was not good at literary fighting. As for this martial arts fight, he was not afraid of the stage. Yun Xiangwan waved his hand, and then pointed at the light curtain that was close at hand. It was the Tianxian sect's protective formation. Even the peak Yuanying great powers would not be able to break this formation in a short time. Not to mention the minions in front of him, who were only at the middle level of Jinan at most, but were so arrogant that they looked like they needed a beating from society. Zhao Yuqing came to his senses, and then scratched the back of his head and smiled at Yun Xiangwan. Yun Xiangwan patted his shoulder, and then met Li Tianyi's angry eyes, and picked his nails leisurely. The Xianjian sect and my Wanxian sect are tens of thousands of miles apart. What do your disciples have to do to pass by my sect gate? Li Tianyi couldn't answer, but the swords moved closer to Yun Xiangwan. Stop talking nonsense. Let us go in and search. The 5th junior brother must be in your Tianxian sect. That won't work. Yun Xiangwan said this, and glanced at Li Tianyi's mouth with disdain. Look at you, you're full of. What if you can't control yourself after entering my Tianxian sect and dirty my sect's holy land? You're looking for death. Where has Li Tianyi ever been wronged? He was about to attack with a sword. Yun Xiangwan immediately made a frightened expression. Oh, I'm so scared. Come on, aim at my heart. Don't stab it crookedly. You. Li Tianyi's eyes were red with anger. This woman has a beautiful skin. Why is she so unbearable when she speaks? Brother, don't be impulsive. The protective formation is here. If we act rashly, we will suffer. Fortunately, there are rational people around who pulled Li Tianyi in time.
You don't need to say that.
Li Tianyi brushed off the man's arm unceremoniously. These ordinary disciples who think they are smart trash, are they worthy of touching him? Yes, brother is resourceful and has seen through it a long time ago. The person who was scolded did not dare to argue at all and retreated to his original position in a timid manner. Finally, Li Tianyi put away his sword and stared at Yun Xiangwan with anger. A chi condensation great perfection cultivator dares to come out and speak nonsense. If you have the guts, come out of that turtle shell. If you have the guts, you can fight me in the sect protection formation. What's the point of bullying a chi condensation cultivator like me? Yun Xiangwan looked at Li Tianyi like a fool, full of contempt. A coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong.
You.
Li Tianyi almost vomited blood. His eyes were red, and the spirit sword under his feet was trembling. Don't be angry to death at the gate of my sect, lest your Xianjian sect's people come to trouble us again. Our small Tianxian sect can't bear such a big crime. Yun Xiangwan looked scared. Zhao Yuqing on the side couldn't help laughing. Sure enough, he was right to send a message to his junior uncle and let her deal with these people.
He couldn't speak.
If he said something wrong, it would put the Tianxian sect in a more passive situation. You deserve to die. Li Tianyi couldn't bear it anymore and swung his sword.
Bang!
But the tip of his sword was immediately deflected when it touched the protective formation. The energy that burst out instantly swept around in an arc. Li Tianyi saw that the devastating energy was in front of him in an instant, and he suddenly woke up, his scalp tingling, and he quickly used the magic weapon to resist. But the magic weapon's divine light was shattered in an instant before it was fully illuminated by spiritual power, and he and his people were blasted away. That witch. Who is she? If she falls into his hands one day, he will make her want to live, but not die. Li Tianyi's heart was hit by a heavy hammer, and blood flowed from the corners of his lips, but his red eyes were always staring at Yun Xiangwan without blinking. It can be seen that he was extremely angry and hateful. Yun Xiangwan was unmoved and even pointed at the photo stone in his hand, and then mouthed to him silently. You were injured by the rebound when you attacked my sect protection formation. It has nothing to do with me. Don't even think about accusing me of anything.
Puff.
Li Tianyi was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of old blood on the spot, and then fell straight down from midair. Little master, you are really amazing, and you won without bloodshed. Zhao Yuqing admired him. Master, you have taken away all the bamboo shoots in our Tianqian sect. The voice of the system complained in his mind. Yun Xiangwan just took it as a compliment. Don't say it, after dealing with the disciples of the Xianjian sect, he felt so refreshed. Nephew, then you continue to watch here, and remember to tell me as soon as possible if there is any unusual movement. If they leave, it will be fine. If they don't leave, then Tan Wutian will shout in the space that he is hungry every day, which is also very annoying. Yes, little master. Zhao Yuqing clasped his fists and bowed. Yun Xiangwan came and left in a hurry. She must get the soul-stealing technique today. Yun Xiangwan appeared at the door of her cave, put away her sword, and waved her hand, and a gap appeared in the formation. When she looked up, she saw Du Min standing there, looking at her faintly. She walked in calmly. Du Min grabbed her skirt and said in a hoarse voice, I'll give you the soul-stealing technique. Yun Xiangwan looked embarrassed. Actually, I don't want it that much. No, you want it. This is the soul-stealing technique. I have copied it in the jade slip. You can practice it by checking it with your spiritual sense. Du Min finished speaking and hurriedly stuffed a jade slip into Yun Xiangwan's hand. Yun Xiangwan took the jade slip and then scanned it with his spiritual sense. After confirming that it was correct, he put the jade slip into the system space. Tell me, what do you want to eat? I want the same noodles you had this morning. Du Min said quickly, fearing that Yun Xiangwan would not cook for him. Come with me. Yun Xiangwan waved. Du Min followed her obediently. At this moment, he had no sense of shame and just wanted to taste the instant noodles. Soon, the two entered the yard. In the middle of the yard, there was a set of stone tables and stone benches. Yun Xiangwan waved her hand, and the pot of noodles cooked in the morning appeared on the table. She can control the time of space at will, and naturally she can also set a small piece of space to a state of time stillness. In other words, the way things are put in is the same as when they're taken out. What is this? Du Min looked at the pot of noodles in doubt, and then looked back at Yun Xiangwan. He thought she took the pot of noodles away and ate it, but he didn't expect it to be still there. And looking at the steaming appearance, it didn't change at all from when it was just cooked, making him think he was hallucinating because of hunger. Hurry up and eat. Why are you still standing there? Du Min came back to his senses after being reminded by Yun Xiangwan. Then I won't be polite. Du Min walked over in 2 steps, almost tripping to the ground. He was in a mess, but this couldn't stop his desire for instant noodles. Sit tight and start eating. When the first mouthful of instant noodles went into his mouth, Du Min's eyes, which had been dulled for a month, suddenly became bright, and he felt that he was alive again.
Ding.
Yun Xiangwan handed him a bottle of Fat House Happy Water. Drink it. After leaving these 2 words, Yun Xiangwan turned and left. Du Min took a bite of noodles, then a bite of fried eggs, stuffed his mouth full, and then looked at Yun Xiangwan's leaving back, chewing mechanically. What should I do? He can't go back to the Xianjian sect. What should I do? This thing is so delicious that he doesn't even know who to hate. But he knows so many secrets of Yun Xiangwan, and according to her personality, she will never spare his life. So, This is the real last meal before execution. But on second thought, it's better than being a starving ghost. He needs to eat more, eating till he gets his money's worth. After Yun Xiangwan returned to the room, he set a ban on the door and then dived into the space. Soul-stealing technique is a secret technique of the Immortal Sword sect, which can only be practiced by the master of a peak and the direct disciples of the elders. This soul-stealing technique can directly attack the sea of consciousness of the cultivator and can also extract the memory of others. After retreating, she could cultivate her own soul and strengthen her mental power so that the range of her spiritual consciousness could be detected far exceeds that of other cultivators of the same level. In short, there are many benefits. Otherwise, Yun Xiangwan would not have bothered to set up a trap and let Du Min hand over this secret technique. Yun Xiangwan's mental power is far superior to that of cultivators of the same level, but she has treasures but no mental attack moves. Soul-stealing just makes up for this shortcoming. In the future, she can control the enemy with the resonance of the origin and use this invisible and intangible mental power to make a surprise attack. She feels that she can send the opponent to Hades quietly even if she is lying down. Wonderful, wonderful, so she started to practice. After one night, the soul-stealing technique has made some progress. Divine consciousness and intention, divine thought, they are both different manifestations of mental power. It's just that one is mainly auxiliary and the other is mainly attacking. In Yun Xiangwan's sea of consciousness, at the most central point, floats her own soul body. The soul body is a smaller version of Yun Xiangwan. She sits cross-legged, always maintaining a posture of 5 hearts facing the sky. Then he held the system space with his left hand and the Book of Origin with his right hand. Below the soul body was the spiritual power sea with purple light. Yun Xiangwan's sea of consciousness was quite broad, with a diameter of 4 or 5 miles. She followed the practice method of soul-stealing secret art, condensing her spiritual power into weapons of various shapes, poking, stabbing, chopping, and entanglement, with quite strong attack power. As for how to read people's memories, there was a person who was just right for practice. When Yun Xiangwan appeared in front of Du Min again, he was sitting on the railing of the pavilion, looking at the fat carp swimming in the pond.
Do it. Do it.
Do you think I want to kill you? Yun Xiangwan smiled, and her words were as soft as floating clouds in the sky. What else? Would you be kind enough to spare my life? Since Du Min fell into Yun Xiangwan's hands, he had been tossed around and had no temper at all. So when he said this, there was no emotional fluctuation. Anyway, he had been prepared for it. If you don't give me the soul-stealing secret technique, I really can't keep you. Because she had tried the origin secret technique on Du Min, that thing was her trump card, and it couldn't be easily revealed, especially to this person who is a disciple of the Immortal Sword sect. What do you mean?
Du Min was shocked.
Yun Xiangwan stretched out his hand and pressed on the top of his head. So, cooperate a little. Otherwise I will turn you into an idiot. Don't blame me. Du Min was stunned for a moment, and then squeezed out a word from his throat.
Yeah.
After he removed all his defenses, Yun Xiangwan's mental power went straight in. Soon, she found that memory, including that she was Wan Yi in men's clothing. After destroying those memories that would expose her, she replaced them with a relatively reasonable memory. In this way, it was also perfect. Even if someone later checked his memory, it would be difficult to find any abnormalities.
Well.
During this period, Du Min trembled in pain, as if someone was holding a sharp blade and cutting his brain marrow. After a while, blood flowed out of his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Yun Xiangwan checked twice and confirmed that there was nothing wrong before leaving his sea of consciousness.
Du Min had fainted.
Yun Xiangwan rolled him up and put him into the space, then flew away from the cave on a sword. I didn't expect that the witch was Yun Xiangwan. After the sect competition, I will definitely ask Master to bring her over and inflict the humiliation I suffered today 1,000 times more on her. Under the bright moon, next to a big tree, Li Tianyi had just opened his eyes from healing. He was furious, and after the people around him observed his expression, they spoke carefully. Brother, Yun Xiangwan is just relying on the protection of the sect's formation. If she dares to appear in front of you, you can crush her to death as easily as crushing an ant. Brother, don't be angry. No matter how arrogant she is, she won't be able to stay arrogant for a few days. There is only 1 month left before the sect competition. 1 month later, it will be her death. 1 month later, she will kneel at my feet and beg for mercy. Then, brother, please don't be too sympathetic. Hearing this, Yun Xiangwan's face suddenly appeared in Li Tiany's mind. It must be said that her mouth is annoying when she opens, but her face is superb. Especially those peach blossom eyes, which feel affectionate when she scolds people, and the tear mole at the end of her eyes is the finishing touch. Humph! Li Tiany sneered and said proudly, if she is willing to serve me for life and be my furnace, then I can spare her life.
Ha ha ha.
Senior brother is right. Others began to flatter Li Tiany again. What they didn't know was that their every word and action was visible under Yun Xiangwan's consciousness. After practicing the soul-stealing secret technique, Yun Xiangwan could only see things within 10 miles around her. But after practicing, she could see things within 15 miles. She restrained her own breath and shuttled through the mountains and forests at a very fast speed. When the distance was only about 5 kilometers, she released Tunwu. I will lead a few people away later. The one called Li Tiany is seriously injured and will definitely stay where he is. So, kill him, understand? Still want to use her as a furnace? She will take his life first. Master, I promise to complete the task. After the advancement, Tunwu's body tends to be more transparent. The body is still a ball, but it has evolved long ears like a rabbit, a pair of round eyes, a small nose, and a small mouth. You can't see it if you don't look carefully. Without limbs, it looks very cute when jumping on the ground. Of course, this cuteness is limited to when it does not use the power of devouring. Yun Xiangwan reached out and rubbed her soft and elastic ears, signaling it to go. Tunwu rubbed Yun Xiangwan's palm with enjoyment. The smell of the master is so good that it wants to eat it, but if it dares to move, it is afraid that it will be blown into in the next moment. So it only smells and dares not move. The smell of Tunwu is very special, and ordinary cultivators can't detect its existence at all. It flashed from one tree to another, quickly closing the distance between itself and Li Tiany. Yun Xiangwan used a secret technique to raise her cultivation to the middle stage of foundation building and then suddenly exposed her own aura. Who? Li Tiany has the highest cultivation and a wider range of spiritual detection, so he turned his head to look in the direction of Yun Xiangwan at the first time. He is at the middle stage of foundation building, and he dares to spy on my disciples of Xianjian sect. He must be from Tianxian sect. Go and capture him for me. Maybe we can use him to exchange for Yun Xiangwan. He smiled sinisterly. Brother, we will go now. As soon as he finished speaking, he was already more than 10 meters away. In order to please Li Tiany, all the people came out. One was at the peak of foundation building, 2 were at the high stage of foundation building, and 1 was at the middle stage of foundation building. With such a lineup, as long as they made a little move, they could take down the spying rat. On the other side, Yun Xiangwan also moved quickly in the opposite direction. After running out of Li Tiany's spiritual sense detection range, she stopped, then put on a hood and a black scarf, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed. The bright white moonlight sprinkled through the treetops, forming mottled light and shadows on her body. She had a straight back and a cold temperament, like a goblin in the dark night who wanted to take someone's life. Shwa 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 soon, for black shadows jumped out and surrounded her. You're not running away now? You're quite sensible. Give up resistance now, seal your own spiritual veins and follow us so you can suffer less physical pain. Hey, this seems to be a female cultivator too?
Ha ha ha.
So she's a fairy, then we have to be more gentle. The 4 people were confident of victory and spoke arrogantly. The look they gave Yun Xiangwan was even more unscrupulous. Really? How gentle are you going to be, brother? Yun Xiangwan raised his eyes, and a purple light flashed in his eyes. In an instant, the resonance secret technique and the divine mind attack were launched at the same time.
Ah.
After a short and rapid groan and scream, The 4 people who were just so arrogant fell to the ground. Yun Xiongwan walked over and stepped on the face of the male cultivator who had reached the great perfection of the foundation building. "Brother, am I gentle?" She smiled, her peach eyes full of tenderness.
Who?
"Who are you?" The man was unwilling to give up. He stared with a pair of bloodshot eyes, trying to see through the face under the scarf and hood. This was just a cultivator at the middle stage of foundation building. Why could he break his meridians and up his sea of consciousness, silently? And if he was not mistaken, it was his own spiritual power that he had cultivated with great effort that broke his meridians. As for the means of blowing up his sea of consciousness, it was more like the soul-stealing secret technique of the immortal sword sect. At this time, a gust of wind blew in the forest and lifted Yun Xiongwan's hood. But what the man didn't expect was that she was still wearing a mask, so that only a pair of eyes were exposed. But these eyes so familiar.
Who am I?
Yun Xiongwan's words drew his attention back. She leaned over slightly and chuckled. "The first person below the golden core."
What?
The man hadn't understood this sentence yet, and the next moment, he felt a chill and pain in his chest. He looked down in disbelief and saw a long sword piercing his heart.
You.
He obviously didn't expect Yun Xiongwan to finish her off so quickly. He originally wanted to study her and then ask the sect for help. "You have the highest level of cultivation and are the hardest to kill, so I can only finish her off with one more sword." Yun Xiongwan sighed. She was helpless too, okay? Even. She didn't use her own spirit sword. "Wait a minute. System. Master, you are so steady. I admire you." Yun Xiongwan watched the male cultivator die, and then rolled up their space rings and storage bags. After the master died, his consciousness dissipated, and the space rings and storage bags became ownerless. It's a pity that Tunwu is here, and it can't eat these vitality and cultivation. After saying that, Yun Xiongwan took out the things that Anlan gave her from the space. "Uncle Master, this is what I accidentally refined. It is a must-have for killing people and robbing goods. I will give it to you today. Don't forget me when you make delicious food in the future." This is a palm-sized black bottle. When the cork was pulled out, a pungent stench rushed towards her, which made Yun Xiongwan choke. She quickly held her breath and poured the liquid inside on the body. Hiss, after a while. Black smoke came out of the body, and then it melted quickly. But in just a few breaths, only some clothing scraps were left on the ground. This corpse-dissolving water is really powerful. Yun Xiongwan was shocked. But after all, it was not as good as Xiao Jibai's power of the end, which could not leave any traces. To be on the safe side, Yun Xiongwan could only use the power of the origin of the earth to turn the ground here over and cover up all traces. Luyu would also send disciples to prove that he had been paying close attention to the situation here, and he must not let him catch any handle. After handling everything, Yun Xiongwan left the scene and then released Du Min, who was still in a coma, and let him lean against a stone.
But he was too weak now.
If he was discovered by the monster, he would not be able to escape death. Yun Xiongwan thought about it, took out a Da Huan Dan from the space, and fed it to him. Anyway, they were all searched out from his space ring, so Yun Xiongwan didn't feel bad at all. Da Huan Dan is a good thing, and Du Min will wake up soon. "Master, please come quickly. I still have some breath left for this man. You can take revenge if you have a grudge, and you can take grudge if you have a grudge." At this moment, the voice of Tunwu suddenly sounded in his mind. Before Xiao Jibai fell asleep, he made Tunwu and Yun Xiongwan sign a death contract. It was an ancient contract technique in which the contractee would die immediately if the master wanted to. Not only that, the contractee would also die if the master died, but the death of the contractee would not affect the master at all. It was so domineering. So Tunwu is now loyal to Yun Xiongwan. He learned and applied it on the spot, and he could still take care of her emotions. When Yun Xiongwan arrived, it lay on Li Tianyi's chest, blinking its big eyes, with an expression that asked for praise. If you ignore its tentacles that stretched into people's eyes, ears, mouths, and noses, and Li Tianyi, who was emaciated and almost into a mummy, it would be really cute.
You
raise foreign demons, you. You should be killed. Li Tianyi stared at Yun Xiangwan with his turbid eyes. A demon from outside the domain? It seems that Li Tianyi knows something about the origin of Tunwu. Tunwu did not expect Li Tianyi to suddenly say such a thing. It was startled and wanted to completely his vitality, but was stopped by Yun Xiangwan's eyes. Want to turn into ashes? Master, I was wrong. I dare not. Tunwu trembled and quickly admitted his mistake. Humph. Yun Xiangwan snorted coldly, and then used the soul-stealing technique on Li Tianyi and read all his memories. Li Tianyi, who was already on the verge of death, was killed by the soul-stealing technique. Even his soul was scattered. After reading Li Tianyi's memory, Yun Xiangwan's face froze. It turned out to be like this. Tunwu, a low-level demon from the battlefield outside the domain. It feeds on vitality. I don't know how many tens of thousands of years ago, a large-scale space suddenly appeared around the Shenglin continent. From the space, all kinds of strange-looking, cruel, and bloodthirsty monsters emerged. They eat humans when they see them, and eat flesh and drink blood when they see monsters. Wherever they go, there is grief and suffering and countless bones. Soon, the monks of Shenglin continent formed a demon-killing alliance. But the demons do not know pain, are not afraid of life and death, and only know how to kill and plunder. Human monks are soon at a disadvantage. The demon beast royal family immediately reinforced, but the demons seem to be endless, pouring out from the space continuously. The space is getting bigger and bigger, and even encroaching on part of the land of Shenglin continent for nearly 100 miles. If this continues, not only will the lives of the people be slaughtered, but even Shenglin continent will be overturned. At the moment of life and death, 5 human emperors and 3 demon kings of the demon race stood up. They killed countless demons along the way and came to the scorched earth. They used their lives and cultivation to sacrifice the seal formation and sealed the land, the demons, and the cracks. As for the scattered demons outside, they were quickly cleaned up. The war that lasted for thousands of years finally came to a rest. And Tunwu often travels with those high-level monsters, making sneak attacks, or picking up some leftovers that the high-level demons don't want. Of course, Li Tianyi is only in his 50s or 60s this year. Dressed up, he looks like a young man in his 20s or 30s. So in fact, Li Tianyi himself has never seen this kind of monster. He has seen it from the relevant ancient books of Xianjian sect. Because there was a great emperor in Xianjian sect who dedicated his life and cultivation to protect Shenglin continent for thousands of years. There are only a few sentences in the original book, which is far less clear than Li Tianyi's memory. Moreover, when Yun Xiangwan reads the book, she reads 10 lines a day and likes to skip chapters. In the end, she only read the ending, so she missed a lot of key information. If she had known that she would be in this book, she would have read it word by word. But now is not the time to delve into these things. She must leave the scene as soon as possible. Fortunately, after being dry by Tunwu, the body will weather in a very short time, and Yun Xiangwan does not have to deal with the body anymore. After returning to her own cave, Yun Xiangwan summoned Tunwu. 1 person and 1 demon stared at each other.
Master.
Master, why are you looking at me like that? Although there was no emotion in Yun Xiangwan's eyes, Tunwu felt his scalp tingling, and he always felt that she was holding back something bad. Tunwu, you said before that you didn't know why you came here, right? Yun Xiangwan's sudden words scared Tunwu. It said hurriedly, Master, I dare not lie to you at all. It really didn't know how it came here, nor did it know how long it had stayed in the Tianxian sect's medicine field. It just slowly derived spiritual wisdom and memory. But its earliest memory was indeed in the Tianxian sect's medicine field. When it first developed spiritual wisdom, it only knew to blindly absorb vitality every day. It caused a large area of the medicine field to die. Later, it became a little smarter and only absorbed a part of it, and it had to it in turn, so that those spiritual medicines would not suddenly die and could continuously provide it with magnificent vitality. Of course, it was not that it had not thought about absorbing the vitality of the disciples of Tianxian sect.
But it was too weak at that time.
If it accidentally exposed its whereabouts, it would probably be slapped to death. Just like the contract with Xiao Jibai, Yun Xiongwan could sense it the first time they had the intention to disobey. So, Tun Wu did not lie. Now we can only wait for Xiao Jibai to wake up before we can get more useful information. The next day, Xianjian's sect. Master, the life card of the third junior brother, is broken. Lu Yu's eldest disciple, Ing Yuanzhou, reported with a serious face.
What?
Lu Yu was holding a secret book in his hand and looked up suddenly after hearing what Ing Yuanzhou said. I went to see it yesterday and it was fine, but when I went to see it this morning, the life card of the third junior brother was broken. But the life card of the fifth junior brother showed vitality again, and he was out of danger. Although they were brothers from the same sect, Ing Yuanzhou had no good impression of the arrogant and rude Li Tianyi. But he was really happy that Du Min's life card had come back to life. Lu Yu stood up and paced in the room. After a while, he turned back and said to Ing Yuanzhou, Yuanzhou, you are my eldest disciple. You are steady and I trust you. You run another trip for me, first to pick up your junior brother, and second to investigate the cause of Tianyi's death. But this time, you must not alert the enemy again, and don't conflict with the people of Tianxian sect. Everything should be done in secret. Yes, master. Ing Yuanzhou received the master's order, saluted, and then turned to leave. After Ing Yuanzhou walked away, Lu Yu's expression suddenly changed from kind to sinister. A bunch of trash. They can't even do this, and they put their lives in it. But who made the move? Ziying? Or Mo Daoxian? No, he couldn't be anxious at the moment. There was only 1 month left for the lower 4 sects to go to Tianxian sect. Ziying, that woman, would never win no matter what. When she was unable to take care of herself, she had no power to protect Yun Xiongwan and the children. By then, together with others, he would surely get what he wanted. As for that idiot Li Tianyi, let him die. Thinking of this, he took out the secret book again and looked through it carefully. If you follow his gaze, you can find that what he is reading now is a secret method about transplanting sword bones and changing fate. It can be seen how eager he is to get Xiao Yanling's sword bone. But at this moment, Xiao Yanling was still fighting monsters in the secret realm, completely unaware of the approaching danger. In the blink of an eye, another half a month passed. Master, can you take me with you to Tianxian sect? The great elder of Guiyuan sect has arrived, and said that he would go to Tianxian sect with Lu Yu to be a witness. The 3 upper sects have decision-making and management rights over the entire immortal cultivation world of Shenglin continent. So, Yun Miao Miao made the request. In the past few months, she has been practicing wholeheartedly, never slacking off, and breaking through the foundation building stage in one fell swoop. Even Lord Tiandao praised her for her hard work. Even if Yun Xiongwan is lucky and has a few genius stepsons, so what? It's not her true strength that can't stand up to the standard. This time, she will go to Tianxian sect in person to witness her demise. Or find an opportunity to kill her with her own hands. Hearing this, Lu Yu glanced at Yun Miao Miao, then smiled and nodded, friendly and kind.
Okay. Thank you, master.
Yun Miao Miao bowed. She smiled secretly in her heart. Yun Xiongwan, your death is coming. Achoo. In Tianxian sect, Yun Xiongwan was sitting under the world tree eating melon seeds. Suddenly she sneezed and almost spilled the melon seeds in her hand. She rubbed her nose and continued eating. Master, are you okay? The robot puppy transformed by the system has grown a bit recently, and its size is about the same as that of a border collie. As soon as it came to Yun Xiongwan, it wagged its tail happily. The sky is clear, and the rain has stopped, and some people think they're fine again. Yun Xiongwan said something meaningful, but the system said it didn't understand and was confused. Master, what are you talking about? I guess Lu Yu has already started to act. Yun Xiongwan had just finished eating the melon seeds in her hand, then stood up and walked to the small pond she had dug. It had been so long, and Xiao Jibai was still asleep. In the past half-month, it had been too quiet, causing her to think too much, and she even suspected that she was inseparable from the outer demon. Suddenly, Yun Xiongwan seemed to remember something, squatted down, and looked into the system's eyes. Are you hiding something from me? The system was stunned. Master, I'm not hiding anything from you. But why do I remember that when Xiao Jibai first appeared, you behaved a little strangely? She had always wanted to ask, but she forgot because there were too many things to do. Now that she has free time, she must ask clearly. Master, that's because I feel your breath on him. No, it's the two of you who have each other's breath. I wanted to remind you at first, but he didn't seem to have any ill towards you, especially after learning that you had a contract. I stopped paying attention to it. The system explained to Yun Xiangwan carefully. Okay, this is also reasonable. Then you say, I'm not really an outer demon, am I? Tunwu is a demon species and Xiao Jibai is Tunwu's nemesis, with a built-in suppression effect. And she is Xiao Jibai's master. And she came from a book. Snap. Yun Xiangwan slapped his head. It's so complicated and a headache. No, master. You are the original Taoist body, with the power of the origin. How could you be a low-level and despicable race like the demon? The system immediately denied. Sure enough, you must know something. Yun Xiangwan stared at the system's dog eyes for a long time and then grabbed its neck. Master, I'm innocent, I don't. After the system finished speaking, it disappeared from the spot in an instant. After that, a voice came from mid-air. Master, I really don't have the authority to view it. Then when will you have the authority? Yun Xiangwan stood up. You. I will notify you after you break through that realm. The system only dared to speak, not to show up, obviously afraid of its own master.
Okay.
This kind of thing cannot be forced. At this moment, Yun Xiangwan sensed movement in the communication jade slip. She took it out and took a look. Junior sister, are you free now? Can you come to the main hall? I have something to discuss with you. Come on, something has come up. Junior sister, come quickly and sit here. In the main hall, Ziying waved to Yun Xiangwan as soon as she saw her walk in. Yun Xiangwan walked over and sat down. Senior sister, are the children still practicing in the secret realm? She asked subconsciously when she didn't see the children. Ziying smiled and nodded. Well, they said they should seize the time to improve their practical ability. Mo Dao Xian is protecting them, so you can rest assured. That's good. I haven't seen her for many days, and I miss her a little, but practice is the main thing. Senior sister, you called me here because there is movement in other sects? You are worthy of being a junior sister. You are really smart. Ziying is even thinking of handing the sect over to her junior sister to manage. Starting 2 days ago, people from the 4 lower sects have appeared in the valley in front of the sect. They even arranged for disciples to be stationed there, and they think that our Tianxian sect is in their pocket. They have been planning for a long time, and we have to deal with it carefully. Yun Xiangwan suppressed her smile, and her eyebrows were serious. Although Ziying's old injury has healed, she can also help her to make further progress at the critical moment. But the 4 lower sects are not easy to deal with. They also have a deep foundation, and they must have all kinds of elixirs and secret techniques that can improve people's cultivation. Moreover, Lu Yu and the protector of the country elder of Shichu Kingdom, who want Xiao Ling and Xiao Sainer, will definitely help secretly. This time, President Tianxian is tantamount to going against the cultivators of the entire Shunlin continent. Does the junior sister have any suggestions? I will listen attentively. Before, Ziying held the idea that there was no chance of survival, so she was fearless. But now that everything is hopeful, she has become more cautious. Although she is already a 1,000-year-old old woman, for some reason, Yun Xiangwan always gives her a sense of conviction. Let's go to the secret realm. Yun Xiangwan said, after a little thought. Ziying was stunned. Didn't the junior sister not want to go to the secret realm before? Why did she suddenly want to go again? And what is going to the secret realm have to do with the sect competition in half a month? Although she had doubts in her heart, Ziying agreed very straightforwardly. In less than a moment, the two of them appeared in front of the secret realm together. The entrance to the secret realm is between the 2 mountains. It is a dark blue vortex door. This vortex door was opened by my master. He is a cultivator of the divine transformation, a unique mutant space single spiritual root, and is also known as the genius with the most hope of ascending to the upper realm in the past 5,000 years. Ziying stood at the entrance, as if she was lost in some kind of memory. But 800 years ago, the seal of the battlefield outside the domain began to loosen. My master possesses the power of space, and he went to reinforce the seal without hesitation. However, during the process of reinforcing the seal, he was attacked by a mysterious person and almost died on the spot. He forced himself to return to the sect and then fell into a deep sleep. When she said this, Ziying's eyes turned red unconsciously. These years, everyone said that the master was in seclusion, but only I know that the master may never wake up. Yun Xiangwan heard this and suddenly realized it. No wonder she saw the destruction of the Tianqian sect. I felt something was wrong. Why didn't Fairy Ziying's master appear? Emotions would not appear at all, but there were still legends about him in the outside world, and he would live forever in Ziying's heart. Senior sister, let's go to the secret realm to practice a combination skill first, and then you can take me to see your master. Yun Xiangwan felt that we should try to save him with his spiritual spring water. If it fails, there would be no loss, right? Junior sister, do you have a way to save my master? Yun Xiangwan looked at Ziying's eyes that lit up quickly and felt something was wrong. She quickly stretched out her hand and pressed down. Senior sister, you have to be mentally prepared first. After all, your master has been sleeping for thousands of years, and I'm not sure. I know, junior sister, I know everything. It's good that you are willing to try. Ziying held Yun Xiangwan's hands and didn't listen to the combination skill at all. Let's go to the secret realm first. Yun Xiangwan took Ziying's hand and plunged into the vortex gate. After passing through the space tunnel, the two appeared in a palace in a short while. They were on a platform made of fine iron in the palace hall. In front of them were 4 bronze doors. From left to right, the first bronze door was a secret realm for disciples in the condensation stage to practice. The second bronze door was a secret realm for disciples in the foundation establishment stage to practice, and the third was a secret realm for disciples in the golden core stage to practice. The last one was naturally only for Yuanying stage cultivators. Any monster beast inside was level 6. If a low-level disciple accidentally broke in, he would be beaten into a pulp in an instant. Sister, which monster beast is the highest level in this door? Yun Xiangwan pointed to the 4th door. Ziying was startled, and then slowly bent Yun Xiangwan's finger towards the 3rd door. Sister, you want to enter this door? This is not suitable, right? Let's go to the 3rd secret realm. Yun Xiangwan pointed again. It is suitable, listen to me. And don't you have you? A Yuanying peak great perfection cultivator. Can't you protect me? Of course I can. Ziying's fighting spirit was immediately ignited. Which of the monsters in the 4th secret realm had not been beaten by her? Although there were 2 that she couldn't beat. That's it, let's go. Yun Xiangwan said, and walked straight to the 4th door. Ziying hurried to catch up. Junior sister is really brave, but on second thought, the reason why junior sister chose this door without hesitation is because she trusts her. Pushing open the bronze door, I felt a flash in front of my eyes. The next second I appeared in a valley. Roar. As soon as the 2 appeared, they heard a roar of monsters. Then, one after another, they seemed to be running and shouting. Soon, the ground in the valley began to shake. It was the noise made by the high-level monsters running wildly. Yun Xiangwan felt their excitement from a distance. Human monks have appeared. Brothers, hurry up and follow me to crush them.
Ah.
Senior sister, they seem very enthusiastic. Ziying nodded, then took out her own life-saving magic weapon while explaining. They have been trapped in this world for thousands of years, and they have a lot of resentment. So, junior sister, you step back a little. This place is still within the protection of the barrier. They can't break through. Okay. Yun Xiangwan obediently stepped back a few steps until the barrier covered her.
Ah.
Ziying obviously didn't expect Yun Xiangwan to agree so readily. Aren't they going to practice some combination skills? She thought the junior sister was going to do it herself. Senior sister, be serious. They are coming. Yun Xiangwan took out a small stool from the space and also took out a handful of spiced melon seeds and started to eat. Sure enough, as soon as the words fell, a giant beast about 15 meters long, with a majestic head and horns as big as a mountain, rushed over. Ziying held the silver-white sword and slashed it, and a sword energy swept towards the monster. The giant beast raised its claws to disperse the sword energy, and when it was about to attack again, Ziying had quietly come above its head. Ice spike, go. Swish, 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 several sharp icicles emitting biting cold air shot towards the giant beast in an instant. The giant beast immediately opened its bloody mouth and spewed out raging flames. The two naturally hostile energies suddenly collided with each other, making a huge explosion. The violent and powerful energy aftermath caused ripples in the barrier. Yun Xiongwan closed his eyes, and when he looked again, he saw a 2-meter-tall, muscular, and yellow-haired burly man standing opposite Ziying. Ziying, this time, you will die under my claws. Fire Lion, you said this hundreds of years ago. The two stood in the air, and there was a flash of lightning when their eyes met. A 6th-level peak monster, the Imperial Fiery Lion, a monster bloodline of the peak. The combat power is comparable to the peak of the Nascent Soul, which is the same level as Ziying. Yun Xiongwan held her chin with one hand. Just as she was muttering, the man and the transformed monster started fighting again. The sky was dark, sand and rocks were flying, and any aftermath of the battle could kill Yun Xiongwan. Is this the battle scene of the Yuanying stage boss? Yun Xiongwan retreated again. Little girl, since you are here, why do you have to hide in the barrier? Come out and play with us. Just then, a male voice that was more charming than a female voice suddenly floated into Yun Xiongwan's ears.
Wow.
Yun Xiongwan was startled and immediately turned his head to look and saw a white-haired man squatting outside the barrier. The man had a pair of narrow and long fox eyes with upturned corners and scarlet eyeliner. His skin was like jade, so beautiful that it was hard to tell whether he was a man or a woman. With this appearance, if he were put in the entertainment industry, he would directly beat all the young handsome guys.
Gudong.
Yun Xiongwan couldn't help swallowing his saliva. His eyes were straight. The man chuckled. A pink mist appeared in his eyes, and his tone became softer. It was as if there were countless small hooks, making people lose their minds. Little sister, come here. Yun Xiongwan's pupils suddenly lost focus, and she began to crawl towards the man uncontrollably. The smile on the man's mouth became more intense, but under the mist, hidden was a ferocious, murderous intent. In a blink of an eye, Yun Xiongwan crawled in front of the barrier. The man's right hand formed a claw, and his fingertips flashed a heart-pounding cold light like a blade. As long as this woman leaves the barrier, he can take out her heart in an instant. But the next second, Yun Xiongwan, who had lost focus, suddenly regained clarity. She smiled, revealing 8 white teeth. Sorry, I'm not tempted by you, Fox Geizhai. When Hu Qing saw Yun Xiongwan smile, he realized that he had been fooled. He was so angry that the shadow of a fox began to appear on his face, baring his teeth at her. Get out of here. At the same time, a sharp claw attack was attached.
Pang.
But there was a barrier between them, and Hu Qing was immediately bounced out. Yun Xiongwan stood up, patted the non-existent dust on his body, and sat back on the small stool. Master, I thought you were really bewitched by that slutty fox. Your master only seeks wealth and glory, not a trace of true love.
How could I be dazzled by a...
Yun Xiongwan said it easily, but she raised her hand to wipe the cold sweat from her forehead the next second. Oh my God, it was a close call. The soul-stealing secret technique saved her life. If it weren't for practicing that secret technique to strengthen her mental power again, she would have died at the claws of the at this moment. You know, the art of confusing people's hearts, after all, is just a means of attacking with divine thoughts. Human. Hu Qing saw that he could not do anything to Yun Xiongwan, so he turned around and attacked Ziying. Just as Ziying used her sword to block the attack of the fire lion, another gust of wind hit her from behind. She instantly summoned her magic weapon, injected spiritual power into it, and rushed towards Hu Qing. Although they were at the same level of cultivation, Ziying relied on her years of combat experience and magic weapons to fight back and forth with the 2 level 6 peak monsters. But gradually, she began to lose the upper hand. Junior sister, What did you say to that Hu Qing? Why is he so angry? Ziying found it strange, so she sent a message to Yun Xiangwan.
Ah.
He used charm on me to try to coax me out, but he didn't succeed, so he got angry out of shame. Yun Xiangwan was determined not to talk about her affairs with others. Ziying, who received Yun Xiangwan's message, burst into laughter. Hu Qing, I haven't seen you for many years. Why haven't you made any progress? Hu Qing laughed in anger. Whether I have improved or not, you will soon know. After saying that, he changed back to his beast form. Soon, a blue fox about 6 or 7 meters long, slender and lean, and very beautiful and elegant appeared in the sky. It has 7 tails, and the tips of its furry tails are dyed with the color of the clouds, which echoes the demon patterns around its eyes. Stepping on the mist, it is like a dream. Seeing this, Ziying's eyes were stern, and she dared not be careless anymore. You must know that these 2 monsters are the most powerful monster kings in the 4th secret realm. They have long been resentful of the Tianqian sect for imprisoning them here for the younger generation to practice. For many years, they've been wanting to get out. At the same time, the Huangji fire lion also turned back into an animal body.
Who?
Every time it breathes, the sparks it spews out can distort the air.
Ziying, D.
Ziying retreated quickly and instantly opened up a distance of dozens of feet from the 2 beasts. At the same time, the spiritual power was running to the extreme, and the silver-white long sword trembled in front of her. As the snowflakes danced, the space around her began to freeze with Ziying as the origin. Ice field. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly froze most of the 4th secret realm in an instant, as if assisted by a god. The cultivation level of the god transformation? The fire lion's fire dragon was frozen only halfway through. He roared out loud. Hu Qing's face changed instantly, because the tornado it had just summoned was also frozen. This is a thorough crushing, and there is no other possibility except for human cultivators in the god transformation stage. Because the path of cultivation becomes more and more difficult as time goes on. Every step forward is a world of difference. The peak of the nascent soul and the god transformation are only 1 step away, but the realm barrier is like a natural chasm, trapping many talented cultivators to death. After confirming that Ziying is a god transformation cultivator, Hu Qing was not so angry. Ziying, I haven't seen you for a few years. Has your intelligence degenerated? You actually use the power of the god transformation like this, and you are not afraid of the rules of heaven to reduce your lifespan? What god transformation? Open your eyes and see clearly. Ziying rolled her eyes at Hu Qing. She was actually quite confused as well. Although she had realized the domain, and her strength far exceeded that of the average nascent soul cultivator. But the range of her domain could only extend to the surrounding area of 10 miles at most. Moreover, it only slowed down the enemy's attack speed and weakened their cultivation. But now it was directly frozen. How could it be so powerful? Senior sister, how do you feel? Suddenly, she heard Yun Xiangwan's voice. At this moment, she was standing behind the barrier, looking at the frozen 4th secret realm with amazement, marveling at it. Ziying teleported in front of Yun Xiangwan in disbelief, and the 2 of them stared at each other with wide eyes. Junior sister, is this the combination skill you mentioned? Yun Xiangwan nodded slightly, looking a little dazed. Obviously, he hasn't recovered from the spectacular scene in front of him. The original book didn't say that Ziying had a domain. A domain is a small world created by Taoism. As long as you enter this small world, you will be bound by the rules in it. It can be said that a nascent soul cultivator with a domain can beat 2 cultivators of the same level without a domain. After the nascent soul stage, it is often very difficult to improve your realm. Therefore, in order to improve their combat effectiveness, many cultivators began to develop horizontally. Those who are talented can naturally realize the power of the domain. Junior sister, you are really the savior of my Tianqian sect. Ziying's eyes were burning, and then she clasped her hands and bowed solemnly. Senior sister, you can't do this. Yun Xiangwan stepped out of the barrier and hurriedly held Ziying's hands. Originally, Her purpose of choosing Tianqian's sect was not pure, because at that time, her ability was not enough to let the children see a wider world, nor could she give them better education and cultivation resources. So they had to participate in that Ascension Conference. But participating would definitely expose their special physique and amazing talents. Therefore, in addition to the fact that Tianqian's sect itself is protective of its own people, Ziying is also the one with the highest cultivation among them, and she can protect the children. But after some contact, Yun Xiongwan found that both Tianqian's sect and Ziying were far more in line with her wishes than the descriptions in those paragraphs in the original book. So, in the face of a powerful enemy, she should do her best.
Ha ha ha.
Ziying laughed loudly, and as she laughed, a crystal tear rolled down from the corner of her eye unexpectedly. She quickly raised her head and held back all the tears. Then, she took Yun Xiongwan's hand again. "Junior sister, let's go to pay a visit to the master."
Ah?
Yun Xiongwan was shocked. Are they going to see the master so soon? After the two left the fourth secret realm, Huishi, Hu Qing, and the monsters in the secret realm finally escaped from the freezing. What's wrong with that woman Ziying? Not only does she have the power of the domain, but she can also burst out with divine power comparable to that of a god in an instant. Huishi shook off the ice chips on his body and said angrily, "The feeling of having even the demon power frozen is really uncomfortable." Hu Qing stared at the door of the secret realm, thoughtfully. "When that woman walked out of the barrier just now, I smelled a special breath on her. Maybe the secret is not in Ziying, but in her." "You mean the woman who hasn't built her foundation yet?" "Hu Qing, were you beaten silly by Ziying?" Huishi never took Yun Xiongwan seriously from beginning to end. "He is the noble royal Lion King." Hu Qing glanced at Huishi, said nothing, and flew straight into the distance.
Hey.
"Wait for me. Ziying has suddenly become so strong. When can we leave this place?" Ziying here took Yun Xiongwan out of the secret realm, and then came to the mountain next to the sect master's hall. She was seen standing in the air in front of the mountain, forming a few hand seals, and a gap suddenly appeared in the formation covering the mountain for two people to pass through. The two of them went in, and the gap closed in an instant. Ziying brought Yun Xiongwan to a cave entrance, which also had restrictions. The moment the restriction was opened by Ziying, Yun Xiongwan felt a rich spiritual energy coming to her nose. Her eyes lit up. There must be a spirit stone vein in the belly of this mountain. No wonder the most important sect master's hall would be built on a mountain. But Ziying is also confident that she can see such a thing as a spirit stone vein. "Junior sister, come with me quickly." But Ziying didn't seem to care about it at all. She just held Yun Xiongwan's hand and walked forward. She had no guard against anyone. Fortunately, the Tianqian sect has been secluded in recent years, and there are very few disciples in the sect. Otherwise, with Ziying's temper, the situation of the Tianqian sect would be even worse than it is now. After all, being attacked from all sides will lead to its demise faster. Okay, senior sister, slow down." Yun Xiongwan could only speak to try to calm her down. It is not certain whether the spiritual spring water can save her. Soon, Ziying brought Yun Xiongwan to the sect's forbidden area. The layout here is not much different from that in the secret realm. There is a circular platform, which leads to 4 practice rooms, and each practice room is about 5 or 6 meters apart. It seems that the rocks have been hollowed out. On the stone doors of the practice rooms, the 4 words heaven, earth, Xian, and Huang are engraved respectively. Yun Xiongwan thought that this classification should be related to the concentration of spiritual energy. When the sect was at its peak, it was very lively here. Disciples can freely choose which level of training room to practice in based on their points, but after the decline of the master, I closed this place. Firstly, there are fewer disciples, and the spiritual power outside is enough for practice. Secondly, there are too many people and too many mouths. Master is not here, and my senior brother and I can't keep it, so we completely closed this place. Ziying said, reaching out to push open the huge stone door engraved with the word sky. As the door was opened, there was such a strong spiritual energy. At first glance, The white mist was vast and heavy, and it felt like it was about to liquefy. Walking in, I found that there was a secret world inside. The entire sky-level pool is divided into 12 small training rooms. The master is in the innermost one, and the senior brother is also next to it. Ziying took the initiative to explain. Yun Xiangwan nodded, and then followed her pace. The further they went in, the denser the spiritual energy became, almost to the point where it could not be dissolved. If the spiritual stone vein in Linfeng Mountain had just taken shape and was still in its infancy, then the spiritual stone vein here was in its prime, and there was no comparison at all. Ziying first took Yun Xiangwan to see the eldest senior brother. Yun Xiangwan still remembered the description of the eldest senior brother in the book. He had mixed spiritual roots and his comprehension was not high, but he was hard-working and diligent enough, and he would break through every time when his lifespan was about to end. He was also a genius of his generation. Except for Master. Master is the person I admire most in this world. But after Master fell into a deep sleep, his mentality was affected. When he broke through to the high level of nascent soul, he suddenly developed a demon in his heart and almost died on the spot. Ziying looked at the old man sitting cross-legged in the middle of the practice room, his eyes slightly closed, as peaceful and serene as if he was an old man sleeping. Recalling the past, her eyes couldn't help but soften. Is this senior brother? He looks like he is the grandfather of Fairy Ziying. But think about it, senior brother always breaks through when his lifespan is almost over, so inevitably, he looks much older. And a genius with a mutant single spiritual root like Ziying, even in the nascent soul stage, looks only in his 20s or 30s, and his face remains the same. Senior brother. Yun Xiangwan clasped her fists and bowed as a greeting. Then, she called the system in her heart. Quickly take a look, can this senior brother be saved? System. Master. He can be saved, but it will take time. And even if he wakes up, without the elixir to prolong his life, he will die soon. The elixir to prolong life. As long as there is a way, it will be easy. The system has the elixir recipe, plus the background of Tianxian sect. Can't they find an elixir to prolong life? Let's go. Master is next door. Ziying retracted her gaze.
Yeah.
Yun Xiangwan followed her again. In the last training room, there lay a young man in his early 30s. He had a handsome face and was elegant and handsome. Although his eyes were closed at the moment, it was not difficult to imagine his heroic appearance in the past. At this moment, the system took the initiative to scan the lying man and then informed Yun Xiangwan of the result. Master, this one is not easy to save either.
Ah?
Yun Xiangwan scanned with his spiritual sense, and it was true. The nascent soul in the body of a spiritualization cultivator is several times that of a nascent soul cultivator. They can communicate with the power of heaven and earth and use it for their own benefit. So when they take action, the sky will collapse and the earth will split. This is why they are restricted by the rules of heaven and earth. The nascent soul in his body was almost torn apart, and it was breathing black gas, obviously caused by poisoning. How poisonous must it be to be able to poison a nascent soul cultivator? If it weren't for the rich spiritual energy here, which allowed him to maintain his vitality, protect his heart meridians, and stabilize his nascent soul from completely breaking, he would have died long ago. Junior sister, this is our master, Meng Jingsui. Ziying knelt down in front of the warm jade bed and looked at the man lying there with admiration.
Master.
Yun Xiangwan bowed, then knelt down beside Ziying. I come here every now and then to talk to Master. Although he didn't respond, I know he must have heard it. After sitting quietly for a long time, Ziying suddenly chuckled. But that laughter was so sad. When Master returned to the sect seriously injured, I had just established my foundation. At that time, the sect was in turmoil, and slowly, there were fewer and fewer people. Ziying paused when she said this. It's also good. There are too many people, and it's noisy. It's quieter, and it's more suitable for Master to recuperate. Senior sister, I am 10% to 20% sure that I can save Master. During this period, just stay here, and you go out to take charge of the overall situation. With Mo Daoxian here, she won't suffer in dealing with those sects, right? Is there really hope? Ziying immediately held Yun Xiangwan's hand, but the next moment, she felt that her action was too abrupt, so she regained her composure, stood up, and stopped at the door. Junior sister, I believe in you. You can definitely create a miracle. After leaving this sentence, she disappeared. Yun Xiangwan waved her hand, and the stone door closed instantly, then raised her chin and looked at Meng Jingsui lying on the bed. I think the old leader of the Tianqian sect is still charming. System. Master, I just heard from your senior sister that he might hear it. So, you'd better restrain yourself. How is it possible? In order to preserve that trace of life, he has fallen into a deep sleep. How can he hear my voice? Yun Xiangwan didn't believe it, and at the same time guided the spiritual spring water from the system space. But Meng Jingsui had no ability to swallow independently, and he spit out the water fed into his mouth. What should I do? After thinking about it, Yun Xiangwan suddenly came up with an idea. Tunwu, your tentacles should be able to grow again, right? Tunwu, who was inexplicably pulled out of the space by Yun Xiangwan, looked confused, but still nodded subconsciously. Come on, stretch out one of your tentacle, preferably a hollow one. Yun Xiangwan said again. Tunwu tentatively stretched out a tentacle as thick as a little finger, fleshy, soft, and elastic. Yun Xiangwan nodded, motioning it to continue. A little thinner. Yes, a little longer, about 1 meter. So, a thing about 1 meter long, like a blue star infusion hose, was done. Seeing this, Yun Xiangwan took out a weight. Master Yu, what do you want to do?
No.
Woo woo woo. Tunwu held his severed tentacles with 2 chubby short tentacles and cried wide noodles. Okay, I'll feed you a bite later. Yun Xiangwan rolled his eyes at it and continued to insert a gastric tube into Meng Jingsui. Don't say it, this spiritual sense is really useful. It's clearer than AB ultrasound machine. Okay, thank you, master. Tunwu just stopped howling. The spiritual spring water is a good thing. It not only contains great vitality but also can improve the physical condition from the inside out. After drinking it a few times, it successfully evolved from a low-level demon species to a mid-level demon. But the owner watched the spring more closely. If it drank it without permission, it would be dead. After Yun Xiangwan inserted the gastric tube into Meng Jingsui, he injected the spiritual spring water into it. In this way, it goes directly to the stomach, and there is no risk of leakage. Yun Xiangwan fed him 2 bowls of spiritual spring water before stopping, and then pulled out the gastric tube for next use.
Master.
At this time, Tunwu came to Yun Xiangwan in a hop, his face full of desire. Yun Xiangwan casually conjured up a bowl for it. Tunwu saw that it was full of spiritual spring water and immediately stretched out a pair of tentacles with joy to take it and drank it happily aside. Yun Xiangwan paid close attention to the changes in Meng Jingsui. After the spiritual spring water entered his body, it quickly found the vitality that was as fragile as a candle flame swaying in the wind, merged with it, and further grew stronger. Wildfires cannot be extinguished, and spring breezes will bring new life. With the help of spiritual spring water, vitality is like a bud that breaks through the ground, thriving and quickly growing strong branches. The toxin that was originally pressing forward step by step sensed the danger and began to retreat. The majestic vitality surged in, instantly devouring a lot of black poison gas. But after several entanglements, the vitality began to decline again. Yun Xiangwan seeing this, she fed him a lot of spiritual spring water. As one thing grew stronger, the other weaker. Now there was no chance for the black poison gas to breathe. But despite Yun Xiangwan's help, it still took 5 days for the toxins in Meng Jingsui's body to be completely eliminated. A lot of black mucus flowed out of his pores, and the intense poison gas dyed the priceless warm jade bed black. Yun Xiangwan saw it and said it was a pity, so he quickly pinched a dust cleansing trick to clear the dirt and the smell out of the house. The toxins have been cleared, and the next step is to repair his meridians, which have become as fragile as tofu dregs under the erosion of toxins for many years. As for those shaky nascent souls, they will have to wait until he wakes up before they can do anything. In the meantime, she has to refine another Qianyuan creation pill. Fortunately, there was still a large part of the Qianyuan route left last time, otherwise it would be quite troublesome to look for everything. That day, Ziying came in a hurry.
What?
Junior sister, you actually destroyed the black gas in Master's body? After checking Meng Jingsue's physical condition, she asked in surprise. You know, she had tried many methods before, but couldn't get rid of the black air. But in just a few days, the troublesome black air was gone. And if you look closely, you can find that the vitality in the Master's body is much stronger than before. After getting rid of the black air that kept eroding the body, it turned to repair the meridians. The Master's face has regained some color. This is simply a miracle. At this rate, the Master is likely to wake up soon. Junior sister, do you still have the pill you gave me last time? Or where is it, tell me? In any case, I have to find a few for the Master. Ziying grabbed Yun Xiangwan's hand. I made it myself. Yun Xiangwan looked innocent.
What?
That's a 5th grade pill. Ziying was stunned.
Yeah.
Yun Xiangwan nodded again, assuring that this was absolutely true. Junior sister, you really are. Genius is not enough to describe you. She doesn't even have the identity of a proper alchemist, but she can refine 5th grade elixirs. Who would believe it if I told others about it? However, I think the junior sister must have put in a lot of effort. Thank you for the compliment, senior sister. The spiritual medicine I have here is enough to refine 3 Qianyuan creation pills. But Master has many nascent souls, so these 3 may not be enough. Junior sister, if you need any spiritual medicine, just tell me, and I will find it for you. By the way, I have some here, I'll give them all to you. After Ziying finished speaking, she took out a bunch of spiritual medicines from her space ring and stuffed them all into Yun Xiangwan's arms. Senior sister, no, really no, Yun Xiangwan said, while stretching her clothes. Ziying didn't realize that Yun Xiangwan was saying one thing and thinking another. Junior sister, why are you still being polite to me? From now on, all my spiritual medicines are yours. For nearly 1,000 years, she has never been so happy as today. Yun Xiangwan's eyes swept over those spiritual medicines. Oh my god, there were 3,000-year-old, 5,000-year-old, and even tens of thousands of year-old spiritual medicines. She suppressed her excitement, put all the spiritual medicines into the space, and then the system and Tunwu planted them all. Then, she collected her thoughts, opened her arms, and gave Ziying a bear hug. Senior sister, you are so kind. With the spiritual medicines you gave me, my alchemy skills can be greatly improved. Ziying patted Yun Xiangwan on the back. This is a blessing for our Tianxian sect. Yun Xiangwan nodded thoughtfully. That's true. After all, she is so helpful that she will not watch her fellow disciples get hurt and do nothing. Senior sister, how are you preparing for the sect competition? The arena is set up in the square. Mo Dao Xian and I have built a barrier with those bronze pillars. Make sure that during the battle, the aftermath of the battle will not damage any plant or tree in our Tianxian sect. Ziying told Yun Xiangwan about all the recent preparations. The sect has also been repaired. After all, this is the first battle for our Tianxian sect to establish its prestige after hundreds of years, so we have to save some face. No wonder the children always tell me in the jade slips that the sect has changed a lot. Yun Xiangwan chuckled. There are only the last 9 days. Ziying narrowed her eyes slightly, and a cold look appeared. Okay, senior sister, you go and get busy first. Leave this to me, and I will observe closely for 2 more days. If everything is fine, I will leave, and the follow-up will depend on Master himself. After listening to Yun Xiangwan's words, Ziying looked at Meng Jingsui again, then turned and left. 2 days later, Yun Xiangwan held his chin with one hand and walked back and forth in front of the warm jade bed. The meridians are almost repaired. Why is he not awake yet? This is not scientific. System. Master, people who sleep for too long cannot distinguish between artistic conception and reality. Whether he can break free depends on himself. All on himself? Yun Xiangwan tilted his head, then stretched out his hands to make a trumpet shape at his mouth. Master, wake up. Master. Master, after shouting for a long time, there was still no movement. Yun Xiangwan began to think, Was it because she didn't shout loud enough or not explosive enough? No, she had to think of a way. Yes, the soul-stealing secret technique. So, Yun Xiangwan performed the soul-stealing secret technique, allowing her spiritual thoughts to enter Meng Jingsui's sea of consciousness. Oh my god! Is the sea of consciousness of a spiritual cultivator so wide? Just like a calm sea, you can't see the end at a glance. It seems that there is no danger, but if there is a little wind and waves, it will have the power to destroy the world. Yun Xiangwan dare not provoke it now. At most, she dares to shout a few words. Master, wake up. Master, if you don't wake up, Tianxian's sect will be wiped out. Master, did you hear that? Lu Yu, that old immortal, has joined forces with other sects to bully us. It can't be said to be useless. It can only be said that there is no movement. Yun Xiangwan silently withdrew from Meng Jingsui's sea of consciousness and turned to leave the practice room. Now that the vitality in his body is already strong enough, there is no point for her to stay here. But what Yun Xiangwan didn't know was that not long after she left, the person who was originally sleeping on the warm jade bed suddenly moved his slender, right-hand fingers. Although I have absorbed a lot of spiritual energy for free in the practice room these days, I am really bored. Yun Xiangwan stood on Qianman and stretched. When she opened her eyes again, she was stunned. Is this still the same shabby sect? All the damaged buildings have been repaired, and even the rocks and weeds on the ground have been cleared away. It's so bright. The old cucumber is painted green. It looks pretty good.
Mom.
We're here. Yun Xiangwan was sighing, and suddenly heard Xiao Yue's voice. She looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a group of people standing in the square. Xiao Yue was waving her arms at her vigorously, and Xiao Yanqing and Xiao Xianling also heard the sound. As for Xiao Yanling, he was fighting back and forth with Shi Jing. This kid is really energetic. Yun Xiangwan smiled slightly, and then flew toward Xiao Yue. When he was only a dozen meters away from her, Yun Xiangwan put away his hands and waited, then jumped up and landed steadily in front of him.
Mom.
Xiao Yue immediately rushed over and hugged her tightly. Hey, my dear baby. Yun Xiangwan raised her hand and touched the back of Xiao Yue's head. Mother. Xiao Yanqing and Xiao Xianling came over and called affectionately. Yun Xiangwan let go of Xiao Yue, then walked over to pinch Xiao Xuanling's fat and patted Xiao Yanqing's shoulder. You are all good kids. The main character is a master of keeping things in balance. Hello, Junior Master. I haven't seen Junior Master for a few days. You have become more beautiful again. Other disciples of the sect also greeted Yun Xiangwan enthusiastically. Since the barbecue feast, they have been talking about when Junior Master can prepare another one every day. Bai Jinjin also subconsciously glanced at Yun Xiangwan's right wrist and saw that the black bracelet was gone, and she was a little curious. Did the beast run away? Gungun was connected to her consciousness and answered her immediately. No, on the contrary, the breath of the beast on Junior Master has become stronger. Bai Jinjin nodded thoughtfully. Seeing this, Xiao Yanling in the field attacked more fiercely. Although the sword in his hand was only of the middle grade of the earth level, with the blessing of the sword bone, it could exert a power infinitely close to the heaven level. Every move and every style was accompanied by the crisp sound of the sword. The overflowing sword energy was even more domineering, piercing Shi Jing's cheek painfully. Junior brother, I admit defeat. Shi Jing shouted that he could not resist. This was still the case when Xiao Yanling did not use his spiritual power. Otherwise, if the sword energy was mixed with the power of thunder and lightning, he would have fallen down long ago. The moment Shi Jing opened his mouth to admit defeat, Xiao Yanling immediately put away his sword, took a step back, and clasped his fists. Thank you for your guidance, fourth senior brother. Sixth junior brother has made great progress in the past few months, which makes senior brother very envious. Shi Jing has dual spiritual roots of water and fire and is not very talented. But he has a good brain, and his mental power is also higher than that of ordinary cultivators. Senior brother is too modest. If you sacrifice the mecha puppet, it is still unknown who will win or lose. Xiao Yanling said seriously. He originally wanted to force his senior brother to sacrifice the mecha puppet he had refined, but he didn't want to. Besides, his mother was here. Jing saw his yearning. Sixth junior brother, go ahead. Xiao Yanling nodded immediately and trotted towards Yun Xiangwan. However, the closer he got, the slower his pace became. Yun Xiangwan reached out and pulled him into her arms, giving him a big hug. You are growing up so fast in a place I can't see. Your mother is very happy and proud of you. If it were in the past, according to Xiao Yanling's arrogant personality, he would not have taken care of Jing's feelings. It seems that the children have found a suitable way to get along with each other in these days. Gradually, they have made friends. Xiao Yanling blushed under the gaze of everyone, and then hesitantly responded, Yes, mother. Yun Xiangwan let him go and rubbed his head. Speaking of which, this child grows really fast. He was malnourished before and was only 1.23 meters tall at the age of 9. In the past year, he has soared to 1.56 meters. If she hadn't grown taller, she would have had a hard time rubbing her head. Okay, you guys continue playing. I'll go find your master. I'll make you something delicious when I come back in the evening. Mom, let's go back and make it. We have seasonings at home, but we're just short of ingredients. Xiao Yanqing stepped out and said. Yun Xiangwan raised her eyebrows in surprise. The other 3 children also nodded, indicating that they could do it. Uncle Junior, can we go and help together? Uncle Junior, we're also good at work. Uncle Junior, let us go together. The other disciples of the sect also looked at Yun Xiangwan eagerly. The pitiful and coquettish look made Yun Xiangwan's scalp numb, so she quickly waved her hand. Go, all of you. Then, she handed Xiao Yanqing a humming beast. After the children left in a swarm, Yun Xiangwan took out the communication jade slip and asked about Ziying's whereabouts. Junior sister, I'm at the gate. Lu Yu and the great elder of Gudyuan sect claim that they want to come in to check the competition venue and ensure that the competition is fair and just. Yun Xiangwan's eyelids jumped. As the 3rd elder of the first sect in Shenglin continent, Lu Yu suddenly jumped so happily. Was it really just for Shaoling's swordbone? Although the temptation of the sword bone was great, he had to wait until Shaoling had formed a pill, and it would be best to cut out the golden pill together. Otherwise, he would not be killed by Shaoling in the original book. But now he is so eager to enter Tianqian's sect in advance. Could it be because he knows what treasures are in the sect? Spirit stone veins? Or monsters in the secret realm? You know, monsters above level 5 are also full of treasures in addition to monster pills. By the way, she remembered that in the original book, when Shaoling was not in Tianqian's sect, Lu Yu also ordered people from the 4 sects to challenge in turn. Ziying was tired of fighting, and she was already seriously injured and had not recovered, so her realm dropped again, and finally fell with Tianqian's sect. But before she died, she released the monsters in the secret realm and used her vitality and cultivation to strengthen the seal of the Spirit Stone Mine. As a result, the Xianjian sect and Gudyuan sect came several times, but they did not find any treasures. But the heroine opened the seal of the Spirit Stone Mine many years later. There is not only a huge Spirit Stone vein in it, but also countless magic weapons in the Tianqian sect's treasure pavilion. So after the heroine got this treasure, she soared to the sky, and it also laid a solid foundation for her to defeat the children of the Shao family later. So, the heroine knew that the Tianqian sect had a spirit stone vein, but in the original book, she took it all for herself. What was the reason that prompted her to tell Lu Yu this news that could change her fate? System, if I kill the heroine, this world will not collapse, right? Yun Xiangwan suddenly said. System. No, the heroine can only say that she is favored by the destiny of the heaven in this small world, and the heaven can change people at any time. So compared with the billions of creatures in this small world, she is insignificant. Even if she is killed, it will not affect the operation of this world. Moreover, this small world is just a drop in the ocean compared to the vast universe. Even if she is the heroine, we don't have to be afraid. Afraid? Well, she is really afraid. After all, the children are there. If the world collapses, how can we play? So, you can kill her, right? Yun Xiangwan snorted coldly, and then flew towards the gate of Tianxian's sect on his sword. Yun Miao Miao, you should follow, right? Seventh Elder. Don't forget which sect you belong to. The great elder of Guthuan's sect saw Emo Daoxian standing next to Ziying, and his eyes were full of sarcasm. A few days ago, I sent a message to the sect master, asking to resign from the position of the seventh elder. Emo Daoxian said loudly under the gaze of everyone. When this was said, many people were shocked. Emo Daoxian, beauty and withered bones. Only the immortal road is eternal. I hope you will not regret your decision today in the future. The great elder's eyes became more and more contemptuous, thinking that Emo Daoxian was a fool. Don't worry about that, great elder. People with different ideologies cannot work together, so he is willing to do things for one person. Humph. The great elder snorted coldly. It was Lu Yu who took over the conversation seriously. Elder Emo, I didn't expect that after not seeing each other for a few months, our positions have changed. But you can't help me in this sect competition. Emo Daoxian heard this, and immediately stopped smiling. I have withdrawn from Guthuan sect, and am now a member of Tianxian sect. Naturally, I can fight on behalf of Tianxian sect. Elder Emo, Elder Ziying did not mention your name when he accepted the challenge. It is unreasonable for you to suddenly stand up now. Pei Yu of Hehuan's sect immediately stood up and retorted. At the same time, his eyes lingered on Ziying vaguely. If Elder Emo insists on stepping forward, then Tianxian sect can only be judged to have lost. You are not qualified to talk to me. Emo Daoxian swept his eyes across, and Pei Yu was immediately struck by lightning, and his soul trembled. Elder Emo, why bother to be angry with a junior? At this time, a charming woman in pink suddenly appeared beside Pei Yu. She had a graceful figure, bright eyes, and a charming look. After her appearance, the pressure from Pei Yu's nascent soul instantly dissipated. He quickly clasped his fists and bowed, calling with a smile, Master. The pink-dressed woman nodded slightly, then leaned against Pei Yu softly. Pei Yu also took it quite smoothly, and when the two looked at each other, the unique taste of the Hehuan sect came out. Not to mention, because of her high appearance, the scene was quite pleasing to the eyes. Yun Xiangwan looked at her silently for several times before flying to Ziying. Junior sister, you are here. Ziying looked back at her. Her eyes were much softer than before. Emo Daoxian also nodded at him. Although Yun Xiangwan had not asked him to do anything, in a sense, Emo Daoxian was not a member of the Tianxian sect, but her personal servant. The power of the heart demon oath is great. The appearance of Yun Xiangwan immediately caused people from other sects to whisper. She herself didn't care, but after a closer look, the lineup on the opposite side was really huge. Lu Yu of the Xianjian sect, the great elder of the Guyuan sect, and a few steps away from them stood the old acquaintances Yun Miao Miao and Du Min. Du Min looked at her with a strange look. It seems that the memory was cleared very cleanly, and Yun Xiangwan was very satisfied with it. As for the lower four sects, basically each sect has 5 or 6 people. These people together are more than the disciples of the host Tianxian sect. If they are allowed to go in early, it will be difficult to supervise them in place. Over time, they want to fish in troubled waters and do something that is not conducive to the Tianxian sect, which is simply impossible to prevent. Sister, we can't let them go in early in the name of inspection. Yun Xiangwan sent a message to Ziying. Ziying heard this. He nodded imperceptibly, and then said to everyone, on the day of the competition, our Tianxian sect will open the sect protection formation and allow you to enter the challenge. Before that, please do not set foot in our Tianxian sect. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Fairy Ziying, how can we ensure fairness and authenticity without checking the competition arena? As one of the top 3 sects, shouldn't Tianxian's sect take the initiative to take the lead? Lu Yu immediately put a big hat on Ziying. This made Ziying angry, and she immediately scolded. If you want to compete, get out. Yun Xiangwan was so happy to hear it, but when he raised his eyes, he met Yun Miao Miao's obscure gaze. System, what do you think is the possibility of me killing her in front of everyone? System, Master, you can't do it. Your original power is very unique in killing people. If you don't dispose of the body in time after killing someone, then your next action will be equivalent to running. Moreover, the people who were killed before were also easily detected by others. System, and there are two nascent soul cultivators standing next to Yun Miao Miao. If you rashly mobilize your spiritual power, you will be easily discovered. Yun Xiangwan curled her lips. Okay, she was presumptuous. Elder Ziying, I understand your feelings. But some things will have to be faced sooner or later. Lu Yu was very angry, but Ziying's moodiness was well known to the world. But he was a graceful sword fairy, and naturally he would not quarrel with a female cultivator in public. So he continued to stand on the moral high ground and persuaded. You all covet the foundation of my Tianxian sect. You are hypocritical, and I, Ziying, disdain to associate with you. When Ziying said this, her face suddenly turned pale, and then she covered her chest and coughed violently. Cough, cough, cough.
Ziying,
Are you okay? Seeing this, Mo Daoxian hurriedly supported her. Ziying held back her cough, but her face turned red. She took her hand away and was about to speak, but she saw a pool of blood on her palm. How could this happen? Her face turned pale, and then she quickly clenched her fist and put her hands behind her back, and with the help of Mo Daoxian, she quickly returned to the sect. At the scene, Yun Xiangwan was the only one left, who seemed to have not figured out the situation. She touched the back of her head, looking embarrassed. I'm so sorry, everyone. Please come back in 3 days. After saying that, she also hurriedly passed through the sect protection formation and slipped away so quickly, as if she was afraid that someone would cause trouble for her. Elder Lu, did you see it? That blood. The elder of Guthyuan sect had a trace of sympathy in his eyes. Elder Ziying's injury seems to be worse. Although Lu Yu sighed, the sneer that flashed at the corner of his lips was frightening. Master, what should we do now? Yun Miao Miao asked weakly on the side. Go to Luyang City. Seeing Ziying vomiting blood, Lu Yu's mood was obviously much better. So even if Yun Miao Miao asked an inappropriate question, he was not angry. Moreover, if what Yun Miao Miao said was true, wouldn't it be a great achievement? Okay, Master. Yun Miao Miao responded obediently. Then the group turned around and flew towards Luyang City. Before leaving, everyone looked at Tianxian's sect with eyes full of calculation and possession. It was as if Tianxian's sect was already in their pockets, waiting to be divided and eaten in 3 days. Ziying, who returned to the sect master's square, quickly cast a cleansing technique on herself. Junior sister, the blood of this humming beast is so fishy. She looked disgusted, but thinking of Lu Yu's expression of believing it and secretly being complacent, her mood improved again. It is a bit fishy. Yun Xiangwan nodded with a sly smile. But the effect is very good.
Ha ha ha.
Lu Yu, that idiot. Ziying has begun to look forward to what kind of expression Lu Yu will have when she kills the people from the 4 sects in 3 days. You still can't take it lightly. Ziying had some concerns a few days ago, and even told him that if Tianxian's sect could not escape this disaster, she would beg Guyuan's sect to take her in. But a few days later, when he led the children out of the secret realm, he saw that she was in high spirits, even a little overconfident. This made him happy, but also a little worried. So before, in front of the disciples of other sects, he acted out a play that he had no choice but to fight for Tianxian's sect. Unexpectedly, Yun Xiangwan was even more ruthless and directly stuffed Zi's senior sister with a handful of humming beast blood. With my little junior sister here, I am invincible. After Ziying made sure that there was no smell on her body, she walked over and put her arms around Yun Xiangwan's shoulders and couldn't help rubbing her tender face. Mo Daoxian had a question mark on his forehead. Yun Xiangwan's mouth was deformed by the rubbing, and she uttered a sentence vaguely. Let's go. Let's eat barbecue. Barbecue? Ziying's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly half-carried Yun Xiangwan and flew to her cave. Mo Daoxian shook his head helplessly and followed. Another night of revelry. Time passed in a flash, and 3 days passed. Dong a dull and heavy bell sounded throughout the Tianxian sect. Yun Xiangwan greeted the bell and walked out of the door of her cave with her 4 children. Looking up, a group of people flew over from the other side of the sky. The first to bear the brunt were Lu Yu from the Xianjian sect, the great elder of the Guyuan sect, and Yun Miao Miao and Du Min. Behind them were the people from the lower 4 sects. Yun Xiangwan smiled. He really couldn't wait. In the sect square, 9 bronze pillars about 20 meters long stood out. Each bronze pillar was shining with a bright glow. They served as the center of the formation, covering the entire square. In the open space outside the bronze pillar, a few chairs were simply placed according to the number of sects. There was no tea or cakes. The poverty was visible to the eye. As Ziying's eldest disciple, Zhao Yucheng was responsible for guiding everyone to their seats. Then he stood in front of the main seat, waiting for his master to arrive. This Tianxian sect is really in bad shape. Such a simple venue, let alone the 7 major sects, even those small sects would not be so bad. It was in bad shape to begin with. There are not as many disciples in the sect as we have. There is a mixed bag of good and bad, and there is a lack of successors. Not only that, Fairy Ziying vomited blood outside the sect 3 days ago. Seeing her shaky appearance, why is there any need for competition? It's better to admit defeat directly and suffer less. 1,000 years ago, the Tianxian sect was the #1 sect in Shenglin continent. Who doesn't know the name of sect Master Meng? What a pity, what a pity. They all pretended to sigh, but in fact they were adding insult to injury. They were more shrewd than the other, and they were all thinking about how to get some benefits from the Tianxian sect. As the superior of the sect, the expression was even more obscure. Zhao Yucheng looked at them for a few times, then turned his head away, furious. You are the eldest disciple of Fairy Ziying, right? Where is she? When will she come? Lu Yu asked. The cultivators of the 4 lower sects immediately echoed. Fairy Ziying won't dare to come, right? If the master doesn't dare to come, this disciple can also take over.
Ha ha ha.
Brother Dao is joking. He is the same as us, with the cultivation of Jindan. How can he fight against the elders? I think you should admit defeat quickly, and then all of you move out of the Tianxian sect and make room for me. Faced with the unbridled ridicule of the crowd, Zhao Yucheng clenched his fists and took a long time to utter, "My master will not lose."
Ha ha ha.
The laughter below became louder. You guys. Zhao Yucheng couldn't stand it anymore. He took a step forward, but the next moment, a hand grabbed his shoulder. Yun Xiangwan walked out from behind him and apologized embarrassedly. I'm sorry, my Tianxian sect is declining and can't be compared with your master's sect. We really don't have the ability to come up with good things to entertain you, but you can rest assured, my senior sister will definitely accept the challenge. She's just still making relevant preparations. Senior sister? Lu Yu frowned. Yun Miao Miao was also shocked. How could Yun Xiangwan, a waste who had not yet broken through the foundation, be the junior sister of Fairy Ziying? Could it be that the old leader of Tianxian's sect has recovered from his illness and come out of retreat? Even if he came out of retreat, it is impossible for him to accept a 5-element waste as a disciple. No, Meng Jingsui can't come out of retreat at this time. Otherwise, what about the spiritual stone vein? Lord Tiandao, has the old leader of Tianxian's sect come out of retreat? Yun Miao Miao subconsciously asked in her heart. But this time, her Lord Tiandao did not answer her. How could she forget that Lord Tiandao would not appear wherever Yun Xiangwan was? But every time she wanted to know why and asked Lord Tiandao, she would only be scolded. Yun Xiangwan naturally took over the conversation with a smile on her face. It's all thanks to my few useless children who got the favor of my senior sister, so I also got a higher generation. But this is my private matter, and I don't think you're interested. Why don't you just sit down and wait for my senior sister to come? After these words were spoken, everyone suddenly realized that no wonder this woman who had not yet broken through the foundation building stage could become the junior sister of Fairy Ziying. It turned out that she relied on several good sons. Yun Miao Miao was resentful and could not help but look behind Yun Xiangwan several times. What's going on? Where are those children? Why is there not a single one? But she admired Yun Xiangwan's courage. Other families were relying on their parents, but she was the only one who did the opposite and lived proudly on a group of children. Yun Xiangwan still smiled despite the strange looks from everyone, as if she did not understand what kind of malice was contained in those inquiring looks. At this moment, Ziying and Mo Daoxian walked over together. Seeing this, Luyu exchanged glances with the great elder of Guyuan sect and stood up. Since Fairy Ziying is here, let this sect competition officially begin. At this point, he flicked his sleeves and turned to face the cultivators of the lower 4 sects. Who among you in the lower 4 sects is willing to be the first to challenge Fairy Ziying? The lower 4 sects are the 10,000 Buddhas sect, the Hehuan sect, the Miaoing sect, and the 7 Killing sect.
He.
While the holy Buddha of questioning the heart and the pink-dressed woman were still looking at each other, a sinister and hoarse laugh suddenly broke out from the side. Yun Xiangwan subconsciously blocked her hearing. Oh my god! Listening for one more second would be torture for herself. Then, a little old man covered in a black robe, only about 1.6 meters tall and a little skinny, stood up from the team of the 7 Killing sect and came in front of everyone in a few flashes. Since all of you Taoists are unwilling to take action, then let me first learn from Fairy Ziying's high skills. Ziying waved her hand, and a door suddenly opened on the complete formation. Elder Lung, please. Elder Lung glanced at Ziying, then disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he appeared in the center of the ring. Such a strange speed. Yun Xiangwan was shocked. He was worthy of being the elder of the first killer organization in Shenglin continent. Not only was his speed so fast that it made people smack their lips, but he was also silent during his actions, without even any fluctuations in his spiritual power. If he were to face such a killer god, he would probably be killed before he could react. Senior sister, be careful.
She sent a message to Ziying.
Don't worry, junior sister. He was indeed very difficult to deal with before my injury was healed. But now, he is definitely not my opponent. Ziying sent a message to Yun Xiangwan while walking into the formation. In that case, senior sister, let's follow the original plan. Okay, junior sister, just watch me show you. Hearing this, Yun Xiangwan's mouth sank, and then she grabbed Zhao Yuqing's arm, looking nervous and worried. Junior master, although Elder Lung of the 7 Killing sect is very strong, my master is not weak either. She will win. Zhao Yuqing comforted Yun Xiangwan seriously. Yun Xiangwan nodded, but the worry in her eyes could not be dispelled. The sect ranking competition officially began. Elder Lung's attack was so treacherous that his body seemed to have merged with the air, and even his figure could not be captured. Ziying was severely suppressed from the beginning and could only passively accept the attack, unable to fight back at all.
Bang!
Ziying could only use the ice spirit power to transform into a shield and block in front of herself. Elder Lung's magic weapon was a pair of scimitars. At the junction of the blade and the ice shield, ice flowers splashed, and the air was distorted as the spirit power surged. Off the court. Elder Lu, who do you think will be the final winner? The great elder of Guyuan sect suddenly asked Luyu, who was standing aside. Luyu stroked his beard lightly, squinted his eyes slightly, and looked at Ziying, who was retreating step by step under the attack of Elder Lung, and then smiled. Does the elder think there will be unexpected results? As expected, that is, Elder Lung will win. Fairy Ziying seems to be defeated, but I always feel that she is still holding back and not trying her best. The elder was thoughtful. These two have some sharp eyes. Yun Xiangwan's heart skipped a beat. How did he see that?
He.
The elder is really confident in Sister Ziying, but I don't think so. The pink-clothed woman's sweet laughter immediately turned the tense atmosphere on the scene into pink bubbles. The elder was as still as a mountain, still staring at the battle situation on the field, and was not affected by the pink-clothed woman at all. Humph. Still as unromantic as always. The pink-clothed woman was ignored and immediately leaned on Peiyu's shoulder in grievance. Master, I love you. Peiyu quickly reached out and took the pink-dressed woman into his arms. The lingering look made Yun Xiangwan want to move a bed for them immediately. The battle must be more exciting than the two on the ring. Ghost Shadow 7 kills. Elder Lung suddenly shouted in the field. Then, 7 identical elders appeared around Ziying. Seeing this, Ziying held an ice shield in one hand and her own life sword in the other, ready to fight. At this moment, the 7 elders attacked Ziying together, with murderous intent in every move, like an airtight net, covering Ziying inside. Ziying had been trying to resist, but suddenly, the ground collapsed, and several vines sprang out from it, hooking her hands and feet and pulling her down. Elder Lung turned out to be a dual spiritual root of earth and wood. Swish, swish, swish. The vines kept emerging and soon wrapped Ziying into a cocoon. Ziying's 7 kills meteorite. Seeing this, Elder Lung raised a cruel and bloodthirsty smile. Then he combined the 7 into one, holding 2 swords in his hands, and fiercely blasted towards the cocoon. Just when the tip of his sword was just inches away from Ziying, the cocoon was suddenly frozen inch by inch, and even the tip of the sword was condensed with ice flowers. Elder Lung's face changed drastically, and he wanted to put away the sword, but the spiritual power in his body seemed to be frozen. Although it was only a short stagnation of less than a breath, it was also fatal to a Yuanying cultivator. Ziying's sword instantly enlarged in his eyes, and with a puff, his throat was cut. Blood splattered. Elder Lung was horrified and immediately sacrificed a protective magic weapon. The heavenly magic weapon, like a bronze bell, immediately covered him inside, and Ziying was bounced away in an instant. She did a backflip to discharge the remaining strength, and then pointed the sword at the holy Buddha of questioning the heart. "Old bald donkey, do you dare to fight me?" As she spoke, a glaring red slowly overflowed from the corners of her mouth, adding a bit of sadness. The light blue on her body flickered, and her breath was unstable, as if she was about to fall from mid-air at any time. It seems that although she had seriously injured her opponent in the battle with Elder Lung just now, she was also at the end of her strength. "Since Fairy Ziying has invited me, I will accept the challenge." As the holy Buddha of the heart spoke, he had already arrived beside Ziying. It seemed that he would not give her any chance to recover and regulate her breathing. If Ziying and Elder Lung were both fighting in close combat, fighting face to face, then she and the holy Buddha of the heart were fighting with magic weapons and secret techniques.
Bang! Boom!
In the field, the magic weapons emitted a brilliant light. Accompanied by bursts of Sanskrit sounds, golden lotuses bloomed. But behind the extreme beauty, there is a cold, murderous intent. Although there is a magic circle to isolate, the powerful energy generated by the collision of magic weapons and spiritual power can still be felt outside the field. The sky shook and the earth trembled. Yun Xiongwan was dazzled and simply closed his eyes, using only his spiritual sense to see. The battle between Ziying and the holy Buddha of questioning the heart has entered a white-hot state. Although the former is in a passive state, the latter has not been able to find a breakthrough point and give her a fatal. With the previous experience of Elder Lung, the holy Buddha of questioning the heart did not attack without reservation. He left himself a line of leeway. He was waiting for Ziying to expose a flaw. But Ziying is like a small grass in a storm. No matter which direction the wind blows, it follows the wind, swaying but as tough as ever. Something must be wrong when things are abnormal. When Sheen became more cautious, the golden prayer flags surrounded his body, which turned out to be a heavenly grade magic weapon with dual functions of amplification and defense. Under its blessing, the cultivation of the high-level Yuanying of the Saint Buddha of the heart went one step further and reached the peak of perfection. He summoned his own life-defining magic weapon, which was a golden Zen staff with 3 rings hanging on it. Ziying wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth in silence, her eyes filled with cold white mist. After the Saint Buddha of the heart destroyed 2 of her magic weapons, she only had her life-defining spirit sword in her hand. Compared with the Saint Buddha of the heart, who was shining with golden light and was a real upstart, Fairy Ziying was really pitiful. Her body was even submerged by the golden light.
Sobi.
Yun Xiongwan wiped away the non-existent tears. "My poor senior sister, Lian, doesn't even have a few decent magic weapons. That Saint Buddha of the heart is just pure bullying." Her sudden howl immediately attracted the attention of everyone outside the venue. What are you looking at? You bullied my Tianxian sect today. Don't you just want to occupy the magpie's nest? I tell you, even if my sister is defeated, so what? As long as we are still here, the Tianxian sect will be here. The spirit of our Tianxian sect that never admits defeat will last forever. It will be immortal. Yes. Junior uncle, you are right. Even if we lose this ancestral land, so what? As long as the disciples of Tianxian sect are here, Tianxian sect will be here. We will definitely be able to make a comeback. Zhao Yuqing was deeply moved by Yun Xiongwan's words and immediately clenched his fists and said. Yun Xiongwan looked at his serious look and almost couldn't hold back his laughter. He had to bite the tip of his tongue hard. Under the stimulation of severe pain, physiological tears burst out all of a sudden. In this way, she was more sincere. Miss Yun, I discussed with you before and asked you to bring your child to my Xianjian sect. The cultivation resources that our Xianjian sect can provide to the children must be far superior to those of Tianxian sect. Luyu said with a kind smile. Yun Xiongwan seemed to have found a life-saving straw when she heard it. Elder Lu, can you really put aside the past and take me in? She said halfway before she realized that something was wrong, so she swallowed the second half of her words in embarrassment under the contemptuous gazes of the crowd. Junior Master Yu. Zhao Yuqing was hit hard. Junior Master had just been making bold statements. How could he want to join Xianjian sect in the blink of an eye? But when he thought about it again, he understood the 4 talented junior brothers and sisters. Forget it. He just had to stay with his master and live and die with Tianxian sect. As for Junior Master and the others, they should have gone to a wider place. Seeing that Yun Xiongwan was wavering, Lu Yu immediately expressed his position. Of course. Miss Yun's Xianjian sect is full of geniuses. You don't have to go all the time. Send that little girl to my Hehuan sect. I can recommend her to be the holy maiden of the Hehuan sect and enjoy supreme honor. The pink-dressed woman leaned in Peiyu's arms and threw a coquettish look at Yun Xiongwan. No need, I declined. Elder Lu, do you keep your word? Yun Xiongwan looked at Lu Yu eagerly. Seeing this, Yun Miao Miao on the side suddenly became anxious. How did things suddenly turn out like this? According to the plan, Ziying should have been defeated, and the Tianxian sect should have been a river of blood. She and her master took advantage of the chaos to dig for the spirit stone veins, and then she would find an opportunity to kill Yun Xiongwan. As for those little rascals, they must not be kept. But looking at the master's look, as long as Yun Xiongwan let go, he would definitely bring them back to the Xianjian sect. Why is that? Why is the master so obsessed with those little rascals? It seems that this matter still needs to be asked to Lord Tiandao. Of course it counts. Lu Yu smiled and nodded, full of affinity. Yun Miao Miao glanced at her master's worthless appearance, her nails dug deeply into the flesh. Well, it has to be this way, right? Then it is not impossible for Yun Xiongwan to go to the Xianjian sect. Now that the male protagonist has a good impression of her, she only needs to use his position in the Tianxian sect to kill Yun Xiongwan, isn't it easy? Therefore, she can't lose her composure now, in case her master sees the clues. Then Elder Lu, you are so kind. I thank you in advance. Yun Xiongwan smiled with a pair of peach blossom eyes and faced the ridicule of the crowd. He did not change his face. Junior Master, how can you do this? We trust you so much. Bai Zhen was very angry. If Zhao Yuqing hadn't pulled her, she would have wanted to come over and punch Yun Xiongwan a few times. Shi Jing and En Lan were the same, looking at Yun Xiongwan with eyes full of disappointment and anger. In short, Yun Xiongwan has now become a traitor to the Tianxian sect. At this moment, the screams of the Holy Buddha of questioning the heart were suddenly heard in the field. Then, he fell to the ground with a bang, making a big hole in the ground. You are pretending. Before the Holy Buddha of questioning the heart could finish his words, his mouth was blocked by the flying icicles, and his 2 front teeth were knocked out. Then, he lost consciousness.
What?
Lu Yu outside the field could no longer maintain his demeanor. He stood up suddenly, his eyes like lightning, staring at Ziying in the field. The great elder of Guthuan's sect immediately cast his eyes on Yun Xiangwan. At this time, Luyu also came back to his senses. "Miss Yun, you acted a good show." Divert everyone's attention, and then Ziying seized the opportunity to defeat the holy Buddha of questioning the heart by some unknown means. In this way, the remaining Miaoying sect and Hehuan sect will not be able to obtain key information from the previous battle. It means that the previous two battles were fought in vain. And unknowingly, the two strongest fighters of the lower four sects have fallen. They fell into a trap. "Elder Lu, what are you talking about?" Yun Xiangwan looked innocent. In the field, Ziying rolled out the unconscious holy Buddha of questioning the heart and Elder Lung who was healing and returned them to their disciples. Then he pointed the sword at the woman in pink again. "Come and fight." The woman in pink stood up gracefully and then turned into a stream of light and flew into the formation. "Fairy Ziying, let me taste your methods." "Humph." Ziying snorted coldly and then summoned thousands of ice spikes, which shot towards the woman in pink with a whoosh. "Oh, Fairy Ziying, you are too cruel, aren't you?" It almost scratched my face. The body of the pink-clothed woman appeared and disappeared with the pink smoke that escaped. The thousands of ice spikes did not hurt her at all. Soon, she disappeared completely. Ziying could feel her breath. On the left. No, on the right. That's not right. It seemed to be in all directions. Suddenly, she felt a gust of fragrant wind on her back. Ziying blocked it with her sword, and the snake bone whip that swept across was immediately bounced back. The force made the pink-clothed woman's palm numb. Then she chuckled. "Hee hee hee. Fairy Ziying, you have deceived everyone so badly." Her charming and beautiful voice floated left and right, and the pink mist could also weaken Ziying's spiritual perception. "This is a domain." Outside the field, Peiyu looked at the magical powers displayed by the pink-clothed woman in the field with pride. "No matter how many conspiracies and tricks there are, they will all be defeated in front of my master's domain." Speaking of this, Peiyu turned to look at Yun Xiangwan and said almsgivingly, "I'm giving you one last chance now. Follow my master's suggestion just now and give us the little girl. Anyway, she is not your biological daughter." Peiyu was talking when he suddenly found that the spiritual power in his body had stopped moving, as if it had been suddenly frozen. But if it was frozen, he didn't feel the slightest bit of coldness, but rather warmth and affinity, making him feel like he was back in his mother's arms. But the fear of losing control still swept over him. He looked up in horror, facing Yun Xiangwan's pupils that were glowing with a purple glow. Then, countless spikes of spiritual power in his body instantly pierced his meridians and Dantian's spiritual palace. It was like 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. The extreme pain made Peiyu pale, and sweat poured down his body. He fell off the chair with a thump, curled up on the ground and shivered. "Brother, what's wrong with you?" exclaimed his fellow disciples. Peiyu was already in so much pain that he couldn't speak, only a pair of bloodshot eyes, trembling as he looked in the direction of Yun Xiangwan. He was horrified. The spiritual power that he had cultivated for hundreds of years had become a weapon to hurt himself at this moment. How could there be such an absurd thing in this world? What did Yun Xiangwan do? Why didn't he notice it at all?
"How dare you?"
Luyu scolded Yun Xiangwan, and at the same time, the pressure of the nascent soul stage came over her. Yun Xiangwan suddenly felt like a mountain was pressing down on her head, and her whole body sank. The airtight pressure even deprived her of her breath, her chest was oppressed, and her knees were shaking uncontrollably. "Elder Lu, what qualifications do you have to stand up for Peiyu like this? Could it be that you are the same as him and love the Hehuan sect deeply? If so, why don't you send your descendants to the Hehuan sect?" Yun Xiangwan's original power in her body was running to the extreme, barely withstanding the overwhelming pressure. She gritted her teeth, stared at Luyu, and said sarcastically, "Looking for death." Luyu felt that his majesty was challenged and immediately increased the pressure output. But at this moment, Mo Daoxian stood up and waved his hand to put a protective shield on Yun Xiangwan. In an instant, the pressure was blocked out, Yun Xiangwan felt lighter, and her eyes towards Lu Yu became more and more amused. Or is it that Elder Lu is lonely in your old age and wants to join the Hehuan sect? Then you don't have to hide it. We respect personal interests. You. Lu Yu's old face flushed, and he immediately became furious and chopped at Yun Xiangwan with one palm. Mo Daoxian took out his big knife and blocked her.
Jean.
The palm wind and the knife light collided, bursting out huge energy, roaring to overturn everyone around. The cultivators with cultivation above the Jindan level hurriedly offered magic weapons to resist, and the cultivators below the Jindan level directly rioted, and the energy wave bounced out dozens of meters. Zhao Yuqing hurriedly protected his junior brothers and sisters behind him, and Bai Xinjin also hurriedly summoned Gun Gun. With Gun Gun's huge body blocking the front, the people hiding behind felt much better. Mo Daoxian, get out of the way. Lu Yu shouted coldly, and with a sweep of his sleeves, countless flying swords came whistling like raindrops. Elder Lu, you are so angry. Could it be that Elder Yin is right? I didn't expect that you actually have a lover in the Hehuan sect. Who is it? Why don't you introduce it to everyone? Mo Daoxian is also a bad mouth, and the beast of the Hehuan sect actually set his sights on a 4-year-old girl, which is simply infuriating to both humans and gods. People have a bright and smooth road. Why do they want to sink in the mud of the Hehuan sect? Mo Daoxian danced his sword tightly, and ding-ding-dang-dang knocked down all the flying swords that shot at him. Enough. What are you still making trouble for? Elder Lu, don't forget, you are here to be a witness. At this time, the great elder of Guthyuan's sect reminded him. Lu Yu was still a little afraid of the great elder. He glanced at Yun Xiangwan hiding behind Mo Daoxian, snorted coldly, and then sat back in his original position. How can you, a little girl who has reached the great perfection of qi condensation stage, cause such serious injuries to a Jindan cultivator? The great elder's boundless gaze seemed to be able to see through people at a glance. Lu Yu also came back to his senses. He was so angry after being teased by Yun Xiangwan several times. So he made a move at the first time just to vent his anger, and didn't think about this level at all. Yun Miao Miao was protected by the great elder and was not blown away by the violent energy at the first time. Listening to the meaning of their words at this time, her eyes widened in disbelief. What? Pei was actually injured by Yun Xiangwan? She thought Pei was suffering from some serious illness. Great elder, as you said, I am a little waste who has not yet built a foundation. How could I let Pei, who is in the Jindan stage, be seriously injured? He must have said something careless and angered the heavens. Thus, it is the punishment from heaven. Yun Xiangwan didn't intend to admit it. System. Master, I told you not to touch Yun Miao Miao before, but you were still exposed. But Pei was such a bad mouth that he even dared to involve the young lady. He deserved it. Yun Xiangwan was surprised. She thought the system was going to preach, but she didn't expect it to understand her feelings. A dragon has a reverse scale, and it will die if it is touched. If she couldn't reveal the fact that she knew the secret art of soul stealing in front of Lu Yu, under the double attack of the secret art of resonance of mental power and original power, even if Pei didn't die, his realm would drop drastically. With his foundation damaged, his road to becoming an immortal would come to an end. What nonsense! Lu Yu glanced at Yun Xiangwan and scolded. Yun Xiangwan turned a deaf ear to him. After all, the origin was invisible and colorless, and it would not cause any fluctuations. Even a Yuanian cultivator would find it difficult to detect. If she can't produce strong evidence, don't even think about accusing her. It's a pity that the drop of origin she condensed with great difficulty was lost because of Pei, the beast. Cough cough. Pei, with the help of his fellow disciples, finally sat cross-legged and carefully mobilized his spiritual power to restore normal. But his meridians and Dantian's spiritual sea were like a colander, and the spiritual power dissipated everywhere, and he was not under his control at all. The slightest movement would cause a heart-wrenching pain. After a few coughs, meridians and internal organs spewed out of his mouth. Soon, his cultivation level dropped from the golden core to the great perfection of the foundation establishment. His originally black and shiny hair turned dry and gray at a speed visible to the eye. Wrinkles appeared on his jade-like face. He looked dozens of years older in an instant. Peiyu's eyes were bloodshot, but he had no time to think. He quickly took out various healing elixirs from his space ring and stuffed them into his mouth, as if they were free. As a direct disciple of the Elder, he had a sufficient reserve of elixirs. One by one, the priceless 5th and 6th grade elixirs, the medicinal power of the elixir dissolved in his stomach, and it was only then that his realm and body were able to stop falling and his body from aging. Seeing Peiyu in such a miserable state, everyone present couldn't help but gasp, and there was a little more fear in their eyes when they looked at Yun Xiangwan. They were all smart people, so naturally they would not believe Yun Xiangwan's words. Although they didn't see how she made her move, Peiyu was indeed injured after the conflict with her. But Yun Xiangwan is indeed a cultivator who has reached the great perfection of qi condensation. They can't see it, but it shouldn't be that even Elder Lu and the great elder of Guiyuan sect can't see it, right? Elder Lu, do you think there are other nascent soul masters hidden in the Tianqian sect? Or are there seniors who have reached the god transformation stage? A disciple of Miaoyin's sect whispered to his master. When Elder Lu heard this, he immediately showed a thoughtful expression. Among the group, his cultivation was the weakest, barely at the initial stage of the nascent soul. He had agreed to challenge the Tianqian sect with Lu Yu and the other 3 sects only because of the order of the sect master, and it was not easy to shirk responsibility. Now that the elders of the 7 killing sect and the 10,000 Buddhist sect have fallen, there is absolutely no reason for him to continue to challenge. As for the divine transformation cultivators, there should be none. Otherwise, the Tianqian sect would not have fallen to such a state. Sit down and don't talk too much. This was his advice to the Miaoyin sect. The situation at the scene might be more complicated than he imagined. Everyone had their own ulterior motives, and it depended on who could not hold back first. Little master, I'm sorry. We misunderstood you. Yun Xiangwan, on the other side, was also pulled into the private chat channel by the disciples of the Tianqian sect. Everyone sent her a message, all apologizing. If they still can't see the true intention of the little master now, then they are too stupid. Yun Xiangwan said it was okay. Acting, true or false, is the easiest to confuse people. Otherwise, how can those old foxes be shaken and believe for a moment? Ziying, how can you, a member of the Tianqian sect, attack my Hehuan sect disciples for no reason? After seeing Peiyu's miserable condition, the pink-clothed woman's spiritual sense laughed more charmingly. At the same time, the powder mist became thicker and thicker, and it was impossible to see through it without spiritual sense. Even if you use spiritual sense, once you enter the pink-clothed woman's domain, the range that can be detected will be greatly limited. All around, there are echoes of the pink-clothed woman, which are so pleasant to the ears that people are in a trance. Ziying stabilized her mind. My Tianqian sect disciples would hurt people, which can only prove that you, a Hehuan sect disciple, deserve it.
He.
Sister Ziying's mouth is really annoying. The snake bone whip came through the wind, and a ferocious giant python was attached to it, opening its bloody mouth to swallow Ziying into its stomach. Isn't it just a domain? I have one too. Ziying swept the sword across, and after the sharp sword light forced back the giant python's phantom, she used her own ice domain. The chilling sound resounded in the pink-clothed woman's ears, and then her pink mist charm domain was quickly frozen at lightning speed. What? You also have a domain? The pink-clothed woman was shocked and couldn't even hold back her voice. She wanted to control her own domain to fight back, but Ziying was a mutant ice spirit root, and the power of ice was domineering and tyrannical. Although the two were at the same realm, she was able to suppress her dual spirit roots. At this time, outside the arena, Lu Yu could not hide his surprise and secretly gritted his teeth. A bunch of trash. It seems that Fairy Ziying can support Tianqian's sect by herself, and she is worthy of being Meng Jingsui's disciple. The words of the great elder of Guiyuan sect have already pointed out the situation of the battle. Sure enough, in less than half a minute, the pink-clothed woman was defeated. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and then came to pay you to heal him. Yun Xiongwan hid behind Mo Daoxian again. My god, this look was too scary. She was afraid. Ziying was fighting fiercely. Miaoying sect, it's your turn. The elder of Miaoying sect was called, and his scalp tightened immediately. It's better not to provoke this crazy woman. Anyway, he has arrived, and it can be regarded as repaying Luyu a favor on behalf of the sect master. So he stood up and clasped his fists to Ziying from a distance. Fairy Ziying, I admit defeat. Luyu's eyes flashed. This cowardly person who was afraid of death didn't even have the courage to go on the field and just admitted defeat. At this moment, the communication jade slip that had recognized the master suddenly moved. He scanned it with his spiritual sense. Elder, we found traces of the spirit stone vein. If I'm not mistaken, this is at least a legendary spirit stone vein. The spirit stone veins are divided into initial level, evolution level, legendary level, and immortal level. The legendary spirit stone veins can be mined without restraint for tens of thousands of years by super sects like Xianjian sect. Among them, there are at least tens of thousands of kilograms of spirit crystals and spirit marrow fluid. As long as this spirit stone vein is obtained, Xianjian sect will be able to firmly sit on the position of the first sect in Shenglin continent. There is even hope to rebuild the road to heaven. Elder Lu, haven't you always wanted the Bu Tiandan? I just happen to have one here. If you can help me kill Ziying and Mo Daoxian, I will give you the Bu Tiandan. Elder Lu was shocked when he heard Lu use voice transmission. Elder Lu, why is this? Of course, it's because the Tianxian sect is corrupt and has despicable means, which is the shame of our 7 major sects. After Lu Yu finished speaking, he stood up and walked to a copper pillar and pressed it hard. The formation glowed. Suddenly, ripples arose, absorbing all the power he poured in. Everyone was attracted by his strange movements. After Lu Yu tested the formation, he sneered. Well, Fairy Ziying, I didn't expect that you would do such a shameless thing for victory. The record of Tianxian sect is invalid, and you must get out of this Taiyuan Immortal Valley immediately. Elder Lu, my Tianxian sect follows the rules, opens the mountain gate, and allows people from the 4 lower sects to challenge. The actions are reasonable and legal. How can you reverse right and wrong with just a few words? Mo Daoxian's face turned cold instantly. Ziying's figure flashed, and she also stood beside Mo Daoxian. Elder Lu, I just got a Qianyuan creation pill by chance and healed my old injuries. How can you put such a big blame on our Tianxian sect? Yun Xiongwan looked at Lu Yu calmly. At this time, he should not be able to listen to any explanation. Fairy Ziying, you don't need to quibble anymore. Everyone in this Shenglin continent knows that you are seriously injured and have been traveling for hundreds of years for this. Now you say it's okay? Then tell me who treated you. Elder Lu, you even want to control who treats me. You have such a great official power. Ziying glanced at him with disdain, and then said proudly, but even if the leader of your Xianjian sect comes, he can't do anything to this fairy. This formation is the 9 stars in a row long river sunset formation. With 9 bronze pillars as the center of the formation, it is indestructible. Elder Lu, who had walked to the bronze pillar at some point, suddenly said, the long river sunset formation, we also have it in our sect's martial arts arena, just to prevent the disciples from being too heavy-handed when competing with each other and hurting the passing disciples and sect buildings. If it's the long river sunset formation, then there's no problem. But Elder Lu, you're not talking nonsense, are you? The people below were whispering and discussing. But the problem lies in these 9 bronze pillars. They're planted with special restrictions. In battle, they can provide Fairy Ziying with a constant supply of spiritual power as support. Elder Lu's eyes, which were originally a little flickering, became firm when he turned to face Ziying. No wonder Fairy Ziying went from being sick and weak at the beginning to becoming more and more courageous. It turns out that it's because of this. Lu Yu looked at Elder Lu with satisfaction. Sure enough, he couldn't resist the temptation of the Bu Tian Dan. Before discovering Xiao Yanling, It took him hundreds of years to finally get the 9th-grade divine pill from a secret realm. One pill can increase his lifespan by 500 years. Seeing this, the great elder of Gudyuan sect had an inexplicable dark look in his eyes. So that's how it is. I was wondering why Fairy Ziying seemed to have endless spiritual power. It turns out that she was cheating. This is too despicable. Fairy Ziying, please give us an explanation. The crowd was excited, especially the disciples of Chisha sect, Wanfo sect, and Hehuan sect. Their elders and brothers were still recovering from their injuries. If you want to accuse someone of a crime, you can always find a pretext. Yun Xiongwan stuck his head out from behind Ziying, clasped his hands together, and begged pitifully. Elder Lu, what do you like about my Tianqian sect? We are weak, so you don't have to go to such great lengths. We will give you everything we can. Please show mercy, and let us go. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience could hear a pin drop. When Luyu heard this, the hypocritical mask on his face almost broke on the spot. Fairy Ziying, if you can't discipline your junior sister, I don't mind personally teaching her what etiquette and respect are. Luyu, why are you pretending to be so high-handed to me? Is my junior sister wrong? You come to my Tianqian sect in various ways to cause trouble. Aren't you just coveting my Tianqian sect's treasures? Ziying crossed her arms. Now her junior sister is her biggest confidence. Educate her own junior sister? Is she stupid or is Luyu stupid? She will only join forces with her junior sister to kick out these hypocrites who broke into the Tianqian sect and tried to rob. Since Fairy Ziying insists on doing this and is unwilling to give everyone an explanation, we can only use our own way to let you know that even if you have the title of the top 3 sects, you can't act recklessly. Yun Xiongwan really wanted to after hearing this. Looking at Luyu, he looked like an old friend she knew on Blue Star Yibuchuan. Not to mention, there is a character in their names that is the same. You talk too much nonsense, come on. If you want to covet our sect's treasure, then show your true ability. Ziying turned her wrist, and her natal spirit sword suddenly appeared. She clenched the hilt of the sword in an instant, and the next second, her figure disappeared from the spot. Yun Xiongwan looked at the ice crystals floating in the air. Knowing that her senior sister was really angry, she silently took a step back, then turned her head and said to Zhao Yuqing, who had already drawn his sword, "Take Jinjin and the others to hide farther away, the farther the better."
But
How could he leave at this time? Go, you stay here, it will only distract your master. Mo Daoxian also said. In this way, Zhao Yuqing had to fly away with his junior brothers and sisters. System. Master, why don't you let them go to meet the eldest and second sons? Suddenly hearing the voice of the system, Yun Xiongwan paused, and then replied to it in his heart. Shaoqing and Xiaoling are carrying the poison gas bombs made by Anlan, and with Tunwu by their side, they are enough to kill those Xianjian sect members who break into Lingke Mountain. After Tunwu signed a death pact with her, Yun Xiongwan could see what he saw through his eyes. Xiao Yanqing acted cautiously, and with Xiaoling and Tunwu, he had already killed 2 Xianjian sect disciples. Another one had inhaled the poison gas, and was about to become Tunwu's meal. As for the younger twins, they were now playing with the dog in the space. The dog was the name Xiao Yue gave to the system. Elder Yun, I will take you to the sect master's hall. Ziying and Luyu over there had already fought from the ground to midair, with lightning and fire all the way, as if they were going to tear this space apart. Below, Elder Lu was ready to make a move. And there was also a great elder of Gudyuan's sect next to him. Although he could not see what he was going to do for the time being, once he joined the battle, Ziying would be in danger. He had already made her suffer for many years, and this time, he would never let history repeat itself. That won't do. I have to be here. And don't worry, senior sister will be fine. Just protect me. Yun Xiongwan said, then sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and condensed the origin. Elder Yun.
Montag Daoxian was anxios. Do, as my junior sister said.
In mid-air, Ziying, who was fighting with Luyu, noticed the situation here, so she sent a message to Mo Daoxian. Mo Daoxian suddenly felt a headache. What were these 2 sisters doing? Forget it, since Elder Lu and Elder Yuan didn't make a move, he would just observe. A quarter of an hour passed. Elder Lu, what are you still standing there for? Tianxian sect's actions this time are a shame for Shimlin continent, and everyone can kill them. Seeing that he couldn't take Ziying down for a while, Luyu shouted to Elder Lu. Then I will come to help Elder Lu. Elder Lu made up his mind. For the sake of the Butian Dan, he could only apologize. His life magic weapon is a arrow. The weeping and complaining sound of the arrow resounded through the world, and people's hearts and minds were also swayed. Mo Daoxian's face changed, and he could not stand at all. Elder Yun, Ziying is too reluctant to fight two people at once. What are you doing? Now is not the time to practice. Why are you in such a hurry? That person hasn't moved yet? It's not the time for you to make a move yet. Yun Xiongwan opened his eyes, and then really stood up, and the power of the origin in his body also started to work. Then Mo Daoxian was surprised to find that Ziying, who was originally fighting 1 against 2 and gradually showing a disadvantage, suddenly cut off the strings of Elder Lu's arrow with a sword.
Puff.
The life magic weapon was damaged, and the soul of its owner would also be damaged. Elder Lu immediately spit out a mouthful of blood. How could it be? Seeing this, Lu Yu exclaimed in disbelief. Ziying had been fighting with him for so long, and her spiritual power should have been almost consumed. How could she suddenly burst out with such a large amount of energy at this time? Ziying had no time to care about his mood at this time. She took advantage of the victory and pursued, and countless ice spikes instantly covered Elder Lu. Swish, swish, swish. Elder Lu saw that the situation was not good, and immediately sacrificed a talisman to put a shield on himself. Ziying narrowed her eyes slightly, and the ice spikes suddenly became denser and more urgent. Don't be so arrogant. Lu Yu knew that he couldn't delay any longer, so he waved his right hand, and a purple gold pattern bell flew out of the space ring. When it reached Ziying's head, it suddenly became several times larger. Boom, there was a shocking sound, and then it quickly suppressed her with a force of overwhelming force.
Ziying!
Mo Daoxian shouted, and disappeared from the spot in the next second. Yun Xiongwan silently retracted his Erkong hand. Sure enough, men in love are unreliable. Elder Yun, who do you think will win this battle? The elder of Guyuan sect got a set of tea sets from somewhere, fiddled with them for a while, poured himself a cup of tea, and then asked while drinking. Yun Xiongwan's scalp tingled under his gaze, and she laughed awkwardly. Great elder, you're joking. How can I, a small waste who has only reached the great perfection of qi condensation, be qualified to discuss the victory or defeat between Yuanying stage cultivators? Yuan Chengwang chuckled, and then handed Yun Xiongwan a cup of tea in midair. Would you like to drink it? Yun Xiongwan raised her eyes and looked at Yuan Chengwang. This man looked ordinary, but his eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. Anyone and anything, as long as they were under his gaze. Nothing could escape. Then, she looked at the tea in front of her. It was a light green color, clear to the bottom, and full of tea fragrance. There was even spiritual energy fluctuations in it, which was made from the best spiritual tea leaves. System. Master, this tea is not poisonous. Not poisonous? Even if it was not poisonous, she would not dare to drink it. People like Yuan Chengwang were obviously more terrifying than that hypocrite Lu Yu. Great elder, please forgive me for not having the habit of drinking tea. She declined. If she could not escape to the space in an emergency, she would not stay here at all, and would have kept a distance of 108,000 miles from him. Seeing this, Yuan Chengwang was not angry. He raised his hand and took back his teacup. Elder Yun, don't be nervous. I have no hostility towards Tianxian sect.
No hostility?
It's just that the temptation is not big enough. What if Lu Yu can't hold it back and tells you that there is a legendary spiritual stone vein in Tianxian sect? I don't believe you can still sit still. Yun Xiongwan curled her lips and didn't answer. It seems that this battle needs to end as soon as possible, so as not to have more dreams at night. So, Yun Xiongwan quietly established a spiritual resonance with Mo Daoxian. But she didn't move the 2 drops of pure origin that she had just condensed, so as to save them for the critical moment. Mo Daoxian and Lu Yu were fighting back and forth, but suddenly, as if with divine help, the blood-colored sword swung vigorously. Lu Yu couldn't resist and quickly sacrificed his natal spiritual sword. The first move of the 4 symbols sword art azure dragon roaring to the sky.
Ah!
A mighty and domineering azure dragon, about 100 feet long, flew out from Lu Yu's spiritual sword and rolled towards Ziying and Mo Daoxian with the power to destroy the world. Ziying and Mo Daoxian no longer held back and used their strongest moves.
Boom!
The sky shook, the space twisted, and after the deafening explosion, 4 figures flew out one after another. They were all injured to some extent. Lu Yu gritted his teeth secretly. How could Ziying and Mo Daoxian suddenly become so difficult to deal with? He was unwilling to give up, so he looked at Yuan Chengwang. Seeing this, Yun Xiangwan silently distanced himself from Yuan Chengwang. As expected, Yuan Chengwang stood up the next second. Yun Xiangwan's heart suddenly sounded alarm bells, and he kept repeating to the system that he would be pulled in time. You are very interesting. After the fall of Tianqian's sect, you can consider joining my Good Yuan sect. I will accept you as my personal disciple. Yuan Chengwang smiled and glanced at Yun Xiangwan, then disappeared from the spot. The next breath, he appeared beside Lu Yu. Fairy Ziying, Elder Mo, I will give you another chance. Leave Tianqian's sect now. Elder Yuan, you can't let them leave. Otherwise the matter here will be exposed, and there will be endless troubles. Lu Yu was a little anxious when he heard him say that. Humph. Ziying snorted coldly. If you want to fight, then fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Yuan Chengwang, you and Lu Yu are birds of a feather, hypocrites, so disgusting.
Wow. She said what she didn't dare to say.
Yun Xiangwan applauded from a distance. Fairy Ziying, you will regret your decision today. Yuan Chengwang was not angry, but his robes moved without wind, and the pressure of a half-step god immediately poured out. Mo Daoxian's face changed. Yuan Chengwang had actually seen through the secret. Given time, he would surely be able to break through the spiritual transformation stage. Regret? I, Ziying, have done my best in everything and never regret it. Ziying spoke and took the lead in attacking with a sword. Mo Daoxian's mind moved, and he wanted to help, but was blocked by Lu Yu and Elder Lu. The battle was about to start. The elusive body movements, the surging spiritual power, the secret skills with explosive lethality, the bombardment and collision, made Yun Xiangwan startled again, and her eyes could not keep up. In the end, she could only close her eyes and use her spiritual sense to see. If you look carefully at this kind of battle between big men, you can gain a lot. At this moment, she suddenly felt a strong murderous intent piercing her. She was horrified and stiff. When her spiritual sense swept over, she saw that Elder Lung of the 7 Killing sect not far away was staring at her. Wasn't his neck cut by my senior sister? Yuanian cultivators are really hard to kill. Soon, the Holy Buddha of Questioning Heart and the pink-clothed woman appeared beside him. Oh no! She was a cultivator who had reached the great perfection of condensation chi and was being targeted by so many Yuanian masters at the same time. What should she do? Of course, she should run away. But before escaping into the space, she quietly sent the 2 drops of pure origin that she had just condensed into the bodies of Mo Daoxian and Ziying, who were struggling to support themselves. The secret technique of origin resonance. Increased cultivation. If the power of the origin can grant a 50% increase for a few breaths, then the pure origin can grant a multiple increase and last for a longer time, and it can deeply tap the potential of the cultivator. If the ultimate move is used at this time, it can burst out with a multiplier of power. Yun Xiangwan barely activated the secret technique of resonance and saw the figure of Elder Lung disappear silently on the spot. Thinking of his weird speed, Yun Xiangwan felt her throat tighten and her scalp was about to explode. This was the first time she smelled the smell of death since she entered the book. What's going on? At this moment, the pink-clothed woman suddenly exclaimed. Yun Xiongwan also felt that the temperature around her was dropping rapidly. It was the ice field of her senior sister. It was too late. She had to run away quickly. Her life was very fragile. Yun Xiongwan didn't care about anything else and let the system pull her into the space. The moment she disappeared, the sharp blade flew past her neck. Hiss! Yun Xiongwan felt a chill and pain in her neck after entering the space. She reached out and touched it, and it was wet. She quickly took it in front of her eyes and saw that it was indeed blood.
Fortunately, it was not much.
If the system took action later, her head would have to move. Master, can you not take risks like this next time? Almost just a little bit, I will be without a master. The dog held Yun Xiongwan's skirt and tore it lightly, venting his fear and dissatisfaction. Yun Xiongwan squatted down and touched its dog head. I am too far away from them. If the resonance time is too short, I am afraid it will have no effect. The consequence will only be more dangerous. Upon hearing this, the system was silent for a moment, then lay on the ground with its 4 legs up in the air, muttering. Anyway, I can't argue with the master. Mother! Just then, brother and sister Xiao Xianling and Xiao Yue ran over. Yun Xiongwan quickly recited the cleansing dust technique to wipe the blood off her hands.
Xiao Saner, Xiao Vai.
Yun Xiongwan stretched out her hands and pulled the 2 people who stopped in front of her to her side. I'm sorry to leave you alone in the space. It's okay, Mother. How is it outside? Are those bad guys dead? Xiao Yue opened her eyes and asked. Nascent soul cultivators are difficult to kill, because when the golden elixir turns into a nascent soul, it is equivalent to having 2 lives. Even if the main body dies, as long as the nascent soul is still there, it can take over another body and be reborn. Yun Xiongwan took the opportunity to teach the 2 children a little knowledge of the world of immortal cultivation. So that's how it is. The 2 children nodded thoughtfully.
No.
Yun Xiongwan suddenly realized a problem. System, can you let me see the situation outside? She must pay close attention to the movements of the immortal old man Luyu, because Xiao Ling is still outside. If his physical body is destroyed, he will be angry and set his sights on Xiao Ling, which will be dangerous. Okay, Master, I can broadcast live within a 5-kilometer radius of you. After the system finished speaking, a huge light curtain immediately appeared in front of Yun Xiongwan and the others. The white light on the light curtain dissipated like mist, and then a frozen world reflecting a faint red light appeared. How could there be red light? Yun Xiongwan looked up and saw a red full moon hanging on the snow-white ice field. Thinking of Mo Daoxian's natal magic weapon, Yun Xiongwan immediately understood. That red full moon is Mo Daoxian's domain. The domains of these 2 people can actually merge to form a more powerful dual domain. On the other hand, the sudden Yuan Qingwang and the others who are caught off guard have turned into ice sculptures under the bloody ice field. They never dreamed that Ziying and Mo Daoxian, who were already at the end of their strength, could still burst out with such a powerful domain force. They burst out one after another. Do they still have any moral principles? When the 6 major sects bullied Tianxian's sect for being weak, they were extremely arrogant. Now, Ziying and Mo Daoxian naturally will not give them time to react, and directly use their strongest killing moves. In an instant, the light of the sword was sharp and cold, and murderous aura was overflowing.
Bang!
Yuan Qingwang was the first to escape from the ice, but at this time his crown fell off, and he looked embarrassed. How could he still look like the glorious elder of Good Yuan sect in the past? So you still have such a killer move. No wonder you are so confident. He used his magic weapon to protect himself from the dense swordplay. Then he gritted his teeth, took out a red pill with 9 golden patterns on it from the space ring, and swallowed it down. After taking the pill, his body began to vibrate with the frequency of his heartbeat, emitting bursts of breathtaking red light. The 9-turn soul-relieving pill can double a person's cultivation in a very short time. Then he slowly rose into the air. Ziying, Mo Daoxian, in nearly 1,000 years, you are the only ones who have made me so embarrassed. Through the screen, Yun Xiongwan could feel Yuan Qingwang's anger. As expected of a half-step incarnation, He had already comprehended a little bit of the rules of heaven and earth. Even if he was suddenly bombarded by the double domain, he was only slightly injured. After his cultivation level doubled, he sacrificed his own life weapon, which was a spear. The spear came out like a dragon, and it directly killed Ziying and Mo Daoxian. While the three were fighting fiercely, Lu Yu also broke through the ice. It was just that he was more affected by the domain, but he also took the elixir, recovered some of his injuries, and joined the battle again. He knew that if he couldn't destroy the Tianxian sect in one fell swoop this time, it would only be more troublesome in the future. Elder Lu had the weakest cultivation level, and it took him a lot of effort to break free from the ice. Yun Xiongwan was very disappointed to see Lu Yu still jumping around. Sure enough, the realm difference was not much, and it was as difficult as ascending to heaven to kill him in one fell swoop. What to do? She doesn't have the pure origin now. Even if she did, this fight would take a while to end. After the fight, would the Taiyuan Fairy Valley, where the Tianxian sect is located, still be able to be used? It has been devastated for a long time, and if she goes out, she can only return to where she was. The elders of the Qixia sect, the Wanfo sect, and the Hehuan sect are waiting for her to show up so that they can kill her. She is a rookie who appears to have reached the great perfection of qi condensation, but is actually only at the middle stage of foundation establishment. Wouldn't she be killed in seconds when she shows up? Yun Xiongwan was frowning, and at this moment, she received a jade slip message from Xiao Yanqing. Mother, the last disciple of the Xianjian sect has been dealt with. Finally received good news. Mother, look, there are more people coming. Yun Xiongwan had just breathed a sigh of relief, but her heart was in her throat again because of what the little bun said. Who is it? She quickly raised her eyes and saw a man in white suddenly appearing under the blood-red ice field that was about to break. His long silver hair fell to his ankles, and it swayed gently as he walked slowly forward, making him look like an elegant fairy. His back alone is enough to make people intoxicated. System, quickly, let me see his face. Yun Xiongwan's eyes lit up. It was time for a beauty lover to have a happy time, and she could temporarily put life and death aside. But when she saw the man's face clearly, she was stunned. How could it be him? Everyone, you have been disturbing my Tianxian sect for a long time. Are you going to continue to make trouble? As soon as these words came out, the might of heaven and earth came crashing down on them. Yuan Chengwang and Lu Yu immediately felt their bodies sink, and they actually knelt on one knee with a plop. This is a divine transformation cultivator. Where did the divine transformation cultivator come from in the Tianxian sect? When Ziying turned around and saw the man's face, she felt as if struck by lightning. She was dazed, and the sword in her hand fell silently. Master. Mo Daoxian also widened his eyes in disbelief. Sect Master Meng Jingsui. Who didn't recognize you 1,000 years ago? Sect Master Meng? How is this possible? Yuan Chengwang and Lu Yu were shocked, but under the pressure of the thunderbolt of the god transformation, they could hardly move. So what if he was half a step into the god transformation? After all, he was not the god transformation. Moreover, Meng Jingsui was a space spirit root, and the secret skills he used could use space as a magic weapon to attack and fight. He was truly the first person in the Shenglin continent. The god transformation and the nascent soul were originally a natural chasm. Many Tianjiao spent their entire lives without being able to cross that hurdle. It was a qualitative difference. 10 or even 100 nascent souls would not be the opponent of a cultivator in the god transformation stage. What's more, Meng Jingsui was not an ordinary god transformation cultivator. So after Yuan Chengwang and Lu Yu sensed the breath of the god transformation, they did not even struggle to resist. If Meng Jingsui killed them, their nascent souls would be wiped out in an instant. The road to immortal cultivation would be completely cut off from then on. But they were not willing to give up despite their fear. So, they were still waiting for a glimmer of hope. Every step Meng Jingsui took, the space he stepped on would be slightly distorted. When he reappeared, he was already dozens or even hundreds of meters away. It was just like shrinking the distance into an inch. In just a few steps, he was in front of Ziying and Mo Daoxian from the edge of the field. He put one hand behind his back, looked at Ziying with loving eyes, and nodded slightly. Ziying's eyes turned red instantly, but she bit her lips tightly and gave a sad, touching, admiring smile in return. Meng Jingsui looked at Mo Daoxian again. Sect Master Meng. Mo Daoxian put away the bloody knife, clasped his fists, and bowed. Yes. Meng Jingsui smiled slightly to show his approval, then turned around and looked down at Yuan Chengwang and Lu Yu, who were half kneeling on the ground. When his eyes fell lightly on them, the two felt as if a mountain was pressing down on their heads and they couldn't breathe. Yuan Chengwang and Lu Yu couldn't even utter any words of quibbling. Because Meng Jingsui was a spirit-transforming cultivator, every move of everyone in the entire Tianqian sect was within the range of his spiritual awareness. All quibbling would only aggravate the guilt. Hand over everyone's space ring as compensation for the frightened disciples of my Tianqian sect. Do you have any objections? Meng Jingsui restrained his pressure a little and gave them a chance to reply. No objection, Sect Master Meng. Thank you for your magnanimity. Lu Yu immediately handed over his space ring and even consciously took back the spiritual consciousness attached to it. Yuan Chengwang, who was standing by, wanted to stab Lu Yu. He didn't get a single piece of the legendary spiritual stone vein. On the contrary, he lost most of his life savings. After leaving Tianqian sect, he would definitely get this back from Lu Yu. Meng Jingsui took Lu Yu's space ring. Those disciples of your Xianjian sect who accidentally entered my Lingke mountain have already been collected by someone. Yes. Lu Yu heard this and let the cold sweat flow into his eyes. Sure enough, everything was under Meng Jingsui's consciousness. Take the rest of your sect and get out. Lu Yu nodded repeatedly as if he had been pardoned, and then quickly flew away from here. Sect Master Meng, this is my space ring. Yuan Chengwang presented it with both hands, and when he saw Meng Jingsui's eyes sweeping over him, he did not forget to explain. Junior has no selfishness. Please calm down, Sect Master Meng. Meng Jingsui stretched out his right hand, hooked his index finger slightly, and the space ring was in his palm. Get out. Junior bids farewell. Yuan Chengwang suppressed the humiliation and anger that surged in his eyes, bowed his hands, and then flew away. Mother, is that the leader of our Tianqian sect? So handsome. In the space, Xiao Yue looked at the handsome face magnified on the light screen, and her pupils trembled. It was obvious that she was shocked by Meng Jingsui's beauty. Yun Xiongwan scratched the back of his head. Isn't it? In fact, when I first met Meng Jing, I was far less stunning than now. Now he is moving, that charm, that grace. The exiled immortal is just like this. The face that was only 7 or 8 points originally was pulled to full marks. However, what Yun Xiongwan cares more about is the space ring. Wei Lingling, you wait in the space first. Your mother, I have to go out for a while. Master, are you okay? Yun Miao Miao saw Lu Yu flying over in a mess, and immediately went over to worry and care.
Get out.
Lu Yu waved his hand, and Yun Miao Miao fell heavily to the ground without any defense. Just when it was about to succeed, a Tianqian sect leader suddenly appeared. Yun Miao Miao secretly hated him, clenched her fists, and her nails dug deep into her flesh. He said he was the way of heaven, but why, as long as Yun Xiongwan was there, everything would go wrong. Who was the way of heaven? Yun Miao Miao's heart was bleeding, but she dared not say a word of these words. If she said them, she was afraid that she would lose everything she had now. So now, she could only swallow all these grievances silently. One day, at this time, Yuan Chengwang also flew over. What are you looking at? Let's go. Why are you leaving? Their space rings and storage bags have not been handed over yet. Yun Xiongwan appeared in time and stopped a group of people who were about to flee. Lu Yu turned around suddenly. What did you say? He didn't dare to offend Meng Jingsui, but couldn't he deal with a little waste who had reached the great perfection of the condensation stage? My master said that you should hand over your space rings and storage bags. I mean everyone. Yun Xiongwan smiled.
What?
Don't you want to hand it over? Then I can call you master?
Master?
Who is Yun Xiongwan's master? Yun Miao Miao was stunned. Hand it over. Luyu squeezed out a word from his teeth, and then scolded Yun Miao Miao. Why don't you hand over your space ring quickly? Yun Miao Miao just stood up from the ground and heard this sentence like a bolt from the blue. You know, the space ring was the reward she got for telling the important news that Tianxian sect had a legendary spirit stone vein. But did she dare to say no?
No.
After receiving the space rings and storage bags from all the disciples of the sect, Yun Xiongwan smiled. Oh my god, I'm rich. Is there any faster way to get rich than this?
No.
Junior sister, come and meet the master. Just when Yun Xiongwan was overjoyed, Ziying's voice suddenly came from the side.
Ah.
Embarrassing, she didn't have time to put it away. Forget it, this was collected in the name of the master, so I'll give him half. But the next second, there were 2 more space rings on the small pile of rings and storage bags between her hands. They belonged to Lu Yu and Yuan Chengwang. Just consider it as a gift from your master.
Wow.
What a good master. This voice is so beautiful. It is simply refreshing and soul-enhancing. Yun Xiongwan quickly put everything into the system space and then ran to Meng Jingsui. The closer she was, the more clearly she could feel the fairy spirit on him, quiet, peaceful, and stable. She was stunned for a short time, and then she knelt on her knees with a thump. Master, please accept your disciples' worship. Meng Jingsui smiled and shook his head at this movement. Get up. As soon as the voice fell, Yun Xiongwan felt a gentle force slowly lifting her up. She got up, rubbed her sore knees, then stood up straight and laughed.
Thank you, master.
Hey, this is the gift for apprenticeship. Meng Jingsui turned his right hand, and a black cloak immediately appeared on it. What is this? Although Yun Xiongwan had some doubts in her heart, she subconsciously stretched out her hands to receive it. This is the God-hidden cloak, a secondary immortal weapon I brought out from an ancient god's ruins many years ago. Wearing it, cultivators below the god-transforming stage cannot detect your breath. And you can freely travel through various prohibitions, barriers, and even formations. After listening to Meng Jingsui's introduction, Yun Xiongwan was so excited that she wanted to kowtow to him again. This magic weapon is just too much for her. Disciple thanks master. Yun Xiongwan put the god-hidden cloak into the space. Don't say it, it feels so good to have a master. It's not in vain that she has been guarding and treating him in the Lingke Mountain training room for so many days. Hiss. When did the old master wake up? He shouldn't have heard the words she shouted in his sea of consciousness, right? Thinking of this, Yun Xiongwan secretly observed Meng Jingsui's expression. The latter nodded, indicating that there was nothing unusual. Go to the sect master's hall. As soon as the voice fell, Yun Xiongwan felt a flash in front of his eyes. When he looked again, he was actually in the sect master's hall. This is the divine transformation cultivator. Every move he made revealed his extraordinariness. Yun Xiongwan was secretly shocked and stood below with Ziying and Mo Daoxian. Meng Jingsui climbed the steps and walked step by step to the throne of the sect master of Tianxian sect, raising his hand to the lines on the throne. He couldn't help but feel some emotion in his heart. He didn't expect that he would sit here again one day. This is all thanks to the little disciple that Ying found for him. Thinking of this, Meng Jingsui's lips slightly raised. Unfortunately, his body. Meng Jingsui frowned slightly, then slowly turned around and sat down. At this time, Zhao Yuqing led his master and his fellow apprentices to come in. Among them were the 4 little ones of the Shao family. Just now, she took advantage of the chaos to release the twins and asked them to find their eldest brother and second brother to reunite. Greetings, master. Ziying saw Meng Jingsui sitting on the high platform and bowed deeply. Yun Xiongwan followed suit. She and Ziying were the 99th generation disciples of Tianxian sect. After the 2 of them finished their greetings, it was the turn of the 100 generation disciples, that is, Ziying's apprentices. Greetings, grandmaster. Led by Zhao Yuqing, they saluted and said in unison. Meng Jingsui raised his hand, helped all the disciples up, and then gave each of them a greeting gift. Everyone looked at him with respect and excitement. Tianxian's sect has been silent for so many years, and now it is being bullied by the people of the six sects, just because the grandmaster is not here. Now that the grandmaster is back, the glory of Tianxian's sect will soon reappear. No, Tianxian's sect will climb to a higher peak. No one dares to bully it anymore, because their grandmaster is the #1 in Shenglin continent. Everyone go down. Ying and Shaoan stay. Meng Jingsui smiled warmly, and his voice was as gentle as the spring breeze. But when his eyes swept over the 4 little ones of the Shao family, he suddenly frowned. You stay too. Shao Yanqing glanced at his mother and saw that she was laughing foolishly for some reason. She didn't show any warning and was very relaxed, so he was relieved. Yes, Grandmaster. Seeing that Meng Jingsui had no intention of keeping him, Mo Daoxian consciously went to clean up the mess with Zhao Yuqing and the others. In an instant, only Ziying, Yun Xiangwan, and the 4 children were left in the hall. Ying, where did you bring my little disciple and those 4 little grandchildren back from? Meng Jingsui sat on the high platform, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes, which had always been calm. He had the fate of Ziwei, was born with sword bones, carried a relic, a Xianyin holy body, and a chaotic Taoist body that was reborn in Nirvana. Bayou City. Ziying was also refreshed when she heard Meng Jingsui mention Yun Xiangwan and her 4 children. What do you think, Master? Don't I have a good eye? She hadn't participated in the Ascension Conference for a long time, and she brought back 5 treasures in one go. 5 in total. Who has such invincible luck as her? Now, even the Master has woken up. Of course. Meng Jingsui nodded, his eyes becoming softer. The future of Tianxian's sect lies in them. No. Maybe they can also try their luck on the road to heaven. Children, the great master has some things here that are suitable for you.
Keep them all.
Meng Jingsui finished speaking and waved his hand. In front of the 4 children, a lot of secret techniques and magic weapons suddenly appeared, all of which were of extremely high grade. If you take any one of them to the Lingbao Pavilion for auction, it would be worth hundreds of thousands of high-grade spirit stones. Yes, that's right, it's high-grade spirit stones. The equipment was exploding like beans. It felt like clearing out inventory, which made people feel uneasy. Grandmaster, this is too much. And the grade is too high. We can't use it now. Shao Yanqing also noticed that the atmosphere was a little wrong. The other 3 children also echoed in unison. Since the Grandmaster has given it to you, just accept it with confidence. Meng Jingsui waved his hand, and then took off his space ring. This, I'll give it to you for safekeeping. Master, no, I don't want this. Ziying shook her head repeatedly, and she had already anticipated something in her heart, and she was in a ball. System, is my master's injury more serious? Why does he look like he is about to make arrangements for his funeral? Yun Xiangwan asked the system in her heart. Master, you guessed right. In his Dantian sea of consciousness, 2 nascent souls had already been shattered. Fortunately, he made a high-profile appearance and frightened the group of people. Otherwise, when they came to their senses and realized that your master was still seriously injured, today's matter would not be so easy to end. After hearing this, Yun Xiangwan couldn't help but feel a little scared. It seems that next time, I can't be unable to move when I see the space ring. I have to observe the situation first, and make sure there are no hidden dangers before taking action. Otherwise, it is easy to be backfired. Master, my nascent soul was also on the verge of breaking. It was only after taking the Qianyuan creation pill refined by my junior sister that I was completely healed. Ziying suddenly thought of something, and then hurriedly said to Meng Jingsui, by the way, the reason why you can wake up, Master, is also the credit of my junior sister. She cured my nascent soul, and she will definitely make you healed. Right? Junior sister. Yun Xiangwan saw that Ziying was about to cry, and nodded hurriedly. Master, I did cure my senior sister before, and I am also confident that I can cure you. If something happens to Meng Jingsui again, I'm afraid my senior sister will also collapse. Then she will lose her thigh, right? This is not acceptable. She has just experienced the joy of clinging to thighs today. Then let's give it a try. Meng Jingsui knew that his little disciple was carrying a rare treasure and had an extraordinary origin. The disappearance of the stubborn poison and the majestic vitality in his body were all evidence. So let's give it a try. There is no worse situation than the current one. Master, here are the 5 Qianyuan creation pills I refined a few days ago. You can eat them first. Yun Xiongwan took out a white jade bottle from his space and sent it to him with his mind. Meng Jingsui stretched out his hand to take it. Master, I guess these 5 Qianyuan creation pills are definitely not enough for your body of transformation. But the Qianyuan root, the medicine for refining this pill, has been used up. Yun Xiongwan scratched the back of his head a little embarrassedly. I'll go back and see if there is any Qianyuan root in today's spoils of war. If not, I'll have to trouble my senior sister to go out and help me find it. As for her, she dare not step out of the sect now. After all, she has just offended everyone from the 6 major sects today. And according to the cunningness of Lu Yu and Yuan Qingwang, they will definitely come back. Even the next time they come, it is very likely that they will be divine transformation cultivators. Junior sister, wait, I'll go find it right away. There is a branch of Lingbao Pavilion in Luyang City. There must be Qianyuan root. Ziying couldn't wait any longer.
Allí, no.
Meng Jingsui called Ziying. If you go out to look for the Qianyuan root now, it is very likely to bring disaster to the Tianxian sect. But even without you, it will be a disaster for the Tianxian sect. After Ziying yelled, she was stunned for a moment, then squatted down, covered her face, and burst into tears. Hey, senior sister, don't cry first, I found it. Yun Xiongwan called the system just before Ziying's outburst and searched for the Qianyuan root with her in the space rings and storage bags. God helps those who work hard, and soon, she found it in a space ring. With a thought, the Qianyuan root appeared in her hand. Found it? Ziying's eyes were blurred with tears. Yeah. Seeing that Ziying had stopped crying, Yun Xiongwan lowered her eyes to look at the Qianyuan root in her hand. It was 2 meters long, as thick as a baby's wrist, and milky, white all over. It had actually turned into jade. This. A Qianyuan root that is 10,000 years old? Yun Xiongwan was stunned. She didn't expect to take out such a big prize. Now, Mom doesn't have to worry about the Qianyuan creation pill I refined not being strong enough. I'm sorry, Master, little junior sister, I lost my composure. Ziying wiped away her tears and slowly stood up from the ground. Seeing this, Xiao Yue, who was standing by, hurried over to support her. Master, don't worry, Wei Wei will practice hard to protect the sect and also protect you and Mother. The innocent and tender voice gave Ziying endless warmth and touched her at that moment. Okay. Master believes in Wei Wei, and Master will work hard with Wei Wei. The longer Ziying got along with these children, the clearer it became for her to understand why Yun Xiongwan, a girl of outstanding talent and only 16 years old, would be willing to be the stepmother of these 4 children. It's all because they deserve it.
What?
You said Meng Jingsui came out of retreat? The same words and the same shocked expression appeared on the faces of the 6 major sect masters at the same time. Yes, he came out of retreat. Lu Yu nodded, and then told the sect master everything Meng Jingsui said and did after he came out of retreat. The sect master of Xianjian's sect lowered his eyes and thought for a while, then suddenly asked. Then Meng Jingsui only released the pressure of the divine transformation and did not directly attack you? Lu Yu's face changed when he heard this. Sect master, what do you mean? He smiled meaningfully. Since sect master Meng has come out of retreat, how can we old friends not pay him a visit? Master, 6th grade. The level of this furnace of elixir has reached the 6th grade. In the space, the dog looked at the elixir that had just been out of the furnace and cheered. It took the master only 1 year from the beginning to the refining of the 6th grade elixir. It raised its head proudly and circled around Yun Xiongwan. Maybe it's because of the 10,000-year-old Qianyuan root that the level of the elixir has been forcibly raised. This is a good thing. I was worried that the 5th grade elixir would not be very effective for the divine transformation cultivator. Yun Xiongwan took out a white jade bottle and put all 5 pills from the previous furnace into it. Then she started the next furnace. The origin fire seemed to be a part of Yun Xiongwan's body. She used it more and more easily, and the existence of the furnace seemed less important. Master, if you have time later, you can go to the Alchemist Union to take the assessment. If you can get the identity token of a 6th grade alchemist, you can receive a lot of spirit stones and spiritual medicine every month. The system revealed another piece of information to Yun Xiongwan. Alchemist assessment? In the original owner's memory, there was indeed such a thing. But although she was proficient in pharmacology, she did not have the spiritual power to make pills, so everything was just talk. Okay, let's make plans after this wave of hype is over. If Yun Xiongwan guessed correctly, the Tianxian sect will face a greater challenge. The most important thing right now is to cure the master. After refining another furnace of 5 Qianyuan creation pills, Yun Xiongwan put them into the white jade bottle and then planned to find Meng Jingsui. When she got up, she subconsciously looked at the small puddle not far away. Xiao Jibai was still sleeping there. I don't know when he will wake up. But what Yun Xiongwan didn't know was that as soon as she left the space, the little black snake on her back foot began to glow. It was that kind of extreme black, ominous black, like a leaping flame, making the surrounding space appear distorted. Rustle, rustle. The leaves and branches of the world tree began to tremble uneasily.
Huh.
Yun Xiongwan seemed to sense something, and she paused. Junior sister, you are here. At Lingke Mountain, Ziying was lingering anxiously at the door. It seemed that she had been waiting for a long time. So when she saw Yun Xiongwan appear, she immediately came over happily. Well, senior sister, how is Master doing? Yun Xiongwan nodded and gathered her other thoughts. With the pills and sugar water you gave me, Master's nascent soul has been restored. At this point, Ziying had a smile in her eyes. There was even more respect in the look in her eyes when she looked at Yun Xiongwan. Just like those little fans on Blue Star seeing their own idols. I used the 10,000-year-old Qianyuan root to refine 2 furnaces of pills, both of which are of the 6th grade level. I think they will be of greater help to Master. Yun Xiongwan said as she took out the pills and the concentrated sugar water and wanted to stuff them into Ziying. But Ziying shook her head repeatedly. Junior sister, take it in and give it to Master. I still have some things to take care of.
Ah?
Yun Xiongwan was stunned. Ziying pushed her with her hand lightly.
Go.
Okay then, goodbye, senior sister. Yun Xiongwan waved her hand and turned to walk through the barrier. As soon as her foot stepped onto the circular platform, the bronze door engraved with the word 10 automatically opened to one side. Then, the voice of Meng Jingsui was heard, blowing the spring breeze on her face.
Xiaovan, come in.
Walking in here, her mind automatically emerged with the nonsense she had said in Meng Jingsui's Sea of Consciousness that day, and she felt inexplicably guilty. I'm here, Master. Yun Xiongwan touched her nose, then walked in with her head held high. It was still the innermost training room, but the warm jade bed was gone. Meng Jingsui was sitting cross-legged on a cushion. Disciple greets Master. Yun Xiongwan took a look and saluted respectfully. Meng Jingsui pointed to a cushion on her right. No need to be polite, sit down. Okay. Yun Xiongwan quickly sat down cross-legged as he was told, then took out the elixir and the sugar water, mixed with spiritual spring water, and with a thought, all of these were in front of Meng Jingsui. With these, Master's injury should be able to heal 50% to 60%. Meng Jingsui waved his hand to accept it, with a faint smile in his eyes. Enough. These 2 light words made Yun Xiongwan a little uneasy, and she couldn't help but say a few more words. Master, don't fight hard with others for the time being. If someone from other sects comes again, just use the same method as last time to drive them away. After all, the nascent soul is not a ceramic toy that can be glued back together if it is broken. Besides, even if a ceramic toy is broken, it will still have cracks if it is glued back together. Okay. Meng Jingsui nodded slightly. But the more readily this person agreed, the more Yun Xiongwan felt that it was not that simple. She only hoped that the 6 sects would send people later. Don't be afraid. If something really happens to me, I will also find a way to protect you for 500 years. Meng Jingsui said this, and raised his hand to scoop up a ball of spiritual mist. The faint smile in his eyes became softer under the reflection of the mist. With this Lingke mountain, you will not lack resources for cultivation. Master believes that 500 years will be enough for you to grow up. Yun Xiongwan's heart sank when he heard it. So this was his idea. As the only space-transforming cultivator in Shenglin continent, he must have a way to make Tianxian sect a barrier that cannot be breached from the outside world. But the price may be his life. Wait a minute, Master. Please don't make a rash decision to sacrifice yourself alone, okay? I have confidence in the pills I refine. You should take them quickly to heal your wounds. Yun Xiongwan's face was stern. She hated being kept in the dark. Since he was someone she could trust, they would work together. No one knew what would happen until the end. After Yun Xiongwan left Lingke Mountain, she unknowingly walked to the entrance of the secret realm next to her. Her current means of attack were too simple, and it was easy to expose her identity. Moreover, when she was away from home, her identity was given by herself. It was known that she had now learned the soul-capturing secret technique of the Xianjian sect. If she could practice a sword technique that was very characteristic of the Xianjian sect, then if she said that she was from the Xianjian sect, who would doubt it? So, seeing that there was no one around, Yun Xiongwan took out the space ring of Luyu. Not to mention, the Xianjian sect elders have a wealthy family background, and every time they see it, they will be shocked. Not to mention the spirit stones. All kinds of high-level magic weapons, elixirs, and exercises are also dazzling. For Symbol's sword technique, rubbing version. Yun Xiongwan's mind moved, and she quickly took it out of the space ring. In the previous battle, she had seen Luyu use this sword technique, and the soaring green dragon was so majestic and domineering. After that, she took the rubbing version of the Four Symbols sword technique and walked into the second secret realm. Like the fourth secret realm, there is a formation protecting the exit. As long as you don't leave here, the monsters outside will not be able to come in. Roar. As soon as Yun Xiongwan arrived, a monster discovered her, opened its bloody mouth and shouted, "Don't shout yet. Wait until I learn the Four Symbols sword technique, and then come out to play with you." Yun Xiongwan glanced at the monster that looked like a small hill, and then sat down cross-legged. For Symbols sword art. The first move, Azure Dragon roaring at the sky. The second move, White Tiger splitting the earth. The third move, Vermilion Bird burning the abyss. The fourth move, Black Tortoise trampling the wasteland. If practiced to the extreme, one can even induce the four beasts to clone and crush the enemy in minutes. Decision: practice this. Yun Xiongwan summoned Wei to mind and began to practice according to the sword manual. But no matter how she practiced, something was wrong, and she even tripped over her right foot with her left foot and almost fell to the ground several times. In the end, she was panting while holding the sword. The sword manual not only has sword moves, but also a diagram of the operation of spiritual power. You have to combine the two to practice the Four Symbols sword art. Suddenly, Yun Xiongwan felt a chill on her right wrist. Yun Xiongwan lowered her eyes and saw that it was indeed Xiao Jibai. "Oh, are you awake?" The latter nodded his head. Yun Xiongwan took a closer look and could feel that the breath on it was different. Level 5 monster. Okay, I'll try it as you said. Sword moves, spiritual power runs, spiritual power moves with the sword. The sword draws the chi, communicates with heaven and earth, I call the beast, and kills all enemies. Azure Dragon. Roar as Yun Xiongwan swung the sword. The tip of the sword flashed with green light, and a huge dragon had slowly emerged from the light spot. Looking at it, it was even bigger than the one summoned by Tian Luyu. But just as the smile on Yun Xiongwan's face rose, the dragon had shattered with a snap. Like a dream bubble, it shattered into light spots and completely dissipated. Don't worry, even if the Four Symbols sword art cannot summon the four beasts to fight, it can be used as a means to fight the enemy. Every move is sharp, every sword is murderous, and the power is not inferior to other heaven-level top-grade exercises. Xiao Jibai comforted. Yun Xiongwan heard it and took a deep breath. You are right. Don't be impatient. Don't be impatient. Even if she practiced this four-symbol sword formation in a day or two, what would it matter? She couldn't rush up to fight with the nascent soul transformation god of the 6 major sects. You practice here first, I'll go do something. Xiao Jibai jumped off Yun Xiongwan's wrist and disappeared in a flash. This little thing. Yun Xiongwan couldn't help but be amazed. He didn't even realize that he was a pet. And he was level 5, couldn't he transform? Why was he still crawling around in the form of that little snake? Forget it. Why bother with him? Yun Xiongwan collected her thoughts, then took a step back and practiced the 4 symbols sword technique. After an hour or two, Yun Xiongwan had already mastered the sword moves. But she still couldn't summon the dragon. She felt that it was time to make it more difficult for herself. Maybe in a critical moment, a miracle would happen. So she bravely stepped out of the formation.
Ah!
The delicacy that had been staring at for a long time suddenly came out by itself, and several level 3 monsters that had been waiting here for a long time quickly rushed towards Yun Xiongwan. Why are you howling? Are you the only one who can howl?
Ah! Ah! Ah!
Yun Xiongwan also roared a few times, and after dispelling the tension in her heart, she rushed up with the sword. This was the first time she did not use the origin resonance technique to fight a monster in close combat. Snap! The sharp claws hit the sword, shaking Yun Xiongwan's palm numb, but she did not step back. With the wind of origin filling her feet, her speed instantly increased greatly. While twisting and turning, she took the opportunity to find the flaw in the monster's defense and then stabbed it with a sword. Facing the monster's attack, avoid it if you can, and resist if you can't. Anyway, her original body is not weaker than these monsters. In the end, she simply let go of Qiaman, controlled it with her mind, and then fought the monster with her bare hands.
Bang!
The huge impact force made Yun Xiongwan fly backwards, and Qiaman flew over like a stream of light and cushioned her feet. The latter took advantage of the force and rushed towards the 3rd-level giant bear again. Yun Xiongwan fought more and more bravely. After kicking a swift-winged netherwolf away, she stretched out her right hand. Wait, come. After she got the sword, she closed her eyes and quickly went through the first move of the 4 symbols sword art in her mind. The small white figures on the diagram suddenly moved and finally merged into one. Yun Xiongwan opened her eyes at this time, raised her hands and shouted. Blue dragon roars to the sky.
Ah!
With a shocking dragon roar, a huge blue dragon soared out from the sword light and roared towards the monsters. The monsters were already frightened the moment the blue dragon appeared. How come they used a normal attack, and this human cultivator used a big move? It's unethical. Seeing this, Yun Xiongwan's mind moved, and the blue dragon immediately deviated from the original attack trajectory and slammed into the open space beside it.
Boom!
In an instant, the entire 2nd secret realm shook violently. With a deafening explosion, thick smoke billowed.
Ha ha ha! I did it!
I did it! Yun Xiongwan was so excited. When the smoke cleared, she looked closely and saw that the empty space was blown into a deep pit with a diameter of at least 10 meters. The power was so great that it was simply jaw-dropping. But the consumption of the original power was also huge. Yun Xiongwan didn't even have the spiritual power to fly the sword.
No.
She fell from midair. There was a whistling sound in her ears. Just as she was about to escape into the space to replenish her spiritual power, she suddenly heard Xiao Jibai's voice. Don't be afraid, I will catch you. As soon as the voice fell, Yun Xiongwan felt that she fell on Xiao Jibai. This guy has become bigger again, almost as big as the blue dragon phantom she just summoned. This back is more than enough for her to sleep alone. So, she just lay down. Then she took out a bottle of Huilingdon from the space and poured it into it with her mouth open. Xiao Jibai carried Yun Xiongwan out of the 2nd secret realm. Where are we going? Yun Xiongwan asked casually after swallowing all the pills. I've recruited a few little brothers for you, who can help Tianxian's sect solve its current predicament. Yun Xiongwan had a vague guess when she saw Xiao Jibai flying straight into the 4th secret realm. Sure enough, outside the formation shield, There were 2 familiar people and a few unfamiliar people.
That's
The little brothers you mentioned? Well, they have signed a contract with me. As my master, you can naturally drive them. After Xiao Jibai explained, he carried Yun Xiangwan and came straight to Huishi and Hu Qing.
hi.
I haven't seen you for a few days. You two have become more handsome. Yun Xiangwan smiled and waved to greet them. But he was asking in his heart, Abai, you are only level 5, can you suppress them? If they suddenly attack and hurt people, you and I will have to lie here. The main reason is that she had a little conflict with Hu Qing a few days ago across the formation shield.
Boss.
Unexpectedly, Huishi, Hu Qing, and the other 2 burly men all bowed to Yun Xiangwan in unison. Are you serious? Okay, she took back the question just now. Haha, you're welcome. Can I ask why you listen to him so much? Yun Xiangwan said, pinching the horn in his hand. Not to mention it feels pretty good, like jade, but a little cold. Seeing this, the people standing below jumped their eyelids, and then they all carefully looked at the face of the black dragon. Seeing that he had no intention of stopping, Hu Qing's eyes flashed, and he took the initiative to step forward to answer Yun Xiangwan's questions. Because the black dragon under your feet is an ancient beast, it has an absolute blood suppression on our existing monster clan, and we cannot resist his orders. Dragon? Yun Xiangwan's heart moved, and then he carefully looked at Xiao Jibai, who had advanced again. Compared with before, his body has become bigger and bigger, covered with black scales, horns on his head, and a cold golden light flashing on his claws. In those huge blood-red eyes, the power of the end occasionally floats, which makes people feel palpitating for no reason. Mysterious and powerful, noble and domineering, at the same time, full of ominousness and gloom. These contradictory auras are quite harmonious on him. The more Yun Xiangwan looked at him, the more exciting he felt. He was actually his master. Then she must have been a big shot many years ago. Otherwise, why would Xiao Jibai be willing to submit to her feet? Just when Yun Xiangwan's thoughts were drifting, the dragon floating in the air moved. His whole body was glowing with light, and then it slowly shrank. Soon, a pair of bare feet appeared, and then a black robe appeared above. Yun Xiangwan continued to look up, but her neck was stretched so hard that she could barely see his face. How tall is this man? Fortunately, Xiao Jibai was quite tactful. He flew down from midair and stood in front of Yun Xiangwan. Only then did Yun Xiangwan see his face clearly. Handsome, handsome beyond words, with sword-like eyebrows slanting into his temples, deep eye sockets, and long eyelashes. That nose was straight and had a curve, as if it could slide down. Then there was the mouth, well, not too thin or too thick, just right, and it looked very elastic. At the beginning, if the original owner had seen Xiao Jibai's face clearly, she might not have wanted to leave so much, right? My lord. Xiao Jibai took a deep look at Yun Xiangwan, and then knelt on one knee. This was their first official meeting after several epochs. This time, there would be no separation. When Huishi and Huqing saw Xiao Jibai kneeling down to Yun Xiangwan, they dared not stand up. This confused Yun Xiangwan. Hurry up, hurry up. She came from the 21st century, and slavery had been gone for many years, so this was not the norm. Xiao Jibai raised his lips slightly, and his eyes softened. Thank you, Lord. After he stood up, the others dared to stand up. Yun Xiangwan suddenly felt a tall figure covering her and blocking the sunlight. She glanced to the side and just caught a glimpse of the man's chin. Isn't this Xiao Jibai 2 meters tall? Yun Xiangwan silently moved a few steps to the side, then looked at Huishi and Huqing and their 2 companions. Huqing was very smart, and as soon as Yun Xiangwan looked over, he took the initiative to introduce them. This is Xiongda and Xiong'er. Wait, what did you say their names are? Yun Xiangwan asked again, uncertainly. Huqing raised his eyebrows, looking puzzled, but still patiently repeated it again. This is Xiongda and Xiong'er. They are also level 6 peak monsters. Really? That's very strong. Yun Xiangwan looked serious, but in his heart he laughed like a groundhog. Master, why don't you laugh out loud? I'm afraid you'll get hurt. Yun Xiongwan pretended not to hear and turned to the 4 transformed monsters. Now that you recognize me as the boss, you have to listen to me. The 4 beasts looked at each other and then nodded heavily. Then from today on, you are the guardian beasts of the Tianxian sect. I can give you the right to enter and leave the sect freely. But when the sect encounters a major crisis, you must come forward to protect it. Yun Xiongwan also put forward his own requirements. The Tianxian sect has imprisoned us for so many years, and in the end, we have to protect him. Xiong Er clenched his fists angrily. Second brother, don't talk nonsense. Xiong De slapped Xiong Er in the face, and then bowed to Yun Xiongwan with an apologetic look. Sorry, boss, my second brother said something that was not right. I know you have resentment in your heart, but you will not regret following me and becoming the guardian beast of Tianxian sect. Yun Xiongwan said, and with a wave of his hand, a bottle of spiritual spring water appeared in front of each of the 4 beasts. This is the gift for meeting. Yun Xiongwan knew that the 4 beasts were currently succumbing to Xiao Jibai's pressure. But since they called him boss, they must recognize her as the boss from the bottom of their hearts. Now, she cannot convince everyone with her strength, so she can only give them a little sweetness first. Fortunately, Lingquan water is a panacea. It can be moved wherever it is needed, and it always works wonders. Hu Qing reached out to take it first. When he was about to ask what it was, he felt an extremely pure energy overflowing from the bottle. After his palm came into contact with the weak energy, the demon pill suddenly became agitated. No, not only the demon pill, his whole body was clamoring for this energy. His instinct told him that after absorbing this energy, he would gain great benefits.
Boss,
He asked, suppressing his instinct. Just drink what is given to you. Why are you hesitating? Yun Xiongwan just needed a beast to prove the effectiveness of the spiritual spring water for her, so as to take down the other 3 beasts who were looking at each other in bewilderment and hesitant to take action. Upon hearing this, Hu Qing looked at Xiao Jibai, who was standing 2 steps away from Yun Xiongwan. The latter nodded slightly, and he no longer hesitated, and directly raised his head to drink the bottle of spiritual spring water. Seeing that the always cunning and suspicious Hu Qing was so eager, the other 3 could not help it. When they reached out to hold the jade bottle and felt the energy, they were more impatient and urgent than Hu Qing, and poured it directly into their mouths. Not long after they drank the spiritual spring water, various halos began to appear on their bodies. Boss, we need to find a place to absorb this energy. It will take 3 days at most, or 1 or 2 days at least. When the time comes, please come to this secret realm to pick us up. Hu Qing showed a smile that captivated everyone and then disappeared on the spot. The others also nodded to Yun Xiongwan in thanks, and then left. It seems that everyone can make a breakthrough. With them, plus Ziying and Mo Daoxian, unless there is a Jindan cultivator who is willing to sacrifice his own life to withstand the rules of heaven and earth, he must break through the Tianxian sect. Otherwise, those Yuanian cultivators can't enter the gate of Tianxian sect. Afterwards, Yun Xiongwan and Xiao Jibai walked out of the secret realm of cultivation together. She was a little embarrassed. Go back and see the children. They miss you very much. Okay. Xiao Jibai followed Yun Xiongwan step by step, tall but looked very well behaved. By the way, you haven't told me what happened. How much of your memory have you recovered? Yun Xiongwan stopped. Not much, but I know that I came from the ancient fairy Long Yuan, and I am burdened with bad luck and ominous disasters. Xiao Jibai's voice was deep, with a faint smile on the corner of his lips. The more Yun Xiongwan looked at that smile, the more bitter it seemed. Combined with what he said, she had already imagined a 10,000-word short story of abuse. Born into the ancient dragon clan, she should have enjoyed all the honors and favors, but because of her bad luck and misfortune, she was rejected by the dragon clan, thrown into the abyss, and left to fend for herself. Wait, then how did she and him intersect?
Could it be?
Yun Xiongwan took a deep breath, then pointed at herself. Then, do you remember anything about me?
You saved me.
Xiao Jibai really smiled when he said this. Not the shallow kind, but a wide smile that came from the heart, with eyes like water.
Ah.
No way, is it really that bloody? Yun Xiongwan scratched her chin and changed the question. What about the children? How did you appear here and give birth to those 4 cubs? Xiao Jibai frowned slightly when he heard this, as if he was thinking carefully. I don't know how it happened specifically, I thought before. He couldn't say the second half of the sentence, so he hesitated and avoided his eyes.
Huh.
Yun Xiongwan stared at his eyes, and then spit out a word coldly.
Say.
As soon as the voice fell, Xiao Jibai frowned, his eyes showing some pain. Then Yun Xiongwan saw a light on his chest. Looking closely, the tiny light flashed a miniature version of the magic circle of their contract. Yun Xiongwan didn't figure out what was going on when she heard Xiao Jibai say, "When I broke out of the shell before, I saw myself in the fragments of memory in the red wedding room, lifting the red veil of a woman. Under the veil, the face was yours. So, I thought the children were you. You gave birth to them. Everything was just a delusion." Xiao Jibai finished speaking with difficulty, then closed his eyes, like a large dog waiting for the final decision. How is it possible? Yun Xiongwan's eyes widened. Then he crossed his arms across his chest. You should have known that I'm not the original owner, right? I know, I've known it since the beginning. Although he has been living in a daze in the past few years, the breath that has been engraved in the demon soul for several epochs is very familiar to him. Hiss. Yun Xiongwan cried out that he had a headache. You mean now you don't know how the children came about? Xiao Jibai nodded, but then said firmly, but they have your breath on them. I can confirm that even if they are not born by you, you created them. What the Hades? Yun Xiongwan was even more confused. According to what Xiao Jibai said, it's not that she has been raising children for him, but that he has been raising children for her? And the word create. Then what exactly is the identity of I? Xiao Jibai was stunned, and then he looked embarrassed. I only remember that you are very strong. So strong that one man and one sword can kill through the ancient dragon clan. For the stability of future generations, your dragon clan forced the violent energy that had accumulated in Long Yuan for tens of thousands of years into the dragon fetus, and wanted to sacrifice him to preserve the overall situation. Abai suffered thousands of years of torture before he broke out of the shell alive. Now you despise him and bully him. How can there be such a thing in the ancient world? I still remember that her robes fluttered as she stood in the air above Long Yuan. In front of her was the entire dragon clan crawling on the ground, trembling, not daring to refute a word. And then nothing happened? Yun Xiongwan raised his eyebrows. My lord, there is a contract, and I cannot go against your wishes. Everything he said was true. But now it was Yun Xiongwan's turn to not be able to tell what was true and what was false. Mad. I think I'm exhausted today. I'd better go to the space to take a nap. After Yun Xiongwan finished speaking, she went straight into the space to digest the excessive amount of information so that she could make some sense. Okay, then I'll go back to see the kids first. Before Xiao Ji finished speaking, Yun Xiongwan was no longer around him. He looked at the place where she had originally stood and left for a long time. In the space, Yun Xiongwan sat under the world tree and sighed. Dog, I'm emo. The system walked over with its head shaking. Master, why are you emo? I see that you have accepted 4 younger brothers, and even your master's side is going well. In this way, the dilemma of Tianqian's sect is solved. This dilemma is solved, but what about the bigger ones? She supported her chin with one hand. My previous master once said, don't worry about things that haven't happened yet. Otherwise, when things happen, it will be considered that you have experienced 2 bad things. If you can't let it go after the incident, then you will have experienced 3 times, which is not worth it. The dog wagged its tail and spoke in a stiff mechanical voice. Yun Xiongwan thought about it carefully, and it was true. So she smiled and reached out to grab the system. I don't know who created you. You are really a talent. The system. S-Dog head rubbed Yun Xiongwan's hand. Of course, my master is the most powerful person throughout the ages. Yun Xiongwan raised her eyebrows, thinking that the system was praising her. So she regrouped and started to refine medicine. The 10,000-year-old Qianyuan root that she had pulled out of someone's space ring before was now cut into a piece by Yun Xiangwan and planted in the medicine field. The rest were all refined into Qianyuan creation pills. Finally, she asked the system, "Dog, how many nascent souls does my master have?" "Not many, only 33. "Okay, then after I feed master, there won't be many pills of the Qianyuan creation pill left." But when Yun Xiangwan saw the lush green medicinal field with a wide variety of products, she felt that it was all worth it. Without master, she couldn't have collected so many space rings, which were full of treasures. Treasures are the best medicine to cure all unhappiness. In this way, Yun Xiangwan stayed in the space for 2 days, and there was really nothing to do, so she left. "Fellow Taoist Meng, I heard that you have come out of retreat, so I came to pay you a visit." "Haha." Sect Master Meng's coming out of retreat is a happy event for our Shenglin continent. We all arrived at the mountain gate, but fellow Taoist Meng hasn't shown up yet. This is not very authentic. These hypocrites. Yun Xiangwan cursed in her heart. When she reaches the nascent soul stage, she will beat all of them to the ground. I don't know what happened to my master. If I am disturbed by this group of people at the critical moment, it will be a big problem. Just as Yun Xiangwan was worried, a slender and elegant figure flew out from the Lingke mountain next to her. He stood in the air with one hand behind his back, facing the direction of the sect. "Fellow Taoist Chen, fellow Taoist Hua, fellow Taoist Lin, since you are here, please come in and have a cup of tea." As soon as the voice fell, Ziying and Mo Daoxian stood beside Meng Jingsui on the left and right. Seeing this, Yun Xiangwan below prepared to fly away on the sword. If it really didn't work, she could also resonate with her master's spiritual power and let him burst out with higher power instantly. But as soon as she summoned weight, she felt a chill on her wrist. Looking down, it was indeed Xiao Jibai who came back. Go to the secret realm to pick up Huashi and Hu Qing and the others. Ever since she saw Xiao Jibai's back, she always felt something was wrong when she saw him squatting on her wrist. But now it was urgent, so she had to rush into the 4th secret realm to find the 4 younger brothers. "Master, all the people who came are Yuanian cultivators. If there is a battle, let me and Mo Daoxian go, don't do it." Ziying looked at the 3 rapidly approaching lights and shadows and said to Meng Jingsui in a slightly pleading tone, "Master Meng, Ziying and I both have domains, and we can definitely fight them." Mo Daoxian also expressed his opinion. Outside the sect, there are the auras of 2 divine transformation cultivators. The 3 in front are just here to explore the way. These old foxes, under their smiling masks, are all hiding poison knives. What? Ziying gritted her teeth, wishing she could use her sword to beat all 3 of them out right now. "Calm down. We can't lose our footing first," Meng Jingsui reminded. "Yes, master." Ziying hid the anger in her eyes, but the murderous intent in her eyes did not decrease, but increased. Today, even if she risked her life, she couldn't let her master fall into danger again. Although the cultivation of the nascent soul stage can't hurt the divine transformation cultivator, the self-explosion of the nascent soul stage cultivator will make even the divine transformation cultivator afraid. After seeing this, Mo Daoxian also had his own plan in mind. While the 3 people were thinking differently, 3 streams of light in the distance were approaching this side at a very fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they were already close. They were Sect Master Hua of the Immortal Sword Sect, Sect Master Chen of the 10,000 Buddha Sect, and Sect Master Lin of the Hehuan Sect. As soon as the 3 arrived, the divine consciousness looked at Meng Jingsui intentionally or unintentionally. After receiving the treatment of Lingquan water and Qianyuan creation pill, although his nascent soul had not yet completely healed, his face looked fine. "Please, 3 sect masters." Meng Jingsui's ankle-length white hair was simply tied into a bun with a wooden hairpin. The hanging hair fell on his waist and swayed gently with his movements. The whole person looked indifferent and unfathomable. Huoboyan, Chen Tai and Lin Song exchanged glances and then followed into the sect master hall. Meng Jingsui's breath was steady, and his cultivation was unfathomable, like the abyss of the vast sea. Moreover, he dared to turn his back to them, proving that he was very confident in his own strength. Could it be that Meng Jingsui's injury was really healed? But this was almost impossible. No, this matter could not be let go like this. They had to try again. Sect Master Hall. Meng Jingsui sat on the high seat, and the other 3 sect masters sat in the guest seats. At Ziying's suggestion, Zhao Yuqing brewed a pot of mature tea for the 3 sect masters. The 3 sect masters who lived a life of luxury naturally looked down on the tea of Tianqian sect that exuded a musty smell. After just one look, they asked, "Sect Master Meng, originally you just came out of retreat, so we shouldn't bother you. But the 3rd elder of my sect left a space ring with you and asked me to find it. Look at this." Huoboyan said with a smile. "Sect Master Hua, in fact, if you don't come, I will also go to find you after dealing with some sect affairs." Meng Jingsui said, his eyes narrowed slightly, and the pressure of the transformation of the spirit spread out in strands. The air pressure in the hall suddenly stagnated.
What?
He actually wants to take action first? Huoboyan mobilized all his spiritual power to resist the pressure of the transformation of the spirit. At the same time, he looked puzzled.
Oh?
You, Xianjian sect, joined forces with Guiyuan sect under the pretext of helping the 4 sects to challenge our Tianqian sect, but in fact you coveted my spiritual stone veins. During the competition, you secretly sent people to spy. Not only that, my disciple defeated the 4 elders of the sect with strength, but was slandered by your Zong Luyue, and you also joined forces with Yuan Chengwang to hurt my disciple. That space ring is just some compensation they gave to my sect. I haven't even come to ask for an apology gift, and now you dare to come to me to ask for the ring? Meng Jingsui said this, and the pressure of the incarnation of the spirit suddenly surged out, sweeping towards Huoboyan and the other 2. Do you think that I, Meng Jingsui, don't exist?
Pa.
The chairs under Huoboyan and the other 2 collapsed instantly, and the 3 of them were also knocked to the ground by the pressure, unable to move. The 3 people were shocked, especially Huoboyan, who had cold sweat on his forehead. He couldn't help but look up, and Meng Jingsui's figure overlapped with the beginning of 1,000 years ago. At that time, Meng Jingsui seemed to be amiable, but if you observe carefully, you can find that he is actually aloof and arrogant, looking down on all living beings. Every time when Huoboyan was defeated in the sect competition, Meng Jingsui would look at him with such eyes. It seemed to be silently saying, "You are a waste." God knows how happy he was when he learned that Meng Jingsui was not in seclusion, but was seriously injured and dying. Even when he broke through the realm, even his inner demon disappeared. But who would have thought that 1,000 years later, he was still suppressed by Meng Jingsui? Master Meng, calm down. At this moment, an old and distant voice suddenly came from outside the hall. Then, a hunchbacked old man in coarse linen appeared at the door. He took a step and directly crossed a distance of more than 10 meters to Huoboyan and the other 2. The invisible mountain that pressed on Huoboyan and the others was suddenly revealed. The 3 of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as they were about to stand up from the ground, they felt another 1,000-pound force pressing down from the top of their heads. Senior Wan Ho, it was you from the Xianjian sect who were rude first. Meng Jingsui raised the corners of his lips slightly, and the output of spatial force increased several times. Grand Elder. Huoboyan uttered 4 words with difficulty. A flash of fire flashed across Wan Ho Chungalong's turbid eyes, and he immediately pushed the spatial force back. But he seemed to have forgotten that whether the fire can burn vigorously can also be determined by the space. When a space is in a vacuum state, the fire will naturally go out. Unless the fire can burst into flames in an instant and break through the blockade of space. But obviously, Wan Ho Chungalong can't break through for a while, and he is reluctant to do so. Because he is 2,000 years older than Meng Jingsui, he can't afford to lose a little bit of life. If he takes the risk and really does it, he is afraid that he will not be able to find the way to the sky, and he will die. Master Meng, I am a junior of the Xianjian sect who doesn't know the rules. So, he took a step back first. Since Senior Wan Ho said so, I will stop here. But you still need to give me an explanation for this matter. Meng Jingsui said, and then he withdrew the power of space. Wan Ho Chungalong glanced at him, then stroked his beard with a smile. Master Meng, I also heard from that kid Luyu that it was Fairy Ziying who defeated 4 elders of 4 sects with her weak body, which aroused his suspicion. As for the spiritual vein mine, we don't know anything about it. I didn't expect that Tianxian sect also has a hidden spiritual vein mine. Master Meng, don't say this in the future, otherwise it will easily attract people's covetousness. At this time, another person's voice sounded in the hall. Then, after the air twisted and fluctuated, a woman in white appeared next to Wan Ho Chungalong. When she said the word covet, she also deliberately glanced at Meng Jingsui. The latter was calm. So, you don't plan to admit it? Master Meng, my disciples of the Xianjian sect may have lost their way and accidentally entered your spirit stone mine. But you not only killed our disciples, but also robbed other people's space rings and storage bags. In this case, they should be returned to us. Now with 2 incarnation monks beside him, Hu Boyan was confident again. Master, you can't use your spiritual power anymore. But Ziying was very worried and quickly sent a message to Meng Jingsui. Those people, they were so cunning, she really wanted to rush up with a sword and fight them to death. Master Hu, right? You are good at exonerating yourself. But I have evidence recorded by the photostone here. How can you quibble? When the atmosphere was deadlocked, Yun Xiongwan led the 4 kings of the monster beasts and strode into the palace gate. Junior sister. The moment Ziying saw Yun Xiongwan, her eyes suddenly lit up, as if she saw a savior. For some reason, although Yun Xiongwan's cultivation was far lower than hers, she felt that when the little sister appeared, it meant that there was a turning point. Yun Xiongwan, she was good at creating miracles. Master sister. Yun Xiongwan greeted Meng Jingsui and Ziying with a smile, and then took out a photostone. The evidence is in it. After that, he injected spiritual power into the photostone, and soon, a somewhat blurry picture appeared in front of Yun Xiongwan. In the picture, a disciple of the Xianjian sect was retreating while begging for mercy. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I am only here to find the spirit stone vein under the order of the 3rd elder. As long as you don't kill me, I promise not to tell anyone that there is a spirit stone vein here. In this way, your Tianxian sect will be safe. Is your 3rd elder Luyu? Yes, it's Luyu. He coveted the spirit stone veins of Tianxian sect. I was just following orders. Then how did you, the 3rd elder, know that there were spirit stone veins here?
I don't know about that.
I really don't know anything. The scene ended here. A pin drop could be heard in the hall, and Undercurrents surged. The pressure on Yun Xiongwan's shoulders suddenly doubled. These shameless people actually released their pressure on her, a rookie who had reached the great perfection of qi condensation. How unethical. At this moment, Yun Xiongwan suddenly felt a warm touch on her right wrist. Then, her body became lighter, and the suffocating pressure disappeared. At the same time, humph! The fire lion blew out fire from its nose and took a step forward. Big Bear and Second Bear stood on the left and right, and Fox Green stood behind. The 4 demon kings protected Yun Xiongwan in the middle. The sense of security came up immediately. Ziying's hand also grasped the hilt of the sword at the first moment, and was about to stand up for her junior sister, but she didn't expect that the 4 beast kings were faster than her. What's going on? How could the 4 demon kings protect their little junior sister? Hu Boyan, now that the evidence is in front of you, you still want to bully my disciple. Do you really think that there is no one in my Tianxian sect? Meng Jingsui's expression suddenly turned cold, his figure flashed, and the next moment, his hand accurately pinched Hu Boyan's neck. Hu Boyan's eyes widened in fear. He could never have imagined that Meng Jingsui would attack as soon as he said he would, and with such a thundering method. He wanted to resist, but being in Meng Jingsui's space, he didn't even have the right to breathe, let alone circulate his spiritual power. Master Meng, calm down. Before Wan Ho Chungalong finished speaking, Meng Jingsui pinched Hu Boyan's neck and disappeared with him. Not good. His face changed and he chased after him. The others also disappeared in the hall. Master. Ziying dared to burst out the worry that she had suppressed for a long time at this moment. Her knees softened, and she almost fell to the ground on the spot. Mo Daoxian on the side hurriedly supported her. Ziying, hold on. We can't let Master's efforts go to waste. Once there is a flaw in their expressions, those cunning creatures will instantly understand that Meng Jingsui's strength is all pretended. He is injured, and seriously injured. Senior sister, don't worry, I won't let Master get into trouble. Yun Xiongwan didn't expect that Meng Jingsui would act so decisively. In this world of immortal cultivation, it is common to be suppressed by others if one's cultivation is not as good as others. For Yun Xiongwan, those things are not considered grievances. Being able to bend and stretch is her beautiful quality. Let's go quickly. When Yun Xiongwan and others flew out of the sect master's hall, they saw Meng Jingsui wave his sleeves and actually tore a space in mid-air. He pinched Huoboyan's neck and lifted him to the side of the space. Sect Master Meng, wait a minute. Wan Ho Chungalong exclaimed in shock. The strong wind in the space would tear even a divine transformation cultivator into pieces in an instant. Except for Meng Jingsui, a cultivator with space attributes spiritual roots that is rare in 10,000 years. Other people would avoid the space when they see it. Woo Huoboyan could clearly hear the whistling strong wind in the space, like the howling of thousands of ghosts, which made people's scalps numb. At this time, he remembered that Meng Jingsui had a nickname 1,000 years ago. Jade-faced Evil Star. That was a devil who could hold a gentle and harmless face and squeeze people into meat patties with the power of space while talking and laughing. How could he think that Meng Jingsui's temper would become better after he came out after 1,000 years of seclusion? Senior Wan Ho, what do you think is better to exchange for his life? Meng Jingsui said as he moved his men a little closer to the space. Huoboyan's face had turned the color of liver. He felt humiliated but unwilling.
Why?
The other two also exerted pressure on Yun Xiongwan, so why did they arrest him alone? Moreover, he was the leader of the Xianjian sect, and he was being strangled by someone without any ability to fight back. If this were to be spread out, how would he convince others in the future? But he dared not say a word. At this time, Ziying, Mo Daoxian, Yun Xiongwan, and the 4 demon kings all came behind Meng Jingsui. In mid-air, 2 groups of people confronted each other in mid-air. Wan Ho Chungalong and the woman in white glanced at the 4 demon kings beside Yun Xiongwan. Level 6 peak is equivalent to the cultivation of the peak of the human Yuaning, and their aura is unfathomable and even makes them feel a little daunted. Even if the power of heaven and earth is used, it may not be able to kill them with one. And Meng Jingsui is also present. Judging from a situation, it is not impossible for one person to hold them both. On their side, there are only 3 Yuaning peak and perfect cultivators, and one is pinched by Meng Jingsui. In this way, there is no chance of winning. Luyu didn't say that Tianxian's sect still has 4 demon kings. And when did the demon beast clan listen to the human race so much? Could it be that the girl can control the beast? But it is impossible for a beast to make a contract with 4 demon beasts at the same time. Master Meng, throwing him into the space will only intensify the conflict between the 2 sections. This is not good for us. Wan Ho Chungalong had no choice but to be a peacemaker. Really? Your Xianjian sect has bullied us time and again. Why don't you take into account the relationship between our 2 sects? Meng Jingsui chuckled, dancing in white. If he wasn't holding someone in his hand, the scene would be so pleasing to the eyes. Sect Master Meng, you misunderstood. We just came to visit you, and we each brought a gift. The woman in white said, and she really took out a red brocade box from her space ring. This is a 10,000-year-old Lingyu ginseng. I hope Sect Master Meng will accept it. Seeing this, Wan Ho Chungalong also took out a jade bottle from a space ring. Inside is a 7th grade 9-turn great huandan. The 2 sect masters Chun and Lin could only take out 1 treasure and give them all to Meng Jingsui. Meng Jingsui stretched out his hand and rolled it up, accepting them all. And you, Sect Master Hua. You coveted my Xianjian sect's spiritual stone veins first, and then you bullied and intimidated my disciples. What are you going to use to redeem your life? Huoboyan was pinched by the neck and couldn't make a sound. Master Meng, the spiritual stone vein matter must be a misunderstanding. As for your beloved disciple, Wan Ho Chungalong said this and cast his eyes on Yun Xiangwan. Little girl, do you want any magic weapon? Just ask, I will let Huoboyan give it to you, just as an apology to you, okay? Okay. Yun Xiangwan was flattered and nodded repeatedly. System. Master, your master can't hold on for much longer. The space also needs his spiritual power to maintain. The nascent soul in his spiritual mansion is almost broken again. She was anxious inside, but she didn't dare to reveal a bit, so she could only pretend to be a greedy person who coveted treasures. It can be regarded as a true performance. It turns out that he is a junior who has not seen much of the world. Then what do you want? Demon pills, the more the better. The higher the grade, the better. Yun Xiangwan quickly stated her request. The demon pill can improve Xiao Jibai's cultivation level. She needs his memory to figure out what is going on. Okay, I promise you on behalf of Huoboyan. As soon as Wan Ho Chungalong said this, Yun Xiangwan quickly turned to Meng Jingsui and said, Master, I want all the demon pills in Huoboyan's space ring. You must ask him to hand them all over and get out. I don't want to see his face again. It's scary. When she said this, she shrank her neck. She looked greedy and cowardly. Did you hear that? Meng Jingsui was still unhurried. Huoboyan nodded with difficulty. Meng Jingsui let him go, then waved his hand and closed the space again. Wait a moment. Huoboyan steadied his body and said in a hoarse voice. Then he took out all the demon pills from the space ring. The highest was level 8, and the lowest was level 5 or 6. There were more than a dozen in total, and none of them were ordinary. After Yun Xiangwan received the demon pill, he looked eagerly at the space ring on Huoboyan's index finger. Master, I want more. Sect Master Meng, this time I have come to pay a visit. Although there are some misunderstandings, the 7 sects in Shenglin continent should be of the same blood and should not start a war. Wan Ho Chungalong quickly interrupted Yun Xiangwan's words. Our Xianjian sect welcomes Sect Master Meng to visit at any time. The woman in white giggled. Our Hehuan sect also welcomes you very much. In that case, we will take our leave first. After Wan Ho Chungalong left the sentence, he disappeared from the spot with the woman in white. Sect Master Meng, goodbye, goodbye. The other 3 also turned into streams of light and fled several miles away in an instant. It was as if there were a flood and a beast chasing them from behind. Only Huoboyan looked back at Yun Xiangwan from time to time. Her scalp tingled. She was hated again. But it didn't matter. She had used the photo stone to record Huoboyan's embarrassed look as if his master was pinching his neck like a chick. It would be better if he didn't provoke her in the future. If he did, she would let him know what social death was. Yun Xiangwan muttered to herself while drawing out a full bottle of spiritual spring water from the space, and then hurried to Meng Jingsui. Master, let's go back to the practice room. No problem. Meng Jingsui waved his hand, but Yun Xiangwan clearly saw that the blood color on his face faded rapidly at a speed visible to the eye. His white hair also lost its luster in an instant, and there was a glaring blood color slowly flowing out from the corners of his mouth. System. Have those people left the sect protection formation? Yun Xiangwan cried out in her heart. System. Master, let's go, let's go. You still want the space ring. The appearance scared them so much that they ran faster than the other. After all, the space ring often contains a cultivator's life savings. In addition to life and cultivation, the space ring is the 3rd most important thing. What's the problem? Master, you quickly drink this bottle of sugar water. Then go to the practice room and practice in seclusion for a while. Yun Xiangwan took Meng Jingsui's hand and then stuffed the jade bottle into his hand. If she hadn't been afraid of bullying her teacher, she would have wanted to pry open her mouth and pour it directly. Okay. Meng Jingsui nodded slightly. At this time, Ziying on the other side silently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief. In her heart, she was suffering from self-blame. After 1,000 years, she still couldn't hold up the Tianqian sect and let her master, who had finally awakened, be injured several times. She was really useless. After Meng Jingsui drank the spiritual spring water, he gave the magic weapon that Wan Ho Chungalong and others had just given him to Yun Xiangwan, and then he was supported by Ziying and flew towards Lingke Mountain. Before leaving, he glanced at the black snake-shaped bracelet on Yun Xiangwan's right wrist calmly. I just felt that the pair of red vertical pupils were too smart and dangerous, like a living thing. I don't know if it will hurt my little apprentice. And Yun Xiangwan was holding a pile of treasures, and his heart was moved. This master is really great.
Hey.
Wait, master and sister, bring the Qianyuan creation pill. After Yun Xiangwan finished speaking, she hurried to chase. But how could her speed catch up with that of a nascent soul cultivator? Fortunately, Meng Jingsui heard her voice and asked Ziying to stop and wait. After Yun Xiangwan handed over the Qianyuan creation pill, she turned around and saw Mo Daoxian and the 4 Beast Kings staring at her, without blinking.
Mom.
On the ground, the children's calls came again. Yun Xiangwan scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "You all go back to your homes, I have to go to coax the kids." They were still reluctant to leave. "Elder Yun, I'm very curious. How did you subdue these 4 demon kings?" Mo Daoxian's eyes were burning. He and Ziying had fought with the 4 demon kings countless times in the 4th secret realm. They are arrogant, with the bodies of demon beasts, extremely strong, and their combat power is far above that of human cultivators at the same level. To dress people in formal attire. Yun Xiangwan threw out 4 words meaningfully, and then took out 4 jade bottles filled with spiritual spring water and handed them to the 4 demon kings. "Boss, after drinking this bottle of sugar water, we will advance. Therefore, we need a long period of seclusion." Hu Qing took the white jade bottle with both hands, and then looked at Yun Xiangwan nervously. Yun Xiangwan waved his hand, indicating that there was no problem at all. "You can go into seclusion now. That group of people don't have the courage to come for the time being. And as elders of the Tianqian sect, it is a good thing for you to make further progress in your cultivation. There are 4 level 7 demon kings sitting in the Tianqian sect. It's exciting to think about it." "Thank you, boss. Wait for us to come out of seclusion and leave it to you."
Boss, goodbye.
Mo Daoxian looked stupidly at the 4 demon kings who opened their bloody mouths to fight as soon as they saw him and Ziying, and were very respectful and polite to Yun Xiangwan. He suddenly felt that he did not understand this world. It turned out that for him, a mid-level nascent soul cultivator, it was not shameful but an honor to be a servant of a human cultivator who had reached the great perfection of qi condensation. As you can see, they are my younger brothers now. I have officially hired them as the guardian beasts of Tianqian sect. Yun Xiangwan spread his hands. "Elder Yun is mighty."
Montag Daoxian bot apologetically.
"It's a small matter." Yun Xiangwan waved his hand pretending to be cool, then turned around and flew towards the children on his sword. "Abai, what did you say to the children? Tell me quickly." She sent a message to Xiao Jibai. "They need you more." Xiao Jibai only replied with this sentence dryly. When he was unconscious, he did everything by instinct and had little communication with the children. As long as he came back and saw that they were still alive, it would be fine. Later, the aunt in the village caught him and nagged him, suggesting that he marry a second wife who could take care of him and the children. Then he picked up the second half of the sentence. So, until now, he didn't know how to get along with the children. After returning that day, he found a reason that sounded relatively reasonable to explain why he disappeared and why he appeared in Tianqian sect. But Xiao Jibai knew that his words were probably only believed by the twins. Mom, I tell you, Dad is back, do you know?" As soon as Yun Xiangwan landed, Xiao Yue ran over and hugged her arm affectionately. "Yeah, I know. That's great. Our family is finally reunited." Reunion? This is really the obsession of the children. Yun Xiangwan silently glanced at the snake-shaped bracelet on her right wrist. "I'll go in first and then you find a time to transform in." "Yeah." Xiao Jibai responded and slipped away from Yun Xiangwan's wrist silently. Then Yun Xiangwan returned home surrounded by the children. "Mom, where have you been these days? Why didn't you come back with Daddy? In the yard, the children exchanged glances after seeing Yun Xiangwan sitting down, and then Xiao Yanqing stood up and asked with the expectation of everyone. Yun Xiangwan knew that these children were not so easy to fool, and they were all very cunning. I have been practicing in the secret realm these days, and the magical powers I displayed made all the monsters in the fourth secret realm surrender. See, the 4 uncles following behind me are the 4 demon kings of the fourth secret realm, and now they are all my younger brothers. Yun Xiangwan tried to divert the children's attention with exaggerated performance techniques.
Wow.
Demon King, let me count. Xiao Yue was indeed the easiest to fool, and immediately began to count on her fingers. We are in the second secret realm, and there are some 3rd and 4th level monsters in it, which are already very powerful. The Demon King is a level 6 demon beast, and a level 6 demon beast must be very powerful, on the same level as the master. But now they are actually Mother's younger brothers, Xiao Yue said, and rushed over to hug Yun Xiangwan's arm, her big eyes full of admiration. Mom, you are really powerful. Wei Wei also wants to become as powerful as you. Xiao Xianling also began to think that he should work hard to practice, and in the future, he would be like Mother and recruit a few demon kings as his younger brothers. Only Xiao Yanqing and Xiao Yanling were unmoved.
Huh.
Xiao Yanling crossed his arms and stared at Yun Xiangwan, as if to say, keep fooling around. Mom, Dad said he was going to find you before he left. Have you seen him? Xiao Yanqing asked very bluntly. Their appearance one by one made him start to think. Maybe Mother was afraid that they would get anxious waiting, so she pretended to be a father to comfort them? Or, Father was no longer in this world? The more Xiao Yanqing thought about it, the more he felt that this was possible. I saw him. He will be back soon. Xiao Jibai sent a message to her saying that the person was already outside the door. But Xiao Yanqing was serious and spoke to her very seriously. Mother, actually, you can tell us the truth. For us now, the most important thing is you. So, even if Father, as long as you are with us, we will be very happy. So you don't have to work so hard and specially play the role of father to accompany us.
Huh.
Yun Xiangwan was shocked. Then, under the sincere gaze of the children, she raised her hand and pointed towards the door. The children looked in the direction of her finger and saw their father walking in from the door. He was wearing a black robe, with black hair hanging down to his waist, simple but still stunningly handsome. The only bad thing was probably that he was not wearing shoes. I'm not dead, and I'm not your mother pretending to be me. Xiao Jibai came over, threw out these words expressionlessly, and then stared at the children. It's hard to judge. Yun Xiangwan could already imagine what an awkward and helpless scene it was when Xiao Jibai came back to see the children a few days ago. It was hard for her to imagine how Xiao Jibai had raised the children over the years.
Dad.
The children called dryly. Xiao Jibai nodded, then walked straight to Yun Xiangwan and stood still. Then, 5 pairs of eyes, 1 big and 4 small, looked at Yun Xiangwan. The latter's scalp tingled. She was just happily eating melon. Why were they all looking at her now? Or was Xiao Yanqing's reaction fast enough? Ahem. Since Daddy is back, he must have a lot to say to Mom, right? Brothers and sisters, let's go and practice in the secret realm.
Dad, you can't bully Mom.
Xiao Yanling said with his neck stiff, and then rushed out the door first. Goodbye, Daddy. Goodbye, Mom. The twins said goodbye to Yun Xiangwan and Xiao Jibai very obediently. Xiao Yanqing walked at the end of the team and thoughtfully closed the gate of the courtyard. After a while, Yun Xiangwan and Xiao Jibai were the only ones left in the courtyard, staring at each other in bewilderment. Xiao Jibai was very tall, at least 2 meters tall, and wherever he stood, he would be like a wall.
Sit down.
While speaking, Yun Xiangwan casually took out 2 bottles of Fat House Happy Water and some snacks from the system canteen. While taking things, she also saw the sanitary napkins that she had specifically asked the system for, which were placed alone in the corner. But she didn't expect that after she started to cultivate immortality, she didn't even have her period. This is a good thing. When she was on Blue Star, every time she had her period, she would be wilted for several days. It wasn't the kind of unbearable pain, but it was sore and swollen, and the whole body was uncomfortable. Is this food from that world? Xiao Jibai pulled Yun Xiangwan back to consciousness, where her thoughts were scattered. Yun Xiangwan looked over and saw Xiao Jibai playing with a bottle of fat otaku happy water in his hand. He was very tall and had big hands. The small bottle of cola water that ordinary people could just hold in their hands seemed a little smaller in his hands, just like a toy. Yun Xiangwan nodded.
Yeah.
As for the existence of the system, she would not tell anyone. Xiao Jibai did not ask, but tentatively unscrewed the bottle cap and tasted it. It was sweet and a little spicy. I was not used to it, but Yun Xiangwan liked to drink it, so this thing must have its unique features. Not sure, try it again. If you don't like it, don't drink it. Yun Xiangwan couldn't help laughing when she saw his expression like testing poison. It's okay. Drink a few more sips and you'll get used to it. Xiao Jibai said and took another sip. Yun Xiangwan glanced at him and suddenly thought of something. System. How is the bond between me and Xiao Jibai? System. Master, the bond between you and Xiao Jibai is only 60. You still need to work harder. How can I work harder? Is this guy loyal on the surface, but actually rebellious? The more Yun Xiangwan thought about it, the more she felt that this was possible. Master, this is impossible. The contract between Xiao Jibai and you is the most overbearing life and death contract. If he has ill intentions towards you, you'll sense it at the first time. Moreover, his life and even his demon soul are under your control, and you can decide his life or death with a single thought. Xiao Jibai was actually willing to conclude such an unscrupulous contract with her. The system dropped another bombshell the next second. This kind of contract also requires Xiao Jibai to be pious enough and willing to offer his soul and demon soul as collateral in order to be successfully concluded. Yun Xiangwan was silent. So he is so pious. Why can't the bond increase? She remembered that the bond with the children was increasing very quickly. Master, I just checked. The high ground of the bond is determined by the comprehensive intentions of both parties.
Ah?
Yeah, not only that, the bond degree on Xiao Jibai's side has long been full. It's your side that hasn't been able to go up. After listening to the system's explanation, Yun Xiangwan suddenly understood everything. Indeed, she didn't trust Xiao Jibai. The contract was made between her and him many years ago, not by her now. The time and space that were separated in between can only be completely connected after she figures out the cause and effect. Forget it. Don't think about the ultimate benefit for the time being. Here, these demon pills, all for you. By the way, I'll give you this ownerless space ring as well. Yun Xiangwan took out the demon pill she got from Huoboyan today and pushed it in front of him together with the space ring. After all, it would be much more convenient to do things with a space ring on you.
Yeah.
Xiao Jibai did not refuse and quickly recognized the space ring as his master and put all the demon pills into it. The next day, Yun Xiangwan went to the Lingke Mountain training room to visit Meng Jingsui, but saw Ziying at the door. Compared with the fear yesterday, her face looked much better today. Master is in retreat, and he said that with the sugar water and pills you gave him, he will be able to recover soon. Yun Xiangwan nodded. Senior sister, in this case, let's go see the eldest brother. After rescuing everyone, she also had to retreat and practice seriously for a period of time. Because the system once said that she needed to practice to a certain level before she could open the memory authority. Little junior sister, it is a blessing for my Tianxian sect to have you, Ziying said with emotion. It's still senior sister, who has a keen eye. She saw me at a glance among so many people in Bayou City. The two of them flattered each other, and the main point was a reciprocity. Then they looked at each other and smiled knowingly. The boat has passed through thousands of mountains. Coming in front of the eldest senior brother, Yun Xiangwan asked the system to carefully scan his physical condition. Master, your senior brother is not seriously injured. He fell into a deep sleep because his lifespan was exhausted and his vitality was about to end. In this state, the speed of sitting and passing away can only be slowed down. If he can make further progress in his cultivation before his lifespan is completely exhausted, he will wake up without rescue. Yun Xiongwan rubbed his chin. Then how much lifespan does senior brother have left now? Not much, there are still 2 days. What? 2 days? Yun Xiongwan was shocked. Yes, now he will sit and pass away if he does not break through from the peak of the nascent soul to the god transformation stage within 2 days. Junior sister, what 2 days? What are you talking about? Ziying was confused. Senior sister, can anyone break through from the peak of the nascent soul to the god transformation stage within 2 days? Yun Xiongwan suddenly had an idea, and Ziying raised her hand and knocked her head lightly. What are you thinking about, little sister? That is impossible. Even though our master is extremely talented, it took him hundreds of years to break through from the peak of the nascent soul stage to the spiritualization stage. So, the eldest brother is hopeless. Yun Xiongwan spread his hands and then told Ziying that the eldest brother only had 2 days to live. After hearing her words, the smile on Ziying's face faded a little. So that's how it was. Every time the eldest brother advances, it is very difficult. He has already taken a lot of natural treasures and elixirs to increase his lifespan. Now, if there are only 2 days left, she couldn't say the rest. People in the world seek immortals and ask for the way to immortality, just to climb the road to heaven and seek immortality. But thousands of troops cross the single-plank bridge, and under the road to heaven, there are countless bones. Master, when we were looking for Qianyuan roots in those space rings and storage bags you confiscated, I found 2 Bu Tiandan in Lu Yu's space ring. The system suddenly spoke. What is Bu Tiandan? Yun Xiongwan asked, muttering unconsciously. Junior sister, do you have Bu Tiandan? Ziying, who was already desperate, suddenly heard Yun Xiongwan say this, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. Yun Xiongwan took out a jade box from the space. After the jade box was opened, there were 2 pills the size of longan lying inside. The whole thing was chestnut in color, with 9 light golden patterns on it. 9-turn heaven-repairing pill can add 500 years to your life. Ziying exclaimed. Then give one to senior brother. Yun Xiongwan said, and took out one of them directly, flicked it lightly, and the pill flew into the mouth of the aging senior brother. This matter was also resolved. As for whether senior brother can break through the shackles of the nascent soul with these 500 years of life, it all depends on him. Then the 2 left the training room. Junior sister, the heaven-repairing pill is an 8th grade pill, and no one can refine it now. Even if it appears, it will only appear in that ancient mysterious realm, so it is very precious. I don't know where you came from, but you must remember to keep it well and not let any wind out to the outside world, understand? Ziying said this with rare seriousness. Senior sister, I know. Yun Xiongwan nodded seriously and then thought secretly. Lu Yu lost both his wife and his troops on this trip. Not only did he not take Xiaoling with him, but he also lost 2 heaven-repairing pills. In this case, I am afraid that the dog will jump over the wall in desperation. However, there is no good way to prevent it now because the plot has long been deviated, and it is basically impossible to predict Lu Yu's next move. We can only deal with it as it comes. By the way, junior sister, the Alchemist Conference will be held in 3 months. You should prepare and go to participate. Ziying suddenly thought of this and took the initiative to talk to Yun Xiongwan. 3 months.
Wow.
Mother. Uncle, is this Danwang City? It's really spectacular. On the bustling street, a little boy with a delicate figure was pulling a boy about 1.7 meters tall and wearing green clothes and walking slowly. The boy held a folding fan in his hand and shook it gently. Of course, this Danwang City is the headquarters of the Alchemist Union and a Class A city. Class A is the most luxurious city in our Shunlin continent. Moreover, alchemists are very rich, so this Danwang City is richer than Class A cities of the same level. The entire city covers an area of more than 200,000 square kilometers. The gates of the towers are hundreds of meters wide. Even the floor tiles under their feet were made of fine, white marble. After entering the city, walking a few miles along a main street about 20 meters wide, you can see the magnificent Danwang Mansion. On both sides of the street, there are shops selling everything which is dazzling. Yes, These two are Xiao Yue and Yun Xiongwan, who are dressed as men. Next to them, there is also Xiao Jibai. Yun Xiongwan spent 3 months to finally correct his habit of not liking to wear shoes. He is now wearing a black suit, a dragon-patterned belt, and a pair of black boots. His figure is so excellent, with a thin waist and long legs, which is pleasing to the eye. Of course, Yun Xiongwan is not the only one who finds it pleasing to the eye. Wherever the three of them passed, passers-by turned their heads frequently, and they had obviously become the focus of the crowd. Make way, the people from the upper 3 sects are here. Just as the three of them were strolling around and gaining knowledge, someone in the crowd said. Then, the crowd quickly separated to both sides. Yun Xiongwan also immediately pulled one person in each hand, stood on the side of the road, and disappeared into the crowd. Then, 2 groups of people wearing the same Taoist robes appeared in sight. The blue and white Taoist robes belonged to the Xianjian sect, and the red and white Taoist robes belonged to the Guthyuan sect. Yun Xiongwan took a closer look and found that there were several familiar faces among them. First was the Xianjian sect team, led by a young man in his 30s. In the team, there were Yun Miao, Du Min, and a cold-blooded boy, whose temperament and appearance were very similar to the male protagonist described in the original book. Looking at the team in the Guthyuan sect, there was only Yun Xiuming. System. Master, that is the male protagonist Hua Wushang. Yun Xiongwan exclaimed after hearing what the system said. Good thing she changed her identity, otherwise it would be exciting. Junior sister Miao, if you want anything, just tell me. Hua Wushang's cold face suddenly softened when facing Yun Miao. Brother, you are so good to me. I don't know how to thank you. Yun Miao was shy in gratitude. Her eyes were full of pity. The male cultivators beside her were excited. Yun Xiongwan saw this scene and exclaimed that it was amazing. In the past few months, Yun Miao's rank has improved a lot. By the way, in the original book, Yun Miao practiced a kind of skill that can confuse people's hearts. Firefly confuses the heart. The first level can cultivate 3 seeds of Confuse the Heart. In the original book, Yun Xiuming was the first person to take the seeds of Confuse the Heart, and Hua Wushang was the second. As for the third one, it seems to be Yun Miao's senior sister from the same sect. That person is not in this team. It seems that although the plot is messed up, the main setting has not changed, and some clues can still be found from it. Uncle, what's wrong? Xiao Yue saw Yun Xiongwan silent for a long time, so she pulled her hand and asked curiously. At first, she always liked to call the wrong words, but now she calls it quite smoothly. Yun Xiongwan took his eyes away from those who had already walked away and touched Xiao Yue's head. It's okay, let's find a place to stay first, and then go out for a walk. The alchemist conference was about to start, and the number of cultivators coming and going in Danwang City increased dramatically. If we don't take action now, I'm afraid there will be no place to stay by then. Okay, I'll listen to my uncle. Xiao Yue raised a bright smile. The 3 brothers are still unwilling to come. Danwang City is so fun. Yun Xiongwan led the big and small to run to several inns, but there were no vacancies. 2 hours later, the 3 came to an inn called Kalai. Guest, are you here to have a meal or stay? The waiter immediately greeted the guests warmly when he saw that there were guests coming. After seeing the faces of Yun Xiongwan and his group of 3, his eyes lit up again and again. Cute, handsome, each beautiful in their own way. Please give us 2 rooms for half a month. Yun Xiongwan smiled politely. The waiter came back to his senses immediately, looking embarrassed. Sir, I'm sorry, there is only 1 room left in the upper room. What do you think? We only need 1 room. Before Yun Xiongwan could speak, Xiao Yue raised her hand first. She had not forgotten that she came here with a mission. She wanted 1 room, and then she would go to the space to play with the dog, and the room would be given to her father and mother. Then please follow me, young master, I will show you the room. Seeing that Yun Xiongwan and Xiao Jibai did not stop him, the waiter knew that the young master's words counted. The 3 followed the waiter up the stairs and went all the way to the 3rd floor. Young master, this is the room, I'll open the door, you all go in and take a look. After the waiter said this, He pushed the door open and bowed to make a gesture of invitation. "Thank you, uncle." Xiao Yue thanked the waiter in a sweet voice and then trotted into the house. The waiter was so sweet that he was confused and laughed foolishly. Yun Xiongwan and Xiao Jibai walked behind. The room was not big, only about 30 or 40 square meters, and was divided into 2 rooms. 1 bedroom and 1 living room. The bedroom was equipped with a dressing table, and there was also a set of tables and chairs in the living room. There was also a set of tea sets on the tables and chairs. The lighting and view were also good. Standing in front of the carved window, you can see the flourishing flowers on the street.
"We have tea in our inn.
If guests need it, you can summon me at any time," the waiter said humbly. "How many spirit stones a day?" Yun Xiongwan was quite satisfied with this. 2,000 low-grade spirit stones a day, and 3 meals a day are included in the delivery. Only Jinan cultivators can completely fast, so cultivators at the foundation building stage and below still need to eat. The tasteless things like fasting pills still cannot replace the status of delicious food. Yun Xiongwan was shocked when she heard this. The living standard in this Class A city is really high. 2,000 low-grade spirit stones a day and 30,000 in 15 days. This is a fortune in Bayou City. Here, it is only enough for 15 days of accommodation. "Uncle, can you get a discount?" Xiao Yue asked innocently with big eyes. The waiter couldn't bear to refuse. "Young master, can I give you a 10% discount?" "Yes, thank you, uncle," Xiao Yue said, patted the storage bag, and transferred 27,000 low-grade spirit stones to the waiter. "Young master, live comfortably. Come to uncle if you have anything." The waiter left happily. "Goodbye, uncle." Xiao Yue adhered to the style of giving people the full emotional value and waved her little hand with a smile. After closing the door, Yun Xiongwan casually cast a ban to prevent someone from suddenly breaking in. Then he took out a row of add calcium milk from the space, gave each person a bottle, and sat on the chair to start drinking. Starting from Tianqian's sect, they flew all the way by flying boat for 7 or 8 days to get here. Now that they have landed, let alone, they are still very tired. After drinking a bottle in one breath, they feel comfortable. Let's go shopping." Danwang City under the setting sun is more and more magnificent. Even the buildings are shining with golden light. Yun Xiongwan walked briskly. When he saw someone selling masks at a roadside stall, he had an idea and bought a white mask to put on Xiao Jibai's face. "Your face is too ostentatious. You have to hide it." Xiao Jibai did not resist, and even bent his knees slightly to take care of Yun Xiongwan's height. The main point is a cooperation. After Yun Xiongwan put the mask on him, he looked at it carefully. "Well, it's much better." "Uncle, I want a mask too, the pink butterfly mask." Xiao Yue saw that her father looked good wearing it, and she also wanted one. "No problem." Yun Xiongwan turned around and bought the butterfly mask again and put it on the little boy. "Uncle, I think that white mask suits you." Yun Xiongwan looked in the direction of Xiao Yue's finger. The light color and simple shape made it look familiar. "Oh, it's exactly the same as the one on Xiao Jibai's face."
"Ha!
You clever little ghost." After Yun Xiongwan noticed Xiao Yue's intention, she stretched out her hand and pinched her nose. These children have been trying to bring them together intentionally or unintentionally since Xiao Jibai appeared. They are little brats. Buy it, buy it. Xiao Yue took Yun Xiongwan's hand and started to act coquettishly. "Daddy and Mommy are wearing the same mask. They must be a perfect match." "Dad, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and buy it for Uncle." Xiao Yue felt a little disappointed. She felt that her daddy was like a wooden stake most of the time. "Oh, okay." After Xiao Jibai agreed, he remembered that he didn't have any spirit stones, and he was stunned. In the end, it was Xiao Yue who took out the spirit stones. "Daddy, please put it on your uncle." Xiao Jibai took the mask that Xiao Yue stuffed in, and then walked to Yun Xiongwan. "I put it on you?" Yun Xiongwan raised her head and closed her eyes, presenting her whole little face in front of him. "You wear it." Seeing her defenseless appearance, Xiao Jibai couldn't help but move his eyes down. When he touched the pale and soft lips, his Adam's apple rolled, and he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. His pupils almost turned back to vertical pupils in an instant. How could he have another delusion? He spit on himself, and at the same time quickly moved his eyes away, and then quickly put the mask on Yun Xiangwan and tightened the straps on the two masks to prevent it from falling off. Okay. Xiao Jibai retracted his hand and took 2 steps back. Yun Xiangwan glanced at his red ears, pretending that he didn't notice anything, but he was laughing in his heart. She discovered that Xiao Jibai usually had no expression, not because he was aloof, but because he really didn't know how to get along with humans. When you take the initiative to tease him, he will have some very cute reactions. For example, when he was in the sect, Yun Xiangwan always asked him to wear shoes. When he accidentally forgot to be caught, he would show an embarrassed and helpless expression, which was simply cute. Of course, it was only a moment, and he was still very good at maintaining his image. Mr. Wanya? At this moment, Yun Xiangwan heard a familiar voice. System. Master, the male and female protagonists are here. It is really haunting. Yun Xiangwan looked over with a wooden face. Sure enough, it was Yun Miao Miao and Huo Wushang. Mr. Wanya, I saw you from a long distance. While Yun Miao Miao greeted Yun Xiangwan, she did not forget to look at Xiao Jibai beside her. Who is this? This is my brother. Yun Xiangwan smiled. Xiao Jibai had no expression on his face, and just watched her talk nonsense. Xiao Yue subconsciously grasped Yun Xiangwan's hand. She remembered that this woman was mean and wicked. She was arrogant and sarcastic at the Ascension Conference, and she also led others to ridicule her mother. Yun Xiangwan thought she was afraid, so she pinched her hand and sent her a message. Don't be nervous, my daughter. With mother and father here, we won't let her hurt you. Xiao Yue was not afraid. She just wanted to protect her mother. However, Yun Xiangwan's words reminded her that her father was here now. He looked strong and would never let her mother be bullied again. Therefore, she also felt relieved. So that's it. Yun Miao Miao nodded, and then apologized to Xiao Jibai. I have met Master Wanya in Bayou City a few times. I don't know how to address you, brother. Miao Miao, these two people are not simple. You need to be careful. The voice of Lord Tiandao suddenly sounded in her mind. Yun Miao Miao knew that Wan Yi was not simple. She learned from Yun Xiuming that this man could refine ancient arrays. The 4 illusion arrays, the gathering spirit arrays, and the 7 killing arrays auctioned in the Lingbao Pavilion were all made by him. At that time, she intended to win him over, but when he got together with Moron Linger, I didn't expect to meet here. Maybe there is a chance this time. She was full of expectations, but Xiao Jibai just glanced at him, then looked away without answering. The atmosphere suddenly became cold. Hey, what do you mean? Can't you see Miao Miao saying hello to you? Huo Wushang saw that Xiao Jibai ignored Yun Miao Miao and she was wronged, so he immediately stood up and questioned. Xiao Jibai narrowed his eyes slightly, and several ways to kill the 2 people on the spot flashed through his mind in an instant. I'm sorry, my brother is shy and not good at speaking. I didn't mean to ignore Miss Miao Miao. Yun Xiangwan grabbed Xiao Jibai's clenched fist hanging by his side, silently pried open his fingers one by one, and then explained to Yun Miao Miao and Huo Wushang with a smile. Brother, I am presumptuous. This is none of their business. Don't be angry. Yun Miao Miao also followed to persuade Huo Wushang. Miao Miao, you just take these people too seriously. You are now a disciple of the Xianjian sect and my junior sister, Huo Wushang. There is no need to be so polite to some cats and dogs of unknown origin. Huo Wushang crossed his arms, with a proud look between his eyebrows. As the only son of the leader of the Xianjian sect, he was destined to be above everyone else from the day he was born. Humph. 2 ants, still pretending? Brother, don't say that. Young Master Wanya is still a good person. As for his brother, it's normal for a person to have such a temper. Yun Miao Miao explained sympathetically. Oh, he is really an angel. However, Yun Xiangwan did not see the holy light shining, but the smell of tea was overwhelming. In this case, we will not disturb Miss Miao Miao's elegance. Let's go first. Yun Xiangwan clasped his fists and bowed, then pulled Xiao Yue and Xiao Jibai away from here. It was quite aggrieved that they could not take action in the public eye. System. Master, I sensed a strange breath on Yun Miao Miao. I seem to have felt it before, but it was not as obvious as this time. I guess it's because you have practiced the secret art of concealing your qi to the extreme in the past few months, and the other party couldn't even detect my breath, so he showed up. Yun Xiongwan paused and looked surprised. Does the other party also have a system? No, the original book did not mention any system. It only said that she happened to pick up an ancient ring, and with the help of the ringwraith, she rose step by step. Is there something wrong with the ringwraith? System. So you must be very careful if you're not sure of a one-shot kill. Don't attack them first. Yun Xiongwan nodded. She would not act rashly now. As the son of the leader of the Xianjian sect, Huo Wushang has a life-saving magic weapon, not to mention that he has a blood mark planted by the old guy Huo Boyan in his body. If he is injured, Huo Boyan will know it at the first time. So before he has the ability to fight Huo Boyan, the male protagonist must not move. As for Yun Miao Miao, if she is alone, she will not be polite. Yun Miao Miao watched Yun Xiongwan and the other two disappear in the crowd. Miao Miao, why do you care so much about that person? Are you? Huo Wushang was very unhappy, feeling that his things were about to be taken away by others. Yun Miao Miao is his brother. When I first met him in Baiyu City more than a year ago, he was only at the 3rd stage of qi condensation, but now he has successfully established his foundation. Moreover, he can refine many kinds of ancient formations. Yun Miao Miao reached out and tugged at Huo Wushang's sleeve, and after trying to get his attention back, she seriously dropped a bombshell. Sure enough, when Huo Wushang heard the words ancient formation, the jealousy in his eyes faded a little. Yun Miao Miao took the opportunity to move closer to him and stood on tiptoes to whisper in his ear. The ancient formation is of great importance. If I can investigate it clearly or get the formation diagram, I will go back and give it to the master uncle. If he's happy, maybe he won't stop us from being together. Yun Miao Miao lowered her attitude very low, with a well-behaved and sensible look, in order to reduce Huo Wushang's vigilance to the lowest level. Because the seeds of confusion in Huo Wushang's body are still in the germination stage, he just has some good feelings for her, so it's best to follow his wishes at this stage. Once the seeds take root and sprout, like Yun Xiuming, he can let her drive him. Hearing this, Huo Wushang grabbed her hand and promised, "Don't worry, no one can stop us from being together with the person I've chosen." Yeah, but I don't want to make things difficult for you. Yun Miao Miao was considerate and gentle. Huo Wushang was very pleased and put the previous things behind him. On the other side, Mom, look, rabbit lanterns. As Xiao Yue walked, she saw a stall selling lanterns on the side and couldn't help but exclaimed, "What are you waiting for? Go buy them." Yun Xiongwan quickly pulled Xiao Yue over and bought a rabbit lantern. During this period of time, their family has been practicing in the space. Although the time spent outside was less than 3 months, they spent it 100 times faster in the space. Although they have gained a lot, the long-term closed-door practice is really boring. This time I came to participate in the Alchemist Conference. One is to get the Alchemist Identity Token, and the other is to relax. Bitterness first does not necessarily mean sweetness later, but sweetness first is sweetness. Thank you, Mother. After getting the long-awaited rabbit lantern, Xiao Yue's big eyes smiled into crescents, and she jumped in front with the lantern. Yun Xiongwan and Xiao Jibai followed behind, and the lights of the night market were bright, lengthening the figures of the 3 people. System. Master, there is a street ahead selling various cultivation resources. I detected that 2 or 3 magic weapons are very good. You should go and have a look. Hearing the system's words, Yun Xiongwan's eyes lit up. Is it time to pick up leeks again? She likes it. A lot of demon pills and spiritual medicines were bought along the way. Compared with the magic weapons on the stalls in Baiyu City and Luyang City, the grades of those in Danwang City are obviously much higher. Naturally, the cultivators who set up stalls also have good cultivation. In addition, Danwang City encourages the cultivators to set up stalls and sell and trade in the night market. The night market is becoming more and more lively, with more people than during the day. And the Danwang City Trench, this street, even if it is not the main street, is more than 10 meters wide. Yun Xiangwan and the other two mingled in the crowd and were not conspicuous at all. Brother, I bought so many things from you, so you should give me the hide. Yun Xiangwan, guided by the system, seemed to be aimless, but in fact, she had a strong purpose. She had been paying attention to the hide on the stall 5 meters ahead for a long time. But just when she got closer, she saw the hide she wanted was picked up by a hand, and the mouth was still saying something familiar. Brother, this is not possible. This hide is invulnerable, and it is not a common thing at first glance. The value is higher than what you just bought. Let alone giving it away, I won't sell it. Fortunately, the stall owner took the hide back in time, which made Yun Xiangwan relieved. Brother, so what if it is invulnerable? It is just a broken hide. If it is really a treasure, you wouldn't bring it to this night market.
Just give it to me openly.
Sun Yuan still stretched out his hand and raised his eyebrows to signal the stall owner to give him the hide. Brother, you are wrong. Even if it is a broken hide, it has its value, right? Yun Xiangwan took Xiao Yue's hand and came over and threw out a word of fairness with a smile. Upon hearing this, the stall owner nodded hurriedly. This Taoist friend is right. Although there is nothing on the animal skin and it is tattered, it is invulnerable to all kinds of attacks. It is also a treasure. How can it be given as a gift? Seeing this, Sun Yuan turned around and looked at Yun Xiangwan seriously. Yun Xiangwan was wearing a mask, revealing only a pair of smiling eyes. The sights of the two people crackled in the air, and a burst of lightning and sparks flashed. It seems that they are all kindred spirits. Daughter, help mother, I want that piece of animal skin. Yun Xiangwan secretly sent a message to Xiao Yue. Don't worry, mother, watch me. Xiao Yue said that she received it, and then immediately began her performance. Uncle, the magic weapon that is invulnerable to all kinds of attacks must be very powerful, right? I want it too. Yun Xiangwan immediately took over the conversation, looking embarrassed.
Ah?
But it has been taken by someone, and I don't know if the boss will sell it to us. Hearing this, Xiao Yue immediately turned around and begged the stall owner. Uncle, I want it, can you sell it to me? Or, can I exchange it with you for the rabbit lantern? The stall owner looked at Xiao Yue's sparkling eyes and couldn't say the words of refusal. Although he had been selling this animal skin for a long time and couldn't sell it, it couldn't be bought with a rabbit lantern. Don't talk nonsense. Yun Xiangwan glared at Xiao Yue disapprovingly. Xiao Yue's eyes suddenly turned red with grievance, and she took off her mask and began to wipe her tears. Her delicate face, like a doll, became more lovely and beautiful under the moonlight and the lights. The aggrieved little look made it impossible to refuse. Little uncle, I was wrong. She admitted her mistake, and then turned around to apologize to the stall owner. Uncle, I'm sorry, I was presumptuous. This rabbit lantern is not as valuable as your magic weapon. I hope you don't hate me. If this was said by an adult, it would be so embarrassing that it would make people's scalps numb. But Xiao Yue was less than 6 years old, and her voice was childish. Her eyes were as watery as glass, which made people's hearts melt. Oh, don't cry, don't cry. How could your uncle hate you? You are so cute, and your uncle can't wait to like you. After the stall owner said this, he folded the animal skin and stuffed it into Xiao Yue's little hand. Come on, this animal skin is for you. As for your rabbit lantern, uncle doesn't want it anymore. You can keep it for fun.
Wow.
Really? Thank you, uncle. Xiao Yue immediately burst into laughter. You're welcome, no thanks. Just consider it a gift from uncle to you. The stall owner waved his hands and said generously, Uncle is so kind. A good person like you is destined to become an immortal. Xiao Yue got the animal skin, so the emotional value must be maximized for the stall owner. Oh, my uncle is not talented. It may be difficult for him to become an immortal. Although the stall owner said so, the joy in his eyes was about to overflow. Dao Yu is so righteous, so I naturally can't be unkind. How about this? I want all these demon pills and spiritual medicines. You give me a price. Yun Xiangwan is also a good person. The mother and daughter. Oh no. The uncle and nephew coaxed the stall owner, so happy that not only did they get the animal skin without spending a spiritual stone, but also gave a 20% discount on the demon pills and spiritual medicines behind. This action directly stunned Sun Yuan next to him. After leaving the stall, he spoke. Dayu, you have some means. Yun Xiongwan raised his eyebrows and said righteously. Dayu, you are too polite. When doing business, you should talk about your eyes and integrity, not means. Sun Yuan was speechless, then walked closer, wanting to learn from Yun Xiongwan, but he was separated by a tall man the next second. Xiao Jibai glanced at him with a warning. Sun Yuan suddenly felt as if he was stared at by an ancient behemoth, and a chill ran up his spine and rushed to the back of his head. He smiled awkwardly and took a step back. Xiao Jibai then looked away, standing beside Yun Xiongwan like a statue of a demon. So fierce? Is he a personal bodyguard? Sun Yuan was puzzled. I guess fellow Taoist is also here to participate in the Alchemist Conference? See you tomorrow. After saying that, he turned and left. Yun Xiongwan noticed that he had a token hanging around his waist with the word 5 engraved on it. A 5th grade alchemist, quite capable. Next, Yun Xiongwan took the big and small to stroll around the night market for an hour or so, then ate a bowl of wontons, and then returned to the inn. Today's harvest was not small. The system said that there were 4 pieces of the animal skin map, and she had collected 2 of them. As long as she collected them all, she would have a map of the ancient secret realm. The ancient secret realm, there must be many treasures in it. Just thinking about it, Yun Xiongwan felt beautiful. But the next moment, as soon as she walked out of the corner of the street, she saw Yun Miao Miao and Hu Wushang coming from the other end. And their destination seemed to be the Wankalai and in front of them. This was really bad luck opening the door for bad luck, and it was really unlucky. Yun Miao Miao and Hu Wushang also saw Yun Xiongwan. Master Wanya, this is really a coincidence. It's quite a coincidence. Yun Xiongwan couldn't help but sigh. Life is so unpredictable. Mr. Wan, you must be here to attend the Alchemist Conference as well, right? I don't know which level of Alchemist assessment we will take. Maybe we will be on the same stage. Yun Miao Miao was still smiling, and she looked like she had no offensive power towards anyone. Junior sister Miao Miao, you are the most talented alchemist in my Xianjian sect in the past 1,000 years, and he is not worthy of competing with you on the same stage. Hu Wushang looked at Yun Xiongwan critically. That's very embarrassing. The first round is an audition. I see that Miss Yun is also taking the alchemist assessment for the first time, so she must be in the same venue with me. Isn't it just pretending to be innocent? Isn't it just sarcastic and annoying? It's like no one can do it. If you are a man, you should speak with your strength, and talking is useless. Hu Wushang said coldly, and then pulled Yun Miao Miao away. But she is not a man. Yun Xiongwan pouted. Mom, I want to go to the space to practice. Xiao Yue took the initiative to say as soon as she entered the room of the inn. Okay, then I'll take you in. Yun Xiongwan's mind moved, and Xiao Yue disappeared on the spot. Suddenly, only Yun Xiongwan and Xiao Jibai were left in the room. Why are you standing?
Sit down.
Yun Xiongwan pointed to the chair opposite. This man was too tall. The room, which was originally far too spacious, suddenly seemed much more cramped when he stood in the middle. Fortunately, after her training, her height was almost 1.7 meters. If she was still on Xing's 1.6 meters, she would look even shorter. Xiao Jibai sat on the chair as he was told, and then did not move again. Yun Xiongwan supported her cheek with one hand, and suddenly became curious about how they used to get along. Xiao Jibai turned his face uncomfortably when she was looked at by her, and at the same time moved his eyes away. My lord, you go and rest, I'll be fine here. Yun Xiongwan glanced at Xiao Jibai's blushing earlobes, and suddenly she felt playful. She stood up and walked in front of him, then suddenly leaned over. Xiao Jibai was stunned as he looked at the face that was rapidly enlarging in front of him. He saw that the distance between them was too close. The fine hairs on her face, her breathing, her lips.
Boom, boom, boom.
The heartbeat that had been silent for many years began to boil again, and the sound was like a drum. The next moment he closed his eyes. At this time, Yun Xiongwan took off the mask on his face with one hand, and then turned around and sat back in the chair as if nothing had happened. Whose good man still wears a mask when he goes home? As your master, I will be kind enough to take it off for you. It turned out that she just wanted to help him take off the mask. Xiao Jibai was stunned for a moment. Then with a whoosh he turned into a small black dragon as thick as a chopstick and coiled on the chair, and he didn't want to see anyone. Then I'll go to bed too, good night. Yun Xiangwan waved her hand, then got up and went to the bedroom. Before going to bed, she cast a dust cleansing spell on herself. After lying down, she covered herself with the quilt.
Boom, boom, boom.
There was a heartbeat like a drum in her ears. Yun Xiangwan touched her chest and found that her heartbeat was normal. Then, this heartbeat. Yun Xiangwan turned around with her back to Xiao Jibai. No way, the master and servant are playing so fancy? Or is it Xiao Jibai's unrequited love? Hiss. Yun Xiangwan covered her heart. No, she couldn't think about it anymore, otherwise her heartbeat would start to stall. The next morning, when Yun Xiangwan woke up, Xiao Jibai had turned back into human form. The store delivered breakfast. He got up to open the door, took the breakfast, and turned around to put it on the table.
My lord, eat.
Oh, here I come. Yun Xiangwan said as he climbed out of the bed and called out Xiao Yue, who was having fun playing with the dog in the space. The breakfast provided by the inn was meat buns with humming beast meat, boiled spirit bird eggs, some desserts, and tea. They all tasted good. Yun Xiangwan also took out 3 bottles of pure milk from the space store, focusing on balanced nutrition. After eating and drinking, the 3 of them left the inn and went straight to the alchemist assessment venue. The assessment venue is right next to the city lord's mansion. It is a huge spherical building with 4 gates, east, south, west, and north. Those who are taking the alchemist level assessment for the first time must enter from the north gate. After getting the badge of a first-grade alchemist, go to the Alchemist Union to register, and then take the exam step by step. The whole process takes a total of 15 days. After 15 days, if you don't get the alchemist grade badge you want, you have to wait for the next assessment. This kind of assessment is once a year, and everyone wants to get a higher grade alchemist badge, get a higher status, and more cultivation resources. When Yun Xiangwan and her group of 3 arrived, the mayor of Danwang City just climbed up the high platform in the square in front of the spherical building, surrounded by a group of people. She saw that the man who wanted to buy the animal skin map last night was following Danwang's group. Such a young 5th-grade alchemist, Could he be the grandson of Danwang? What's his name? Oh, Sun Yuan. 4 spiritual roots, very poor bones, but super high talent for alchemy. At the age of 18, he got the badge of a 5th-grade alchemist. Yun Xiangwan remembered that in the original book, this Sun Yuan was also one of the supporters of the heroine. Is he going to be planted with the seed of delusion by the heroine this time? Just when Yun Xiangwan lowered her eyes and thought, Danwang, who climbed up the high platform, showed a kind and gentle smile. At the same time, his old and distant voice reached the ears of everyone present. Welcome all alchemists to participate in this assessment ceremony. The Pill King said this, and turned to face the giant pill furnace on the high platform, which was 3 meters high and about 5 or 6 meters in diameter. He pointed with his right hand, and a cluster of flames flew out, instantly igniting the giant pill furnace. The holy fire furnace has been lit. Everyone enter. With the Pill King's order, the alchemists on the square went to find the corresponding examination room according to their respective grades. Little uncle, come on, Daddy, and I are waiting for you outside. Xiao Yue, who was still dressed as a little boy, cheered Yun Xiangwan up. Yeah, I'll do my best. Yun Xiangwan raised his hand and rubbed Xiao Yue's little head, then turned his head to look at Xiao Jibai, and then walked towards the north gate.
Mom.
Little uncle has worked so hard to participate in the alchemist assessment. I want to prepare a gift for her. But what gift is good? Xiao Yue watched Yun Xiangwan being drowned in the crowd and began to think. Xiao Jibai listened to her words, and his heart moved. Yes, what gift is good? Meow meow. Don't be nervous. I'll take care of everything. On the other side, Huo Wushang was also comforting Yun Meow Meow. Yun Meow Meow nodded obediently and smiled sweetly. I know that my senior brother will always be my strongest backing. But I will also work hard to get the 4th grade alchemist badge. Well, go ahead. Hu Wushang pinched her hand. Yun Miaomiao walked back a few steps. Her eyes were reluctant to leave. But the moment she turned around, the smile on her face immediately turned cold. Her target has never been a man. At this moment, Yun Miaomiao suddenly saw a familiar figure.
It was Wanya.
Her eyes flashed, and then she quickened her pace to catch up. System. Master. The heroine is chasing after her. Yun Xiangwan quickened her pace when she heard the system's reminder. Soon, they arrived at the North Gate. All alchemists who come to participate in the primary assessment need to receive a number plate at the door. The number plate will determine the order in which the alchemists go on stage to refine medicine. Thank you. Yun Xiangwan thanked the waiter as she took the number tag from him. After entering the venue, she found an empty seat and sat down, then took out the number tag to look at it. Number 108. TSK. This number. Yun Miaomiao didn't see Yun Xiangwan when she came in, so she didn't look for her. He's hiding from her, right? In just over a year, from the third stage of qi condensation to the foundation establishment, although his advancement was slow and did not meet her standards for raising him, if his talent in alchemy was higher, she would never let him go. She wanted to see if he could still ignore her existence after taking the bewitching heart seed. Yun Xiangwan didn't know that Yun Miaomiao was thinking about her at this time. She was chatting with a fellow Taoist next to her about the alchemist conference. Don't be afraid of fellow Taoists laughing at me. This is my 10th time to participate in the primary assessment of alchemists. If I can't get the first-grade alchemist badge this time, I will completely give up this idea, go home and obey my parents' arrangements, and be an ordinary farmer. The speaker was a square-faced uncle who looked to be in his 30s or 40s, but his eyes were full of vicissitudes. The road to immortality is so cruel, and it is even more difficult to move forward without talent and spiritual roots. How can it be a joke? Brother Dao is so tenacious. This spirit is worthy of our generation to learn. How could Yun Xiangwan laugh at him? She herself was a useless body before. If she hadn't picked up the egg that Xiao Jibai had transformed into by chance, and then he passed the colorful energy to her, she would probably be a waste now. You are so talented, and you are so humble. It's rare. The uncle was moved. In fact, he was ready to be laughed at. But he had something to say, and seeing Yun Xiangwan was pleasing to the eye, he couldn't help but speak out after just a few words. God rewards hard work. Brother's efforts will not be in vain. You will definitely get the badge of a first-class alchemist this time. Yun Xiangwan encouraged him. At this time, the examiner of the primary assessment venue arrived. She stood on the stage, her light blue dress fluttering. Please note, all alchemists, this alchemist assessment competition is about to begin. Next, I will explain the rules of the competition in detail to you. The duration of the alchemist competition is half an hour, and there are 50 alchemists participating in each round. We will provide you with 20 kinds of century-old spiritual medicines, from which you can choose the spiritual medicines you need for alchemy, and then refine a furnace of no less than 5 first-grade elixirs within the specified time. Now, please ask the alchemists holding tokens from 1 to 50 to come on stage. As soon as the examiner finished speaking, 50 alchemists stepped onto the stage. 50 tables were placed on the huge arc-shaped stage, and on the tables there were 20 kinds of spiritual medicines. When all the participants in the assessment were in place, the examiner turned over an hourglass in front of him. As the sand kept flowing, the alchemists also devoted themselves to the intensive alchemy business. First determine the elixir you want to refine, then light the furnace fire, add the medicine, refine, melt the elixir, and take it out of the furnace. It seemed like a few simple steps, but someone had a furnace explosion within less than a quarter. Of an hour. Suddenly, thick smoke billowed on the stage. The examiner waved his sleeves without changing his expression, and it seemed like a few simple steps, but someone had a furnace explosion within less than a quarter of an hour. Suddenly, thick smoke billowed on the stage. The examiner waved his sleeves without changing his expression, and the smoke disappeared. The person whose furnace... It seemed like a few simple steps, but sure enough, as Yun Xiangwan expected, only 12 people passed the assessment. The examiner engraved a word pass on the number plates of these 12 people with his spiritual consciousness. They can use this token to receive their first-grade alchemist badge. Of course, if they want to continue to participate in higher-level alchemist assessments, they can also use this token to participate. Until the end, there is no test, and then go to receive your own alchemist badge. The people who played in the second round were not as accomplished as those in the first round in the way of alchemy. Soon, all kinds of problems occurred. Fortunately, the examiner had seen a lot of storms. She remained calm even when the alchemy furnace on the stage was blown everywhere. She helped them only when she saw that they really couldn't control it. Little Taoist friend, what should I do? I have less and less confidence. The square-faced uncle seemed to have lost the courage to go on stage again to participate in the examination. Brother Taoist, since you are here, don't leave yourself with regrets. If it really doesn't work, then at least we have tried our best, right? Yun Xiongwan began to give him chicken soup. That makes sense. I didn't expect that at my age. I can't see things as clearly as you, little Taoist friend. I'm ashamed of myself. The uncle clasped his fists. Yun Xiongwan smiled and waved her hands. Brother Taoist, you are too polite. But she really hoped that this uncle, who had worked hard for 10 years, could get what he wanted. In the second round, only 8 people passed the examination. Little Taoist friend, let's go too. The square-faced uncle seemed to have really figured it out, and even his voice was much more open-minded. Yun Xiongwan nodded and went up to the ring with the square-faced uncle. One of them was number 108, and the other was number 109. After Yun Xiongwan found her own operating table in order, she looked at the 20 kinds of spiritual medicines on the table. They were all extremely common 100-year-old spiritual medicines. When combined, they could be used to refine first-grade huiling pills, jidu pills, dabu pills, etc. Huiling pills were what she refined the most on weekdays, but the first-grade ones were not very useful. She wondered if she could refine second-grade huiling pills. Anyway, the remaining spiritual medicines and the refined pills would be hers in the end. After making up her mind, Yun Xiongwan took out her yellow-grade, middle-grade alchemy furnace. The square-faced uncle next to her saw it and wondered why this little Taoist friend used the same alchemy furnace as him. It was obvious that he didn't look like he had no spiritual stones to buy a higher-grade alchemy furnace. But now is not the time to worry about the little Taoist friend's alchemy furnace. This was his last chance. If he didn't succeed, he would die. He had to give it a try. Compared to his seriousness, Yun Xiongwan seemed much more careless. But she didn't expect that Yun Miao Miao would be in front of her. The moment their eyes met, they smiled at the same time, and they understood each other like good friends who had known each other for many years. Yun Xiongwan smiled on her face, but she was empty in her heart. She waved her right hand lightly, and a white origin fire jumped into the alchemy furnace. Then, she threw twice the amount of spiritual medicine into it. The origin fire immediately wrapped around the spiritual medicine and burned fiercely. After a while, the spiritual medicine began to liquefy. After the refining was completed, it came to the stage of melting the pill. Yun Xiongwan wanted to delay the time of refining the pill, so she tempered it several more times when melting the pill. At the same time, she could do 2 things at the same time to observe the situation of the uncle next door. The uncle was already sweating profusely. He was only at the 5th level of qi condensation. Whether it was spiritual power or mental power, it was not enough. The poor spiritual root aptitude, coupled with the lack of cultivation resources, made it difficult to make any progress. But it's different when he gets the first-grade alchemist badge. Other low-level cultivators will come to him to make pills. In this way, he can get more cultivation resources and hope to make further progress. So, succeed. God rewards hard work, and people who work so hard deserve to be lucky ones. When Yun Xiongwan thought so, the uncle whose spiritual power and mental power were about to be exhausted suddenly seemed to have divine help, and he succeeded in melting the pill in one breath. Examiner, this is the first grade 9 Revolution's great tonic pill I made. Please take a look. At this time, Yun Miao Miao's crisp and sweet voice attracted, so, succeed. God rewards hard work, and people who work so hard deserve to be lucky ones. When Yun Xiongwan thought so, the uncle whose spiritual power and mental power were about to be exhausted suddenly, it turns out that he is a disciple of the immortal sword sect. No wonder he has such talent. I'm so envious. I haven't made a first-grade ordinary pill, but he has made a first-grade 9 revolutions golden pill. The whole audience was in an uproar, and they all looked at Yun Ziying with envy, admiration, or jealousy. The examiner was also surprised when he heard this, and then he flashed to Yun Miao's side. The whole pill was covered with 9 light golden lines, and it was really a first-grade 9-turn golden pill. You can use a spiritual medicine that is barely 100 years old to refine the 9-turn golden pill. You are really worthy of being a disciple of the immortal sword sect. The examiner praised it highly, and then stamped a pass on Yun Miao's number token. Thank you for the compliment, senior. I am ashamed to accept it. Yun Miao bowed respectfully and humbly, and then took the number token and left. She enjoyed the feeling of being followed by people with enthusiastic eyes. In the past, in that small mountain village, she was not well fed and clothed, and was bullied. She didn't want to live that kind of life for another day. She was a rich girl in a city, and she should live in the center of everyone's attention since the day she was born. Even if something unexpected happened, she would seize every opportunity she could and take back what should belong to her bit by bit. Yun Miao, that's it. Only when you are highly sought after by everyone and gain the power of faith will your firefly bewitching heart advance faster. We wasted too much time because of Yun Xiongwan before. When most of the energy of the Shenglin continent was in our hands, she was just an ant. Even if she had that person's aura, she couldn't do anything. That person has disappeared for tens of thousands of years. If he is still so afraid, doesn't he think he has fallen behind? Yun Miao smiled when she heard this. Yes, what is Yun Xiongwan? She just needs to work hard to climb up. When the bewitching heartseed enslaves the Tianjiao of the entire Shenglin continent, Yun Xiongwan is just an ant that she can kill with a wave of her hand when she passes by. Or, she doesn't need to do it at all. Therefore, working hard to improve your own strength is the kingly way. But what she didn't know was that when she was full of pride and felt that she had opened up a new world, the ant she thought of was silently delivering the second-grade 9-turn spiritual pill she refined to the examiner. After the examiner saw the grade of the pill in the box, her beautiful eyes widened instantly. Yun Xiongwan shook her head at her, begging her not to say anything. The examiner instantly understood what Yun Xiongwan meant, and she nodded, trying to suppress her excitement. She thought that using a 100-year-old spiritual medicine to refine a first-grade 9-turn pill was already quite powerful, but she didn't expect that there was something even more amazing. How many times did it have to be purified and condensed? Even as a 4th-grade alchemist, she couldn't do it. Examiner, this is my number token. Yun Xiongwan put away the pills and handed over the token. The examiner came back to his senses and stamped her token. Thank you. After Yun Xiongwan thanked him, she took the token and turned to leave. The examiner looked at Yun Xiongwan's back and thought that this alchemist assessment conference was really full of hidden talents.
Sir.
At this time, the square-faced uncle also came over. After checking, the examiner found that the pill he refined also had 3 Dao patterns and could reach the 3rd-grade quality. Not bad, not bad. She stamped it in a good mood. The uncle was overjoyed and thanked him. I am so lucky today. 10 years of hard work have not been in vain. Once he gets the badge of a first-grade alchemist, he can receive a 100-year-old spiritual medicine and 100 low-grade spiritual stones issued by the Alchemist Union every month, and he can also accept other people's alchemy commissions. In this way, he can save a lot of cultivation resources. Maybe in his lifetime, he can still make a breakthrough in building a foundation. The uncle was full of hope and wanted to tell the little Taoist friend the good news, but he looked around and couldn't find him. Young Master Wanya. Yun Miao waited for a while at the exit of the north gate. Yun Xiongwan looked up and then put on a professional fake smile. Miss Yun. Yun Miao walked over, hinting, Is young Master Wanya afraid of me? Yun Xiongwan raised her eyebrows, and there was also a meaningful look in her eyes. How did Miss Yun see that? What exactly is Yun Miao Miao planning? System. Master, do you think it is possible that she has taken a fancy to you? Yun Xiongwan's mouth twitched when she heard this. Speak human language. System. Master, I think she may want to feed you the seeds of confusion. It feels like you always avoid me, as if I were some kind of scourge. Yun Miao Miao said this aggrievedly, and took another step closer. The distance between the two has exceeded that of ordinary friends. We are all from Bayou City. Shouldn't we take care of each other? In fact, Yun Xiongwan had no opinion on Yun Miao Miao, the heroine of the original book, before. But since the Ascension Conference, this person has inexplicably targeted her, so that it was not until the incident of the Tianxian sect's spiritual stone vein that Yun Xiongwan wanted to kill her.
Now.
Miss Yun is right. We should take care of each other. Yun Xiongwan said this, turning her head to look at Hu Wushang, who was walking over. But your senior brother doesn't seem very happy. Yun Miao Miao followed her line of sight, and sure enough, Hu Wushang's expression was not very good. She didn't have time to ask what kind of elixir Wanya had refined. Master Wanya, let's talk again when we have a chance. After Yun Miao Miao said this, she trotted towards Hu Wushang. Uncle. At this time, Yun Xiongwan also heard Xiao Yue's call. Yun Xiongwan turned her head and saw Xiao Yue sitting on Xiao Jibai's shoulders, waving her hands happily in the crowd. This feeling is really good. Yun Xiongwan couldn't help but smile and walked over there. Have you been waiting for a long time? Let's go and take you to eat delicious food.
Great.
Xiao Yue was so happy that her teeth were not visible. With her father by her side and her mother as her companion, such a day was still an impossible luxury for her more than a year ago, but she didn't expect it to come true so soon. Daddy, put me down. Xiao Yue's mind moved, and she jumped down from Xiao Jibai's shoulder. Yun Xiongwan was puzzled, but the next second, her hand was held by a small hand. Xiao Yue went to pull Xiao Jibai's big hand again, holding one hand in each, and she walked in the middle, with pink bubbles called happiness all over her body. Yun Xiongwan smiled dotingly, and her eyes were all on Xiao Yue. In a corner that she didn't notice, Xiao Jibai's eyes were also on the two of them, and finally, only on her. Fighting is not allowed in Danwang City, nor is flying with a sword. Even the spiritual consciousness is restricted by the formation. Therefore, it all depends on walking or carriage. About half an hour later, Yun Xiongwan and his family of 3 came to the largest restaurant in Danwang City. Yun Xiongwan directly asked for a private room. The waiter saw that she was a big customer and enthusiastically led her to the private room. Several guests, please follow me. Yun Xiongwan nodded slightly, and then took Xiao Yue to follow. As for Xiao Jibai, he could only walk at the back. As expected of the largest restaurant in Danwang City, the decoration and furnishings inside are very luxurious, and the people who come and go are all high-level cultivators or children of aristocratic families. Of course, the consumption here is also quite high. After a while, the waiter took Yun Xiongwan and the other 2 to the 3rd floor. Yun, I really envy you. You don't have to participate in the previous assessment meetings. You can just wait for the finals in 10 days. By then, you will be the youngest 6th grade alchemist in our Shenglin continent. Yun Xiongwan just stepped onto the 3rd floor and heard envious voices coming from the box not far away. Ayuan? Sun Yuan? Yun Xiongwan couldn't help but look in the direction of the voice, and sure enough, he vaguely saw his face in the half-open box door. He was a handsome boy, but he didn't like to shave and didn't take care of his appearance all year round. He looked about 10 years older than his actual age. But maybe true geniuses are all mavericks. Sir, your box is over here. The waiter was obviously very afraid of the people in that box, so he lowered his voice to remind Yun Xiongwan and signaled them to leave quickly with his eyes. Yun Xiongwan retracted his gaze and followed the waiter's pace. And Sun Yuan in the box over there seemed to have noticed that someone was looking at him. When he turned around, the corridor was empty. Sir, this is the menu of our restaurant. Please take a look. If you want to eat anything, just tell me. The waiter took out the menu from the storage bag attentively. Yun Xiongwan's eyes lit up when he saw this. The restaurant was so generous that even the waiter was equipped with a storage bag. It was really rich. Yun Xiongwan took the menu, discussed with Xiao Yue and ordered a few dishes, and then handed the menu to Xiao Jibai. Xiao Jibai was stunned for a moment, then took the menu and ordered 2 more meat dishes. Sir, you have ordered now, right? Okay, I will serve all the dishes to you in a quarter of an hour. The waiter was very enthusiastic. By the way, do you need wine? We have spiritual rice wine and spiritual fruit wine. They are both delicious and not intoxicating. Even this young master can drink them. Yun Xiongwan thought about it and had to try something new. Let's have some of them. It seems that the fruit wine and rice wine brewed in this restaurant must taste good. 3 guests, here are the dishes you ordered and the wine all served. The waiter left the box after serving the wine and dishes. He also said that if there were any other needs, he could call for help at any time. I have to say that the service was really good. And the box they were in also had a great view. Outside the window was the busy and bustling streets of Danwang City. At this time, the sunset was like blood, and the sunset glow filled the sky. Everything in sight was covered with a layer of warm light, which made people's thoughts slow down. The delicacies were all cooked with the meat of monsters full of spiritual energy, and they were full of freshness. There was also steamed rice with spiritual rice, which was crystal clear, with distinct grains and a fragrant smell. What's more, the fruit wine, I don't know what spiritual fruit it was brewed with, it was sour and sweet, very palatable. Mom, this fruit wine is delicious. Xiao Yue also praised it. Yun Xiongwan drank a glass in 1 gulp, TSK. It tasted better than freshly squeezed juice, and there was no taste of alcohol. The rice wine, on the other hand, was a bit intoxicating, and it was probably higher in alcohol than beer. Daddy, this fruit wine is delicious. Please have a drink. Seeing that Xiao Jibai was just eating and drinking, Xiao Yue pushed the fruit wine in front of him. I won't drink it, or I'll get drunk. Xiao Jibai glanced at the wine pot and shook his head. Yun Xiongwan widened her eyes in surprise.
What?
In her impression, creatures like dragons should be good at drinking. Indulge in sensual pleasures, wine and meat. Otherwise, how can there be 9 sons of the dragon? Daddy, this is fruit wine, not intoxicating. It tastes very much like the AD calcium milk that mother gave us. Very delicious. Would you like to try it? Xiao Yue simply poured him a glass. Xiao Jibai looked at it uncertainly, then cast his gaze to Yun Xiongwan, trying to get the answer from her. Well, Wei Wei is right. This fruit wine is indeed not strong and not intoxicating. Anyway, she drank several glasses and didn't feel anything. Okay, then I'll drink it. Xiao Jibai picked up the fruit wine that Xiao Yue poured for him and first took a sip tentatively. After finding that there was really no smell of alcohol, he boldly drank it all. Yun Xiongwan on the other side saw it and was puzzled. He is so careful. Can it be that he really can't drink? But even if he hasn't recovered his peak strength, he is at least a level 5 monster now, equivalent to a Jindan cultivator. Even if he is a little drunk, he can use his monster power to force the alcohol out. After that, she kept observing Xiao Jibai's reaction silently, and seeing his cold white face without any change, she was completely relieved. And he seemed to think it tasted good, and kept drinking with Xiao Yue. This meal cost Yun Xiongwan 120,000 low-grade spirit stones. It was quite scary. But the taste was beyond reproach, and taking the children to broaden their horizons, everyone was happy, and 120,000 low-grade spirit stones were not a lot. On the way back to the city, Xiao Jibai was more silent than usual. Mom, I have to go into the space and play with the dog tonight. As soon as they entered the room of the inn, Xiao Yue took Yun Xiongwan's hand and said, Okay, go ahead. Yun Xiongwan's mind moved, and Xiao Yue immediately disappeared from the spot. At this moment, Xiao Jibai suddenly came up from behind. Yun Xiongwan had noticed that something was wrong with him a while ago, so she was not too surprised now. She turned around, put a finger against Xiao Jibai's chest, and pushed him back. Sleep when you are drunk. Don't act crazy when drunk. But the person is like a copper wall and an iron wall, and can't be pushed at all. Come on, if she can't afford to offend, she can always hide, right? Yun Xiangwan turned her head and wanted to leave, but when she just retracted her hand a little, Xiao Jibai grabbed her wrist. Then he suddenly pulled her into his arms, and at the same time, one arm hugged her lower back.
Huh?
This man is simply getting more and more aggressive. Yun Xiangwan looked up, and then unexpectedly bumped into a pair of red vertical pupils with black mist surging. He raised his lips and smiled evilly, cold and strange, chilling and numbing. Is this still Xiao Jibai? Why does it feel like he is possessed by the devil? Suddenly, Yun Xiangwan thought of the power of the end. That powerful, evil power that can dissolve everything in the world. Is it out of control? If I had known that drinking would lead to such serious consequences, I wouldn't have let him touch even a drop of it. Yun Xiangwan began to struggle, but the arm on her lower back was getting tighter and tighter, and it was a little painful. Use spiritual power, but this is an inn, and you have to pay for it if it is smashed. Going to the space is even worse. Wei Wei is in there. It would be so bad if she saw it. Just when Yun Xiangwan was anxiously thinking of countermeasures, Xiao Jibai's scarlet vertical pupils wandered over her fair and fragile neck like he was looking at prey. Xiao Jibai, let's talk nicely. Let me go first. After thinking about it, Yun Xiangwan decided to solve the problem in a civilized manner. But when she looked up and tried to communicate with the irrational Xiao Jibai, the man suddenly pressed his face down. If Yun Xiangwan hadn't dodged quickly, both of them would have knocked out 2 of their front teeth. But this time, her neck was exposed to Xiao Jibai's mouth again. He stuck out his tongue to lick it, and then bit it.
Ah!
Yun Xiangwan screamed in surprise, and then reached out and slapped Xiao Jibai in the face.
Stop it!
This slap made Xiao Jibai pause, and the black mist in his eyes stagnated for a moment, but it surged again in the next breath. His smile became more cruel and evil. My lord, after tens of thousands of years, you are still so sweet and delicious. After these words came out, Yun Xiangwan was completely dumbfounded. Could it be that Xiao Jibai had a dual personality? But no matter how many personalities he had, there was only one contract between him and her. Xiao Jibai, wake up. As soon as these words came out, the black and white Dao pattern array immediately appeared on Xiao Jibai's chest. The ripples from the Dao pattern array immediately dispelled the black mist in Xiao Jibai's eyes, revealing his originally light amber human pupils. Yun Xiangwan breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this, as she finally found the person. After Xiao Jibai regained his sanity, his face turned pale, and he felt distressed, self-blaming, and regretful when he saw the bloody imprint on Yun Xiangwan's neck. He raised his hand to help her heal her wound, then took 2 steps back and knelt on one knee. My lord, please punish me. Yun Xiangwan rubbed his waist that was strangled, then pulled over a chair and sat down, and then looked at the man who looked like he had done something wrong. Get up, I don't blame you. You just have to tell me what's going on. Xiao Jibai didn't move, but told Yun Xiangwan the truth. There is another consciousness in my body. He is the end, the source of disaster and misfortune. On weekdays, I can suppress him, but if he gets drunk, he will come out and rebel. For this reason, he hasn't drunk for many years. Today, because he was happy, he couldn't help but drink a little because he was happy for a long time. As expected, Yun Xiangwan nodded thoughtfully and asked again. Is that all you know? Is there any other information about him? Xiao Jibai hesitated for a moment, then reached out to cover the location of the contract pattern on his chest, and then closed his eyes. In an instant, Yun Xiangwan suddenly had more pictures in his mind. It was a cliff bottom covered by black fog, surging with hostility, and from time to time there were groups of black shadows and ghosts screaming. Then the line of sight zoomed in, and Yun Xiangwan saw an egg. Amber, similar to the color of Xiao Jibai's pupils in human form. In that gloomy, terrifying, and hopeless environment, it was extremely conspicuous. Like a ray of sunshine, a little hope. But not long after, the light was polluted. The egg kept rolling and struggling, but it still couldn't stop the erosion of the black fog. I don't know how many years have passed, and the originally amber egg has been completely dyed black. Its movements became weaker and weaker, and the life inside the egg seemed to be robbed of its vitality. The black fog outside also gradually decreased, revealing its original desolate appearance. After that, 2 more people appeared. They wanted to destroy this deep ravine and completely wipe out the existence of this place. At this moment, the egg broke its shell, and a black dragon crawled out of it. That dragon must be Xiao Jibai. As soon as Yun Xiongwan had this thought, the picture in her mind began to ripple like water ripples, and then slowly dissipated. When she withdrew her consciousness and returned to reality, Xiao Jibai had fainted and turned into a little black dragon that was no different from the one in the picture. Was he sharing memories with her just now? So this is how his end power came from. If he hadn't been put there, would he have become a little golden dragon? I don't know if it was affected by the contract. Yun Xiongwan felt quite uncomfortable. She walked over, picked up the little black dragon, and hugged it in her arms. After performing a cleansing technique, she went to bed. She still had to take the alchemist assessment tomorrow. It was midnight. The little black dragon opened his eyes with a swish. He raised his little head and saw Yun Xiongwan's peaceful sleeping face. My lord. He moved his sight down from his face to his neck. Fortunately, the wound had healed. He breathed a sigh of relief and twisted his body to get out of bed. But just as he crawled to the edge of the bed, Yun Xiongwan turned over in her sleep, and her leg hit him directly.
Ah!
The little black dragon's tail and half of his body were pressed down by Yun Xiongwan's legs, and he almost couldn't breathe. Not only that, it was pressed tightly and couldn't move. If he crawled away by brute force, he would definitely wake her up. But if he stayed here, wouldn't it be another kind of torture for him? Too close, Yun Xiongwan's breath drilled into his body, and his blood began to boil. Xiao Jibai, you coward. I have been guarding for so many years, and I dare not move even when I am so close. Xiao Jibai listened to the mocking voice coming from deep in his body, and his eyes flashed. If you dare to hurt her again, I don't mind damaging my own dragon soul to get rid of you completely. Xiao Jibai, I am you, and you are me. I am your evil thoughts, and apart from me, you will die. And do you really not want to? You can hide those reactions of your body from her, but not from me. Shut up.
Ha ha ha. What?
Thing is so hard, let's go. Yun Xiongwan, who was half asleep and half awake, changed to a lying position again because of the pain in his thigh. At the same time, with a wave of his right hand, he directly threw the little black dragon off the bed. The little black snake fell to the ground with a smack and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Sure enough, she is still the same her. Xiao Jibai rarely felt that what he said made sense, and did not refute it. A night passed.
Huh?
Where is my little black dragon? Abai? As soon as Yun Xiongwan woke up, she started looking for the little black dragon. She remembered that he was in the bed before she went to bed. I'm here. At this time, the door was pushed open and Xiao Jibai walked in from outside. He was holding a tray of food in his hand. Call Wei Wei out and eat. Oh, okay. Yun Xiongwan got out of bed immediately, and after tidying up her appearance, she called Xiao Yue out from the space. Then she came to the table and found a plate full of her favorite pastries. Yun Xiongwan's heart moved, and Xiao Jibai handed her a pair of chopsticks. She reached out to take it and asked casually, You went to the kitchen to get your own food just to get pastries for me? Xiao Jibai was stunned, then nodded.
Yeah.
Yesterday morning, she praised the delicious pastry. Yun Xiongwan chuckled. Very good. Since he is so thoughtful, she will forgive his rudeness last night. Xiao Yue looked left and right, and always felt that the atmosphere between father and mother was different from before. The hard-to-melt alienation and strangeness between them seemed to have dissipated a lot.
Great.
In this way, she will continue to work hard. She must make the relationship between father and mother better, so that they will be a family that will never be separated. Xiao Yue felt very motivated. So after sending Yun Xiongwan to the assessment venue, she pulled Xiao Jibai to the outside of the crowd and said mysteriously, Dad, you have to take action. Action? Xiao Jibai was puzzled. Xiao Yue was a little kid, and she started counting on her fingers. For example, give more gifts, say more sweet words, take mother out to play more often, etc. Gifts? Sweet words? Play? Xiao Jibai automatically ignored the middle option. Then let's go out and choose a gift for your mother? By the way, you can also take a look at what fun places there are in Luyang City. Okay, Dad, let us go quickly, otherwise Mom will refine the elixir in a while. She also has a gift for her mother. On the other side, Yun Xiangwan, who was missed by the two, had already entered from the east gate. This is the assessment site for the second-grade alchemist. Yun Xiangwan handed the token engraved with the word pass yesterday to the waiter at the door. After the waiter checked it, he let Yun Xiangwan in. As soon as Yun Xiangwan stepped in, he heard the people around him cheering. That's the disciple of the Immortal Sword sect who refined the first-grade 9-turn golden elixir yesterday, right? What? First-grade 9-turn golden elixir? That's really a natural talent. It's okay that he is as beautiful as a lotus emerging from the water, and his talent for alchemy is so good. How can a useless person like me, who can't do anything, live? Don't panic, fellow Taoist. To be honest, this is my 5th time to participate in the assessment of the second-grade alchemist. If I don't get the second-grade badge again this year, I'm afraid I'll be beaten up by my parents when I go home.
Hey.
Who isn't? Upon hearing the noise, Yun Xiangwan immediately knew who was coming. Master Wenya, wait for me. Just as she was about to quicken her pace, Yun Miao Miao called her name. Suddenly, the eyes of everyone around her were focused on Yun Xiangwan. Emma, it almost brought out her social phobia. She took a deep breath, then stopped and smiled politely. Miss Yun, good morning. Good morning. Yun Miao Miao smiled sweetly. We should be taking the assessment in the same round today. Yun Xiangwan looked around and found that the number of people taking the second-grade alchemist assessment was nearly 2/3 less than the number of people taking the first-grade alchemist assessment yesterday. If they were in the same round yesterday, how could they not be in the same round today? What a lame topic to pick up a conversation. Maybe, Yun Xiangwan said without comment. Then I'm looking forward to your performance, Master Wenya. This time, she will definitely not miss the process and results of his alchemy. Let's encourage each other. Yun Xiangwan was frugal with words. The heroine was so attentive that he really regarded her as a candidate for the seed of temptation. Fairy, he is just a pretty boy and is of no use. Look at me. I am the grandson of the second priest of Luyang City, and I will definitely get the second-grade alchemist badge this time. Seeing that Yun Xiangwan was not appreciative, a little fat man next to him immediately stood up and patted his chest, saying proudly. Before the followers around him had time to speak, Yun Xiangwan agreed first. Yes, I am useless, unlike this Taoist friend who has both status and strength. Hey, I am so ashamed. After Yun Xiangwan finished speaking, he covered his face and left.
Wanya.
Yun Miao Miao was very angry. That guy was avoiding her.
Hateful man.
Fairy, come with me. Sit with me. Not only will there be fewer people and a wider view, but you can also participate in the first round of assessment. The chubby little Tian Meng invited enthusiastically. Excuse me, fellow Taoist, I have to go find my friend. Although he is the grandson of the second priest, he looks to be at least in his early 20s, but he is still taking the exam for the second-level alchemist badge. Isn't that a complete waste? But because of his identity, her attitude couldn't be too tough, lest it make everyone embarrassed. Tian Meng could only watch the girl he liked chasing after another man. He clenched his fists in anger. You guys keep an eye on that brat and see where he comes from. By the way, at the assessment meeting later, make things difficult for him. With him around, that kid won't be able to get the second-level alchemist badge today. Achoo! Yun Xiangwan sneezed violently, just after she sat down. She knew that she was being targeted again. Beauty is a disaster. The heroine. She just wanted to refine the elixir quietly. Could you please not provoke her? If she had known this, she should have changed her face. It seems that in order to prevent such a situation from happening in the future, she has to prepare a few more vests for herself. In this situation, the only way to make Yun Miao Miao lose interest is to behave mediocrely. The two assessment sites look similar. There is a stage, and below the stage is the audience. When the alchemists are not on stage to participate in the assessment, they can sit on it to rest. After a while, the examiner came on stage. Yun Xiongwan found that the examiner today was the same examiner as yesterday. When she was looking at her, the examiner also saw Yun Xiongwan in the audience. Yun Xiongwan left a very deep impression on her yesterday, and naturally, she was looking forward to her performance today. After the examiner explained the rules, he invited the alchemists who participated in the first round of the assessment to come on stage. After they returned to their positions, the examiner turned over the hourglass and the assessment officially began. Those who can participate in the second-grade alchemist assessment have some skills, so there are almost fewer phenomena like the furnace explosion and other messy phenomena like yesterday. But the success rate is still not high. In a round of 50 people, only 11 people can refine flawless second-grade pills within the specified time. Participating in this kind of assessment is the most direct way to see the tragic situation of thousands of troops crossing a single plank bridge in the world of cultivation. Yun Xiongwan was in the second round, and Yun Miao and Tian Meng were also there. Senior Sister Mei, I want to go to that ferry to make pills. Tian Meng came to the examiner and pointed directly at Yun Miao. The examiner, who was called Senior Sister Mei, frowned and felt a little embarrassed. It was fine that this little ancestor was willful and reckless on weekdays, but why did he act so recklessly in such an occasion? She wanted to refuse, but when she thought of the second worshipper who loved his grandson like his life, she began to feel embarrassed again. Senior Sister Mei thought about it and could only discuss with Tian Meng in a good tone. Junior brother, the position for participating in the examination is determined by the number plate, and I can't change it without authorization. But I can take you to ask the person next to the girl. If he is willing to exchange with you, then exchange. If not, you have to go back to your position. Tian Meng was full of confidence. He will definitely give way. Coincidentally, the person next to Yun Miao was Yun Xiongwan. Tian Meng walked in front of her, and the two looked at each other with green bean eyes. Get out. Tian Meng spoke first. Senior Sister Mei couldn't stand this attitude anymore. When she tried to ease the atmosphere, Yun Xiongwan's eyes suddenly turned red, and she started to complain. My master finally got enough money for me to come to Danyuan City to take the alchemist badge exam. I haven't even got the badge yet, and I'm being kicked out of the exam room. I've always followed the rules and didn't dare to overstep the line. Are you bullying me just because I'm handsome? Yun Xiongwan felt more and more aggrieved as she spoke. I won't leave, even if I die. Otherwise, my master will beat me to death when I go back. Even though Tian Meng was used to being unscrupulous, he was dumbfounded by Yun Xiongwan's sudden action. Yun Miao's expression was even more interesting. She never expected that Wan Yi, who looked so handsome and elegant, was actually a coward who cried all the time. Such a person is not fit for important tasks. Shut up! Tian Meng shouted angrily. His green eyes seemed to be spitting fire. I asked you to give up this position to me, not to get out of the assessment. Yun Xiongwan pouted. That won't work either. This position was earned by my master with great difficulty.
Pa.
Before Yun Xiongwan finished speaking, a big red storage bag appeared on the table in front of her. There are 500,000 low-grade spirit stones in it. Take it and leave this place. Isn't it just for money?
He was compensated at least.
500,000 low-grade spirit stones? Yun Xiongwan's peach blossom eyes widened, and then he scanned with his spiritual sense, and after confirming that there were indeed 500,000 low-grade spirit stones inside, he quickly put them away and made room. Mr. Tian, please come in. That servile look made Yun Miao, who was standing beside him, feel uncomfortable. That's more like it. Tian Meng was satisfied and stood in the position closest to his goddess. Yun Xiongwan was also very satisfied. Not only did she get 500,000 low-grade spirit stones, but she also got rid of Yun Miao's dogskin plaster. Let them torture each other. Fairy, you see, I said that the pretty boy is unreliable. Tian Meng didn't intend to waste this position that he bought at a high price and turned around to get close to Yun Miao. Mr. Tian, the assessment has begun. Yun Miao reminded softly, and then took out a heavenly grade alchemy furnace from the space ring. Seeing this, Tianmeng also took out his own alchemy furnace. Look, Fairy, our alchemy furnaces are so compatible. Yun Miao Miao ignored Tianmeng's words this time. She began to make pills seriously. She must shine in this alchemist assessment meeting. In this way, she can obtain more power of faith to upgrade Luyang Temptation Heart. Junior brother, you can't disturb others. If you have something, talk about it after the assessment. Senior sister Mei couldn't bear it anymore and reminded her. I know, it's annoying. Tianmeng glared at senior sister Mei unhappily. He really acted arrogant by calling her senior sister. After all, she was just a dog of Danwang Mansion. Senior sister Mei didn't want to talk to Tianmeng much, so as not to disturb other alchemists who were seriously making pills. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look at Yun Xiangwan. Yun Xiangwan had just sacrificed his yellow-grade, middle-grade alchemy furnace, and he was laughed at by the person next to him. You have the nerve to take out an alchemy furnace of that level in this alchemist assessment meeting? It's really laughable. Hey, kid, I'm telling you, move your furnace away from me. If the furnace explosion affects my alchemy, I will make you regret showing up at this alchemist assessment meeting. The big man on the other side also began to threaten Yun Xiangwan. Yun Xiangwan discovered that these two were the two lackeys who had just followed Tianmeng. Although my alchemy furnace is of low grade, it is impossible for it to explode. On the contrary, you have to be careful and don't be careless, she said meaningfully.
Ha ha ha.
Kid, what are you kidding? This is a top-grade Earth-level alchemy furnace, and a furnace can buy your life. In addition, with the blessing of my superb alchemy skills, it is absolutely impossible for the furnace to explode. You are shallow-minded and have never seen such a high-level alchemy furnace. We understand, but you'd better be sensible, because that fairy belongs to our brother Meng. Stay away from her, understand? Understand, understand, understand. Yun Xiangwan nodded while lighting the origin fire. This time, she still had to refine the elixir. However, she had to refine an ordinary second-grade elixir, the kind that couldn't have a single golden pattern. Don't tell me, after refining too many high-quality elixirs, it's not easy to suddenly refine some ordinary ones. Look, the first furnace failed. Yun Xiangwan was a little depressed. It was all the fault of the heroine, who made her deliberately hide her shortcomings. Otherwise, all the elixirs and elixirs she refined would be hers. How could such a waste occur?
Ha ha ha.
You are really a fool. See, this is the strength that a second-grade alchemist should have, the man said, and increased his spiritual power output. In the elixir furnace, the fire was getting stronger and stronger, and it was obvious that it had reached the final stage of melting the elixir. Really? Yun Xiangwan turned her head and looked over, with an eye-opening look. Little did she know that a trace of colorless and non-fluctuating energy suddenly entered the man's body. At the critical moment when the elixir was about to be completed, his spiritual power suddenly jumped around in his body uncontrollably. How could this happen? The man was horrified. The alchemy furnace trembled and finally exploded with a bang. As the flames and alchemy furnace fragments flew everywhere, Yun Xiangwan shallowly put on a shield for herself. It can't be hit. The man was heartbroken. Not only did he fail to refine the second-grade elixir, but even his precious life was blown up. But senior sister Mei came over and gave him a death ultimatum. The alchemy furnace has exploded, and there is no point in you staying here. Don't disturb others from refining the elixir, and leave as soon as possible. Tianmeng dared to confront senior sister Mei head-on, but he, a lackey, didn't dare to, so he could only leave in disgrace. Yun Xiangwan began to use the remaining spiritual medicine to refine the second furnace of spiritual elixir. This time, there must be no mistakes. Otherwise, her fate will be the same as that man. Examiner, please check. At this moment, Yun Miao Miao's sweet voice came from the other side. Senior sister Mei walked over immediately. Second grade, 6th level, almost another 9-turn golden elixir. Little girl, your talent is incredible. In addition to the level of elixirs, there are also differences in quality. The ones without golden patterns are ordinary elixirs. 3 golden patterns are the 3rd level, 6 are the 6th level, and 9 are the 9-turn golden elixirs. If 1 time is luck, then 2 times are strength. On the other hand, that young master one you performed well in the first game, but this one was not good. But this girl is different. She performed steadily in both games and has a bright future. Examiner, you are too kind. I am just lucky. Yun Miao Miao said modestly. What luck? This is obviously strength. Who else here can refine such a high-purity elixir in such a short time except you? Tian Meng was more and more happy when he looked at Yun Miao Miao. If he could bring her home, wouldn't his grandfather be very happy? His parents would definitely be very happy too. A disciple of the Xianjian sect, a genius alchemist, and so beautiful. She is a perfect match for him, a match made in heaven. Thank you, but I still have a long way to go and need to work harder. Although Yun Miao Miao said this, she actually enjoyed the feeling of being praised and admired. With the power of faith received from these 2 alchemist assessments alone, Luyang Bewitching Heart is about to break through to the 2nd level. In the 2nd level, she can obtain 6 more Bewitching Heart seeds. Together with the 3 in the 1st level, there are 9 in total. Once all these seeds take root and sprout, she will have a firm foothold in this Shenglin continent. At this time, Tian Meng's elixir was also refined. 2nd grade, 3rd level, not bad. There is progress. Senior sister Mei was very happy. Of course, this young master's alchemy skills have always been superb. Tian Meng was proud. With a beauty by his side, he shouldn't perform well, right?
Ah.
Examiner, my pill is also refined. Yun Xiangwan was so anxious. She wanted to wait for them to leave before going forward to let the examiner check the pill, but she didn't expect them to be so talkative. She had no choice but to go forward. Senior sister Mei became interested. Maybe he just made a mistake and would give her a surprise. But when Yun Xiangwan opened the box, a black pill was revealed. It could barely be identified as a 2nd-grade Huiling pill. All of senior sister Mei's expectations were shattered in 2 at this moment.
Ha ha ha.
Seeing this, Tian Meng immediately laughed at him with his big belly. Boy, with your level, go get the 2nd-grade alchemist badge and go home to farm. Just barely pass. Senior sister Mei was not interested, but still printed the word pass on Yun Xiangwan's token. Yun Miao Miao was also disappointed. In this case, the seeds of confusion cannot be planted on a useless person. Thank you, examiner. Yun Xiangwan clasped her hands and turned away. She looked lonely, but she was actually very happy. System. Master, looking at the expression of the heroine, she probably won't think of harming you again. Yun Xiangwan took a brisk step. Dog. Once the seeds of confusion are planted, is there no room for rescue? The only way is to slowly lose your original heart and become her puppet? What kind of author would give this ability to his heroine? To put it nicely, it's called the seeds of confusion. To put it bluntly, it's okay to call it the devil seed. System. As far as I know, there are 4 levels of Firefly confusion. In the 1st level, 3 seeds of confusion can be cultivated, and in the 2nd level, there are 6. In the 3rd level, there are 9. In the 4th level, there are 12. From the beginning of planting the confusion, the host must also go through the 4 stages of rooting, cultivation, germination, and fusion of spirits before the host can be completely controlled by the heroine. When it is still in the first 2 stages, it can be awakened. But if the host had lost his guard against the heroine early on, and if he completely trusted her and had a good impression of her, then it would only take a very short time from rooting to soul fusion, and there was no way to save her. When Yun Xiangwan heard this, she couldn't help but look back at Tian Meng, who was being attentive to Yun Miao Miao. For someone like that, I'm afraid he would be soul-fused in a matter of minutes, right? System. Master, you think too highly of him. Controlling him is a matter of seconds. Yun Xiangwan laughed. She came to the square outside, but she looked around and didn't see the figures of Xiao Jibai and his daughter.
Ha!
Where did they go? After searching for a while and still not seeing anyone, Yun Xiangwan took out the communication jade slip. Uncle, we re here. Before the message could be sent out, Xiao Yue's crisp voice came clearly into her ears. She immediately put away the communication jade slip and walked towards the source of the sound. After a while, the three of them met. Xiao Yue's face was full of smiles, but Xiao Jibai's face was even tighter than usual. There's something fishy going on. Uncle, you treated us to dinner yesterday, so today Daddy and I will treat you to a trip.
Go?
Where? Yun Xiangwan's eyes lit up. Is there any fun place in Luyang City? Hot springs, I heard they are magical and fun places. Xiao Yue's eyes sparkled, and she looked like she wanted to go there too.
Go.
This time, participating in the Alchemist Assessment Conference is equivalent to a business trip. It is no problem to relax and have fun while completing the set tasks. So Yun Xiangwan hardly hesitated.
Yeah.
Xiao Yue jumped up with joy. Humph. Daddy said at first that Mommy couldn't go. Isn't this a very straightforward agreement? Where is the hot spring?
Take me there.
Yun Xiangwan couldn't wait any longer.
Stop.
Just as the three of them were about to leave, a group of people rushed over from not far away and quickly surrounded them. Yun Xiangwan subconsciously protected Xiao Yue behind him and then looked back. It was Tian Meng's two followers, with a face full of flesh and fierce eyes. Boy, did you up my alchemy furnace? The man with the mole on his chin asked angrily. Why do you say that, fellow Taoist? We are in front of everyone and the examiner is also present. Where do you put the examiner when you say that? Yun Xiangwan was not panicked at all and had a reason. I have never had an alchemy furnace explode when I was refining it before, so how come it exploded when I was with you? If it wasn't you who blew it up, who else could it be? The man with the mole pressed on step by step, speaking sharply. Boy, I tell you, that's a top-grade alchemy furnace of the earth level. If you don't compensate me, you can't leave here today. Fellow Taoist, you don't have spirit stones to buy a new alchemy furnace, and you want me to pay for it for you? Yun Xiangwan laughed. The man with the mole was touched in the heart and became more and more angry. Boy, you are looking for death. At this time, the others also narrowed the encirclement. You are the one who is looking for death. Xiao Jibai took a step forward, and the pressure of the ancient beast rolled out. The mole man's face changed drastically, and he wanted to use his spiritual power to resist, but he was pressed to his knees with a thump in the next second. This is a golden elixir. No, could it be a yuaning cultivator? After the mole man's accomplices realized this problem, their legs became weak. Coupled with the heavy pressure, they also knelt on the ground. You are incompetent and want to blame my uncle for blowing up the alchemy furnace. Shameless. Xiao Yue scolded, and at the same time looked at her mother with a distressed face. Uncle, don't be afraid. My father and I will protect you. Looking at Xiao Yue's clear eyes, Yun Xiangwan touched her nose with a guilty conscience. It was indeed she who blew up the alchemy furnace. But will she admit it? Of course not. If she could, she would still want to kill people now. Yeah, they blew up the furnace themselves, and they want to wrongly accuse me. Yun Xiangwan said with great grievance. Soon, the commotion here attracted the patrol guards of Luyang City. What are you doing here? Gathering to fight is prohibited in Luyang City. Disperse quickly, all of you. The patrol guards immediately dispersed the crowd of onlookers, and the captain in the lead walked straight towards Yun Xiangwan and others. But after getting close to a certain distance, he found that he could not move forward any further. This pressure. The captain of the guard looked at Xiao Jibai with a look of horror. The mole man and his brothers were already scared too. Xiao Jibai's eyes were like a prehistoric beast, and they were tiny ants, lying on the ground unable to bear his gaze. The feeling that their lives could be wiped out at any time made them tremble with fear, and they dared not breathe. They only dared to turn back to look at the captain of the guard quietly, hoping that he could lend a hand. If they had known that this kid was followed by such a terrifying person, they would not have dared to cause trouble even if they were beaten to death. The captain of the guard glared at the mole man with a bad temper. He knew this man, and he usually followed Mr. Tian to do evil. I think this time, it was him who made the senior unhappy. So he clasped his fists and bowed. Please calm down, senior. If they offend, I will ask them to apologize to you. Xiao Jibai glanced at him, and the pressure that made people unable to raise their heads just now immediately dissipated. Thank you for your magnanimity. The captain of the guard breathed a sigh of relief. No one dared to provoke Yuanying cultivators easily, even as strong as Danwang City, because Yuanying cultivators are not easy to be destroyed. Once they escape and come back again, those cultivators below Yuanying in the family will not be able to escape death. What's wrong with you?
Huh?
Don't you know that it is the assessment meeting period now? If you make trouble again, Mr. Tian can't protect you. The captain of the guards scowled coldly, wishing he could expel the mole man and his gang. Captain, we didn't make trouble, They just had their furnace exploded when they were taking the assessment, but they accused me of blowing it up for them and forced me to compensate them with an alchemy furnace. Yun Xiongwan took over the conversation at the right time. When the captain of the guard looked over, she took a step closer to Xiao Jibai, hugged his arm, and was scared. If it weren't for Big Brother protecting me, I don't know what kind of inhumane persecution I would have suffered. I'm sorry. I'll take them away and hand them over to the Imperial Guard for punishment. After the guard teammate said this, he immediately called on his men to lift up the mole man and his gang. Apologize. Xiao Jibai's face was cold, and the power of the end was ready to move. Yun Xiongwan knew that he was murderous, so she calmly wrote a few words on his palm with her fingers. Don't kill. The power of the end is just like the power of the origin, too eye-catching. It's easy to cause trouble. If they keep pushing their limits, I'll go find them tonight and have a good talk. The touch of his fingertips sliding across his palm was too much, and Xiao Jibai's arm twitched uncontrollably. He sent a message to Yun Xiongwan. Yeah. The mole-faced man was unwilling, but he finally bowed his head to Yun Xiongwan. I'm sorry I wronged you. It's okay. I hope you can work hard to improve your alchemy skills in the future and stop blowing up the furnace. She always knew how to kill people and destroy their hearts. Sure enough, after listening to Yun Xiongwan's words, the mole-faced man's face flushed red. Half of it was anger, and half of it was suppressed. But under the dual gaze of the captain of the guard and Xiao Jibai, he had to nod repeatedly. I see. I'll go back to retreat. At the same time, on the other side, I didn't expect that man to be a nascent soul cultivator. Yun Miao Miao, who had seen everything, murmured. So, what if I'm a nascent soul cultivator? Sooner or later I will surpass the nascent soul transformation realm and embark on the road to heaven. Huo Wushang snorted coldly. With your talent, senior brother, you will naturally reach the top. Yun Miao Miao looked at Huo Wushang with admiration. In his heart, he was communicating with Lord Tiandao. Sir, can my confused heart seed take root in the body of the nascent soul? That is a variable. Yun Miao Miao, you listen to me. Go and get close to Sun Yuan. He is the successor of Danwang City, and he has unparalleled talent in alchemy. At present, he is only at the initial stage of foundation building, which is very suitable as a hotbed for the rooting of the confused heart seed. When you absorb enough power of faith, break through the second stage, have more seeds, and a higher level of cultivation, then go and conquer that person. I know, sir, I'll do as you say. It seems that no matter whether it is Tian Meng or Wan Yi, she cannot lose both. Because through Tian Meng she can get in touch with Sun Yuan in advance, and by keeping Wan Yi, she can get close to his brother. His brother's face really amazed Yun Miao Miao for a long time. Although Huo Wushang is a bit like him to some extent, in front of him, Huo Wushang is like a young boy, and he is like the 9-day god. Calm, noble, and unattainable. Yun Miao Miao thought, if he could surrender to her, she wouldn't mind pampering him a little more. When this thought came up, as the person being imagined, that is, our comrade Xiao Jibai, he suddenly felt a chill. This malice came inexplicably. Xiao Jibai looked around calmly, but did not find the culprit. Uncle, Daddy, let's go. The guards took the mole man and others away. The onlookers did not dare to stay here any longer because of Xiao Jibai's thunderous pressure. So, it's time for them to go to the hot springs. Okay, but Wei Wei, where is the hot spring? Yun Xiongwan asked as he walked forward. Outside the city on a mountain. Xiao Yue blinked his big eyes. So, the three of them first left the city, and then flew to the mountain where they could take a hot spring bath. Huarong Mountain is located just west of Danlong City. It is towering into the clouds and is covered with maple trees. The maple leaves are like fire, and the whole mountain is filled with rich fire spiritual power. Wei Wei, you will feel uncomfortable staying here for a long time, right? Yun Xiangwan realized this problem as soon as he entered the mountain. Xiao Yue shook his little head. No, uncle, I don't feel uncomfortable at all. Let's go, the hot spring villa is ahead. Sure enough, there is a villa halfway up the mountain. The red walls and green tiles are very majestic. There are many people coming and going, but if you look closely, they are all cultivators with fire spiritual roots. Xiao Yue has a single spiritual root of the water element, which makes Yun Xiangwan a little worried that she will not adapt to the climate. But unexpectedly, the little girl was jumping around without feeling any discomfort. After some understanding, I learned that all the hot spring pools in this hot spring villa are divided into men and women, and there are large pools for a group of people to soak in, small pools for a small group of people to soak in, and small hot spring pools for a family to soak in. Yun Xiangwan naturally chose a small hot spring pool with a separate compartment. Although it is a bit expensive, it is very private. She has never soaked in a hot spring on Blue Star, but she didn't expect to enjoy it here. Sir, please come this way. The waiter of the hot spring villa led Yun Xiangwan and the other two into the villa. Passing through the corridor of the villa, they can see 3 huge cave entrances. They walked into the cave in the middle. The mountain wall was polished very smoothly, and every 5 steps, there was a fist-sized luminous pearl inlaid, illuminating the originally dim cave as bright as day. The entire cave is about 5 or 6 meters wide and about 3 meters high. People come in and out from time to time, and it doesn't seem crowded. The further you go in, the stronger the fire's spiritual power becomes. You can feel the scorching temperature blowing in your face. No wonder so many cultivators with fire spiritual roots come here to soak in hot springs. Not only can they enjoy the fun of soaking in hot springs, but it is also of great benefit to their cultivation. Wei Wei, how do you feel? Yun Xiangwan took Xiao Yue's hand. Uncle, I feel good, don't worry. It's just that I feel a little hot. When she heard the man's description today, she was interested in the hot springs she had never seen before. She has water spirit roots, and hot springs are just hot water, but it's still water. If she can't stand it, she can go into the space at any time with her mother. So she is fearless. That's good. If you feel uncomfortable, please tell me at any time. While she instructed Xiao Yue, she also told herself to remember to pay attention to the child's situation at all times.
Wow.
Is that a hot spring? How magical. Xiao Yue's sight had been drawn over there, and she saw a hot spring a few meters away with water bubbling out. Around the spring, a circular reservoir was built with white jade. Around the reservoir, in 6 directions, were circles of small compartments spreading outward. The air was filled with mist, and for a moment it felt like being in a fairyland. Yun Xiangwan guessed that there should be a channel dug under the Bluestone Road. In this way, the hot spring water can be accurately led to each small compartment. Sir, this is your compartment. The waiter led Yun Xiangwan and the other two to an empty compartment, and then instructed, please keep the jade slips in your hands, and take them to pay the bill when you leave. Yun Xiangwan nodded. I see you go down. The waiter bowed, and then turned away. Yun Xiangwan took out the jade slip and looked at it. This thing should be able to tell time, right? 1 hour costs 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. If a cultivator suddenly realized something in it, went into seclusion on the spot, and woke up several years later, wouldn't he lose everything he had? The so-called compartment is similar to a private room in a restaurant. It's just that there is an oval hot spring pool inside, which can accommodate about 5 or 6 people. There is a screen on the shore, and behind the screen is a place to change clothes. Moreover, each compartment is covered with a formation. Yun Xiangwan used his spiritual sense to explore it and found that it was an ordinary Yanyujun. It can prevent the overflow of spiritual power, and it also has the effect of sound insulation and isolating the detection of other people's spiritual sense. Yes, this arrangement is quite considerate and greatly protects the privacy of the guests. But this is not enough. Xiao Jibai put up 2 more prohibitions while waving his hand. Yun Xiongwan was completely relieved when he saw this. Xiao Yue quickly took off herself until she was left with only her underwear, and then jumped in with a plop. In an instant, water splashed everywhere, and she swam happily in it like a fish. On the other hand, Yun Xiongwan and Xiao Jibai, who were splashed with hot spring water, looked at each other in surprise. Come on, take off your clothes, we'll go down too. Yun Xiongwan wiped the water off her face, then reached out and began to untie her belt. You guys go up and soak, I'll just sit here on the shore. Xiao Jibai took a step back and used his magic power to dry his clothes. We're already here. You want to sit on the shore? Yun Xiongwan was surprised. Xiao Jibai nodded, serious. But if you look closely, you can see that his eyes were wandering around, and he didn't dare to fall on Yun Xiongwan. TSK. This old monster, who has lived for who knows how long, is so easily shy. I order you to take it off. Yun Xiongwan crossed his arms and smiled wickedly. The latter looked at Yun Xiongwan deeply, then sighed helplessly. Okay, I'll listen to you. After that, he began to take off his outer robe. Yun Xiongwan was satisfied. She kept a white single garment and then stretched out her foot to test the water temperature. Warm, not hot, just the right temperature. She continued to walk in carelessly. Xiao Yue swam over and was caught off guard by her. You little rascal, you splashed water on my face. Let me see how I will deal with you. Yun Xiongwan said, and stretched out her claws to tickle her. Hee hee. Xiao Yue hid and laughed. The mother and daughter were busy and happy, and soon they became drowned rats. Xiao Jibai stood on the shore for a while, then they slowly went into the water. At this time, Yun Xiongwan and Xiao Yue were also tired from playing. The mother and daughter leaned on a round stone, panting. Mom, it's so hot. Do you feel so hot? Xiao Yue raised her hand to fan the wind, and even using her spiritual power could not dispel the heat. Yun Xiongwan looked at her and saw that her originally fair and tender face was red, and her spiritual power was unstable. Wei Wei, you can't stay here anymore. Yun Xiongwan was shocked and quickly took Xiao Yue into the space. Under the world tree, Xiao Yue sat cross-legged, and it didn't take long for her to absorb and transform all the fire spirit in her body. Yun Xiongwan was relieved when she saw her face return to normal at a speed visible to the eye.
Mom, I'm sorry.
Xiao Yue felt a little guilty and apologized to Yun Xiongwan. The latter raised his hand and rubbed her little head. Silly child, as long as you are fine, why apologize to me? Then mother, continue to take a hot spring bath, I will stay in the space. Okay, then if you feel uncomfortable, remember to let the dog call me as soon as possible. After Yun Xiongwan finished speaking, she called the system again and asked it to help watch. Master, don't worry. Little did she know that after she left, the little bun was covering his mouth and laughing. Daddy, you must do your best. In the hot spring pool, when Yun Xiongwan appeared, Xiao Jibai was half leaning on a smooth stone, supporting his head with one hand, his long legs slightly bent, lazy and... The collar of his thin black inner shirt was opened a little, revealing his cold white skin and strong chest, and further down, the abdominal muscles were faintly visible under the wet fabric. TSK. Looking at the bulging arc, you know that it must feel very good. Is Wei Wei okay? Xiao Jibai seemed to be a beat slower in reaction to her appearance. Yun Xiongwan immediately came back to his senses when he heard his voice. When people are caught or embarrassed, they will become very busy. Ahem. It's okay, everything is fine. She hurriedly found a place to sit down. It's good that you're okay. Xiao Jibai didn't expose her, but his voice rose happily. Yun Xiongwan was still savoring it. He had a really good figure. He had a thin waist and long legs. He looked thin when dressed and had flesh when undressed. He was a little fascinated. As she thought about it, her eyes unconsciously began to glance over there again. At the critical moment, the voice of the system brought her back to reason. Master, don't indulge in male beauty anymore. I just detected that there are good things under this hot spring. Good things? Yun Xiongwan immediately released her consciousness to explore downwards. Under the hot spring pool, there were indeed channels everywhere. Further down, there was reddish granite, filled with the aura of fire. The further down, the more sparse the stone layer was found, and the redder the color, like burning charcoal. Yun Xiangwan could clearly feel that her origin fire was unusually active. The 5 elements of chaotic Tao body, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, all have the talent and purity of each spiritual root, and the talent and purity of each spiritual root are full. If the talent and purity of the spiritual root are not enough, it can only be called a mixed spiritual root. System. Is there a fire marrow crystal underneath? Yun Xiangwan remembered that in the original book, the heroine accidentally got a fire marrow crystal, and after refining it, she increased the talent and purity of her own spiritual root to 100%. Since then, her cultivation has been smooth and soaring. Could it be that it was obtained here? System. Master. You guessed right, there is a large piece of fire marrow crystal underneath. Although your spiritual root can't use it, the grade of your life magic weapon is not enough. You have to collect the 5 elements materials and refine them again. By then, you'll be able to break through the shackles of the heavenly rank and upgrade to the level of a true immortal weapon. After listening to the system's explanation, Yun Xiangwan thought of the sub-immortal weapon, the invisible cloak, that her master had given her before. I haven't tried the power of that magic weapon yet.
Bang!
Yun Xiangwan's consciousness suddenly hit the restriction, and she felt dizzy for a moment. The barrier formed by the restriction was rippled, and then a series of strong winds shot out from it, chasing Yun Xiangwan's consciousness and sweeping across. The murderous intent that burst out during the period made people's scalps numb. Yun Xiangwan quickly retracted her consciousness. She knew that such a treasure would not be so easy to be spied on. The restriction was at least set by a Yuanying cultivator. In the hot spring pool, Yun Xiangwan suddenly opened her eyes. Xiao Jibai changed his lazy posture just now, sat up straight, and asked her, "Are you okay?" Thinking of it, when Yun Xiangwan used her consciousness to detect just now, he was not idle. Yun Xiangwan shook her head. "It's okay, but I'm going to go down and take a look myself." "Go, I just used my consciousness to detect a way down," Xiao Jibai said, and immediately disappeared on the spot. Yun Xiangwan felt a chill on her right wrist before she could figure out his train of thought. He put the dragon bracelet on her wrist again. That's fine, more partners mean more ways. If she encounters something down there, she won't have to fight alone. When Yun Xiangwan thought of this, she took out the chenille cloak that Meng Jingsui gave her. It was the same old process, first dripping blood to recognize the master, then putting on the cloak, and finally injecting spiritual power.
Wow.
The moment she activated the chenille cloak, Yun Xiangwan felt that there was an extra water pump in her Dantian Lingfu, and the source power was like running water, rushing. Fortunately, she successfully broke through to the peak of foundation building in the previous few months of cultivation, and now she is half a step into the golden elixir. There are still hundreds of drops of pure source floating above the spiritual sea. But even so, she estimated that she could only support this chenille cloak for no more than half an hour. There can be no more delay. So Yun Xiangwan didn't lift the ban, didn't open the door, and tried to walk out directly. She felt a flash in front of her eyes, and she appeared directly outside the door. "Brother Wu, it's all over, don't think about it anymore, let's relax today." At this moment, someone suddenly came from a distance. The man called Brother Wu was the mole man in the daytime. He looked unwilling and angry. "If it weren't for my brother's protection, I could beat 10 of his pretty boys at a time." Yeah, who knew his brother was actually a Yuanying cultivator. Otherwise, he would have to pay for the alchemy furnace today. The brothers around him began to make a fuss. The mole man became more and more angry. The group of people in the Imperial Guard usually act like they are so powerful in front of us, but when they see the Yuanying cultivator, they immediately become grandsons. They are originally a group of bullies who only care about the weak and the strong. They rely on the fact that the Dan King is behind them to show off in front of us ordinary people. Another person also showed disdain. "Don't be angry, my 2 adults. We sisters will accompany you well tonight." The two beauties who were holding their arms immediately said in a delicate voice, "Ha ha ha, you are the one who is so likable." The group of people laughed and passed by Yun Xiongwan without noticing her presence. Yun Xiongwan was so excited. It turned out that this invisible cloak could not only ignore various formations and forbidden barriers, but also be used as an invisible cloak. Neither the divine consciousness nor the eyes could see her. This magic weapon really won her heart. Even if the source power was consumed a little faster, it was not the problem of the invisible cloak, but the problem of her own being too weak. Yun Xiongwan quickly stuffed a handful of Huailingdon into her mouth, and then flew to the place Xiao Jibai said. She walked all the way back and passed through all the compartments, and indeed saw a door there. There was a ban on the door, but Yun Xiongwan, who was wearing the invisible cloak and even her hair was protected by the hood, ran over and directly bumped her body in. Without any hindrance, she passed through the door and came to the staircase platform. Fly down quickly along the stone stairs. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. In a blink of an eye, they were deeper underground. The fire spirit was blowing in their faces, and Yun Xiongwan felt a little hot. No wonder there was a hot spring. Whoever passed by here would be infected by the temperature. 100 meters underground. This was the depth that Yun Xiongwan's consciousness had just reached. This place was restricted by the Yuanying Great Power. But this was not the center of the restriction, but only the edge of the area covered. Yun Xiongwan easily crossed the restriction barrier and continued to run down. When they reached 200 meters underground, the narrow passage suddenly opened up, and a huge cave appeared in front of them. Under the cave, there was gushing magma. Yun Xiongwan was almost blown back by the heat wave as soon as she walked out of the passage. She immediately activated the power of origin to resist it. But in just a few breaths, she found that she couldn't bear it at all. Yun Xiongwan gritted her teeth and simply let go of the absorption, allowing the domineering fire spirit to wash her meridians, flesh and bones. Her skin turned red at a speed visible to the eye. Her whole body felt as if it was on fire. Xiao Jibai, who was holding her wrist, felt the burning temperature, but he did not move. The endurance of the original Tao body was far more than that. In the ancient times of immortals, there were also 1 or 2 original Tao bodies, and they all became saints with their flesh. They caught immortal weapons with their bare hands and shattered the sea of stars with one punch. Of course, to reach that level, hard work is indispensable. The only way is to break through the limit again and again. And what is his limit? Xiao Jibai moved. He climbed down from Yun Xiongwan's wrist and went to the edge of the road. Below was the boiling magma. The extreme temperature caused the air to distort. Yun Xiongwan, who was guiding the fire spirit power to temper himself, swept his consciousness and saw that the little black dragon actually jumped down and fell into the magma with a plop. This man is crazy. Yun Xiongwan endured the discomfort and followed his figure with his consciousness. Seeing the little black dragon rolling in the magma, although I could feel his pain from such a distance, fortunately, there was no sign of melting. TSK. This is really cruel to me, but I have to sigh at the power of the blood of the ancient immortal beast. People who are better than me work harder than me, so what's the point of my hard work? Yun Xiongwan began to reflect, then gathered his feet and silently stepped back a little. System. Master, although your physique is not as high as his starting point, your upper limit is invincible. Practice well, and you will be better than him sooner or later. Do you mean take a bath in magma? Yun Xiongwan raised his eyebrows. System. If the master likes, it's not impossible. Come on, she doesn't have this hobby. Yun Xiongwan's face was full of rejection. System. Master, I guess you can't refine to that level in a short time. I have a fireproof pill here, and it only takes 1,000 points to exchange. After you eat the fireproof pill, it won't be so painful when you enter the magma. So, do I have to go down into the lava today? Yun Xiongwan's face was a little distorted. System. Master, the fire marrow crystal is under the lava. If you want it, you must go and get it yourself. When Yun Xiongwan heard this, she subconsciously looked at a dragon whose scales were almost burnt. She seemed to have smelled the aroma of meat. She hasn't eaten dragon meat yet, so she doesn't know what it tastes like. No, now is not the time to eat it. If she goes down, her fate will be even worse than Abai's. System. Master, there are restrictions everywhere here. Xiao Jibai is a monster after all, and he can't use the invisibility cloak. Acting alone can easily trigger restrictions and alert the people in the hot spring villa. If they come to check, the fire marrow crystal will be gone. Yun Xiangwan took a deep breath. Come on, give me the fire repellent pill. As soon as the voice fell, a red pill the size of a longan appeared in front of her. Life tried to chew me up, but found that I melted in my mouth. Yun Xiangwan smiled bitterly, took the fireproof pill and swallowed it, then walked a few steps to the edge of the rock wall. Below, there was the surging and fiery magma. The scorching temperature rushed towards her, forcing her to retreat. At this moment, the fireproof pill began to work, forming a small protective shield around Yun Xiangwan to resist the impact of the heat wave. The fireproof pill and the invisible cloak are both time-limited, so Yun Xiangwan had no time to hesitate or be afraid. Adhering to the spirit of if the king of Hades calls me to die at 3 o'clock, I will go to him and cut my neck at 2 o'clock, Yun Xiangwan gritted her teeth and jumped down directly.
Sure.
When the protective shield formed by the fireproof pill came into contact with the magma, a burst of white smoke instantly rose. Hot. Although the protective shield protected her from being directly burned by the magma, the scorching temperature was still transmitted continuously. Yun Xiangwan felt like a grasshopper in a frying pan, and soon she would be burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. It hurts. Yun Xiangwan screamed as she dived down. The extreme pain made her tears burst out. However, after diving a few meters, her clothes had already turned into charcoal. The slightest movement would cause ashes to fall down. In a short while, they would all be gone. Fortunately, she still had a cloak, otherwise she would have been. In her body, the original power was running wildly, absorbing and transforming while repairing the damaged muscles and skin. As for her internal organs, they were protected by the fireproof pills, so except for a little discomfort, they had not been injured for the time being. Gradually, Yun Xiangwan found that there were sporadic black impurities on her skin. As soon as those impurities were secreted, they were vaporized by the extreme high temperature. Yes, directly vaporized. The temperature of the magma can be seen. Seeing this, Yun Xiangwan's pupils trembled. She was stunned for a moment, and then swam down with all her strength. It's so scary. At some point, the little black dragon caught up. The scales on its body, which had been burned to a dull luster, became cold and shiny again. It seems that he has achieved another breakthrough with the help of this magma. Since he can do it, then she can do it too. Isn't it just a little hot and painful? The road to cultivating immortals is full of corpses. If you don't advance, you will retreat. Since she came to this world, she will become the immortal who can turn the hand to the clouds and the hand to the rain. Yun Xiangwan drank a big bowl of chicken soup for herself and her heart, and at the same time took out a handful of wheeling pills and ate them. After the source of power was restored, she felt better and had the strength to speed up her dive. Not long after, Yun Xiangwan saw a red light flashing in front of her. It was the fire marrow crystal. Yun Xiangwan's eyes lit up and accelerated again. After a while, she saw a diamond-shaped crystal stone about 1 meter long. It was crystal clear, with a halo flowing, standing in a small pool of golden magma, so beautiful that it was intoxicating. If Yun Xiangwan was not mistaken, the golden magma was also a good thing. It was similar to the spiritual marrow liquid. However, the spiritual marrow liquid could be absorbed by all cultivators, but this fire marrow liquid could only be used by cultivators with fire spiritual roots. If this was brought back to Shaoling, wouldn't his cultivation level advance by leaps and bounds? Yun Xiangwan thought of this and took out a palm-shaped bottle from the space. This palm-shaped bottle was found in the space ring of the Great Elder of the Guiyuan sect. The palm-sized bottle, according to the system measurement, can hold 500 cubic meters of water. First take the golden magma, then knock off a piece of the fire marrow crystal and take it away. Seeing that the fire marrow liquid and the fire marrow crystal were both close at hand, Yun Xiangwan suddenly felt a strange fluctuation in the surrounding air. My lord, be careful. Master, be careful, it's a level 6 fire python. As soon as the system finished speaking, Yun Xiangwan saw a dark red giant python about 20 to 30 meters long and as thick as a washing machine slowly appearing in the magma in front of him. Roar! As soon as it moved, the entire magma shook. Yun Xiangwan's heart skipped a beat. Such a big movement will definitely attract the nascent soul cultivators of the hot spring villa. We must make a quick decision. Abai, hold it off for a while. I'll go get something. We'll leave after that. Yes, my lord. The little black snake jumped in front of the giant fire python like a sharp arrow, and then it grew bigger. 1 meter, 2 meters. In the blink of an eye, it completely overshadowed the fire python in size. Yun Xiangwan didn't have time to take a closer look and burst out with the fastest speed, appearing next to the fire marrow liquid in an instant.
Pa!
She used her mind to pull the fire marrow liquid into the palm of the sky bottle. It's amazing this fire marrow liquid is not hot. And standing in front of this pool, the pain of burning on her body was relieved a lot. Yun Xiangwan didn't take all the fire marrow liquid at once. She left a depth of about 10 centimeters. As for the fire marrow crystal, Yun Xiangwan took it out and waited, injected spiritual power, and slashed it hard.
Zheng.
The fire spirit crystal was fine, but she herself was numb from the rebounding force. What should I do? I don't know how long Xiao Jibai can stop the fire python.
Ha!
That's not right. Why is it so quiet? Although Xiao Jibai has not yet broken through to level 6, his combat power is no less than that of a level 6 demon beast. 2 level 6 demon beasts fighting. Wouldn't the movement be earth-shaking? She was puzzled, so she looked up and then saw that the giant fire python that was just so majestic was shaking like a sieve in front of Xiao Jibai's giant dragon body.
Ah!
She seemed to have forgotten that the blood of the ancient fairy beast was enough for Bai to sweep the demon beast clan. Go and get 2/3 of the fire marrow crystal. Xiao Jibai directly ordered the fire python. Yes, I'll go now. The fire python didn't dare to disobey at all, and immediately flew towards the fire marrow crystal. Seeing this, Yun Xiangwan wrapped her cloak tightly and stepped aside. At this time, Xiao Jibai turned into a little black dragon and wrapped around her wrist again. The fire python also shrank in size, and then swung its tail on the fire marrow crystal. There was only a click sound, and the fire marrow crystal that couldn't leave any traces was broken. It rolled up the 2/3 of the fire marrow crystal and threw it gently in front of Yun Xiangwan. Yun Xiangwan quickly put the fire marrow crystal into the space. The fire python took a deep breath, obviously distressed. It was also puzzled why an ancient immortal beast would recognize a human cultivator as its master. But fortunately, they did not kill the chicken to get the eggs. Otherwise, it would not let the spirit marrow crystal be taken away, even if it risked its life today. My lord, let's go. The little black dragon hooked Yun Xiangwan's little finger with its tail, and the dragon's head rested on the back of her hand. Go, go, go. Yun Xiangwan obviously didn't expect things to go so smoothly. How to describe this feeling? It's very refreshing. After all, who wants to risk their life for something that can be easily obtained? Isn't that a big idiot? Haven't you tasted enough the pain of your skin and flesh being burnt just now? Hurry up and run. Yun Xiangwan swam upwards again. Hey, this time it didn't hurt that much. Although there was still a burning sensation, it was all within the tolerable range. When she emerged from the magma stepping on Qiaman, a series of powerful divine senses came over her head. Yun Xiangwan subconsciously held her breath, and her divine sense quickly passed over her and radiated to the surroundings. Obviously, she didn't notice her existence. This divine invisibility cloak is really worthy of being a fairy weapon. In this way, Yun Xiangwan is more and more looking forward to the cool scene when she collects all the 5 elements materials and refines Qiaman into a fairy weapon. In short, this trip is very worthwhile. Third priest, do you notice anything unusual? Nothing unusual. I think it's the fire python. There were two people standing by the rock wall, one of whom was Tianmeng's grandfather, the third priest of Danwang City. The restriction was triggered, but after a careful inspection, nothing unusual was found. There was no sign of anyone passing by, so he could only think of the fire python. But the next second, Tian Gongxing's smile froze on his face, because he saw that most of the pool of fire marrow fluid and 2/3 of the fire marrow crystals were gone. The fire python lay limply beside it, using its thick and long body to trap the few remaining spiritual marrow liquid and spiritual marrow crystals. What on earth is going on? Tian Gongxing's eyes were red with anger. You know, he has guarded this Horong mountain for hundreds of years, and he has been unable to take any fire marrow liquid and fire marrow crystals from the fire python's mouth. How come there are so many of them all of a sudden? Dao Yuhafeng, please show up quickly. Show up quickly? Sorry, I can't show up at all. Yun Xiongwan hid back in the magma, but the original power in her body was about to be drained by the god invisibility cloak. She thought about it and simply went into the space. She would come out after the third priest had vented his anger. At the same time, she also had to recover her spiritual power, otherwise the god invisibility cloak would fail, and she would be finished. Xiao Yue was playing with her dog under the world tree when she suddenly saw her mother appear not far away, barefoot and bare-legged, wearing only the black cloak. The little boy stared blankly for several seconds, then covered his face, cried ouch, and ran away. Yun Xiongwan looked puzzled, and when she felt the wind under her crotch, her face changed, and she quickly found clothes to put on. After putting on her clothes, she realized that she still had a little black dragon in her hand. But he closed his eyes, indicating that he didn't see it at all. Yun Xiongwan felt a little relieved, then sat cross-legged and began to restore the original power in his body. The space was peaceful, but outside the space, the three priests and the fire python had already started fighting. Both the man and the beast were full of anger. Fire python, since you have already absorbed most of the fire marrow fluid and fire marrow crystals, the rest should be given to me, right? Tianyan, stop talking nonsense. This idiot, he set up so many restrictions, but he couldn't stop a cultivator at the initial stage of foundation building, and now he dares to turn the tables. It turns out that those restrictions are aimed at it, a python? Or are Tianyan and the little girl at the initial stage of foundation building who has an ancient fairy beast as a pet, and the purpose is to protect it for thousands of years, fire marrow fluid and fire marrow crystals? The more the fire python thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. Okay, you dare to team up to play tricks on me. Tianyan, I will make you pay the price today.
Boom.
The collision of spiritual power and demonic power caused the entire cave to tremble, and the underground magma rolled like waves, as if to swallow everything. When Yun Xiongwan recovered his spiritual power, disguised himself as Wanya, put on the invisible cloak again, and came out of the space, the battle was over. She poked her head out to make sure that the three priests and the fire python were not around. Then she flew up to the cave and quietly came to the narrow passage. Looking back, the cave was full of fallen rocks and a lot of magma was pouring back, which showed how fierce the battle was. Yun Xiongwan took a deep breath, then gathered the invisibility cloak and quickly ran up the passage. In less than a quarter of an hour, she returned safely to the place where she had just soaked in the hot spring. But due to the great shock caused by the battle between the three priests and the fire python, there was no one here. So she couldn't just go out like this. After thinking about it, she simply put on the invisibility cloak and went down the mountain. I'm so unlucky today. I came out to soak in the hot spring and encountered such a thing. Halfway up the mountain, the mole man complained as he walked. His brother patted his shoulder to comfort him. Nothing. Let's go somewhere else to relax. Forget it, I'll go back to make pills. I have to collect spirit stones to buy a high-level alchemy furnace. The mole-faced man looked depressed, and his hatred for Yun Xiongwan deepened. He seemed to have forgotten that he was the one who provoked Yun Xiongwan first, although he didn't get any benefits several times.
Hey.
It's all because of that pretty boy. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't be so miserable, brother. Upon hearing this, the mole-faced man gritted his teeth in hatred, and he looked so angry that he seemed to want to chew Yun Xiangwan into pieces and swallow him. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure in front of him. Looking closely again, wasn't that Wanya? Did he come to take a hot spring bath too? No, I can't be impulsive, the mole man warned himself. The pressure from the nascent soul cultivator was too terrifying. He didn't want to experience the feeling of being strangled by the devil for the second time. So, let's observe first. If he was alone, Yun Xiangwan finally found a hidden corner and showed up, blending into the crowd quietly. After the turmoil at the hot spring villa, it was not easy to collect spiritual stones from customers. In order to make amends, 2 hours were added to the jade slips of all the cultivators who came to take a bath this time. That is, next time you come, you can soak for 2 hours for free. Adhering to the idea of not taking advantage of a bargain, Yun Xiangwan put away the jade slip. He planned to wait until the alchemist conference was over, and then soak for 2 hours to reward himself. After thanking the waiter, Yun Xiangwan withdrew from the crowded crowd. When he was about to go down the mountain, he suddenly felt a gaze from behind. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he saw the familiar face of the mole man. Is this a plan to take back the daytime advantage while Xiao Jibai is away? Yun Xiangwan continued to walk down the mountain calmly. She did not forget that she was just a low-level cultivator who had just established her foundation, so naturally she could not detect the spiritual sense detection of a high-level cultivator who had established his foundation. He is really the only one, let's catch up. The mole man looked ferocious, and he was timid. Brother Wu, why don't we just forget it? The other man was obviously less courageous, and he grabbed Wu Chu's arm. Even if the other party's nascent soul brother was not around, he must have a lot of life-saving magic weapons on him. So even if Yun Xiangwan's cultivation seemed lower than theirs, it would not be easy for them to succeed. Brother, wealth and honor are sought in danger. His nascent soul brother must have stuffed a lot of good things in his space ring. If we get rid of him, those magic weapons will all be ours. He lost an alchemy furnace, so he naturally had to find it somewhere else to make up for it. At worst, after killing people and taking treasures, he would escape from Luyang City. By then, the sky is high and the sea is vast. Even if they are yuanying masters, they will still be unable to do it. As long as they are low-key enough, there will be no risk of being caught. Brother Wu, you are right. Both of us are at the peak of foundation building, and we are only one step away from the golden elixir. It should not be a problem to join forces to deal with the beginner of foundation building. He was obviously dazzled by the treasures in Yun Xiangwan's space ring. You know, they are willing to be brothers with Tianmeng, that idiot, just to get a little benefit from him. But that little bit of oil and water can no longer satisfy them now. Tianmeng also promised them that if they can get the 4th grade alchemist badge at this alchemist conference, they can enter the Tian family as a guest elder or something and receive a considerable allowance every month. But the alchemists who changed their careers halfway have poor talents and insufficient experience, so they can't even pass the 2nd grade assessment. In this case, it's better to give it a try. So the two hit it off and turned around and followed. Yun Xiangwan seemed to be unaware of it. She looked at the flowers, the grass, and the moon along the way, and even found a relatively remote path. This made Wu Chu and the other two, who were following her, very happy. It is true that if you don't take the road to heaven, you will go to Hades.
Huh?
There is a stream over there? The night does not limit the vision of cultivators. On the contrary, the moonlight shines through the treetops on the water, shining like a galaxy. Compared with the daytime, it adds a layer of hazy beauty. Yun Xiangwan trotted over, like a carefree young master from a noble family. This made Wu Chu and the other two envious and jealous, and also made them less vigilant. If I had known there was such a beautiful scenery here, I would have called my brother and nephew to come together. Yun Xiangwan took off her shoes, sat on a round stone, put her feet in the stream, and then looked up at the starry sky. It's so beautiful. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard 2 swish sounds, and 2 more people appeared beside her. The high-level pressure rolled in, and Yun Xiangwan was suppressed and unable to move. Little white face, you go to Hades. Wu Chu didn't give Yun Xiangwan time to react, because he was afraid that she would ask her nascent soul brother for help, and he stabbed with his sword. The speed of this sword, the close distance, and the fact that Yun Xiangwan was suppressed by the pressure and unable to resist, so she died in a breath. Wu Chu seemed to have foreseen the scene of Yun Xiangwan's body being pierced, and his expression was bloodthirsty and ferocious, full of excitement. But the next second, his distorted expression froze on his face, because the immobile little white face smiled and turned around, stretched out, and clamped the sharp blade lightly. At the same time, he was horrified to find that the spiritual power in his body was stagnant. The spiritual power he had worked hard to cultivate for hundreds of years was so out of control without any warning. In their current state, let alone the initial stage of foundation building, even the cultivators in the Qi condensation period could give them a fatal. With their spiritual power completely out of control, they could not only not attack, but also could not defend themselves. Oh no, we can't kill people like this. After Yun Xiangwan broke the sword blade with his bare hands, he was about to detonate their spiritual power when he suddenly realized a problem. It was agreed that they could not easily use the origin secret skills outside. Wu Chu heard this and thought that Yun Xiangwan would be merciful and let them go. Their minds were turning quickly, and when they were struggling to think of sophistry for themselves, they saw a sword in Yun Xiangwan's hand. "Dao Yu, wait." As soon as Wu Chu's words came out, he was already bloody on the spot in the flash of the sword. The other person was terrified and looked unbelievable. "For simple sword art? You are also from the immortal sword sect?" Yun Xiangwan laughed. She was still worried that people would not recognize him. Blue dragon roaring to the sky. So she generously rewarded him with a big move. In an instant, both of them died. Yun Xiangwan rolled up the storage bags of the two and ran away quickly. Shortly after she left, a man appeared next to the still, warm body. A closer look revealed that he was the worshipper surnamed Tian. He was 7 feet tall, hunched over, and his seemingly turbid eyes occasionally flashed a frightening cold light. He looked at the two people's deaths and found that their appearances were somewhat familiar. Aren't these the two people who often followed his grandson and were used to flattering him? How could they suddenly die here? And they died under the 4 symbols sword art of the fairy sword sect. Tian Gongsheng didn't care about the death of these 2 ants, but he was thinking whether the man who attacked him was related to the fire marrow crystal and fire marrow liquid stolen from the lava cave. It seems that he has to pay close attention to the disciples of the fairy sword sect who came to participate in the alchemist assessment conference. Yun Xiangwan, who had already left, naturally considered this issue. This time, Yun Miao was afraid that she would never get the fire marrow crystal and fire marrow liquid again. He couldn't kill her, but Yun Xiangwan was still very happy to trick her. Yun Xiangwan returned to the inn in the moonlight. Although there were no high-level magic weapons in Wu Chu's storage bags, there were many kinds of them. Especially the spiritual medicines that were hundreds of years old, there were hundreds of them. Yun Xiangwan quickly planted them in the medicine field. If this goes on, it won't be long before Yun Xiangwan can achieve spiritual medicine freedom.
Papa.
Yun Xiangwan clapped her hands, then put the demon pill in a separate storage bag and threw the others in a fixed corner. After Xiao Jibai soaked in the magma, it seemed that he had made a breakthrough. Now he was soaking in the spiritual spring water in the form of a little black dragon, so she could sleep with Xiao Yue in her arms tonight. "Mom, where is my daddy?" Xiao Yue asked as soon as she came out. "Your daddy has something to do, and he won't be back tonight." Yun Xiangwan closed her eyes and began to make up a story. "So, how should I explain to the children that their daddy is a dragon? Waiting online, it's urgent." The 3rd day of the Alchemist Assessment Conference. As soon as the sky was light, Yun Xiangwan heard Xiao Jibai's voice. "Do you need me to go out?" Yun Xiangwan yawned, and with a thought, a small black dragon appeared on the bed out of thin air. Xiao Jibai obviously didn't expect it to be so fast, and the whole dragon was still in a state of confusion. "Wake me up in an hour." Yun Xiangwan turned over and continued to sleep. Xiao Jibai took a look and then climbed out of bed. The moment he landed, a slender figure appeared. He was still dressed in black and barefoot. After walking 2 steps, he seemed to think of something and then looked down. Oh, there is a pair of shoes missing. If Yun Xiongwan saw it, I'm afraid he would say it again. Thinking of this, the corners of his lips rose slightly, and there was a pair of shoes on his feet. An hour later, Xiao Jibai woke Yun Xiongwan on time, and at the same time, he also woke Xiao Yue's dream. Since embarking on the path of cultivating immortals, he has been practicing day and night. Even in the space, he was practicing at 100 times the speed. Now he had a good sleep in his mother's arms after a long time, and he felt better than ever. Uncle, today is the test for the 3rd grade alchemist, right? In the crowded square, Xiao Yue asked, holding Yun Xiongwan's hand. Yun Xiongwan nodded. Yes. Wei Wei has to cheer for the little uncle. These days, she has adapted to the identity of little uncle. Well, come on, little uncle, daddy, and I will wait for you to come back at home. Xiao Yue said, then took Xiao Jibai's hand and left. This operation, is the relationship faded or what? Yun Xiongwan scratched the back of her head in confusion, and then followed the flow of people into the assessment site for the 3rd grade alchemist. She remembered that the rules of the assessment were a free-for-all for those below the 5th grade, and those of the 5th grade and above had to go to the high platform outside to make pills under the eyes of the Pill King and several worshippers. In other words, the day after tomorrow, she will compete with Sun Yuan on the same stage. System. Master, what grade of alchemist badge are you aiming for this time? 6th grade, I think. The benefits every month are more. System. You are worthy of being the master. As the man and the system chatted, they entered the venue. Late night. Yun Xiongwan heard someone calling her and subconsciously turned her head to look. Seeing that it was Senior Sister Mei, she breathed a sigh of relief. Examiner, is there anything I can do for you? Senior Sister Mei walked over and said earnestly, You have talent, but you are not serious enough. I'm waiting for you to surprise me again.
Ah?
Yun Xiongwan was puzzled. Senior Sister Mei patted Yun Xiongwan's shoulder seriously and left. Yun Xiongwan looked at her back. Thank you for your encouragement. I will work hard. So this time, don't make the pill too ugly. Level 3. The pills refined by the heroine should be of more than level 3 quality. With this idea in mind, Yun Xiongwan participated in the assessment with the heroine, Tian Meng, and others in this round. Compared with the huge crowds of people during the assessment of the 1st grade alchemist, there were less than 100 candidates for the 3rd grade alchemist, and both rounds were not full. Guess, what grade of pill will the genius of the Xianjian sect refine today? It's at most a 3rd grade 9-turn golden pill. Can she refine a 4th grade pill? Hey, have you heard? At the 1st grade alchemist assessment venue, someone used a 100-year-old elixir to refine a 2nd grade pill. That's impossible. Anyway, I'm optimistic about that little fairy. She will definitely make a splash in this alchemist assessment conference. Fellow Taoist, we heroes think alike. Listening to the discussions of the spectators in the audience, Yun Xiongwan couldn't help but mutter. What if these people knew that if they had feelings of love and admiration for the heroine, their luck would be absorbed by the heroine? System. There are too many people affected, and we can't save them all. And this thing is quite mysterious. If you can't provide strong evidence, others won't believe it. Who said, I want to save people, respect the fate of others, and let go of the desire to help others? She was just sighing. The job of the savior was originally the job of the heroine. As a result, the heroine has now become a living devil, and she is also helpless. And it seems that Yun Miao Miao is a little absent-minded today. Tian Ming cheered her up and said all the good things, but she seemed not to hear. Yun Xiongwan thought that it might be related to the fire marrow fluid and the fire marrow crystal. The assessment of the 3rd grade alchemist has officially begun. With the order from Senior Sister Mei, the prospective alchemists on the stage began to make pills.
But
not long after the start, 2 furnaces exploded. The alchemists with unstable hearts were immediately affected. The atmosphere on the stage became more and more tense, but those who were confident were always as steady as a rock, such as Yun Miao Miao. Tian Meng was in a panic, but he could barely keep up with the pace. Yun Xiongwan was serious and seemed to take it very seriously. Sister May crossed her arms and turned her gaze from one alchemist to another, very seriously. Examiner, my third-grade elixir is ready. This time, it was Yun Miao Miao who spoke first. Sister May walked over immediately. When she saw the third-grade elixir that Yun Miao Miao had refined, a hint of disappointment flashed across her eyes. Examiner, can I pass? Yun Miao Miao also knew that her performance this time was not satisfactory. She didn't want to say more. I passed. Senior Sister May nodded slightly. Thank you. After Yun Miao Miao thanked her, she took the token engraved with the triple mark and turned to leave. Junior Sister Miao Miao, wait for me. Tian Meng was anxious. He wanted to invite Yun Miao Miao to take a hot spring bath. It would be difficult to ask after leaving here, because that Huo Wushang, he was actually the son of the leader of the Xianjian sect. The higher the cultivation level of a cultivator, the more difficult it is to get pregnant and have children. Huo Boyan only had such a son in the Yuanying period, so naturally he was afraid that he would fly away if he held him in his hands, and afraid that he would melt if he held him in his mouth. Don't mess with him. Junior brother Tian, please concentrate a little. If you can't even get the badge of a third-grade alchemist, the master will be very angry. Senior Sister May reminded Tian Meng with a look of disappointment. I know, you are so nagging. Tian Meng waved his hands impatiently, and at this moment of distraction, the alchemy furnace began to tremble. At this critical moment of melting the pill, Tian Meng's face changed, and he quickly collected his mind and focused on refining the medicine. Examiner, this is the third-grade pill I refined. At this time, Yun Xiangwan came over. Senior Sister May suppressed her emotions and turned to look. Third grade, third level, I knew it. She was a little excited. She didn't see the wrong person.
What?
Third grade, third level? Tian Meng was shocked, and the pill that had just taken shape in the pill furnace suddenly shattered into. My pill. He wanted to cry but had no tears, then turned around and glared at Yun Xiangwan with anger. Wan Yi, you did it on purpose, didn't you?
Hey.
Daoist friend, don't spit blood on me. What does this have to do with me? Yun Xiangwan was so innocent. She really didn't do anything today. Junior brother, watch your words. Otherwise, I will tell Master everything that happened today. Senior Sister May warned Tian Meng sternly. Humph. You are so mean. I think you are just blinded by this pretty boy. Tian Meng angrily said this and ran away. If this kid didn't have a brother with a nascent soul cultivation behind him, he wouldn't let him be so arrogant. Also, where did Wu Chu and the other two go? Without them to give advice, Tian Meng was very worried. You. Senior Sister May was very angry at Tian Meng's words, but when she turned around and saw Yun Xiangwan's face, her thoughts drifted for a moment. Sorry, I have caused you trouble. No problem. Yun Xiangwan had no resistance to this kind of big sister who clearly distinguished between public and private and was kind and considerate. So the proper courtesy should not be reduced. I hope you can maintain today's state tomorrow. Mei Qianyi believed that her vision would not be wrong. Compared with the dazzling fairy of the Xianjian sect, she was more optimistic about Yun Xiangwan. Okay, I'll try my best. After Yun Xiangwan said this, she bowed and saluted before leaving. After leaving the assessment venue, Yun Xiangwan suddenly realized something. System. Do you think Yun Miao Miao is depressed because of the fire marrow crystal and fire marrow liquid? I think she is about to break. System. Master, I don't know. However, I can occasionally feel some strange aura from her. Master, you can too. This is an affirmative sentence rather than a question. To be honest, I always thought that it was the heroine's aura. System. If you think so, you are not wrong. Can you figure out what kind of aura it is? Could it be your kind? The heroine also has a system? It was not mentioned in the original book. Forget it, don't think about the book, I don't know where it went wrong. Now Yun Xiangwan began to suspect that he had read a fake book. There is no logic and many places don't match. Yun Xiangwan simply stopped thinking about it. The boat had hit the iceberg, so it would naturally sink when it reached the bridge. Yun Xiangwan came out early, so there were not many people in the square. She walked back along the street, but unexpectedly, she ran into an acquaintance again. but the other party didn't seem to recognize her. "Sir, would you like to buy some candied haws? They are sour and sweet, very delicious." When Yun Xiongwan stopped, the girl selling candied haws nearby thought that there was business coming, so she hurriedly greeted her. Buy 3. Yun Xiongwan retracted her gaze and chuckled. On the other side, Du Min suddenly stared in a daze in one direction. "Brother Du, what are you looking at?" Du Min turned his head. "Nothing." That familiar feeling came and went quickly like lightning, and it was impossible to catch it. After it disappeared, there was nothing in my mind. "Sir, now that the fire marrow liquid and fire marrow crystal are hard to get, what should I do?" Yun Miao Miao, who returned to her residence, didn't even bother to pay attention to He Wushang and went straight back to her room to discuss with Tian Dao. She originally planned to accept Tian Meng's invitation tonight and go to the Horong Mountain to steal the fire marrow liquid and fire marrow crystal. The two treasures can not only help her practice, but also refine the purity of her spiritual roots. When she takes the spirit test stone to test it, her score will definitely exceed that of Yun Xiongwan's stepsons. By then, with the puppet cultivated by the heart-confusing seed, who can stop her from reaching the top? But now it's all ruined. All ruined. She was burning with anger, and her whole body was glowing red, looming. Yun Miao Miao, you only have one choice now, which is to take the spirit-boosting pill again. When she heard the 3 words spirit-boosting pill, Yun Miao Miao's body couldn't help but tremble. Thinking back to when she was just a mixed spiritual root, after being spotted by Lord Tiandao, her original spiritual root was destroyed, and then she took the Shengling pill, supplemented with several spiritual medicines, and was able to reshape the single spiritual root of fire. The torture she suffered in those months could not be described in words. She didn't want to experience that kind of pain again in this life, or in the next life, or in all her lives. But now that things have come to this, she can't turn back. She can only move forward, otherwise everything will be overturned, and that would be a real life worse than death. "Sir, can I take the Shengling pill after I take the alchemist assessment?" It's up to you when to take it. Thank you for your help." Yun Miao Miao clasped her fists and bowed. This matter must be put aside first. She must fully prepare for tomorrow's 4th grade alchemist assessment competition. She must refine the 4th grade 9 transformation golden pill, otherwise the reputation she has accumulated with great difficulty in the past few days will be gone. The next day, Yun Xiongwan was ready to appear in the examination room. "Come on, little uncle, Dad, and I will go back to the inn and wait for you." It was the same situation again. There must be something fishy going on between the father and daughter. Unfortunately, the child had grown up, and the candied haws I bought yesterday could not coax her to speak. "Tianmeng, I don't care whose grandson you are, stay away from Miao Miao. If I see you pestering her again, don't blame me for being rude to you." Just when Yun Xiongwan was a little depressed, she heard He Wushang speaking harshly. This guy is really a tiger, relying on the favor of sect Master Hua. This is Danwang City, not Xianjian sect. From a certain perspective, Danwang City is not afraid of Xianjian sect. A word from Danwang can make countless high-level cultivators move for him. Because in this Shengling continent, he is the only one who can barely refine the 8th grade elixir. Although Tian Meng is a straw bag, he also knows this. Moreover, he is also protected by his grandfather. You will be qualified to say this only when she becomes your Taoist partner. You are looking for death. He Wushang's face changed, and he was about to draw his sword. "Brother, don't be impulsive." Yun Miao Miao, who was standing by, quickly grabbed He Wushang's arm. He Wushang was ignored by Yun Miao Miao yesterday, and he was holding back his anger. Now that he saw that she did not make her position clear at the first time and was trying to smooth things over, he burst into jealousy, stretched out his hand and pinched her face directly, and kissed her viciously. This is so exciting. Yun Xiongwan subconsciously covered her eyes, but the gap between her fingers was enough for her to see clearly. "Brother, what are you doing suddenly?" "I'm ignoring you." Yun Miao Miao was still an innocent girl after all, and was forced to love He Wushang in public, and her face turned red instantly. She quickly pushed him away and ran to the examination venue. It was also the first time that Huo Wushang kissed the girl he liked. He licked his lips with a sense of aftertaste, and then declared his sovereignty to Tianmeng. She will only be my Taoist partner. He is worthy of being the male protagonist, and he speaks in a domineering manner. Yun Xiongwan was amazed at what she saw, but her kissing skills were not very good and needed to be honed. You. This time it was Tianmeng's turn to be speechless, and he squeezed out 3 words after a long while. You are shameless. Huo Wushang snorted coldly, and directly looked past him to see Yun Miao Miao's shy escape. But what he didn't know was that the smile on Yun Miao Miao's mouth at this time was eerie and terrifying. It was not a girl in love, but a man-eating devil. The seeds of confusion had already sprouted in Huo Wushang's body, and it was about to merge with the spirit. After eating enough melons, Yun Xiongwan followed the crowd and walked into the south gate together. This is the assessment site for the 4th grade alchemist. The examiner was still Mei Qianyi. She saw Yun Xiongwan from a distance and nodded slightly. Yun Xiongwan nodded and smiled back. Today, let's refine a 4th grade, 3rd level elixir. Yun Miao Miao, who had put her mind at ease, seemed terribly strong. From the moment she started to refine the elixir, she had an expression of complete concentration. Mei Qianyi saw this and couldn't help but smile with relief. There is a lack of young alchemists in Shenglin continent now, and every rising star should be treated well. Except for troublemakers like Tianmeng. Seeing that he is not here today, everyone can perform at their normal level.
Ha ha ha.
The fairy is in a very good state today. How about we make a bet to see what grade of elixir she can refine? I bet on 4th grade, 3rd level. 4th grade, 3rd level? Who are you looking down on? Tianmeng stood up and took out a storage bag, which was bulging with spirit stones. I bet Miao Miao can refine a 4th grade 9-turn golden elixir. Who else wants to bet? I'll be the banker. If I lose, you can all take these spirit stones. After saying this, he also glanced provocatively at Huo Wushang, who is not far away. In terms of spirit stones, no place in Shenglin continent is richer than the people in Danwang City. Even the Xianjian sect is no exception. Huo Wushang glanced at Tianmeng as if he was a fool and sat on the chair with his arms around his chest. His things are not something that others can take away with a little trick. Miao Miao has stated more than once that he is her favorite person. And that big fool, Miao Miao, has never even looked at him straight in the eye, and he is still jumping around. Huo Wushang disdains to associate with him. Brother Tian, can we bet on another alchemist to win? Just as Tianmeng was grinning, a discordant voice suddenly appeared. Not betting on the quality of the elixir refined by Miao Miao, but daring to bet on another alchemist to win. Today he wanted to see who was so bold as to go against his will. Tianmeng turned around angrily, and then he saw Sun Yuan's smiling face.
Ha ha ha.
It turned out to be junior brother Sunday. Tianmeng's anger disappeared instantly. Sun Yuan was not only the grandson of the King of Pills, he was also the most gifted alchemist in the thousands of years of Danwang City and the first person who was expected to surpass the achievements of the King of Pills. Not only in status, but also in his own strength, he was far superior to him. Therefore, he usually avoided him. Who knew that Sun Yuan would suddenly appear and want to participate in the bet? Okay, of course, no problem. Junior brother, who do you want to bet on to win? Tianmeng smiled so hard that his teeth were exposed. Sun Yuan crossed his legs and raised his hand casually and pointed. Tianmeng and the eyes of the people around him immediately followed, and then the whole audience was in an uproar. Yun Xiongwan, who was concentrating on refining medicine on the stage, suddenly became the focus of everyone. She was startled, and when she relaxed her mind, the 4th grade elixir that she was about to fuse together suddenly broke into.
Who is it?
Yun Xiongwan turned her head and saw Sun Yuan's smiling face at a glance. His smile was so bright and dazzling.
Ah.
Junior brother, how about you change someone to bet with? Tianmeng felt that it was too much to watch, so he kindly reminded Sun Yuan. Young master Sun, you should change someone to bet with. The little junior sister of the Xianjian sect next door has already started the second tempering, and at least they are all 4th grade 3rd level elixirs. As for the young master you have your eyes on, it is difficult to refine a decent fourth-grade elixir with the remaining spiritual medicines. Not to mention surpassing the junior sister of Xianjian sect. Sun Yuan turned a deaf ear to the sincere advice of others. I'll bet on him to win. Tianmeng was helpless, but in this matter, it was not good to win too hard, so he took the initiative to make concessions. How about this, junior brother? You can bet on him to win. How about betting 10,000 low-grade spirit stones and winning 1 million? He has done enough to get to this point. Even if Dad and Grandfather knew, they would like to praise him for a good job. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones are too little. I'm afraid he won't agree. Sun Yuan bowed to Yun Xiangwan from a distance and then sent a message to her. How about I give you half of the spirit stones I win after refining the 9 transformation golden pill? Yun Xiangwan was full of anger and was thinking about how to trick Sun Yuan when she suddenly heard him say this. What's the matter with being a little moved? 1 million middle-grade spirit stones. We split it in half. Sun Yuan's voice transmission sounded in her ears again. That is to say, she can get 500,000 middle-grade spirit stones, which is 50 million low-grade spirit stones. Crazy heartbeat. Okay, for the sake of spirit stones, I will reluctantly forgive your rudeness. Yun Xiangwan agreed and started to refine the elixir again. Junior brother, is he you're talking about? Him? Tianmeng looked at Yun Xiangwan, who was throwing spiritual medicine into the alchemy furnace. He really didn't know what his junior brother was thinking all of a sudden. Sun Yuan nodded. Yes, it's him. I bet on him to win. I bet 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Sun Yuan said this and glanced at Tianmeng casually. Senior brother, is it feasible? Of course. Junior brother, you bet 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones. If you win, I will compensate you with 1 million middle-grade spirit stones. Tianmeng agreed very readily because he thought he would never lose at all. Sun Yuan smiled without saying a word. He crossed his legs with a deep look in his eyes. In that case, I'll add a bet too. 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones, bet on junior sister Miao Miao to win. Huo Wushang felt that as Yun Miao Miao's future Taoist partner, it would be inappropriate for him not to stand up. With these 3 giants together, how could others dare to join in? Huo Wushang and Tianmeng were clearly jealous of the junior sister of Xianjian sect. As for Sun Yuan, who suddenly appeared, it was unknown. Could it be that the young man really had something extraordinary? Okay, you can bet if you want. Although Tianmeng said so, his expression was really disgusted. It was only 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones, and he had the nerve to take them out and embarrass himself. I'll add another 1 million middle-grade spirit stones. Huo Wushang was successfully angered by Tianmeng's expression. Anyway, the junior sister could not lose. So, in terms of momentum, he could not lose to Tianmeng, a drunkard. Humph. Tianmeng snorted coldly, and the eyes of the two of them flashed in the air. At this time, Sun Yuan silently added a sentence. In that case, I'll also add another 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones. That is to say, if Sun Yuan wins, he will get 2 million middle-grade spirit stones. Yun Xiangwan also went from 500,000 to 1 million now. 1 million middle-grade spirit stones. How many casual cultivators can't earn so much after hundreds of years of hard work? Yun Xiangwan, who was silently observing the development of the events on the stage, was delighted. Wow, there was such an unexpected gain in participating in the alchemist assessment. No, she had to be more serious and work harder, and she must not let the cooked 1 million middle-grade spirit stones fly away. Examiner, my pill is ready.